Volume 3. Chapter 201, Divine Fate Bone Charm. Chapter 201, Divine Fate Bone Charm. Oh? You want to take a look at the first-ranked top-class rewards? Elder Jiango looked at Yi Yun with surprise and soon smiled. He did not hand the first-ranked Jade Scroll to Yi Yun and instead asked with interest, "Little rascal, what are your goals for the future? Or what future level do you want to train to?" Future level? Yi Yun was slightly stunned and shook his head subconsciously. He had never thought of his future cultivation goals. Oh? Elder Jiango frowned slightly upon seeing this. No goals? Yi Yun thought a bit before answering, "It isn't that I have no goals. It is just that this junior does not know how far he can go. Whatever level this junior sees, he will aim for that level." Yi Yun knew that in this world, sages were awesome, but sages were not the end of martial arts. Above sages, there were great emperors. What was above a great emperor? Yi Yun did not know. The path of martial arts was like mountain climbing. The higher one went, the further one could see. Of course, a sage was like a legendary level for the current Yi Yun. Yi Yun would not say it as it sounded ridiculous. The purple crystal was an impressive divine item. Yi Yun knew that even with his weak senses, the primordial herb had nowhere of hiding in front of the purple crystal. Even a human sage who used all of his perception on Yi Yun's body could not discover any trace of the purple crystal. The ability shown by the purple crystal had exceeded the level of sages. By possessing such a treasure, how could his goal only be a sage? Elder Jiango still did not know how ambitious Yi Yun was. But what Yi Yun said had made Elder Jiango very satisfied. He knew that Yi Yun's talent was lacking in several aspects, but these were unimportant. A warrior had to have a goal, whether it was achievable or not. When Elder Jiango was still young, he had made his goal to become a sage. Back then, many people were saying he was an idiot with big dreams. How could a sage, that only appeared in the Taiya Divine Kingdom once in 500 years, turn out to be him? Many people had ridiculed him for overestimating himself. However, the people who ridiculed him had all slowly died of old age, turning to bones. As for Elder Jiango, he slowly went from human lord to the pinnacle of human lords, before becoming a human sage. Having an ambitious dream was not laughable. What was laughable were the people who had no dreams but mocked those who had them. This is the first-ranked top-class Jade Scroll. You can look through this. There is a huge gap between you and your dreams. Saying this, Elder Jiango threw a Jade Scroll to Yi Yun. This Jade Scroll was golden in color and looked much smaller than the previous one. Yi Yun sank his senses within. But after seeing one item, his eyes could no longer move away from it. There was such a divine item in this world? Divine Fate Bone Charm, 32 glory points, 50,000 dragon scale runes. Just the price made Yi Yun take a gasp of air. It was too expensive. By handing over the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng, he had only gained 3 glory points. However, Elder Jiango had previously said that it was only worth a third of its original price due to the severe damage of the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng. If so, the glory points obtained from handing over an intact piece of Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng would likely be 9 glory points. But the Divine Fate Bone Charm's price was nearly 4 times that of the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng. Besides that, it also needed 50,000 dragon scale runes. For such a precious item, it only had one sentence for its description. The Divine Fate Bone Charm transforms a person's physical fitness, increasing the person's affinity with Heaven Earth Yuan Qi, improving their martial arts talent. Improving one's martial arts talent. Just the last description made Yi Yun yearn for it. Yi Yun was surprised that there was such a herb in this world. Yi Yun's perceptivity was not bad. Having lived 2 lives, his soul's power was extremely strong. He was not short of elixirs and bone relics for cultivation. Although he did not have a cultivation technique, he could find them and collect them himself. The only thing Yi Yun was helpless against was his martial arts talent. Having tunneled into this world, into a vast wilderness youth's body, his talent was extremely common. Yi Yun did not know how much talent the Divine Fate Bone Charm could increase, but he believed that the price quoted by the Taiya Divine City was fair. Since it was labeled as 32 glory points and 50,000 dragon scale runes, it was likely worth that much. Oh? Has something caught your fancy? Elder Jiango noticed Yi Yun's change in expression. This junior would like to ask the senior. The Divine Fate Bone Charm described in the first-ranked top-class Jade Scroll, is there any cultivation level restrictions? Divine Fate Bone Charm? Ha ha. Elder Jiango laughed. So that's what caught your fancy. There is no cultivation level restriction for the Divine Fate Bone Charm. It's sufficient with your purple blood realm. This Divine Fate Bone Charm is an impressive item. It is a special desolate bone relic refined from a primordial desolate beast, but it's not refined from our Taya Divine Kingdom. To be exact, the Taya Divine Kingdom's desolate heaven masters cannot refine a bone relic of this level. Oh? Yi Yun felt odd, even the Taya Divine Kingdom's desolate heaven masters cannot refine it? Yes, the desolate heaven technique is extensive and profound. There are only a handful of sage-ranked desolate heaven masters in the Taya Divine Kingdom, but they don't have the knowledge for refining the divine fate bone charm. When Elder Jiangu finished saying that, he gave a long sigh. This world is very large. Outside of the Taya Divine Kingdom, there are many other divine kingdoms too. There are even some deep heritage sacred-level family clans and sacred-level sects. This divine fate bone charm was refined from a sacred-level family clan. The connection between the Taya Divine Kingdom and that family clan goes deep. Elder Jian Ji's brief description was shocking information to Yi Yun. Sacred-level family clans. Sacred-level sects. Those superpowers which had an unknown years of heritage, what would they look like? For some unknown reason, Yi Yun suddenly thought of Lin Xintong. What was the Lin family that Lin Xintong came from like? Was the Lin family within the Taya Divine Kingdom? Or was it outside of the Taya Divine Kingdom, in the vast lands outside, somewhere on the broad planet? But there was no point in thinking about all of these vast and ambitious items. His main goal was to obtain one divine fate bone charm. Kid, you sure don't lack in ambition. The price of an item like the divine fate bone charm would scare a lot of people. But, taking the divine fate bone charm once is when it has the most beneficial effect. The more you eat, the lesser the effects. Also, the better talent a person has, the less effective it is. Hearing Elder Jian Ji's explanation, Yi Yun finally understood. Those who had amazing talent would not gain much from taking the divine fate bone charm. With Yi Yun's current rate of accumulating glory points, it would clearly not be easy to exchange for the divine fate bone charm. Items like primordial herbs could only be caught once. It was not that he couldn't capture another one, but if he were to capture another one, he did not dare to hand it over. Then it seemed like the only way to accumulate glory points was to break the records of the ancestors, especially those hard records that were left behind on Sage Avenue. These records would be Yi Yun's goals. Elder Jiangu, this junior will exchange for the first 3 volumes of the Taya Sacred Technique. Yi Yun announced his decision. He had to go one step at a time. To break the records on Sacred Avenue, Yi Yun needed to master the Taya Sacred Technique well, allowing his strength to increase. That afternoon, Yi Yun bade Elder Jiangu farewell and returned to his residence. He began planning his next 6 months of training. But at this time, without Yi Yun knowing about it, the news that he had picked a primordial herb and received glory points had spread in the Taya Divine City like wildfire. The warriors in the Taya Divine City were all obsessed with cultivation. They were either meditating or fighting. Besides that, they would be out hunting desolate beasts. They seldom followed the gossip on the grapevine as they lacked interest in it. But for news that were spread, they were huge events. Soon, the news spread even further. Even the top-ranking figures on the Taya Divine City's Roll of Honor got to know about it. At this time, in the Taya Divine City's smithy, Zhou Kuei was bare to the waist, revealing his strong muscles. With a human-sized forging hammer, he was busy forging metal. Beside Zhou Kuei were a few Xuanwu army members. Like Zhou Kuei, they were all burly. None of them looked like they were 13 years old. Hey! Ha! Hey! Ha! They shouted with a rhythm. They took turns hammering a piece of special metal that needed to be hit 1,000,000 times. It was very rhythmical. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, Rise to Fame. Chapter 202, Rise to Fame. Being a blacksmith for the past 1 month, Zhou Kuei's muscles had turned bronze in color by the heat. His sweat made him look shiny. After making more than 1,000 strikes in one breath, Zhou Kuei finally took a break to regulate his breathing. The other people in the smithy also stopped. They took this time to wipe their sweat and drink some water, or eat a beast relic. After all, forging metal was extremely tiring. Damn, I finally forged a good piece of metal. Zhou Kuei looked at the hot red metal on the anvil with glee. Ha, brother Kuei, you are getting better at using the hurricane hammer skill. A member from the Xuanwu army said with a laugh. I guess so. Zhou Kuei shook his head. This hurricane hammer skill was a hammer skill provided by the blacksmith job for free. It did not have any attacking power, but using it on metal would allow a cultivator to have perfect control of every inch of his body, giving it the best effect for training. Although this hammer skill was free, Zhou Kuei knew that if he were to completely cultivate it, it would be extremely terrifying. 18,000 years ago, there was a man who used this hurricane hammer skill to break the record of the blacksmith job. In 60 days, he had forged all sorts of steel, good metals that totaled 48,000 dragon scale runes. What was the concept of 48,000 dragon scale runes? Zhou Kuei did not know in the beginning. When he first came to the blacksmith office, he was full of ambition. He felt that even if he couldn't break the record, he would still be outstanding. That person may have obtained 48,000, but it wouldn't be difficult for Zhou Kuei himself to make about 20,000 to 30,000 dragon scale runes. The result over the next few days dumbfounded Zhou Kuei. In the first 3 days, Zhou Kuei used all his strength, and never made more than 25 dragon scale runes a day. From the 4th day, Zhou Kuei finally managed to somewhat master the hurricane hammer skill, and his daily income went above 30 dragon scale runes. Following that, his income hovered around 40 to 50. Zhou Kuei's best daily earnings to date was only 52 dragon scale runes. But that person who left the record? To obtain 48,000 dragon scale runes in 2 months, that was an average of 800 dragon scale runes a day. Zhou Kuei wanted to cry. He had given his all to earn dragon scale runes, but the most he ever made was less than a tenth of that person. How could this be possible? Brother Kuei, are you thinking about that guy's record? I'd say that the guy has some desolate beast bloodline and is not a normal person. If not, the standards 18,000 years ago were different from how it is now. It must have been easier to earn dragon scale runes back then. To earn 48,000 dragon scale runes in 60 days, I cannot believe it. A Xuanwu army member said stubbornly. But at this time, not far away, a young blacksmith who was also resting interjected, "You are belittling the world's heroes." Just a few days ago, someone in the Taya Divine City managed to earn 10,000 dragon scale runes in a month by picking herbs. He even obtained glory points. For someone to forge metal for 2 months 18,000 years ago, earning 48,000 dragon scale runes isn't impossible. This youth's words stunned Zhou Kuei and company, but someone laughed. How could picking herbs make 10,000 dragon scale runes in a month? Don't speak bullshit. T. Zhou Kuei and company could not believe, but the youth disdainfully said, "You guys don't know about the matter yet? I heard it from several expert friends who permanently live in the central divine tower. It's 100% true. The cultivator could get such a high reward from picking herbs because he picked a primordial herb. He was even specifically summoned by the divine city's elder. Picked a primordial herb?" Zhou Kuei gave a "stop teasing me" look. Your joke is pointless. To think you even said a primordial herb. Is that something people like us can pick? To think you even said the divine city's elder summoned him. The elder is a sage someone we can come into contact with. When Zhou Kuei reached that point in his sentence, his voice abruptly got cut off, as he began to experience shock. He looked at his boys, but saw his boys looking at him with odd looks. In fact, among them, Zhou Kuei was the last one who came to the conclusion. He swallowed mouthfuls of saliva and looked at the youth who was speaking from before. Zhou Kuei stammered, "You said previously that he was summoned by the elder?" "Yes, it happened yesterday. A friend in the central divine tower told me himself." "How could it be wrong?" the youth said lightly. Zhou Kuei and company stared. Picking herbs, summoned by the elder. Of course, they had guessed who the person who picked the primordial herb was. It can't be. Yun, he actually picked a primordial herb. What a joke. Zhou Kuei and his boys had intense reactions. One of the boys even jumped up as high as 3 feet from a stone bench. They had previously seen the law enforcers bring Yun to see the elder, but they had no idea what the reason was. Today, they finally knew that it was because he had picked a primordial herb. But how was that possible? How could a purple blood realm warrior manage to pick a herb of that level? Oh? That young guy is called Yun? At this time, another young blacksmith stood up. "You guys know him?" Seeing this young man suddenly stand up, Zhou Kuei stumbled. This youth had left a deep impression on him. This person was not very tall and looked thin. But he made more than 100 dragon scale runes a day by striking metal. Of course, he was not a rookie. He had been in the Divine Wilderness campgrounds for a year. He was in his 2nd year of military service. As a recruit in his 1st year, Zhou Kuei was awed by these veteran soldiers. This was due to their strength. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jun. Our Hongdao Association's president is very interested after hearing about this youth. He wants to pull him into the association. Hongdao Association. Zhou Kuei had heard of this small association. Many of the people in the smithy were from the Hongdao Association. The Hongdao Association's president was named Li Hong. His ranking on the heaven ranking was 1030 and his earth ranking was 1100. This ranking may sound bad, but Li Hong had just entered the Divine Wilderness Camp last year. Adding the previous month, Li Hong had been in the Divine Wilderness Camp for 13 months. To be ranked 1030 made him terrifying. After all, it was extremely rare for someone to enter the top 1000 ranks in a year. This extraordinary genius was sufficient to alarm the Divine Kingdom's various super factions. Li Hong was just a step shy from this. Li Hong was very ambitious. By setting up the Hongdao Association, he only took in people who had been in the Divine Wilderness Camp for less than a year. The Hongdao Association was not strong yet. However, through the passage of time, by the time Li Hong had spent 3 to 4 years cultivating in the Taiya Divine City, they would become veteran cultivators. As such, this association would end up being one of the strongest associations in the Taiya Divine City. Currently, many of the best first and second year recruits had been absorbed into the Hongdao Association. It was unexpected that they had Yi Yun in their radar. Zhou Kuei did not feel happy about it. He had been forging metal with these Hongdao Association people for a month, but they had never even looked him in the eye. And they had finally spoken to him, but it was because they were looking for Yi Yun. Zhou Kuei was pissed, but he did not dare to antagonize the Hongdao Association. If he were to offend an association that would end up being a large one in 4 years' time, his life in the Taiya Divine City would become very unpleasant. All right. He picks herbs in the day. He should be back home at night. I know where he stays. Zhou Kuei grudgingly said. He felt as if he had swallowed a fly. It was really exasperating comparing. Thanks. The youth named Arjun smiled. Not only was their Hongdao Association looking for Yi Yun to be a member, they had some other important matters to discuss with him. In the evening, the sun began setting in the west. The majestic Taiya Divine City reflected the sunset and was covered in a layer of red and gold. In the Taiya Divine City's low-class dining hall, cultivators were scurrying in from all directions to receive their meals. The Taiya Divine City provided delicious food and it was filling because of the desolate beast meat. The cultivators in the Taiya Divine City who went out on expeditions would return daily from the Divine Wilderness, bringing the desolate beasts they hunted to exchange for dragon scale runes. The most precious materials and bones were taken away for processing, while the worthless meat was distributed as food. In the Cloud Wilderness tribes, where desolate beast meat was rare, it was high-grade food. In the Taiya Divine City, however, it was the lowest grade of food. The cookhouse in the Taiya Divine City had a very special pot for cooking their desolate beast meat. This pot was a treasure and was called the Taihe Precious Cauldron. The head chef who operated the Taihe Precious Cauldron was a human lord who was seldom seen, but had an extreme love for delicacies. This Taihe Precious Cauldron was the human lord's precious treasure. The Taihe Precious Cauldron had a world within it. It could hold a small mountain worth of food. Even if normal pork, beef or mutton were thrown in, the head chef could use the Taihe Precious Cauldron to cook an extremely tasty meal. It was imbued with heaven-earth yuan qi. It could prolong the lives of ordinary people if they ate it often. It goes without saying that the ingredients used by the Taiya Divine City was not pork, beef or mutton, but desolate beast meat. So even the low-class food was not at all inferior. The first time Yi Yun came to the Taiya Divine City's cookhouse, he had enjoyed his meal. Although at this stage, he could just absorb bone relics to replace his meals, Yi Yun would still come to the cookhouse from time to tuck into the food. Eating fierce beast relics daily made him crave something substantial. Since he learned the elephant swallowing technique, Yi Yun's appetite was unusually good. He could eat a big plate of desolate beast meat, a few plates of spiritual vegetables and finishing it off with a bowl of animal bone soup. It was very pleasant. Today, Yi Yun returned to his residence early, so he did not miss the opportunity to have a feast. As Yi Yun was biting into a big piece of meat, he saw a group of people enter the cookhouse from the corner of his eyes. This group of people were clearly not here to eat. Upon entering the cookhouse, they searched all over, and very quickly they found their target. They walked over to Yi Yun with a smile. They were looking for me? Yi Yun was slightly stunned as he carried on biting into the meat. He noticed that the person leading the group of people was Zhou Kuei. Zhou Kuei was behind a youth that was mildly plump, as if he was afraid of this youth. The plump youth was fair and had curly hair. In his arms was a young lady. This young lady seemed like a cultivator of the Divine Wilderness Camp. Oh? He is Yi Yun? The plump youth asked Zhou Kuei. Zhou Kuei nodded. Yes, that is the person you are looking for. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, You teased me, I teased you. Chapter 203, You Teased Me, I Teased You. As Yi Yun ate, he paid attention to the group of people through the corner of his eyes. The plump youth rubbed his chin while walking to the table before Yi Yun. He sat down, but his men did not sit. They stood apart on all four corners, like door gods. This attracted the attention of many as people looked over. Some recognized who the plump youth was. Isn't he the Hongdao Association's president, Li Hong? He stays in the Central Divine Tower. Why would he come to a low-class cookhouse? The Hongdao Association was one of the organizations many people paid close attention to amongst the recruits in the Taiya Divine City. Li Hong was considered as an influential person in the Taiya Divine City. To be recognized by so many the moment he sat down, Li Hong felt very satisfied. You are Yi Yun, right? Li Hong looked at Yi Yun and used a nod as a greeting. It's you who picked the primordial herb? Many people knew that someone had picked a primordial herb and had been summoned by the Divine City's elder. But they did not know that it was Yi Yun, who was currently eating his meal at a low-class cookhouse. Upon hearing Li Hong's words, they became shocked. Soon, more and more people started paying attention to what was happened at the table. One was an influential person in the Taiya Divine City, the other was a recruit who many followed with interest for having picked a primordial herb. What were they going to talk about? Yi Yun wiped his mouth and glanced at Li Hong. Li Hong was smiling affably. With his eyes squinting, it made him look like Maitreya Buddha. Yi Yun had heard a bit about the Hongdao Association. It was one of the most influential organizations among the recruits. Many recruits wanted to board this cruise liner, hoping that when the Hongdao Association developed itself into one of the strongest factions in the Taiya Divine City in a few years, it would also inflate their own status. Li Hong was strong, but he was not at some fate-defying level. The Hongdao Association set up by him had a certain limit to its abilities. It was not easy to prop up this organization. It's me, Yi Yun nodded his head. Li Hong said, let me introduce myself. I am Li Hong, the president of the Hongdao Association. I will just cut to the chase. I wish to take you into the Hongdao Association. I have prepared the position of chief for you. When Li Hong said those words, many people who were paying attention to the ongoings were surprised. Chief? In the Hongdao Association, besides the president and vice president, there was the position of chief. A chief was a relatively senior position. Yi Yun looked at Li Hong with a surprise. He had indeed become famous in the past few days, but it was not earned through his strength. It was earned through picking a primordial herb. His cultivation level was only in the mid-stages in the purple blood. It was very common, and he was just a first-year recruit, yet Li Hong wanted to make him a chief? How would the men under him be convinced? I heard that you encountered a primordial herb while it was experiencing a calamity, and that it happened to experience failure. That was how you picked the herb? Li Hong poured a glass of water for himself while speaking in a nonchalant manner. For a purple blood realm warrior to capture a primordial herb, it was like a fantasy. But Li Hong had obtained detailed information and knew that Yi Yun was just lucky to encounter the heaven purple yang ginseng that had failed a calamity. As such, it was not surprising for him to capture the heaven purple yang ginseng. This luck was very enviable. But good luck was useless. Li Hong knew that Yi Yun was only at the mid-stages of purple blood. His cultivation talent was just average. It was very difficult for such a person to stand out in the Taiya Divine City. Yi Yun did not respond to Li Hong's question, but it was considered a tacit affirmation. It was best if people thought it was due to his good luck that he picked the primordial herb. It saved him trouble from explaining. Brother Yi, I heard you aren't from an affluent family? Your cultivation talent is also not at the top? Li Hong suddenly changed the topic and began asking about Yi Yun's background. Yi Yun gave Li Hong an unexpected glance. What's the matter? Ha! Brother Yi, this old brother didn't mean to look down on you. You were born from the cloud wilderness, but to come this far, you must have had some spectacular adventures. Your cultivation level is at the mid-stages of purple blood, right? If I must say, what you should be concerned with is to purchase large amounts of resources to increase your cultivation level. Li Hong patted Yi Yun on the shoulder, with a look that seemed to understand Yi Yun well. Actually, much of the information on Yi Yun was provided to him by Zhou Kuei. Oh. And then? Yi Yun suddenly realized that there was something in between the lines of Li Hong's words. Ha! By handing in the primordial herb, you must have gotten a few glory points? The main purpose of those glory points is to buy the most luxurious cultivation resources in the Divine City. But to use it as a mid-stage purple blood, it will be quite a waste. What you should be buying is high-grade desolate bone relics in cultivation time in the Wilderness Divine Hall. And these things require a massive amount of dragon scale runes. So, this old brother recommends you to exchange the glory points for dragon scale runes. That would be for the best. Li Hong spoke in earnest, as if he was full of consideration for Yi Yun. Oh? Yi Yun suddenly laughed. I see, then how can I exchange them for dragon scale runes? You can leave this to me. In the future, when you become a chief of the Honggao Association, you can easily exchange for dragon scale runes. Actually, I can exchange it for you. As you, my brother, are a recruit, it will not be easy in the beginning. How about this? I have 30,000 dragon scale runes here. You can use this first. Li Hong waved his fat hand, appearing extremely forthright. Yi Yun stroked his chin and squinted. What you mean is that you want to use 30,000 dragon scale runes to exchange for my one glory point? Ha, you are regarding me as an outsider. In the future, when you enter my Honggao Association, you will be a brother. There's no need to be petty among brothers. You have use for dragon scale runes now. Just take it and use it. As for glory points, I happen to be missing a glory point for an item I want. When you need to use glory points in the future, I'll give it to you. Li Hong said with a confident expression. Yi Yun gave a flattering smile, but all he was thinking was, go F***K yourself. He was originally curious, why would Li Hong suddenly come here to make him a chief? It was to cheat him of his glory points. To exchange 30,000 dragon scale runes for a glory point, he sure did his calculations. The Taiya Divine City did not restrict the betting or trade of glory points, but in fact, no one would ever exchange glory points for dragon scale runes. Even 100,000 dragon scale runes would not be enough. This was because whoever had the ability to earn glory points had no shortage of dragon scale runes. For a recruit like Yi Yun, he was an exception, having earned 3 glory points without many dragon scale runes accumulated. This was why Li Hong was eyeing Yi Yun. He had treated Yi Yun as a clueless rookie. He thought with the title of chief, Yi Yun would be so overjoyed that he would just follow him as one of his men. But it had to be said, any typical 12-year-old child might be cheated by Li Hong's promise of the Honggao Association's title of chief. The chief of the Honggao Association was an impressive title to many children. If Yi Yun were to nod to the deal, and be cheated by Li Hong, the Divine City would not do anything even if he tried to redress the situation. The Taiya Divine City rationale was that trades were done voluntary. If one was cheated, they had to swallow their loss. This was the cruel world of warriors. By accepting these group of youths, the Taiya Divine City not only taught them cultivation techniques and battle skills, it also taught them about life. In the Taiya Divine City, everyone was battling for resources. They were rivals to each other. There would always be some form of deception, flattery, and backstabbing. Those with one-track minds would only hurt themselves in the Taiya Divine City. If the Divine City were to redress the situation, those who had suffered would not mature. In the future, when they entered the real vast wilderness world, entering mystic realms, what they would be cheated would not only be some dragon scale runes, it might even be their lives. One needed to know how to live before one could become a warrior. This was something taught to the recruits by the Taiya Divine City in an intangible manner. How is it, Brother Yi? Li Hong kept seeing Yi Yun laughing sillily, but he did not know what this rookie was thinking. I see, so when I become a chief, how many men will be under me? Yi Yun gave a look of anticipation. At the same time, he took a big piece of meat and began chewing. Ha ha ha. Easy. Seeing Yi Yun hooked, Li Hong began to ease. I will especially set up a hall for you, giving you a dozen brothers that would listen to your command. Hey, you few, why don't you follow Brother Yi in the future? Li Hong said while looking at his men behind him. These men began laughing. Sure. In the future, Brother Yi is our hall chief, we will all obey Brother Yi. These people had deep smiles on their faces. But these smiles appeared like they were laughing at a retard in Yi Yun's eyes. On the sidelines, Zhou Kuei was full of envy upon hearing this. How could the gap between people be this large? Yi Yun was just a recruit like him a few days ago. But in a few days, he was the chief of the Honggao Association. This was the Honggao Association, a huge organization that would skyrocket in the future. Now, Yi Yun had a dozen men, and some of them were even second-year soldiers. In the future, he could obtain 100 responses to a single call. Zhou Kuei felt that Yi Yun was very inspiring. But why was Yi Yun eating again? He was still eating meat while having an important discussion. This made him really speechless. How about it? Li Hong untiringly spoke to Yi Yun in a guiding manner. Seeing Yi Yun chewing, he slightly frowned. This kid sure does not know how to appreciate things, eating when I'm speaking to him. Or, he was just a glutton and an idiot that did not understand any basic etiquette. Yi Yun smiled brightly. As he chewed on his meat, he mumbled with a mouthful of food about being chief. Right, or else what do you think I'm talking about? Li Hong began to believe that Yi Yun was really an idiot. Not only did he not understand etiquette, his response was also slow. For that, I'll give you 2 words. What? Li Hong asked. The men behind him also stretched their neck, waiting to hear it. Yi Yun chewed a few more times before swallowing the meat in his mouth with difficulty. The 2 words are, go F *** K yourself. Oh. Sorry, that was 3 words. As Yi Yun spoke, bits of meat flew, and a few meat pieces unfortunately sprayed on Li Hong's face. Li Hong froze. Yet after a second, his face turned black. His slightly plump face turned extremely grim. As for Zhou Kuei, who was behind Li Hong, he was totally dumbfounded. A goose egg could easily stuff his agape mouth. What was Yi Yun doing? Kid, are you teasing me? Li Hong erupted. The cups and flasks on the table crashed to the ground from his tremors. Everyone in the cookhouse was attracted by what happened. They were flabbergasted by Yi Yun. Yi Yun wiped the oil off his hands in an unfazed manner. You're right that I'm teasing you, but you teased me, I teased you. It's tit for tat. Now we don't owe each other. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204, I'll be scared. Chapter 204, I'll be scared. Kid, you are courting death. The people from the Hongdao Association were seething with anger. Yi Yun did not reciprocate them giving him face. It was because the Hongdao Association appreciated him that they came looking for him. He was a mid-stage purple blood rookie, yet Yi Yun turned down their request even when their president personally came. Who did he think he was? Li Hong's face turned terrifyingly gloomy. He was holding onto a metal cup which had tipped over on the table. With a light press with his fingers, the cup split into pieces. Under his fingers, such a metal, which had not been specially forged, was as weak as paper. What did you just say? I did not hear it. Say it again? Li Hong smiled at Yi Yun, still with his Maitreya Buddha look. But everyone knew that Li Hong's expression was one of extreme anger. For Li Hong, an influential figure with large numbers of men under him, even the cultivators who had been in the Taya Divine City for 4 to 5 years would not dare to offend him. There were severe repercussions by offending Li Hong. You didn't hear it clearly? Say it again? No problem. What I just said was, go F *** K yourself, Yi Yun responded in an articulate manner. For a person who wanted to exploit him, but still pretended to treat him as a brother, how could Yi Yun hold back? They had just formed an organization known as the Hongdao Association. What made them think they were that great? As for how the Hongdao Association would retaliate, Yi Yun was not worried. The Hongdao Association was an organization that was formed mainly of recruits. People were afraid of it simply because it had a chance of becoming big in the future. But why would Yi Yun be afraid of a future power? Besides, although the Taya Divine City allowed private battles between cultivators, there were still rules. There were many restrictions for second-year soldiers against recruits. Even if recruits were to have private battles amongst themselves, there was a place for that. It could be done privately but not in public. For example, in the streets or in cookhouses, fighting was not permitted. Did you hear it now? Yi Yun said in an unclear manner as he took another bite of meat. Hearing Yi Yun's words, Li Hong's voice began to tremble. Good. Very good. You think I cannot do anything to you? Li Hong began to crush the metal cup in his hands to smithereens. But Yi Yun was still unfazed. He was apparently in full control of the situation. He sat at the table and simply carried on eating. In the cookhouse, Li Hong did not dare to do anything. If they were to fight here, all the tables and chairs would be destroyed. The punishment for that would be something that Li Hong would not be able to afford. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. Yi Yun was too domineering. He completely did not treat Li Hong seriously. Li Hong was fuming, but yet he could do nothing. He gritted his teeth saying, Kid, you may think that I cannot do anything to you. Perhaps you do not know? In a few days' time, when you recruits finish your jobs, you rookies have to compete in the arena. Do you know the rules of the rookie competition? The Taya Divine City will use your results over the past few days, the dragon scale runes you've earned in your cultivation level to give you an evaluation. You will then have an approximate ranking on the Earth ranking. And all those behind you would have the right to challenge you. By winning against you, they will replace you, taking your spot. By earning so many dragon scale runes, it would be hard for you to have a low ranking. When that happens, I will get the new members of the Hongdao Association to take care of you especially. And you will have no way of refusing this challenge. Li Hong snickered. The battles in the arena were very intense. The cultivators would simulate them, as if being in a real battle. It was not surprising for someone to become injured there. If Yi Yun was challenged repeatedly, he might even end up with a few broken limbs. He would then need to spend his dragon scale runes to heal himself. If he did not have enough dragon scale runes, he would end up having to take a loan. It was even likely he would be bedridden for months. That was a very common occurrence. Ranking battle? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows. Having been in the Taya Divine City for some time, he knew the rules of the arena. The arena's ranking was also the Earth ranking. Every cultivator in the Taya Divine City had a ranking on the Earth ranking no matter how weak they were. There was no way of refusing a challenge for people on the Earth ranking. But to prevent people from frivolously challenging others, there were many restrictions placed on the arena battle. One of them was betting. This was why Baldy Chin said that one of the fastest ways of earning dragon scale runes was on the arena. If one was strong, one could earn dragon scale runes quickly in the arena. In every battle, the challenger and the person being challenged had to lay down a bet. Depending on their rankings, there was a minimum bet limit. The higher the rank was, the higher the bet limit. For someone to challenge another ranked much higher than himself, the bet he had to lay down was higher. As such, there was a very high cost to challenging others. Those who had the confidence would fight, while those without the confidence would end up giving resources to others. In fact, real arena battles often had stakes exceeding the minimum bet. The bet amount had to be on mutual agreement. Sometimes, when two rivals face each other, they would keep raising the stakes till it reached a frightening price. This sort of battle often happened among people at the top of the rankings. This naturally attracted many spectators. When Qin Haotian managed to unseat the top-ranking person on the Earth ranking, the arena was filled with people. Almost all the 10,000 people or so in the Taya Divine City had come to watch. Even instructors and law enforcers came to watch. You want to fight with me in the arena? Yi Yun sniggered. He crushed the bones he was chewing on. A bone the size of a thumbnail was finished by Yi Yun. Ever since he came to the Taya Divine City, he had not had a real, proper match. Back when he was training hard in the Wilderness Divine Hall, his cultivation level had increased. Ever since he absorbed the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng, his physical strength had greatly increased. Now, he had even exchanged for the Taya Sacred Technique. The Taya Sacred Technique was a top compendium that included cultivation techniques, fighting skills, and movement skills. If a saber was not taken out to kill, it would be left to rust. If one did not use a top cultivation technique in battle, the cultivation effect would be greatly reduced. Yi Yun had already been contemplating to try his hand in the arena in the coming days. He never expected that people would come forward to be his training partner. And these bunch of training partners did not need payments, they might even give him dragon scale runes too. There was no way Yi Yun was refusing such a good thing. A group of people challenging me? Isn't that too shameful? I'll be scared. Yi Yun gave a look of helplessness. Ha! Now you know fear? Too late. A man behind Li Hong said with a grin, now even if you were to kowtow to Brother Hong, it would be useless. You will end up being beaten till your bones break and will then have to spend all of your fortune on medicines. When this man said it, the others behind Li Hong began to laugh heartily. Just because of herb picking, you got some dog sh*t luck in picking a half-dead primordial herb, you think you are capable? Strength is what matters in the Taya Divine City. There's no **king use if you are good at picking herbs. By offending our Hongdao Association, don't expect to survive the next 6 years in the Taya Divine City. You hick from the Cloud Wilderness, when you enter the arena, I'll let you know the power of the geniuses from the Imperial Capital's families. Seeing that they had oppressed Yi Yun, Li Hong's men were all very happy. Some of them came from the Zhong State's Imperial Capital's families. They were born with a sense of superiority and looked down on other family clans in other states, not to mention a person from the Cloud Wilderness. Previously, when Yi Yun was being arrogant in front of them, they had wanted to give Yi Yun a good beating. Now that they had oppressed Yi Yun, how could they not add a few more slanders? But Li Hong frowned. He felt that Yi Yun was not being truthful. It seemed like he was completely unafraid. This kid was not timid at all. Things don't change. Kid, just you wait. After saying these words, Li Hong led his followers away. Zhou Kuei was left standing there like a dummy. He did not know what to say. He had originally thought Li Hong wanted to absorb Yi Yun into the Hongdao Association, yet this unexpected result happened. As for the other cultivators in the cookhouse, they were all shocked. Most of them were rookies and they did not dare to offend a strong power like the Hongdao Association. They saw Yi Yun get persecuted by the Hongdao Association in a blink of an eye. There were even pledges of beating Yi Yun up so severely in the arena that he would go bankrupt from eating medicine. How was Yi Yun going to survive in the future? Many looked at Yi Yun with pity. Li Hong was a second-year soldier. He was going to be in the Taiya Divine City for another 5 years. Yi Yun. I did not expect it would end up like that. Zhou Kuei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and muttered. Although he had always been competing with Yi Yun, they were not life and death rivals, he did not wish for this upon Yi Yun. After all, he was just 13 years old, and Zhou Kuei had always been one-minded. Even in a dispute, he did not really want to cause death on the other. Zhou Kuei felt that he had caused harm to Yi Yun by bringing Li Hong and gang. Yi Yun was very open-minded. He smiled and picked up the meat on his table and carried on eating. He said unclearly, "Small matter. Don't mind it. Do you want to eat? This meat tastes great." Zhou Kuei was speechless. Yi Yun could still eat his meat at this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, Loses Underpants. Chapter 205, Loses Underpants. The news that Yi Yun had publicly humiliated the Hongdao Association in the low-class cookhouse quickly spread. Among the rookies, the Hongdao Association and Yi Yun were respectively an organization and someone they paid close attention to. It was obvious with the Hongdao Association, it always had a high prestige among rookies. Yi Yun had recently had a windfall by picking a primordial herb. He was considered an influential figure among the rookies, so many people paid close attention to him. For such a person to be at odds with such an organization, it was definitely something worth watching among the first and second-year rookies. They also knew that, after Yi Yun finished his rookie job, he would specifically be taken care of. Yi Yun would probably be in trouble. The Hongdao Association had absorbed many talents amongst this batch of first-year rookies. They were very fast to act. A month ago, just as the rookies entered the Taiya Divine City, the Hongdao Association began to lock onto many targets. Those who were talent spotted by the Hongdao Association came from the Zhong State's capital's family clans. They already had great reputations before entering the Taiya Divine City. They had names like Capital's 4 bully lords, Imperial City's 6 young masters. The Taiya Divine Kingdom capital was no doubt a place with the most number of family clans in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. Those who could receive such titles were certainly not bad. Li Hong also came from a family clan in the capital. Also, he had a wide social network and was very reputable. Many young masters gave him face, or it would not be easy for him to establish the Hongdao Association with such prestige amongst the rookies. To absorb the young masters from the capital into the Hongdao Association, Li Hong had promised them many benefits. But now, Yi Yun had humiliated the Hongdao Association. This was no doubt also an insult to these young bullies. These young bullies were not angels. Back in the capital, due to their strong family backgrounds and their own talents, they could be said to be overbearing. They dominated and bullied. Normal people could do nothing against them. After knowing that Yi Yun had said "Go F***K yourself" to Li Hong in the cookhouse, their feathers were ruffled. It was made worse when they heard that this kid Yi Yun came from the Cloud Wilderness. His background was worse than some family clan from a remote state. How outrageous could this be? This hick that came from the Cloud Wilderness is courting death? He dared to provoke Brother Hong? It's already good that the bunch of us do not mess with others, but to think someone dares mess with us? Fourth brother is right. It has always been us bullying others. Never has someone dared to bully us. Since this kid is sick of living, we will oblige him. When we enter the arena, the few of us will cripple him. The various little devils from the capital were all eager. They couldn't wait to press Yi Yun into the ground while crushing his face. Li Hong turned solemn and said, "Don't underestimate this kid. He seems to have some skill. Although this primordial herb was picked due to it experiencing a calamity, I suspect it wasn't that simple. By exchanging the primordial herb for dragon scale runes, his net worth is great." Ha ha ha. Dragon scale runes? When the little bully lords of the capital heard this, their eyes lit up. Brother Hong, now that you mention, I remember. Isn't betting allowed in the arena? The few of us haven't gone into the arena ever since coming to the Taiya Divine City. We are kind of tight on dragon scale runes. Now, a fat sheep has been served up to our doorstep. It was too difficult to earn dragon scale runes for rookies. It was the same for these young masters from the capital. In the beginning, the Hongdao Association gave them some small benefits, but it was far from adequate, and soon they ran out. Now, they suddenly remembered that betting was allowed in the arena. Besides, their target Yiyun was loaded. This was a great opportunity bestowed by heaven. If they did not rip Yiyun off, it would really be their loss. Don't worry, brother Hong. We'll make sure he loses till he loses his underpants. The few of us will begin saving dragon scale runes from today. If not, when the day comes, we might not have enough dragon scale runes to kill this kid. The small bully lords soon came to an agreement. A Hongdao Association chief said, "Don't worry. In the event you lack the dragon scale runes, the association will support you. We must make sure the kid loses his underpants." "Yes. You guys do as you see fit." Li Hong muttered and nodded with some hesitation. As such, the Hongdao Association publicized their intentions. They would beat Yiyun like a dough into noodles at the arena and at the same time, make Yiyun lose his underpants. The news spread amongst the first and second year recruits. They had no relations with Yiyun, so naturally, they were not too worried about Yiyun. Yiyun's luck was too fate-defying. Humans tend to be jealous. Since the cultivators in the Taya Divine City were all competitors to one another, seeing Yiyun easily earn a large amount of dragon scale runes made them jealous. Now that Yiyun was quickly going to be in trouble, many felt a sense of schadenfreude. They wanted to see what Yiyun's thoughts on this would be, and how he would react. Many thought that having earned a huge amount of dragon scale runes, Yiyun had no need to carry on picking herbs. One could only earn tens of dragon scale runes a day picking herbs. What use was that for? Yiyun should now be quickly exchanging them for resources, training hard. Even though cramming before the battle was insufficient, at least he wouldn't lose too badly. But on the second day, many of them saw Yiyun carrying his herb basket, as if he was not involved in it. He carefreely went to pick herbs. It was as if nothing had happened. Many turned dumbfounded upon seeing this. This was too ridiculous. Yiyun, you are still picking herbs? Someone could not help but ask. Yiyun looked at the person with an odd look and said in a matter-of-fact manner, "Of course I have to pick herbs. There's still a month left. I plan to break the herb-picking record." Breaking the record? When the people heard this, they were dumbfounded. To many people, the phrase breaking record was too distant. Even the lowest record like picking herbs was shocking to hear. They could not react in time. The people watched Yiyun enter the teleportation array, and with a flash of light, Yiyun disappeared. This kid actually wants to break the record. That primordial herb seemed to have given him a 10,000 dragon scale runes reward, but to break a record, it wouldn't be simple. He sure is ambitious. With people planning to besiege him, yet he tries to break the record with full composure. Isn't he afraid that he will be beaten into a cripple in another month or two? Or, is he confident? But those who came to the Taya Divine City are all talented. He may be able to trump against many in his small world, but he does not know how big the world is, and how strong others can be. People discussed animatedly. These people were all proud sons of heaven from all across the lands. They too thought they were awesome in the past, but soon they knew their place. There were too many formidable people in the Taya Divine City. Yiyun was of course, uninterested in the discussions between these people. At this time, he had already arrived in the number 60 Herb Mountain. The Heaven-Earth Yuan Chi here was extremely rich and it was a good place for cultivation. Yiyun stood in an empty ground in the woods. He took out a palm-sized jade scroll. The front of the jade scroll was engraved with a golden dragon and on the back were the words Taya in ancient script. This jade scroll was the first volume of the Taya Sacred Technique. The Taya Divine Kingdom strictly controlled the Taya Sacred Technique. Those who exchanged for the Taya Sacred Technique had to strictly safeguard it. If it was found out that one privately circulated it, both the circulator and the ones who secretly learned it would be punished severely. Yiyun slowly inserted his consciousness into the jade scroll. He could feel an ancient aura surge towards him. It was like a mystic door had appeared in front of him before slowly opening, revealing the truth of infinite mysteries. Yiyun knew these were the nomological truths. A cultivation technique like the Taya Sacred Technique included within it nomological truths, and this was not something that could be described with words. Previously when Yiyun learned the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, once he obtained the manual, he could easily make a copy. But he could not copy the Taya Sacred Technique. Only when Yiyun completely learned the Taya Sacred Technique could he be able to carve the nomological truths he understood into a jade scroll, hence, creating a copy of the Taya Sacred Technique that could be circulated for future generations. Everyone's understanding of the Taya Sacred Technique was different. There were tiny differences in the nomological truths engraved within. So a jade scroll like the Taya sacred technique had different qualities. The Taya sacred technique jade scroll provided by the Taya divine city was of high quality, making it very expensive. This was only lent to the cultivators for learning. They still had to return it in the future. If it was lost, there would be serious repercussions. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206, Sunrise from Tang Valley. Chapter 206, Sunrise from Tang Valley. Before Yun had the chance to properly learn the Taya sacred technique, he had many preconceptions of the top cultivation technique of the Taya divine kingdom. He was guessing what this set of cultivation techniques would be like, and today, he finally had the chance to see what it really was like. But when Yun saw the first volume of the Taya sacred technique, he was extremely surprised. The first volume of the Taya sacred technique only had a few word formulas and some general principles. Other than that, there was only one picture. This picture was the main focus of the first volume of the Taya sacred technique. Yun stumbled because his preconceived notion of a cultivation technique was one that was full of text. The higher the cultivation technique's level, the more esoteric text there would be, which needed one to understand the concept of the text. But now, a picture was the first volume of a cultivation technique? This picture was that of the sun. When Yun looked at it, he gradually developed a strange feeling. Although this was just a picture of the sun, he felt that it emitted an infinite brilliance, as if it was as bright as the sun in the sky. This picture. Yun took in a light breath. He felt that the person who drew this picture had an unusual technique. He had drawing skills of the highest caliber. Every stroke contained an indescribable concept within it that evaded his understanding. No wonder the Taya sacred technique is loaned out at such an expensive price. This jade scroll is extremely precious. There's no way for others to copy this picture of the sun. In the entire Taya divine city, there are probably only a few jade scroll copies of the first 3 volumes of the Taya sacred technique. And each jade scroll might have been drawn by a peerless sage in the Taya divine kingdom's millions of years of existence. If one was not the best among the sages, one would not be able to draw this out. Even a current elder from the Taya divine city might not have the ability to do this. And this is only the first 3 volumes. The other volumes of the Taya sacred technique might even have fewer copies. The price would naturally be more expensive. Yun was enlightened. The Taya divine kingdom strictly regulated the Taya sacred technique due to 2 reasons. Firstly, the Taya sacred technique was a cornerstone of the Taya divine kingdom, and was not to be spread out easily. Secondly, it was because there were too few jade scroll records of the Taya sacred technique. Since it was a precious resource, not everyone could be given the chance to cultivate it. Only the best among the best could learn the Taya sacred technique. Yun carried on looking. Below the picture of the sun was a paragraph of text. These were the general principles of the Taya sacred technique. The general principles were in 4-word stanzas, with a total of 27 stanzas, making up a total of 108 words. Sunrise from Tang Valley, roaming across the world, spreading light onto world, brilliant glorious magnificent luster, 10 suns, arise, from Fusan, a mythological tree or a mysterious land to the east, who masters pure yang. Despite these words being unclear in meaning, there was a mysterious sense of charm reading it. It felt catchy and was smooth to recite. Yun read it more than 10 times in a row. The more he read, the more thoughts he acquired. He felt as if those words were coming to life. Each word contained within it a spiritual essence. Each stroke was like a sword, with unmatched sharpness. It was really nicely written. These words were like the picture of the sun, and just its shape contained an indescribable concept within it that needed time for one to slowly understand. Even a mortal calligrapher with excellent drawing skills had no way of producing such a charm. Although Yun could not understand the concept of the principles and the picture of the sun combined together, but just from reading the principles, Yun felt his blood flow speeding up. It was as if a nice and warm energy was entering his bone marrow. Good drawing, good text, and good calligraphy. Yun could not help but praise it. It was no wonder the Taya sacred technique was the cornerstone skill of the Taya divine kingdom. When comparing it to the cultivation techniques Yun had previously seen, they were like fireflies in contrast with the bright moon. Yun voraciously read the Taya sacred technique, and tried understanding the charm within the 108 words. The Taya sacred technique was broad and deep. Yun wasn't able to understand many aspects of it. Unknowingly, a day passed. Until sunset, Yun took a long breath. This day had passed so fast. The Taya sacred technique sure is difficult. Just trying to grasp it by myself would get me stuck. I need a teacher. Yun muttered to himself. In the Taya Divine City, there were many powerful people. These people would occasionally open up classes to teach. As long as one paid a specified dragon scale runes, they could attend the class. If one was extremely rich, one could even get a sage elder to give one-on-one advice by paying enough glory points. Of course, the average person was not so extravagant. Obtaining advice from a sage may be good, but to spend glory points on it would make many people think through it carefully. When Yi-Yun returned to the Taya Divine City, it was already dark and there were no lessons taught by strong experts. But this was alright. Yi-Yun went to the 10,000 Pagoda and rented a visual array disc from the 10,000 Pagoda. This array disc had recorded the scene of an expert teaching the Taya sacred technique to a few geniuses 4 years ago in the Taya Divine City. And these geniuses in the Divine City were no ordinary people. One of them was the current number 1 on both the Heaven and Earth ranking, Qin Haotian. Because this lesson was taught in great detail, it was a classic. The students were high in quality, so the lesson's content was made into many visual disc arrays. They were then rented and sold in the 10,000 Pagoda. For 4 continuous years, this set of disc arrays had great sales. Those who had the chance to learn the Taya sacred technique would certainly not miss it. Even those who did not have the chance to learn the Taya sacred technique would rent it out of curiosity. After all, this disc array's rental price was cheap. With nothing to lose, many watched it hoping they might get lucky. Of course, they gained nothing from that. After all, the Taya sacred technique was too difficult. Even those with the cultivation technique Jade Scroll might not master it, not to mention those without the cultivation technique Jade Scroll. Just from listening to the class made it even more difficult. A lesson from 4 years ago. By watching a disc array, although it's not as good as being there, it wouldn't differ that much. With this thought in mind, he played around with the disc array in his hands. The core of the disc array was an exquisite illusion array. It could record the scenes that had previously taken place. With the power of desolate bone relics, it could store the images for 100 years. By injecting some Yuan Qi into it, Ian suddenly saw visions from the disc array. The first thing he saw was a man in a black cloak. This black-cloaked man was thin, and across his face were 3 parallel lines that formed a startling scar. It was as if he had been scratched by a desolate beast's claws. It's him! Yi-Yun was surprised. This black-cloaked man was none other than the law enforcer who brought him to see Elder Jian Gu. This man is powerful. In the Taya Divine City, besides the elders, this cloaked man's strength is probably at the top. Yi-Yun muttered to himself and looked at the students attending the lesson. There were 4 males and a female. One of the youths was dressed in linen clothes. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes bright like the stars. There were 2 swords crossed across his back. His whole being was like a sword, and he had a very oppressive aura. Qin Haotian. Yi-Yun's eyes lit up. He was not familiar with Qin Haotian, but he had heard of Qin Haotian's distinguishing features. His weapon was a pair of swords. One long and one short, both extremely sharp. This was the Qin Haotian from 4 years ago. At that time, Qin Haotian was only 13 years old. Beside Qin Haotian was a youth carrying a bow. He was tall and skinny. His eyes were narrow but sharp. Could this be Li Xiao? Yi-Yun had heard of the name Li Xiao a few days ago. Back then, Yi-Yun was in the shooting range to practice his archery skills. He had seen a few normal arrows pierce all the way through the purple tungsten target. Those arrows were shot by Li Xiao. When Yi-Yun borrowed the disc array, he had seen its introduction. It said that the 4 males and a female that were attending the lesson were all influential people on the Heaven and Earth rankings. This was no coincidence. Those who had the qualification to learn the Taya sacred technique had to be the best of the best. Besides people like Qin Haotian and Li Xiao, other people had no right to listen to the cloaked man's lectures. This girl, she must be Luo Huier. Yi-Yun looked at the only girl among the 5 people. Luo Huier from 4 years ago was slim and graceful. She wore a red dress, and her face was a healthy pink. She had a pair of dimples on her cheeks. Her pair of eyes gave people a spiritual feeling when she smiled. Luo Huier, Qin Haotian, Li Xiao and the other 2 must be great people on the Heaven and Earth rankings. They must be a pair of brothers. They are known as the Taya twin heroes. As for who was older, I do not know. Yi-Yun muttered to himself, and at this time, the cloaked man began teaching. He used his deep but hoarse voice to recite the principles of the Taya sacred technique: sunrise from Tang Valley, roaming across the world, spreading light onto world, brilliant glorious magnificent luster. The cloaked man's voice was not melodious, but when he read the principles of the Taya sacred technique, there was a special charm in it. Yi-Yun could not help but be spellbound. The principles written in the Taya sacred technique had a concept, but but it could be read in such a special manner? Just from this, Ian knew that the cloaked man had learned the Taya sacred technique to a very high level. Unknowingly, Ian felt as if he was sitting beside Qin Haotian, Luo Horror from 4 years ago, listening to the teachings of the cloaked man. The most difficult part of learning the Taya sacred technique is to condense radiant sun qi. Back when the founding emperor of the Taya divine kingdom was explaining the Taya sacred technique, he said that, only when one can condense radiant sun qi would one be suitable for cultivating the Taya sacred technique. If not, it would be best for you to switch cultivation techniques. The Taya sacred technique might not be suitable for you. Among every 5 people who learn the Taya sacred technique, there might not even be one who can condense radiant sun qi. The black-cloaked man's words startled Yun. Although the ratio of 1 in 5 was not too great an exaggeration, one had to recall that those who could learn the Taya sacred technique were the best of the best. Even amongst such people, there was a 4 out of 5 chance of failing. The few of you are people who I appreciate. You are also the first batch in the second-year recruits to learn the Taya sacred technique. My requirement is for all of you is to condense radiant sun qi. Do not disappoint me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207, Picture of the Sun. Chapter 207, Picture of the Sun. The black-cloaked man began teaching Qin Haotian and company. With a change in tone, he said, the radiant sun qi has different grades. The radiant sun qi that I have is the 3-legged golden crow. While saying this, the black-cloaked man spread out his arms. His body began to crackle and suddenly, like a burning flame, a terrifying energy exploded from the cloaked man's body. It was a rising qi that surged up into the air. It was as if, at that moment, the cloaked man's body had turned into the sun and it was extremely hot. So powerful. Yun was shocked. Even while watching a visual array disc, he experienced tremendous pressure bearing down on him. If he was there in person, this feeling would be even more intense. Ian faintly saw the image of a golden crow and the radiant sun qi that was surging behind the black-cloaked man. This golden crow had 3 claws and its wings were spread out, giving off flames. This was the golden crow radiant sun qi? Ian looked at Qin Haotian and company. He saw that they had all retreated far away. They could not withstand the pressure from the radiant sun qi that the cloaked man emitted. With a flash, the cloaked man's withdrew his radiant sun qi. It could be said he had complete control over it. Terrifying. Qin Haotian's eyes lit up. This strength was endearing. Now, all of you have just begun practicing the Taya sacred technique. To be able to condense radiant sun qi would be impressive. If you have the talent, you can cause the radiant sun qi to turn into an illusionary image. If you can create the valleys, then that will be the Tang Valley radiant sun qi. By reaching this stage, it can be said that your talent is amazing. Tang Valley level? Ian said to himself, sunrise from Tang Valley, roaming across the world. The Tang Valley was the legendary place from where the sun rose. The sun would rise from the Tang Valley and move across the sky as it roamed across the world. Hence the words, sunrise from Tang Valley, roaming across the world. The Tang Valley was the beginning step of the radiant sun qi. Everything is difficult in the beginning. The first thing you need to do is remember this picture of the sun. Now, use your Yuan Qi to draw out the picture in your soul. When you can completely draw out the picture of the sun, even with a minimal charm to it, then you would have reached the small success stage of the first volume of the Taya sacred technique. To those who completely learn the Taya sacred technique, there will be an eternal picture of the sun within their soul that looks extremely lifelike. This is the foundation to learning the Taya sacred technique. Using one's Yuan Qi to draw the picture of the sun? Qin Haotian and company were absorbed in thought. After some moment of consideration, they closed their eyes and began reproducing the picture of the sun in the first volume of the Taya sacred technique. Yun slightly sighed. The cloaked man's advice made Yun feel as if he found a breakthrough. Controlling Yuan Qi. Yun closed his eyes and with his spiritual energy interfaced with the purple crystal. Soon, he started to control the Yuan Qi within his body as if he was using his finger. To Yun, controlling energy and Yuan Qi was extremely easy. Doesn't seem difficult. Yun began to draw the picture of the sun according to the Taya sacred technique. First it was the outline, followed by the sunlight, the flames. Layer upon layer of images were drawn from Yuan Qi, giving it the feeling of a beautiful watercolor render. But, Qin Haotian, Li Xiao and the Taya twin heroes Chao brothers in the visual array disc had completely different thoughts. The energy they controlled were sometimes too light and other times too heavy. Ignoring the control of energy, just think about using a hand to draw. One might have a thought in mind, but what one drew would look different from what one thought. Even commoners would find drawing a straight line without a ruler difficult. At this time, Qin Haotian and company had sweat droplets on their forehead and they were frowning. Drawing the picture of the sun was extremely difficult. Failure after failure, they tried again. Failure meant another time. With these people's spiritual power, controlling heaven-earth yuan qi to kill their enemy was not difficult, but to control the heaven-earth yuan qi to draw, they found it very tiring. A moment of carelessness could easily disperse the heaven-earth yuan qi they had set up. Difficult. Too difficult. Qin Haotian wiped his sweat. However, he knew that this step was extremely important. In fact, the most important thing in the Taya sacred technique was this concept. It was not realistic to understand the concept within the Taya sacred technique in one go, but there was the saying, read a book 100 times and its meaning will appear. Even the most esoteric book could be understood after reading and writing it many times. The Taya sacred technique was the same. If one could use one's own body to copy the picture of the sun, and then by copying the 108 words that made up the principles, with each word containing the concepts, one could reach a great state in practicing the Taya sacred technique. Among Qin Haotian and company, the person who was more relaxed was Luo Huier. As a desolate heaven master, Luo Huier's spiritual energy was stronger than Qin Haotian and the rest. But even so, Luo Huier was also wrinkling her tiny nose and her cheeks turned red. Seconds changed to minutes. Qin Haotian and company were working hard at drawing the picture. However, Yi Yun had almost completed half of the picture. Till now, Yi Yun had not encountered a situation of losing control over his energy. There were very few spots that were not perfect. The cloaked man began explaining again. He taught the techniques used to draw the picture and at the same time, he explained the concept of the Taya sacred technique. You must use your heart to look at this picture of the sun. The process is very monotonous, but it is the foundation. Once the foundation is well laid out, it will be of great benefit to you in the future when you master the Taya sacred technique. All of you have just begun. If you can finish about 5% of it in your first day, it is considered good. If you complete 10%, you are a talented genius. The cloaked man encouraged Qin Haotian and company, but at this time, Yi Yun had completed 60%. He was 6 times better than the talented genius the cloaked man mentioned. These results were quite ridiculous. But even so, Yi Yun did not slack off. He was fully focused on drawing the picture. When he reached 65%, Yi Yun finally found it difficult. Although it was difficult, Yi Yun still felt excited. He could clearly feel that, as he was trying to draw the picture, the heaven-earth yuan qi in his body was rapidly circulating. The heaven-purple yang ginseng energy he had absorbed was now entering the picture on its own. It was slowly becoming a part of the picture. The heaven-purple yang ginseng's energy was pure yang qi. It complemented the Taya sacred technique. In the past, Yi Yun had absorbed plenty of energy from the wilderness divine hall and the number 60 herb mountain, but without a cultivation technique, Yi Yun's body could not hold on to all of the energy. With the passage of time, the energy Yi Yun absorbed slowly wasted away. But now, it was different. The picture drawn within Yi Yun's mind was like an energy pool. It could contain all of the energy that Yi Yun had absorbed. And the energy would circulate according to certain laws, causing Yi Yun's cultivation level to strengthen in an intangible way. Now, Yi Yun had not completely mastered the first volume of the Taya sacred technique yet, but he had already received many benefits from it. How could he not be excited? When he was nearly 70% close to completion of the Taya sacred technique picture, Yi Yun began to feel his body enter a hungry state. Yi Yun had not felt like this for a long time. This was his body's thirst for energy. As such, it meant that Yi Yun's cultivation level was about to rise again. Pure yang power is most suitable for the Taya sacred technique. If only there was another heaven purple yang ginseng, Yi Yun said to himself. He had handed over the heaven purple yang ginseng, but it was alright, there was still the wilderness divine hall. After handing over the heaven purple yang ginseng, Yi Yun had earned 10,000 dragon scale runes and 3 glory points. But after exchanging some of it for the Taya sacred technique, he had spent the whole 10,000 dragon scale runes and he was down to only 1 glory point. But Yi Yun still obtained close to 2,000 dragon scale runes from handing over the blood young flower. Added on with the 2-hour wilderness divine hall cultivation time reward from Wang and Baldi Qin each, Yi Yun could enter the wilderness divine hall for more than 6 hours. Yi Yun had already decided that when he reached his limit at drawing the picture, he would enter the wilderness divine hall to eat his fill. As such, Yi Yun had spent the entire night drawing the picture of the sun. Early in the morning, Yi Yun was exhausted and his eyes were bloodshot. His picture was 70% complete at this point. At this moment, Yi Yun had no way of adding more to it. After meditating for 2 hours, he adjusted his state back to normal. Following that, he went straight to the Wilderness Divine Hall. The person guarding the Wilderness Divine Hall was still the white-bearded old man, who exchanged blows with Iyun. This old man was dressed in a white robe, and there was a red gem embedded between his eyebrows. You came again. The old man was seated on a chair in front of a chessboard. He was playing against himself. Seeing Iyun, he casually greeted him, as if he was very familiar with Iyun and he did not treat Iyun as an outsider. Senior, this junior wants to choose a primordial species that has pure yang power. Is there such a thing? Pure yang power? The old man looked at Iyun with a thoughtful glance. He slowly placed the chess piece down. Hee, kid, I heard that you got some dog sh*t luck and you picked a primordial herb. How was it? You exchanged for the Taya sacred technique? This old man easily guessed the reason why Iyun wanted a pure yang power. Iyun touched his nose. The three words dog sh*t luck made him speechless. He said, I had good luck, but I had to use a certain amount of strength. The way Iyun stressed it made people think he was being young and impetuous. As such, it made people less suspicious. You young ones sure have ambition. You are beginning to learn the Taya sacred technique so early. This stuff isn't easy to learn, don't end up crying if you can't grasp it. The old man was improper, but he still answered Iyun's question. If you want to feel pure yang power, go into Hall 6. It has what you want. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208, Rainbow Blood Feather. Chapter 208, Rainbow Blood Feather. With a flash coming from the Wilderness Divine Hall's door, Iyun was shrouded by light, and in the next moment, he was teleported into the Wilderness Divine Hall 6. Hot. This was Iyun's first impression. The temperature in the room was close to boiling point. If an ordinary mortal were to enter here, they would instantly turn into steam. There was a blood-red sculpture in the middle of the hall. This sculpture was of a big firebird. The firebird had its wings spread out, it looked like it wanted to cry out into the sky. Its feathers, which were soaked in great yin gold, looked like burning flames. The great yin gold is originally black in color, but when light shines on it, it would reflect a dark golden sheen. But this great yin gold sculpture inside Hall 6 looked blood red. This was because the pure yang energy the firebird had merged within the great yin gold over a long period of time and it eventually turned into this color. The founding city lord of the Taya divine city surely chose it well. To have an ancient three-legged golden crow primordial species, Iyun pondered over it. This firebird's name was Rainbow Blood Feather. How could the Taya divine city, being the symbol of the Taya divine kingdom, not have a pure yang primordial species within its Wilderness Divine Hall? If it did not have one, then future generations would find it difficult to practice the Taya sacred technique. Back when the founding city lord of the Taya divine city built the Wilderness Divine Hall, he had chased the pure yang rainbow blood feather across half the divine wilderness. When the Wilderness Divine Hall was built, the rainbow blood feather was placed in Hall 6. The hall was inscribed with arrays that gathered pure yang qi. This caused Hall 6 to maintain a hot temperature over the tens of millions of years. The closer one approached the rainbow blood feather, the higher the temperature was. The tiles below the rainbow blood feather had been baked red. Over many years, all the impurities in the tiles had been burned away. Even the tiles were considered treasures. Rainbow blood feather, Iyun looked at the formidable firebird sculpture. He could feel wave after wave of energy and pressure heading towards him like a tsunami. The blood within his body began circulating rapidly. The rainbow blood feather's pure yang energy was much better than the heaven purple yang ginseng. Iyun had his spiritual energy interface with the purple crystal. In his vision, it was a fiery red scene. Ever since he had absorbed the heaven purple yang ginseng, Iyun's mental powers had improved. Having formed the heaven's eyeball, his control over the purple crystal had increased. Now, Iyun could easily use the purple crystal to absorb the primordial species energy through the great yin gold. Soon, the first energy blob flew towards Iyun. This energy blob was the size of a pigeon egg. There was a small, cute firebird in it. This firebird looked exactly like the rainbow blood feather. Each feather looked lifelike and they could be clearly seen. Iyun took a deep breath and calmed his mind. After that, he opened his mouth and began to swallow the energy blob. Suddenly, Iyun clearly felt that the pure yang energy surged through his limbs. Iyun controlled this energy masterfully and with one complete circulation in his body, the energy entered into the picture of the sun. With the picture of the sun within his body, Iyun's body ability to hold and control energy greatly increased. If Iyun's body was said to be a water reservoir, then the heaven-earth yuan qi would be the water. Now, having learnt the Taya sacred technique, Yi Yun's reservoir had been dug deeper, so he could freely absorb the energy, filling up the reservoir once again. Blob after blob of pure yang energy flew towards Yi Yun. The rainbow blood feather, as a primordial species, had energy that was in no way inferior to the heaven purple yang ginseng in terms of purity. After going through the great yin gold and the pure yang array for tens of millions of years, the energy quality was much better than the heaven purple yang ginseng. Of course, the most beneficial thing Yi Yun got from absorbing the heaven purple yang ginseng was not the energy itself, it was his heaven's eyeball, which he formed using its energy. This was an unexpected surprise. In the next 2 hours, Yi Yun dedicated himself to absorbing the pure primordial species energy. As the picture of the sun in his soul became more and more complete, Yi Yun's understanding of the Taya sacred technique also grew deeper. Day after day, Yi Yun would allocate time to cultivate in the day and at night. By absorbing the pure yang energy within the wilderness divine hall, he slowly copied the sun picture in his mind. Yi Yun's cultivation level also became more solid as he did so. The picture of the sun slowly increased in completion. It went from 70% to 75% and then to 85%, all the way to 90%. These days, Yi Yun's dantian was like a burning flame. Slowly, his cultivation level reached the peak of the mid-stages of purple blood and it was moving towards the late stages of purple blood. But at this time, Yi Yun had used up all the cultivation time he had left in the wilderness divine hall. Just a bit more. The sun picture within Yi Yun's mind was nearly complete. If he could not enter the wilderness divine hall at this time, it would be a pity. He just needed 6 more hours of wilderness divine hall cultivation time to complete his sun picture. Yi Yun frowned slightly. If he were to pick herbs to earn dragon scale runes, it would be too slow. To earn 3,000 dragon scale runes, he needed to pick herbs for at least another 7 to 8 days. Then, he wouldn't be able to finish the first stage of the Taya sacred technique in one go. If he carried on 7 to 8 days later, he would lose his momentum and waste a lot of mental energy. Right. Yi Yun's mind suddenly had a flash of brilliance. He thought of an easy solution. How could I forget this? It shouldn't be a problem then. In the central square of the Taya Divine City, there was an inconspicuous building behind the 10,000 pagoda. This building was 30 meters tall and looked ordinary from the outside. But this building held painful memories for many cultivators. This was the Taya Divine City's bank. It provided loan and pawning services to cultivators. The loan interests were abnormally high. Rookies had to pay a monthly interest rate of 12%, while non-rookies had to pay a 15% monthly interest rate. Back then, when Zhao Qingcheng had to ask Yi Yun for help, it was because of the high-interest loan she had borrowed from this bank. That amount was just tens of dragon scale runes. Yi Yun did not ask for it back since Zhao Qingcheng had helped him quite a lot. Yi Yun came to the bank to borrow money. He wanted to borrow 3,000 dragon scale runes and he wanted return it in a month. He just needed to pay 360 dragon scale runes as interest. To Yi Yun, this was nothing. The bank's loaning procedures were not complicated. Although Yi Yun was a rookie, he had previously had a large number of dragon scale runes, so he had a high credit limit. According to the Taya Divine City's various regulations, Yi Yun had a 5,000 credit limit. Yi Yun planned to only borrow 3,000, but when he entered the bank he encountered a strange group of cultivators. Within the bank were 4 youths. They were dressed in silk. Their body figures were interesting. One was tall, another short, another fat and another thin. The 4 of them stood together, completing a height and weight set. It gave a comical feeling. Manager, how much do you think this could be pawned for? Not many people dared to borrow from the bank's usury. And to these rich young masters, borrowing from a bank was pretty disgraceful. Hence, if they needed money, most of the time they would choose another method, which was to pawn. Many young masters pawned items that they had brought from their family clans. The Divine City did not encourage such behavior, hence they greatly lowered the valuation of the pawned item. An item, when pawned in the Taya Divine City, would usually be devalued by half. But there was no other choice. Many young masters would still come to pawn their items since the Taya Divine City had many resources that could not be obtained elsewhere. 500 dragon scale runes. The pawning manager had a mustache. He was a middle-aged man who wore a small felt hat, which gave him a common businessman look. Each item was just scanned with his eyes half opened. In a few seconds, he would evaluate the items and give them a price. The quoted price was final and those who didn't agree with it could choose not to sell it. 500, so little, the tall youth was upset, but after some thought, he bit his teeth and said, I'll pawn it. Second brother, don't worry about it. Right now, what we are lacking is dragon scale runes. With this item pawned, we can redeem it back in the future if you want it. The short one amongst the four youths spoke. As he said it, he raised his hand over his head to pat the tall youth's shoulder. Due to the difference in heights, it looked very out of place. By pawning our items, we can use the dragon scale runes we get to bet with that fool Ian next month. By then, 500 will turn into 1,000 and 1,000 will turn into 2,000. In a short while, we will earn everything back. The short youth said it with ease. The fat youth by his side echoed, right. This kid Ian dared to offend our Hongdao Association. It's best to start with him. Brothers, this battle will be the capital's four bully lords. It will be our first battle in the Taya Divine City. We must ensure that the name the capital's four bully lords becomes famous. In the future, the four of us will become famous in the Taya Divine City. We will use Yi Yun as our flag in this first battle. The fat guy's words made the others excited. Having the capital's four bully lords dominate the Taya Divine City was an exciting thing to think about. At this point, not far away from them, Yi Yun's facial expression was odd. These four people's words made him puzzled. Bet with that fool Yi Yun? Were they talking about him? This made Yi Yun at a loss over whether to laugh or cry. He understood that these people were from the Hongdao Association. They came to the bank to obtain money. However, as they came from a prestigious background, they had items to pawn. It did not matter if they couldn't return the money in the future. And the reason for them pawning their items was to bet on the battle with him in a month. Rookies did not earn a lot of dragon scale runes, but they had large expenditures. It was natural that they did not have many dragon scale runes to gamble with. And to many rookies, the battle in a month's time would be their best opportunity to earn dragon scale runes. As for Yi Yun, having arrived in the Taya Divine City, he had chosen the herb-picking job that the least capable people did. Together with his cloud wilderness background, his strength couldn't be any good. Yet, he picked a primordial herb, making him worth a lot. Was he not the perfect lamb for the slaughter? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, Radiant Sun Chi. Chapter 209, Radiant Sun Chi. We'll pawn it all. The capital's four bully lords said in an unrestrained manner, and they placed all of the items they had brought with them onto the table. Brothers, keep it up. Our goal will not only be Yi Yun. Yi Yun will just be the starter dish. We will rise up the rookie rankings, letting everyone know the power of the capital's four bully lords. The fatty of the four-man group gave the concluding remark. He was the oldest amongst the four of them. At this time, in the corner of his eye, he spotted a youth in linen clothes looking at them by the door. His stare was very odd. Fatty felt unhappy. Why was this kid looking at them? Had he never seen such an elegant and magnificent group? Who are you? Fatty stared at Yi Yun. Me? Yi Yun rubbed his chin and gave an even stranger look. My name is Yi Yun, nice to meet you. The four bully lords stared wide-eyed at Yi Yun, with their mouths agape. They were talking about Yi Yun and he was actually standing behind them. You are Yi Yun. You are the kid going against us, the Hongdao Association? The tall member of the four bully lords, Lofty, casually pulled out a dagger and played with it in his hand. He threw the dagger into the air again and again, sending flashes of light. It could be told in a glance that this dagger was no ordinary item. Kid, what have you come here for? Pawning something? The four of them sized up Yi Yun. Their faces had looks of ridicule. They all thought that Yi Yun was here to pawn his items to prepare the betting amount for the rookie rankings. Yi Yun shrugged and said, taking a loan. As he was saying this, Yi Yun had already filled up his IOU. He handed it over to the manager. Warriors had good eyesight. With a glance, they could see that Yi Yun was making a loan of 3,000 dragon scale runes. Immediately, the four bully lords were a little dumbfounded. He was not here to pawn, but to take a loan? Come to think of it, this kid is a bumpkin from the cloud wilderness. He's poor, so how could he have an item to pawn? Taking a loan is good. Borrowing from a usury for gambling sure is promising. The four bully lords thought that Yi Yun was here to borrow runes for the betting. To borrow money for gambling, with the high interest rates, was an unacceptable action to many. One could lose everything until they had nothing was left. The four bully lords fatty excitedly rubbed his chin. In the Taya Divine City, if one could not repay one's loan, one had to sleep on the streets. Besides, one could not leave the Taya Divine City. To live on the streets for years would definitely be interesting. Yi Yun could not be bothered to explain. After finishing the borrowing procedure, he took the 3,000 dragon scale runes and then he ran towards the wilderness divine hall. Cultivation was a very boring matter. One had to endure being alone as well as endure the loneliness. To martial art experts, training reclusively for 20 to 30 years and not eating or drinking for 400 to 500 years was very common. They could rely purely on absorbing heaven-earth yuan qi and eating desolate bone relics for sustenance. To control one's own destiny, to not rot to dust after 100 years, one had to endure the boredom and loneliness. Yi Yun embarked on his cultivation journey of absorbing pure yang energy and he finished drawing out the picture of the sun. Yi Yun was mesmerized within his own world. Later on, he locked himself in his room for 3 consecutive days. He did not sleep or rest, so his brain had become a bit numb. In front of Yi Yun, there were 7 to 8 jade scrolls. These jade scrolls were blank jade scrolls Yi Yun had bought from the 10,000 pagoda. He had used his yuan qi to inscribe the picture of the sun within these jade scrolls. Now, a picture of the sun would appear in front of him whenever he closed his eyes. He could remember every stroke clearly. Not only had he been continuously drawing this picture in his soul, he had also drawn on the jade scrolls a few hundred times. But, the picture of the sun within his soul was only 99% complete. He lacked something before it was perfect. Yi Yun knew that this last 1% lacked a certain charm. And this charm was the entire sun picture's essence. It was like a drawn dragon that was missing its eyes. But the charm could not be copied. Even though Yi Yun's control of his own energy was at its extreme, he had gained nothing despite doing this continuously for 3 days. In the morning, Yi Yun's eyes were bloodshot. He opened his door and walked out into the street. The sun rose in the east like a blur purple flame. Yi Yun squinted his eyes and looked at the sun rising from the horizon. Sunrise from Tang Valley, roaming across the world, spreading light onto world, brilliant glorious magnificent luster, 10 suns from Fusan, who masters pure yang. Yi Yun recited the principles of the Taya sacred technique. The sun rose and set every day, as if it would never fall down the sky. It would shine on this divine wilderness forever. But ordinary humans had a much shorter lifespan in contrast. Even those with power, who enjoyed wealth and had many concubines, would turn to dust after a few decades. To be enshrined in history and to be remembered by future generations was extremely difficult. Even the Divine Kingdom's kingdom knights and barons' lifespan was only a few hundred years. It was an insignificant existence in the Taya Divine Kingdom, not to mention, in the entire vast wilderness. Weak existences would feel tiny when they faced the vast world and the passage of time, which was infinite. But there would always be people who did not wish to remain tiny. They would search. What would the future be like 10,000 years from now? What about a 100,000 years? 10 million years? Did this world have an end to it? What was at the end of the continent? Was there another piece of land across the ocean? Was there a sky above the skies? These people would want to slowly control their own destiny. By conquering nature in the pursuit of balance, they would exist on the same level as the world. Yi Yun was such a person. In the past, he had no such possibility. Now, God had given him a chance. As a result, he wanted to pursue it with everything he had. He wanted to explore and see what it was like at the pinnacle of martial arts. Pursuit. Pinnacle. Eternal. There was the legend of Kwafu who chased the sun. Kwafu did not do this for wealth, for power, or for beauties. All he wanted to know was where the sun went when it set. What was at the ends of the horizons? In the legends, Kwafu never managed to catch up with the sun due to the heat and exhaustion. He could not bear the thirst and he drank all the water from 2 rivers, but still, he died of thirst along the road. This story seemed to make Kwafu's death silly. But his quest was in understanding the world and to triumph over it. At that moment, Yi Yun suddenly felt an enlightenment. He looked at the morning sun in the east. He could see a rising purple gas. Despite his tired body, he injected his spiritual energy into the purple crystal. This time, he did not draw the picture according to the Taya sacred technique jade scroll, but he used the real morning sun. The pure yang qi began to circulate within Yi Yun's body. Line after line of energy interwove together. Yi Yun was drawing a charm that belonged to him. The pursuits of humans. The pinnacle of the martial arts way. The eternal nature. One had to have pursuits and dreams in one's life. What if it was achieved? Yi Yun recited the words he had heard in his previous life. He closed his eyes and controlled the pure yang qi within his body. With his feeling, he guided the last stroke. He felt that this last stroke had an inexplicable power that belonged to the sun. That eternal charm was stamped deeply into the picture of the sun. Instantly, the picture of the sun in Yi Yun's mind came alive. Boom! A burst of pure yang fire exploded from Yi Yun's dantian. It burned and circulated around his body. Yi Yun's entire body felt like he was bathed in flames. He was like a rainbow blood feather that was being reborn within the flames. Suddenly, Yi Yun heard the sounds of eggshell cracking within his body. With that, the energy within his body rose. More and more of it turned into a purple qi that mixed with the pure yang qi in the east. This energy became one with Yi Yun. Yi Yun felt like all of the cells in his body came alive at that very moment and they were respirating heaven-earth yuan qi. Yi Yun's body was covered in a golden aura. It was like he had a metal cage within his body. There was a primordial species locked in the cage, and now the cage had been opened and the primordial species had been awoken. A new, strange energy went through Yi Yun's body. The purple qi grew richer. In the air, it slowly evolved into a long valley. The blurred valley had trees and flowing rivers. But these trees and flowing rivers seemed to faintly appear within the pure yang qi, as if it was in a burning flame. Radiant sun qi. This is radiant sun qi. Yi Yun suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were like the burning sun. Radiant sun qi. When he completed the picture of the sun, he obtained radiant sun qi. The cloaked man had said that only 1 out of 5 people practicing the Taya sacred technique could condense radiant sun qi. But now, Yi Yun had really condensed radiant sun qi. Furthermore, he had only been practicing the Taya sacred technique for half a month. The radiant sun qi image that had been formed looked like the sun rising from the Tang Valley. This meant that Yi Yun's radiant sun qi had a grade. This was the beginning step, the Tang Valley level of radiant sun qi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, The Result of the Heaven's Eyeball. Chapter 210, The Result of the Heaven's Eyeball. The radiant sun qi energized Yi Yun's whole body. His body's fatigue was wiped away. A brand new energy warmed Yi Yun's body as it rejuvenated him. The Taya sacred technique powered by the radiant sun qi was the real Taya sacred technique. The Taya sacred technique was a compilation cultivation technique. But it was more biased towards internal energy, which allowed a warrior's yuan qi to pool and its quality to increase. As for stances, the Taya sacred technique did not go too much into it. With the Taya sacred technique powered, it was not limited to a particular weapon. It could be used whether it was a saber, a sword, or a spear. Yi Yun slung his 1,000 army saber across his back and ran straight to the job office. In a few more days, Yi Yun would turn 13. His height had increased, but compared to the ridiculous length of the 1,000 army saber, he was still shorter. As such, Yi Yun found it very inconvenient to carry the 1,000 army saber around. If I have the chance, I must get myself an interspatial ring. Yi Yun was thinking that, be it the 1,000 army saber or the Taitsang Bao, they were too long to sling across his back due to their length. It was alright to carry them during normal training, but to pick herbs in the number 60 herb mountain, it was easy for him to get stuck among the woods when he was traveling through them. But right now, Yi Yun was tight on money. He had a 3,000 dragon scale rune loan and in a few more days, he needed to prepare dragon scale runes for gambling in the arena. He had to wait before buying an interspatial ring. It was imperative that he prepared the amount needed for the betting. And the only way to quickly accumulate wealth right now was to break the herb-picking record. When Yi Yun appeared in the herb-picking office, the 1,000 army saber across his back made him seem like he was carrying a flagpole on his back. This made him stand out. Little brother Yi Yun, it's been a while since I saw you. I thought you wouldn't be picking herbs after you obtained the primordial herb. In the office, Zhao Qingchang and company saw Yi Yun from far. They greeted him with a smile. For a boy that looked like the brother from next door, Zhao Qingchang and her sisterly friends had a good impression of Yi Yun. When they previously heard that Yi Yun had picked a primordial herb, they found it hard to believe. But after receiving a few rounds of confirmation, they knew it was not a joke. They sincerely felt happy for Yi Yun. Yes. I've been busy training the past few days, so I haven't been to the herb mountain much. Yi Yun shyly smiled. Hee hee, little brother Yi Yun sure is great. We were all hoping you would break the record. You were only lacking in a few thousand, but you didn't come for about 10 days. Now, there's only 12 days left to the 60-day limit, Zhao Qingcheng said it with some regret. Previously, Yi Yun had managed to accumulate 10,000 dragon scale runes from picking the primordial herb. Together with all the other miscellaneous herbs, he had picked about 14,000 dragon scale runes worth of herbs. But the record set by Zhong Yi was about 19,000. Yi Yun was still 5,200 runes short of the record. With 12 days left to pick 5,200 runes worth of herbs, Ian had to pick an average of 434 dragon scale runes worth of herbs a day to reach his goal. This was not easy. You finally thought about picking herbs? I thought that after you had your windfall, you lost interest in picking herbs. At this time, Wang spoke without much emotion from behind the herb-picking counter. Sis Wang sure likes to joke. I still plan to break the record. Yun grinned and greeted Wang. Break the record? Ha! Wang placed one hand on the table and looked at Yun with a deep gaze. Kid, you sure are confident. Do you know how many dragon scale runes you are lacking? I know. Yun said it directly. I've counted it carefully. The recruit ranking match will begin soon. I want to use the dragon scale runes I earned for my betting. Upon hearing Yun, Wang squinted her eyes and looked at Yun. To pick over 5,000 dragon scale runes worth of herbs in 12 days, you can't be hoping to pick some heaven-ranked herbs. 80% of the dragon scale runes Yun had accumulated previously came from the blood yang flower and the primordial herb. This was all due to luck, but Yun had never really picked many low-grade herbs. I heard that you offended the Hongdao Association. The entire association has declared war on you, Wang said in her leisurely tone. This matter had spread throughout the Taiya Divine City and it was especially known among the rookies. Zhao Qingcheng and her friends, of course, heard of this and they were all worried for Yun. Yes, that's why I need Sis Wang's care and concern. The rookies from the association pawned all their belongings to gamble with me. If you don't give me more dragon scale runes, I won't be able to afford the bet, Yun said in a pathetic manner. Don't give me that crap. Wang said coldly. She gave a herb basket and a sickle to Yun. After that, she said mildly, Elder Jiangu has increased the reward for breaking the herb-picking record. If you break the record, you will receive 25,000 dragon scale runes and 2 glory points. Wang's apparently unintentional words made Yun overjoyed. This was timely help. He really had to thank Elder Jiangu. Don't get happy too early. Break the record first. Wang poured a bucket of cold water, however, although she kept attacking Yun with her words, she was looking forward to Yun's next step. Ever since Yun picked the heaven purple yang ginseng, Wang had a different kind of appreciation for Yun. She faintly believed that this youth would one day soar in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. With a flash of the teleportation array's beam, Yun arrived at the number 60 Herb Mountain for the first time in a long time. Facing this familiar surroundings, Yun took a deep breath. The number 60 Herb Mountain's heaven-earth yuan qi was thick and fresh. It gave people a mind-refreshing feeling. With his spiritual energy interfacing with the purple crystal, Yun used his recently formed Heaven's Eyeball to scan the surroundings. Immediately, a world completely formed from energy appeared within Yun's vision. In a radius of 5 kilometers, every life became an energy figure. Whether it was a blade of grass or a flying insect, they all had their own representative energy light dot. These light dots were very faint. Before Yun formed the Heaven's Eyeball, he could not sense it at all. And the energy blobs that were clearly lit up like a flame were no doubt herbs. The more valuable the herb was, the more energy it contained. In a radius of a few dozen miles, there were 20 to 30 herbs. There were a few mystic-ranked herbs. There were no earth-ranked herbs, but by changing locations, he could easily find them. After forming the Heaven's Eyeball, Yun felt like the Herb Mountain's grounds were littered with tons of herbs to pick. If he were to carefully search the few herb mountains in the Taiya Divine City, given sufficient time, he could probably find another primordial herb. Of course, there was no need to do so. Firstly, it was a huge waste of time and the outcome was not guaranteed. Secondly, Yun would not dare to hand in the primordial herb he picked. He could only absorb it himself. What was most important for Yun now was the glory points. For the energy aspect, Yun could get that from the Wilderness Divine Hall. The Wilderness Divine Hall had 6 primordial species sculptures. Each of them had an alarming amount of energy within it. With Yun's current cultivation level, he could not reduce the energy within them by much through his few attempts. Yun picked herbs as he pleased and he found about 200 dragon scale runes worth so far. By changing his location, with a scan using his senses, Yun had managed to find 500 dragon scale runes worth in about an hour. It was too easy. Yun used the remaining time to cultivate. A warrior had to endure the boring and lonely cultivation process. Yun had previously gained a thin concept of eternity when drawing the last sun picture. This made Yun even more diligent. Life could not repeat itself like the rising and setting of the sun. If one did not grab every moment, one would waste their talent and potential. It would be a great regret. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211, The Power of the Radiant Sun. Chapter 211, The Power of the Radiant Sun. The sun was blazing high up in the sky. In a clearing in the woods, Ian stood upright in his linen clothes. His left hand was hanging down, while his right hand held the Thousand Army saber in a stretched-out manner. The blade was parallel to the ground. The saber, that was 7 feet 2 inches long, did not tremble at all. If a bowl full of water was placed on the blade tip, no water would spill out. Ian maintained this posture for 15 minutes. Standing motionless, he was like a statue. While Ian stayed motionless, Ian's body was circulating a tremendous amount of energy. The radiant sun chi was surging like a tsunami. It was noon, and this was the time when the radiant sun chi was most intense. At this moment, the sun in the sky moved in a tiny angle. This made the shadows move slightly. The blade of the Thousand Army saber exited from the shade and it reflected the glare of the sun, sending off a blinding white flash. In that split moment, Ian moved. Boom! The radiant sun chi erupted from Ian's body, like lava erupting from a volcano. Ian's body drew out a series of shadows and he charged at a towering cliff in front of him. Ian's entire body seemed to be imbued within the blazing sun, and the Thousand Army saber was sent out with a slash, like a burning flame. Swish! A bright white flash fell from the sky. It was like a snow-white stream of water gushing through the sky. A thundering sound accompanied the blinding flash. A huge half-moon blade beam was sent out at an incredible speed and it hit the cliff heavily. Boom! With an intense explosion, the blade beam had totally cut through the cliff. It was a deafening sound. 10 seconds later, the flash faded away. The cliff in front of Ian was over 10 meters tall, but there was now a huge crack that went from the bottom to the top. This crack was a foot wide, and the two sides of the crack had been melted by the high temperature. It had melted into some magma-like substance. The 7 feet 2 inch long Thousand Army saber had sliced through a cliff, which was over 10 meters tall, with a 6 feet blade. This was all due to the radiant sun chi. With radiant sun chi powering the Thousand Army saber, its power was incomparable to before. If this saber were to slice a person, the result was obvious. Those not strong enough would not only be split into two, they might even be reduced to ashes. Ian suddenly thought of a phrase commonly seen in the legendary novels from his past life: "My saber is not easily drawn, but once it unsheathes, it sees blood." This phrase was usually used by main characters to sound cool, but it was perfectly describing Ian now. As the saber's power was too great, it was impossible to simply stop at touching. Hence, the moment it was unsheathed, it would see blood. There might not even be blood, since the blood would be burned dry by the radiant sun chi. I wonder what level my strength has reached now. Having arrived in the Taya Divine City over a month ago, Ian's strength had increased enormously because of him absorbing the primordial species and primordial herbs' energies, and also recently, by learning the Taya sacred technique. His cultivation level was getting close to the late stages of purple blood. This cultivation level speed was going at a tremendous pace. Ian wanted to test himself against all the top elites from all over the Divine Kingdom. "I'm really looking forward to the rookie rankings," Ian said to himself as his fighting spirit burned. At dusk, Ian returned to the Taya Divine City. In the office, Ian handed over his day's harvest. They had a total worth of 509 dragon scale runes. This amount greatly surprised Wang. "How did you pick so much?" Ian's original speed of herb picking was about 200 dragon scale runes a day. He had not come for the past 10 or so days, yet his speed had doubled. Ian shrugged and said, "I managed to form the Heaven's Eyeball in the past few days, so my perception has become sharper." It was really shocking to pick 500 dragon scale runes worth of herbs in a day, but Ian had the perfect explanation now. But this explanation made Wang even more surprised. Formed the Heaven's Eyeball? How old was he? Thinking back, when Wang formed the Heaven's Eyeball, she was in the mid-stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. It was even further along her cultivation before she was able to completely open Heaven's Eye. Wang's natural talent was not bad, but compared to Ian, the gap was huge. He was a freak. Ian could only be described as being a freak. He was not a genius because he was not outstanding; in fact, he was mediocre in some aspects. But in certain aspects, he had amazing talent. If this carried on, Wang did not know how far Ian could go. She was looking forward to it. She even felt that she had underestimated Ian in her assessment. And in the next few days, the number of herbs that Ian turned in did not decrease, but it actually increased. It went from just over 500 dragon scale runes to 600 and then more than 600. In just 8 to 9 days' time, Ian's accumulated 19,300 dragon scale runes from herb picking, breaking Zhongyi's record. He broke the record? Wang found it amazing. She had never expected that she would see a young man break the previous herb-picking record in her lifetime or even while she manned the Taya Divine City's job office. The Taya Divine City did not pay much attention to the records for the miscellaneous jobs, so they were not eligible to engrave their name on Sage Avenue. The rewards given were also much lesser than those given for hard records. But a record was still a record. It was still extraordinary. To the Taya Divine City, it had been a long time since someone broke a record. As such, the news spread rapidly. When Yi Yun was in a dispute with the Hongdao Association before, it only spread amongst the first and second year recruit circle. The senior cultivators had no interest in a new association's gambling battle with a kid. But they would pay attention to the breaking of a record. Even the herb-picking record was something to be concerned about. Even Qin Haotian and Li Xiao were no exception. In the central divine tower of the Taya Divine City, a girl in a red dress stood in a earth-fire desolate heaven chamber. She had just completed a cauldron of desolate bone relics. She took out a lightly scented handkerchief to wipe the tiny droplets of sweat on her forehead. This girl was Luo Huier, the number one person on the man roll of honor. She was a mysterious person that seldom appeared in public. She had extremely great talent in alchemy as well as in the desolate heaven technique. This made many people incredulous. When Luo Huier showcased her talent, many large factions tried to recruit her, but all the carrots dangled out in front of her were rejected. As such, these factions began to suspect that Luo Huier already belonged to a particular faction. It was obviously impossible to recruit her if she came from a prominent family. But when they investigated Luo Huier's background, they could not find anything. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air. Her background was a complete mystery. This was such an anomaly that many even speculated that Luo Huier might come from an incredibly large family clan. This family clan might even be bigger than the Taya Divine Kingdom. They thought this was the reason why they couldn't find out anything. But all of these speculations were illogical. The simple reason was that, if Luo Huier came from a super family clan, she had no reason to come to the Taya Divine City for training. Although the Taya Divine City was impressive, it was nothing compared to the factions that were stronger than the Taya Divine Kingdom. It was likely that they had better training grounds than the Taya Divine City, so if Luo Huier came from an impressive background, then why did she not stay in her own faction for training? Hence, Luo Huier's identity became even more puzzling. At this time, Luo Huier was carefully opening the cauldron. A square array disc flew out. On the array disc were 7 green desolate bone relics. They were jumping around in a mischievous manner as if they were jumping pixies. An aromatic smell that fascinated people emanated out. Although she was tired, Luo Huier had an excited expression on her tiny, flushed face. Storing away the desolate bone relics, Luo Huier took out a mirror. She tidied up her hair that had gone messy after finishing her refinement process. She said to herself while facing the mirror, as expected of Luo Huier, "You can even refine relics of such a level." While saying that, a gorgeous smile appeared. With this smile, 2 cute dimples appeared at the edges of her lips. "Hee, I can take these to the 10,000 pagoda. Then I'll only be 8,000 dragon scale runes short of breaking the refining record. It sure wasn't easy. I heard that no one has broken any records in the Taya Divine City for 2,000 to 3,000 years. They will need me to break one." Come to think of it, there was some crazy dude called Su Jia who appeared in the Taya Divine City 30,000 years ago. That guy pushed the Desolate Heaven technique record too high. If not, I would have broken the Desolate Heaven technique record in my first year. I don't know how the Taya Divine Kingdom got so lucky as to produce such a powerful Desolate Heaven master who can barely keep up to 70 to 80% of my standard. As the girl in red spoke, her expressions were vivid. The way she looked at the mirror and spoke to herself was a rare sight. But then again, this is good. After I break the record, no one will ever be able to break the Desolate Heaven technique record again. Hee, my name Luo Huier will stay here forever. But, to break the record, I haven't been practicing my alchemy. Although I know that among the Desolate Heaven technique and alchemy, it's better to practice one, but my alchemy skills are good too. I can't bear to give up on it. Ha! Having so much talent sure is a headache. Luo Huier's words sounded extremely arrogant, but accompanied by her good looks and charming smile, it appeared extremely cute. But at this moment, a small loli ran into the Desolate Heaven chamber in a panic. She shouted as she ran, Miss, something bad has happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 212, Maidservant Donger. Chapter 212, Maidservant Donger. The little loli who ran in had not grown up yet. She looked even smaller than Yi Yun. She wore a loose dress, and because it was inconvenient to run in it, she used her two tiny hands to clutch her skirt while running. The bangs on her forehead bounced as she ran. Luo Huier immediately wrinkled her cute pair of small eyebrows. What's with the panic? Seriously, shouting over some matter. Ladylike. Do you know what it means to be ladylike? Luo Huier pointed at the young girl's head without any reservations. With her lecture, the young girl's forehead turned red. The young girl said in a very wronged manner, Miss, Donger knows. This young girl was Luo Huier's servant girl. Amazingly, Luo Huier actually brought a servant girl when she entered the Taiya Divine City. Others, even people from the royal family like Yang Xian, did not bring an imperial maid or a eunuch with them. Tell me, what's the big deal? Is the Mimi you are rearing not eating again? Mimi was Donger and Luo Huier's cat. Not only did Luo Huier bring a servant girl with her into the Taiya Divine City, she also brought a cat. No. Donger shook her head like a rattle. She had a cute mushroom hairstyle, and with this shake of her head, her silky hair flew up. Mrs. Someone has broken a record. Broken a record? Luo Huier was stunned for a while. You said broken a record. Who broke it? Luo Huier widened her already excessively large eyes. Was something wrong? No record had been broken in the Taiya Divine City in a few thousand years. She was just about to break one, but someone had beaten her to it. How could there be such a coincidence? Yes, that person is called Yun. He broke the herb-picking record. I think he's 12 to 13 years old. Yun? The brat who got lucky and picked a primordial herb? Luo Huier had previously heard of Yun picking the heaven-purple yang ginseng that failed, surviving a calamity. She was very jealous of Yun's luck. Why didn't she pick it? With the heaven-purple yang ginseng, she could use it to practice. It was a primordial herb, and she had never refined a primordial herb into a drug before. It was unexpected that just a few days later, Yun had broken the herb-picking record. Luo Huier was extremely pissed. If she broke a record after Yun, it wouldn't be as impressive. He was cheating. He earned a lot of dragon scale runes from picking the primordial herb. This herb was probably more than half of the record. Luo Huier ground her teeth as she felt disgruntled. She was supposed to be the first, but now Yun broke the record purely due to good luck. Besides, how could a herb-picking record compare to a Desolate Heaven Technique record? The Desolate Heaven Technique record was a big record, and its rewards were excellent. Not only would it be regarded highly by the upper echelon of the Taiya Divine City, once it was broken, one could leave one's name on Sage Avenue and even stir up the entire Taiya Divine Kingdom. As for picking herbs, that was practically the worst record in the Taiya Divine City. The person who designed that record probably did it out of a whim. The rewards were also pathetic. How could the herb-picking record compare with the Desolate Heaven Technique record? They were far from being on the same level. But both of them had the same term of breaking a record. This was unfair. What right did one have to say breaking a record by picking herbs? Forget it, I won't stoop down so low as to compare mine with such a low-level record. Luo Huier consoled herself and slowly calmed herself. Right, Mrs. Yun offended the Hongdao Association. In the upcoming rookie competition, the Hongdao Association will be specifically taking care of Yun. It seems all of them want to fight Yun. Donger told her another piece of information. However, Luo Huier was uninterested in this piece of information. Hongdao Association? An organization formed of a bunch of brats only. Brats fighting against brats is something compatible. Luo Huier was completely uninterested in the arena level Yun was involved in. What standard could they have? In fact, Luo Huier was not ranked high on the heaven and earth rankings, only in the man rankings was she ranked first. A person had limited energy and time. Luo Huier spent most of her time practicing the Desolate Heaven Technique and alchemy. As a result, she seldom went out to hunt desolate beasts, so her ranking on the Heaven Roll of Honor was very low. As for the arena battles, Luo Huier never participated in it after the rookie rankings. Her reason was, it is irritating to always be challenged. After the news of Yun breaking the herb-picking record spread, the Hongdao Association naturally learned of it. Regarding this, the Hongdao Association was very happy. Picking herbs did not depend on strength. There was no use breaking the herb-picking record. The biggest benefit was that Yun was rich again, allowing them the opportunity to win even more dragon scale runes. They had already heard that Yun received a one-time award of 25,000 dragon scale runes and 2 glory points from breaking the herb-picking record. Added with the amount Yi Yun earned from picking herbs, and the amount he borrowed from the usury, a conservative estimate of Yi Yun's wealth was above 35,000 dragon scale runes. This large sum of wealth made everyone envious. As a result, many of the new members of the Hongdao Association, especially those rich young masters from the capital, rushed to the bank to pawn all of their belongings in exchange for dragon scale runes. They were waiting for the rookie ranking competition to bet with Yi Yun. The Hongdao Association even opened a special leadership meeting to decide on the order in battling Yi Yun. As for the capital's 4 bully lords, being seniors among the capital circle, and with their relations with Li Hong, they easily became the first 4. They were the first to fight with Yi Yun. Hence, the 4 bully lords were overjoyed. Ha! Thank you to all the brothers' help, offering this opportunity to us. In the future, if you ever need any of our help, we will never refuse. The 4 bully lords smiled and cupped their hands, as if they were celebrating their victory parade. Someone shouted, "Brothers, don't go too far. If you cripple Yi Yun, the judge might decide that Yi Yun is not fit for battle, then we won't have a chance to fight later on." Ha ha! Don't worry. We will control our beatings, making sure that he gets beaten up badly without affecting his later battles. The 4 bully lords felt some regret for not being able to heartily beat up Yi Yun. At this time, Li Hong, who was sitting at the seat of honor, said, "You guys be careful too. Don't fail miserably in this very easy task. This kid has some skill. He has gone to the Wilderness Divine Hall many times recently, and has spent quite a considerable amount of dragon scale runes in doing so." Ever since Li Hong became enemies with Yi Yun, he had paid close attention to Yi Yun. He had spies in places like the Wilderness Divine Hall, so Li Hong knew much of Yi Yun's recent actions. Wilderness Divine Hall? Many times? That kid. The 4 bully lords were stunned when they heard this. They were suddenly infuriated. It was as if a beautiful goddess that was within sight but beyond reach was now being pressed onto a bed for Yi Yun to do anything with. Fatty among the 4 bully lords said in a grudging way, "A place like the Wilderness Divine Hall is just to use the primordial species pressure to compress a person's chi and blood. It's a waste going there often. This kid has lots of dragon scale runes, yet he spends it wastefully. I hate him. We had to work very hard for many days just to earn a bit of dragon scale runes. Right, we haven't even entered the Wilderness Divine Hall a second time yet. We haven't gone to the Sword Scar Palace either. We can't buy most of the items in the 10,000 pagoda as well. Yet with a bit of luck, this kid is wastefully spending resources. It's such a huge waste of treasures. These resources should belong to us." Seeing the 4 bully lords rage, someone in the Hongdao Association said, "The Taya Divine City is a place where strength matters. Relying on luck without strength is not the way to success. You are right. These resources are rightfully ours. We just need to grab them from him." Right, grab them from him. The 4 bully lords echoed, agreeing to it. But Li Hong said, "Besides going to the Wilderness Divine Hall many times, I have news that Yi Yun used the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng reward back then to exchange for the Taya Sacred Technique. The Taya Sacred Technique." Li Hong's words set off another huge storm at the venue. The 4 bully lords felt a surge of blood to their heads. They were enraged. All of the good stuff had gone to the pigs. Yi Yun a bumpkin from the Cloud Wilderness, and he actually exchanged for the Taya Sacred Technique. What gave him the right to learn this cultivation technique? The Taya Sacred Technique. What a joke. Only 1 in 5 geniuses can learn this cultivation technique and obtain radiant sun chi. Those are geniuses. Even geniuses have such a low probability learning it. It really boils my blood. How can the Taya Divine City's elder give the Taya Sacred Technique to such a person? It's really an insult to the Taya Sacred Technique. The 4 bully lords were extremely pissed. They too wanted to learn the Taya Sacred Technique. Although the probability of learning it was low, they too had some hope that they were lucky. If they were to learn it, their life would become completely different. It could make their family members see them in a different light. They could walk proudly amongst the young master circles in the capital. Those famous beauties in the capital would stick to them, actively trying to get close to them. When that happened, wouldn't they be able to pick and choose? F***K, if I learn the Taya Sacred Technique, Zhang Xinlian, that B***H, would not dare reject me. She would even obediently climb into my bed. The 4 bully lords Lofty was unhappy and said the thoughts buried deep within his heart. Back then, he had been rejected by Zhang Xinlian, and bore a grudge as a result. He couldn't wait to tear off the arrogant Zhang Xinlian's clothes and devastate her body. All of them wanted to try learning the Taya Sacred Technique, but the cost of trying it was too high. They had no way of affording it. They did not even have the chance to try, yet Yi Yun had wasted it. It was obvious how they felt. Yun, this bumpkin, wants to learn the Taya sacred technique. He sure is a toad lusting after swan meat. Right. Right. The eldest among the capital's 4 bully lords, Fatty, suddenly slapped his thigh. He thought of something which made him extremely excited. He even said words with a tremble. You guys, say. Is it possible to get Yun to bet the Taya sacred technique? When Fatty said it, everyone immediately quietened down. Using the Taya sacred technique as a bet. This proposal made everyone shocked. But one by one, they became excited. Maybe there was a possibility? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213, Rookie Rankings. Chapter 213, Rookie Rankings. Ever since Yun broke the record, he led a quiet life. He still went to the number 60 herb mountain to pick herbs, and to practice the Taya sacred technique. Yun passed his 13th birthday during this period. Although his face still looked a bit childish, but after practicing martial arts for some time now, his body had begun to slowly grow. He was now a handsome young man. It was still 10 days away from the rookie rankings competition. Yun had complete control over his radiant sun chi. He had also completed his foundation in the first level of the Taya sacred technique. Yun, the rookie competition's rankings are out. When Yun was eating dinner, Song Zijuan and Zhou Kuwei came to find him. Song Zijuan and Zhou Kuwei could be considered to be under the same tutelage as Yun. All of them came from the Jing state and the nearby states, together with Baldi Qin, to the Taya divine city. Although Zhou Kuwei and Yun had some falling out in competition earlier, it was now a thing of the past. After the Hongao Association singled out Yun, Zhou Kuwei felt conscience-stricken. Besides, during the rookie ranking competition, they would be part of the same team, hence, the relations had to be closer, and they had to help one another. Oh? What rankings are you talking about? Yun raised his head without understanding much. The rookies' rankings. Before the rookie competition, all of us rookies will be given an approximate ranking. Later, we will be fighting according to our ranks. The people ranked towards the back can challenge the people ranked in the front, and the people ranked in front cannot refuse the challenge. Of course, both sides have to place a bet. In contrast, the people in front can also challenge the people at the back, but the opposite party can refuse. And there's not much benefit to it, hence, that seldom happens. Zhou Kuwei explained. He had been looking at the rookie rankings for a long time. He had always wanted to know what his ranking would be. Although this ranking was decided by the Taya Divine City's administration and was not a complete reflection of a person's strength, it also decided on a person's potential. It was also a matter of face. Anyone would wish for their rank to be high, despite the fact that being ranked higher meant they had to fight more. Oh, so it's that ranking. What's my ranking? Yun carried on eating his meat, clearly uninterested in the rankings. When Song Zijuan and Zhou Kuwei saw Yun's behavior, they were speechless. This Yun was too magnanimous. Did he not know how many people were eyeing him? Your ranking is 10,003. Zhou Kuwei looked at Yun with sympathy. 10,003? What does it mean? Yun did not understand immediately. Actually, it means third place. According to rules, the rookie rankings competition will begin from 10,000 onwards. The first place will be 10,001, second 10,002, so you are in third place. The elites in the Divine Kingdom would train in the Taya Divine City for 6 consecutive years. Each batch was approximately 2,000 people. Counting the sum of the first 5 batches, it typically exceeded 10,000. With the rookies' first place starting from 10,000 onwards, some veterans will end up being interspersed among the rankings past 10,000. For the veterans to be ranked among the recruits, it was a very shameful thing to them. Third place, this ranking is pretty good. Yun was very pleased, but he knew that his earned Dragon Scale runes accounted largely to the rankings. His Dragon Scale runes earnings were definitely first in the Taya Divine City amongst the rookies. As a result, being third place was reasonable. Hearing Yun's words, Song Zijuan and Zhou Kuwei were speechless. Being third place was just pretty good? Also, did Yun not know what he was facing? Fire was burning at his doorstep, yet he was eating his meat delightfully. Zhou Kuwei said, Yun, do you know what my ranking is? Oh? What is it? Yun asked. 11,523. This is the overall ranking. If it's just among the 2,000 rookies, I'm approximately ranked around 1,100. The additional 400 people are the veterans who did not enter the top 10,000. In the past 3 months of rookie training, I had given my all, and only barely entered the middle ranks. Brother Zijuan and some of my Xuanwu army brothers are ranked even further back. Many of those who entered the first 1,000 are from the Zhong state, the imperial city or reclusive family clans. Many reputable and ridiculous people are all ranked behind you. Zhou Kuei explained to Yi Yun what it meant to be ranked third. Ignoring the reclusive family clans that could probably match the royal family, just the family clans in the imperial city were far from what the Jing state family clans could match. As the saying goes, you don't know how small your title is until you go to the capital. Nobles in the Divine Kingdom's imperial city may be in charge of some tiny offices and their fiefs may not be big, but when compared to other local places, they could be in charge of a middle-sized city. Of course, the local family clans had no way of competing with the imperial city for resources and bloodlines. Those with strong bloodlines and a strong family clan foundation would often move closer to the imperial city. Ignoring the imperial city's resources, just from the fact that their younger generations could marry the members from the imperial city's large family clans made their own family clan's bloodline better. Brother E, you sure became a bigwig. I know a brother whose father is a marquis. He's considered pretty good within his family clan, but he's only ranked around 200 amongst the rookies. Also, there are 2 grandsons of the Xuanwu Army's marshal who was in the same batch as us. Their rankings are around 300. Now do you know what it means to be ranked third? I see. Ian wiped the oil off his mouth. It sounded really exaggerated. There were too many family clans in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. Every family clan had a huge number of sons and grandsons. Not only was it difficult to charge up the Taiya Divine City's overall rankings, even to rank high among the 2,000 over rookies was not an easy task. That's why many people are eyeing you. And the 2 people ahead of you, one of them is Chionyo, and the other is Chu Xiaoran. One of them was born with supernatural strength, and the other has extraordinary perceptivity. You may not know that when many of us were doing odd jobs, Chionyo and Chu Xiaoran already went into the divine wilderness to hunt desolate beasts. They even have a ranking on the Heaven Roll of Honor now. That is why they are ranked first and second. Chionyo and Chu Xiaoran are taking this opportunity to charge up the Earth rankings. I have no idea how far they will go. They might even reach the 3000 to 4000 ranking. After the rookie rankings were decided, Chionyo and Chu Xiaoran who were at the top could be challenged by others behind them, but at the same time, they had the right to challenge more senior cultivators in the rankings ahead of them. Challenging someone also meant betting. To see how far they could go, it depended on their own skills. Baldy Chin had previously said that whichever rookie could enter the top 1000 of the Heaven or Earth roll within a year would receive the attention of various large factions in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. Yi Yun and his batch of rookies had entered the Taiya Divine City 3 months ago. If he wanted to enter the top 1000 within a year, then entering the top 3000 to 4000 now would not be considered too great an exaggeration. Chionyo, Chu Xiaoran, Yi Yun pondered slightly. These 2 people had the capability to enter the divine wilderness to hunt desolate beasts while others were doing odd jobs. Indeed, they had the ability, or they would not be ranked first and second. Yi Yun did not know how far he could rise up the Earth ranking at this time. Brother E, nobody dares to touch Chionyo and Chu Xiaoran. So now, everybody is eyeing you. You have become extremely famous among the rookies in the Taiya Divine City. Everyone knows that you are overflowing with wealth. And according to the rules, you were ranked third largely not due to your strength. It was all due to you earning too many dragon scale runes. You picking the primordial herb and breaking the herb picking record have made many people jealous. Many people are disgruntled by the fact that you are ranked so far ahead. With your wealth, many people are eyeing it and want to take a bite off your flesh, and that doesn't only include the Hongdao Association. But the Hongdao Association has already made it clear that no one is to challenge you without their permission. If anyone does so, they would be snatching business from the Hongdao Association, and the Hongdao Association will make sure to get even with them, so this has discouraged many. It could be said to be a blessing in disguise. Song Zijuan said with a wry smile. Clearly, the words blessing in disguise was satirical. When Ian heard this, he rubbed his chin, snatching business? Using this term means they are treating me as fish meat put onto a cutting board. Zhou Kuei said, Brother E, the first round of registrations for the battles are beginning soon. Each day is limited to 12 battles. Your nameplate has been eyed by many, so they would all begin snatching for it at the beginning. You will likely have to fight 12 matches a day for 3 consecutive days. You might not know, but the Hongdao Association have even begun taking bets on how many matches you can last. I think the first few opponents will be the Hongdao Association's 4 bully lords. They are ranked in the top few hundred amongst the rookies. While I was forging, I met one of them. Their reputation in the capital is much greater than mine. 4 bully lords? Yi-Yun thought about the rare tall, short, fat, thin combination he saw in the pawnshop. These guys were at least nice, to pawn all their assets to gamble with him. Brothery, I bought the bet that you can complete more than 10 rounds. Song Zijuan patted Yi-Yun on the shoulder as he said that to show his support. Actually, Song Zijuan, Jokuei and the youths that came with them from the Jing state knew Yi-Yun was strong. Even without dragon scale runes, Yi-Yun could get a high ranking just from his strength. The crux of the problem was he might not be able to last through a tag team battle. And Yi-Yun's third place was too ridiculous. Those rookies among the top 50 were all formidable people. Some of them could even charge into the top 4,000 in the Earth rankings. Thank you. Yi-Yun cupped his hands. Where's the registration going on? I want to see it when the registration officially begins. He had a limited number of fights a day. He could not just fight with any Tom, Dick, or Harry. They had to have some quality, actually, they had to have a sufficient amount of dragon scale runes. If not, wouldn't it be a waste of a battle? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, Betting All One's Wealth. Chapter 214, Betting All One's Wealth. The Rookie Earth Ranking Competition was the first battle for this batch of rookies in the Taya Divine City. People treated this, as it was their first public display in the Taya Divine City, very seriously. All of them wanted to stand out. All these proud children of heaven came from all over the kingdom. Many of them were arrogant, although many faced setbacks when they first entered the Taya Divine City, they quickly regained their confidence. Especially in the past few months of training, these rookies had all improved, and they wanted to showcase their abilities. At this time, the rookie registration had begun. This batch of rookies were declaring who they wanted to compete with in their first battle. After they succeeded, they would receive a corresponding nameplate token. When Yi-Yun's nameplate appeared, many people were trying to grab it. But at this time, the advantage of a society could be seen. As the biggest society amongst the rookies, the Hongdao Association easily received Yi-Yun's nameplate. Who's sick of living? To dare snatch it away from me? The 4 bully lords. Tall guy stepped on a stool with one foot and, with a shiny dagger in hand, faced the crowd. Pa! A nameplate fell into the tall guy's hand. This was Yi-Yun's challenge nameplate. It was not easy for others to compete for it when in front of a society. You bunch of people, don't gather here to waste your opportunity. Do you know how much that kid Yi-Yun is worth? How many of you can take out 500 dragon scale runes? You dare to bet with that amount? A chief of the Hongdao Association said loudly. To the rookies, 500 dragon scale runes was a huge sum. Indeed, many of them could not afford it. But for Yi-Yun, with his wealth amounting to tens of thousands dragon scale runes, a few hundred dragon scale runes was nothing to him. As people were in a heated verbal exchange, someone suddenly said, "Hey, isn't that kid Yi-Yun?" These words immediately attracted the attention of many. Everyone looked over and saw that at the entrance to the hall, a youth in linen clothes was leaning on a wooden railing, looking at the ongoings with interest. This youth had bright eyes and distinct facial features. His face had a tinge of childishness. Who else was it but Yi-Yun? It's really that kid. The people from the Hongdao Association naturally recognized Yi-Yun. The rookie competition is beginning soon and we are all waiting for this kid. Looking at him, he doesn't seem worried at all. Many began discussing. Yi-Yun stood upright and greeted the Hongdao Association's people with a smile. Seeing this scene, many turned speechless. Did Yi-Yun not know the vendetta the Hongdao Association had with him? Seeing how he even greeted them, they wondered if this kid knew what the Hongdao Association was going to do. It was as if all that was happening in front of him had nothing to do with him. Everyone, have you amassed your betting amounts? Yi-Yun looked towards the Hongdao Association's 4 bully lords and the chiefs, and asked, betting amounts? He. Someone laughed saying, of course we have prepared the betting amounts. For you, we have amassed a large amount of dragon scale runes to gamble with in the fights with you. It's at least 800 dragon scale runes around. This amount might stun others, making us feel bad announcing it. When the person from the Hongdao Association said this, many people gasped. 800 dragon scale runes a match. Many rookies had to work hard to earn 800 dragon scale runes for more than a month. But now, that amount would be over in one match. They realized that many amongst them did not have the right to fight with Yi-Yun as they could not afford it. Besides, Yi-Yun was not a pushover. Many of them had gathered here, but in reality, they did not have much confidence in facing Yi-Yun. Betting 800 was too much. When faced with the number 800, Yi-Yun clearly lacked interest. He shook his head saying, 800 dragon scale runes a match? To think you have the nerve to say that. You guys are so poor. I even saw quite a number of you going to the bank to pawn items, but why do you only have these small amounts of dragon scale runes? Yi Yun said sarcastically. Zhou Kuei and Song Zijuan who were behind him became dumbfounded upon hearing this. They only accompanied Yi Yun to watch. They thought Yi Yun was simply here to check out the competition, so that he wouldn't lose too badly when he really fought in the arena. But they never expected that Yi Yun would immediately slap the Hongdao Association in the face. Not only did he ridicule them as being poor, he even mentioned that these young masters had gone to the bank to pawn items. To these respected young masters from family clans, pawning items was definitely not something to be proud of. The shamefulness was just slightly better than borrowing from an usury. Did Yi Yun feel like he wasn't hated enough? He was practically asking to be hit. As expected, the members of the Hongdao Association became enraged. If it was not for this being in public, they would have immediately attacked. Kid, don't boast so much. Did you not go to the bank to borrow from the usury? Yi Yun said nonchalantly, that's right. I just borrowed a tiny bit. It was just a small amount of 5,000. I thought I would not have enough dragon scale runes, but now I realized that I was overworried. I have about 40,000 dragon scale runes, but you guys are betting 800 a match. When can you exhaust it all? At my level, it's pretty easy to earn dragon scale runes. It's just a number after all. Yi Yun said it lightly. Over the past few days, he had accumulated more than 40,000 dragon scale runes from picking herbs. But by saying it this way, even Song Zijuan and Zhou Kuei, let alone the Hongdao Association members, felt that Yi Yun was asking to be beaten. He was practically trying to stir their hate for him. He was just short of saying, come beat me up. Many of the Hongdao Association members were hot-blooded youths. It was easy for them to get upset, but now, with Yi Yun's instigation, many wished that they could fight it out with Yi Yun right there and then. The eldest among the 4 bully lords reached out and took out his interspatial ring. He placed it on the table and bit his teeth. I'll bet 1,000 dragon scale runes in this ring. Interspatial ring. Someone blurted out but quickly corrected himself, it's the Gongsun family's manufactured earth-ranked interspatial ring. It's not easy to purchase it. Many watched this with horror. An interspatial equipment was originally expensive, but it being produced the Gongsun family made its price even higher. An interspatial ring was a luxurious item. But to many warriors, especially those who went out to hunt desolate beasts, this was a very valuable piece of equipment. It could store various battle necessities like weapons, arrows, supplements, protective charms, etc. Expensive desolate beast material could also be stored within the interspatial ring. In the Taiya Divine City's 10,000 pagoda, there were interspatial rings for sale. But even the interspatial ring with the smallest space was worth more than 2,000 dragon scale runes. A better one would cost tens of thousands of dragon scale runes. There were those that cost more than 100,000 dragon scale runes. But typical Taiya Divine City cultivators would seldom buy an interspatial ring from the 10,000 pagoda as there were many uses for dragon scale runes. It was too wasteful to use it to buy a ring. Most of their interspatial rings were brought from their own families. Those families who could equip their young with interspatial rings were powerful families. A large number of cultivators who came to the Taiya Divine City did not have interspatial rings. What's more, the one taken out by the 4 bully lords was a high-quality interspatial ring. Yi Yun scanned the ring and was satisfied. These 4 bully lords sure were nice. He was just lacking an interspatial ring, and they sent one over to him. When Yi Yun previously said that dragon scale runes was just a number to him, he was deliberately exaggerating to anger the Hongdao Association. There was no worry over having too many dragon scale runes, no matter how many one had. The Taiya Divine City had plenty of resources that needed a massive amount of dragon scale runes to purchase. Just Yi Yun's saber skills were crude and needed to be improved urgently. If Yi Yun planned to train in the Desolate Heaven technique, those dragon scale runes would be spent just like flowing water. Yi Yun's 40,000 dragon scale runes were really nothing if he wanted to spend them. Any other larger bets? Yi Yun was secretly satisfied with the Earth-ranked interspatial ring, but he faked an expression as if the ring barely made his minimum requirements. This undoubtedly offended many again. The 4 bully lords always stood together. They quickly took off their interspatial rings and placed the rings on the table one by one. This bet included 4 rings. 4 rings could be all worn together. As a result, the space would be greater. If not, Yi Yun could always exchange all of them for a better interspatial ring. This bet was pretty tempting. Under Yi Yun's provocation, the Hongdao Association members began to increase the stakes. As a result, this round of rookie competitions became more heated. This competition was destined to make great waves amongst the rookie circles. Time passed, and the rookie ranking competition had finally begun. To the rookies, this was a critical battle. This battle could largely decide a rookie's future success in the Taya Divine City. Those who rose up high on the Earth rankings would often stay high. In the coming years, whether it was the Heaven or Earth ranking, they would often rank at the top, becoming a prominent person. Hence, every time there was a rookie ranking competition, large factions would pay attention to it. There was no exception this time. The Taya Divine City seldom allowed unauthorized people to enter. But some of the administrators in the Divine City had ties with the various large factions. In fact, some of them came from those large factions, so much of the news happening within the Taya Divine City would be known firsthand by the Taya Divine Kingdom's factions. The various factions' main focus was naturally Chu Xiaoran and Xionyou. These two people were the daughter of a defending duke and the top son of a reclusive family clan. It was even possible for them to enter the top 1,000 of the Heaven or Earth rolls within 1 year. This was an impressive achievement. Besides the two, Yiyun was also paid attention by a number of factions out of convenience. The main reason was because Yiyun had earned a large sum of dragon scale runes from picking herbs, that resulted in him being challenged by a large group of people. This was an interesting matter in the holding of the rookie ranking competition. Of course, it was just an interesting matter. A youth with special talent at picking herbs was a talent, but it did not mean he was worth the effort to be recruited and nurtured by these large factions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, The Opening of the Ranking Competition. Chapter 215, The Opening of the Ranking Competition. The Divine Wilderness was located to the north of the Taya Divine Kingdom, so the weather there tended to be cold. Today, the polar winds blew, causing a large snowstorm throughout the night. A layer of snow built up overnight and it transformed the Taya Divine City into a world of snow. Just before dawn, while the sky was still dark, Ian walked out of his stone house. Seeing the thick layer of snow reflecting the light from the blue sky, it suffused a layer of light blue gloss. The blue snow matched with the surrounding unsophisticated stone houses and the cold, metallic city walls gave people a feeling of living in a magical legendary world. Dang! 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 At this time, sounds came from the arena, which spread throughout the Taya Divine City. It was slow and melodiously long. It was the bell that indicated the start of the rookie ranking competition. The Taya Divine City's cultivators, especially the rookies, were waiting for the bell to ring. Many of them had meditated through the night to push their mental state to its optimal state, waiting for their battles. The cultivators were about to fight their first battles in the Taya Divine City. These battles would determine their futures. The rookies came out from their various residences and they all formed a flow of people that headed towards the arena. There were some second and third year veterans who followed the rookies into the arena. They came specifically to watch the rookies competition. At every rookie competition, there were always some excellent rookies who stood out. They could enter the top 6,000 or even 4,000. These people had the ability to pose a threat to the senior cultivators who had been in the Taya Divine City for 3 to 4 years. Hence, many of them wanted to see who the formidable ones from this batch of rookies were, the ones that were worthy of their attention. I heard that for this rookie ranking competition, the Divine City has increased the rewards. Whoever is able to enter the top 8,000 will receive dragon scale runes as a reward. If they can enter the top 6,000, the reward will be doubled. Furthermore, the top ranker amongst the rookies will obtain a glory point and they will also be awarded with cultivation opportunities in the Sword Scar Palace and Sage Temple. Amongst the people, some of the rookies who were more informed about the rewards, mentioned what they had heard. The Taya Divine City had not officially announced these rewards, but the officials had already decided on them. Sword Scar Palace? Sage Temple? And a glory point? Tisk. When many rookies heard this, their mouth watered. But they knew that they basically had no chance at these rewards. This year's rewards were exceptionally good, as the upper echelons of the Taya Divine City felt that this batch of rookies was not bad, so they increased the reward ratio. For example, Chu Xiaoran and Xionyou were hopeful candidates to enter the top 1,000 within a year. To have two such figures in a year was absolutely amazing. Many people were looking forward to Chu Xiaoran and Xionyou's battle. Yiyun was mixed into the crowd as he listened to people talk. He did not say anything, but no matter where he went, he was like a firefly in the dark night. He was extremely eye-catching and everyone he met on the street looked at him. See that guy? He's a fierce figure amongst the rookies. He alone got into trouble with the entire Hongdao Association. Everyone looked over. Seeing Yiyun in linen clothes with an extremely long blade behind him. His hands were in his pockets as he slowly strolled towards the arena. From this, it looked like Yi-Yun was just heading to the cookhouse for breakfast and he was in no way nervous or worried. At this moment, people were secretly horrified. Ridiculous. To be declared war on by so many people, yet he didn't care about it. Not only that, the kid's attitude had already reached a point of invincibility and he was invulnerable to anything. He's a true fighter. Some people sighed. Many were impressed by Yi-Yun. In this batch of first-year recruits, Yi-Yun's name was widely known. All the major events such as capturing a primordial herb, breaking a record, embarrassing the Hongdao Association were all related to Yi-Yun. If this sort of person wasn't a fighter, what was he? About 15 minutes later, people from all around the Taya Divine City slowly gathered in the arena. The Taya Divine City's arena was a huge circular building which was tens of stories high. There were 12 main entrances to the arena. In the middle were 9 stages. 8 smaller stages surrounded a central big stage. Around the stages were rows of weapon racks. These racks had a variety of sabers, swords, spears, halberds, polearms, bow, whips. All of the 18 types of weapons were present. Although the quality of these weapons were not the best, they were uncommon. They were all crafted in the Taya Divine City's forging workshops and they were crafted by many of the cultivators. Of course, the cultivators who could place their products on the arena were amongst the best. However, warriors in the arena would typically not choose the weapons on the racks as they would prefer to use their own weapons. About 20 meters away from the weapon racks, there was a viewing stand. This stand had multiple layers and it could easily hold 20,000 people. Each viewing stand was vast and the seats were also very comfortable. The arena was always the spot in the Taya Divine City that had the most number of people. Many of the experts in the Taya Divine City would gather here to fight. The more participants there were, the bigger the audience. Many cultivators also came to watch others fight. From the duels of experts, they could gain some experience. To the warriors, this could be very beneficial. With 2,000 rookies and over 1,000 senior cultivators, along with the staff, there were not more than 4,000 people. Even after they entered the arena, the entire arena was still relatively empty. It was very easy for the arena to hold 4,000 people. Are you all here? When Yi-Yun came to his spot, he heard a voice. It was Baldy Chin. As Yi-Yun's, Zhou Kuei's and company's instructor, Baldy Chin certainly couldn't be absent for these recruits' first battles. Make sure you focus on your battles. Whether you are a mule or a horse, we will know once it begins. Internally, our training can be anything, but in public, none of you are to throw my face. Understand? Baldy Chin's opening speech was extremely simple. Zhou Kuei and company shouted loudly, understood. Good. Baldy Chin nodded. He looked at Yi-Yun with a meaningful glance, kid, you sure are good. Yi-Yun replied with a salute and replied simply, reporting to the instructor, I am doing well. Ha! Great morale. Even if they were to do a tag team battle, you must make it big for our Jing State recruit camp. Kill them all. Baldy Chin hit Yi-Yun on the shoulder with force. With a loud thud, the ground under Yi-Yun trembled. The youths around were secretly horrified. This slap could easily kill an elephant. But Yi-Yun could withstand it without flinching. Yes, instructor. Yi-Yun gave a resounding response. Baldy Chin was satisfied. Heard that? Don't think they are that strong just because they are ranked further ahead of you. Raise your spirits. Even if you were to be beaten down in the arena, you must also pull them down with you. Baldy Chin cheered on the recruits. At this time, a law enforcer from the Central Divine Tower appeared in the central stage and gave his opening speech. His opening speech was simple. He announced the rules of the competition and the ranking system. After announcing the final rewards, he declared the beginning of the ranking competition. Dang! The gong represented the beginning of the competition. After another strike of the gong, many of the recruits held their breaths. Their first battle in the Taya Divine City would be done in the presence of so many people. It included all the elites from all over the kingdom, their instructors, and the law enforcers. It also included their family clans, who used various channels to watch their competition. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to not be tense. The ranking numbers I announce will go on stage to compete. Xian Stage, 11,810, Zhang Han. 12,007, Bai Mingyuan. Kuan Stage, 11,642, Lu Haiyu. 12050, Jiang Deyuan. Xun Stage. A referee in charge of the competition began reading out the name list. Everyone had their own corresponding ranking number. Those who ranked towards the back would compete in the 8 small stages. The 8 smaller stages were placed according to the Bhagwad's 8 trigrams. They were called Chen, Koan, Jin, Sun, Kan, Li, Jen and Dui. Those who ranked farther ahead would be in the central stage. This stage's name was the Divine Wilderness Stage. The Divine Wilderness Stage was not a place ordinary people had the opportunity to enter. Divine Wilderness Stage, 10,003, Yiyun. 10,750, Feng Hai. The boisterous voice of the referee resounded through the arena. Oh? It's already my turn? Yiyun was surprised. He thought he would have to wait a little longer before it would be his turn. He did not expect that his name would be called the moment he entered the arena. It was understandable though, since so many people wanted to challenge him. He had to fight 12 matches a day. The referees must have taken this into consideration to let him begin early, so that his battles could be spread out. By extending the time between his battles, he could regain some stamina. Ha ha! It's already my turn. A tall youth excitedly jumped up from the Hongdao Association's side. He was one of the 4 bully lords and his name was Feng Hai. He too did not expect that he would be the first to go on stage. Furthermore, it was on the central Divine Wilderness stage. It was cool. Yiyun and Feng Hai's match no doubt attracted the attention of the entire audience. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, That One Brick's Elegant Appearance. Chapter 216, That One Brick's Elegant Appearance. Yiyun was now a celebrity. If one were to say the leading actors were Chu Xiaoran and Xiaoniu, then Yiyun would be the most important supporting actor. Yiyun's tag team battle with the Hongdao Association had attracted the attention of numerous people. Many wanted to see how far Yiyun would last. Others were sure that Yiyun would be defeated by Feng Hai in the first round. The 4 bully lords were not simple people. To achieve a prominent name in the capital was something that could not be gained just from their background or wealth. Feng Hai himself was ranked 10,750. In front of him, there were several veteran cultivators who failed to enter the top 10,000. Excluding them, Feng Hai was ranked around 300 amongst the rookies. This ranking was quite outstanding. In the audience, there was a young girl in green clothes. She curiously looked at Yiyun. So that's Yiyun. This girl in green was small in size and she had a cute image. She was the young daughter of the current defender duke of the Taiyao royal family, Chu Xiaoran. Beside Chu Xiaoran, there was a 1.9 meter tall youth. He was wearing crystal armor and his eyebrows were shaved. Most of his hair was shaved off, leaving an inch of hair in the middle of his head. This remaining hair was extremely long, reaching all the way to his back. This youth had his arms crossed across his chest. His legs were spread apart as he sat on the stone bench like he was in a horse riding stance. His back was straight and he looked majestic. This man looked like a 18 to 19-year-old youth, but he was actually 13 years old. He was Xiaoniu. Xiaoniu smiled and said, "This kid is interesting. You might not know this, but he came from the Cloud Wilderness. He comes from a poor background, so to have his current achievements, it is extremely difficult. I have a premonition that Yiyun isn't dangerous right now, but he's a diamond in the rough. In the future, he might pose a threat to you and me." Oh? Chu Xiaoran flashed an odd look in her eyes. In the future, he will compete for the number 1 rank of the Heaven Roll of Honor with us? Possibly. Xiaoniu nodded. Be it Xiaoniu or Chu Xiaoran, both of them had goals to be first on the Heaven or Earth rolls in the future. When Qin Haotian and his batch left the Taiyao Divine City after training in the Taiyao Divine City for 5 years, it would not be difficult for Qin Haotian and Chu Xiaoran to be ranked at the top. What was difficult was for them to complete this goal within 5 years. "Xiaoran, I want this rookie first place's glory point. Don't fight with me over it." Xiaoniu licked his lips as he said to Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran laughed, "That depends if you have the ability. We haven't competed in a long while." Xiaoniu and Chu Xiaoran knew each other from a long time ago and they were friends. Both of them had their own advantages, and neither wanted to concede to the other. "Yiyun, quickly come up to the stage to receive your judgment." When the law enforcer announced his name, Feng Hai couldn't wait to jump up onto the Divine Wilderness stage. With a large broad saber in hand, he was filled with fighting spirit. "I want to be outstanding today," Feng Hai shouted out in his heart. He felt that his awesome life was starting today. And Yiyun would be his first sharpening stone ever since he entered the Taiyao Divine City, if Yiyun was worthy. Yiyun leisurely walked up the stage. With the 1,000 army saber behind his back like a flagpole, he looked a little odd. "Ha, you use a saber too and you are shorter than your saber." Feng Hai was the tall one among the lofty, shorty, fatty and scrawny combination. Hence, he was proud of his height. Unsheath your saber. Since all of us are using a saber, I'll let you know today what it means to have a saber. Feng Hai's saber was very different from Yi Yun's. Yi Yun had a long saber and its attack method was similar to that of a sword. It was noted for its speed and sharpness. But Feng Hai's thickback saber was good at direct attacks. They were two completely different types of weapons. Unsheath my saber? Yi Yun glanced at Feng Hai. There was no need to use the Thousand Army saber against Feng Hai because it was not easy to use. The Taya Divine City had instituted the rule that if anyone were to deliberately kill another in the competition, they were to be sentenced to death. Accidentally killing another meant imprisonment. The Hongdao Association planned to use a tag team battle to cause Yi Yun to become bedridden for a few months, but they did not dare to harm Yi Yun's life. If Yi Yun were to use the Thousand Army saber with his radiant Sun Chi, the Divine Wilderness stage, that was made with purple tungsten, could easily be sliced off. Such power might accidentally cause the death of Feng Hai. Even without the radiant Sun Chi, Yi Yun felt that the Thousand Army saber could easily destroy Feng Hai's defenses. The Thousand Army saber's blade length was enough to split a horse, and since they had a gap in their strength, he had to control his blade all the time, so it was pointless. And the Thousand Army saber had edges on both sides. Even if he used the saber's spine to attack, Feng Hai might not be able to take it. So it was better if he did not use it at all. Yi Yun shook his head calmly. He recalled the phrase commonly seen in the legendary novels from his past life. As such, he slowly said to Feng Hai, "My saber is not easily drawn, but once it unsheathes, it sees blood." When he said this, everyone present was shocked. It took a while before the people could recompose themselves and they understood what Yi Yun meant. He felt that Feng Hai was not worthy of him drawing his weapon. Was this guy sound in his mind? Did he not know how many people behind him were eyeing him? Every one of them were stronger than the other. Feng Hai was originally stunned by Yi Yun's words, then he became furious. He wanted to dice up Yi Yun who belittled him. But a second later, he was no longer angry. There was no reason to be angry over a fool. When faced with a tag team battle, even those confident in their strength would gear themselves up. However, Yi Yun was nonchalant about it, as if it had nothing to do with him. He even dared to boast that he wouldn't draw his saber? This clearly meant he was crazy. The people from the Hongdao Association looked at Yi Yun for a while before roaring into laughter. They all felt that Yi Yun was some fearless idiot. It was no wonder he was so calm. As the saying goes, the wise worries, but the fools are fearless. Don't get me wrong. I may not draw my saber, but I'll still choose a weapon. Yi Yun waved his hand. The Thousand Army saber was not easy to use for he might accidentally cause serious harm to Feng Hai. This would lead to trouble for himself. But it did not feel right without a weapon. The power of the fist had a disadvantage. It was not that Yi Yun could not deal with Feng Hai, but there were too many people behind him. It would be too tiring to use his fists. He might even end up with a bruised fist. If he could save some energy, why not do so? Because of this battle, Yi Yun had already taken off his flowing mercury gown and was ready in light gear. Yi Yun walked to the edge of the stage in a composed manner. Everyone was looking at him, wondering what Yi Yun would be up to next. There were 18 weapons around the ring. Do you want to choose from the weapons here? The referee asked. These weapons were placed by the side of the stage for the cultivators to use. Yes. Yi Yun scanned the various sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. He could not use any of these. Yi Yun decided on using a blunt weapon. It was easy to hold and there was no fear that he would accidentally kill someone with it. Well, this seems good. What is this? Yi Yun picked up a rectangular piece of metal from the weapon rack. It was about a foot long, and as wide as an adult's palm. Oh, you can't use this. The referee shook his head. This is a magical weapon. Its name is the Heaven Upheaval Seal. A typical Yuan Foundation realm warrior can use his body's Yuan Qi to steer this weapon to kill. Besides that, the Heaven Upheaval Seal has an exquisite array technique within it. If you do not know it, the power of the Heaven Upheaval Seal would be greatly reduced. No one expected Yi Yun to know the array technique. As for him reaching the Yuan Foundation realm, it was impossible. Naturally, he couldn't bring out the power of the Heaven Upheaval Seal. I see, Yi Yun heard the referee speaking, but none of it really entered his ears. What Heaven Upheaval Seal, after giving all that nonsensical explanations and giving it such an awesome name, to put it bluntly, it was just a piece of brick. What steering it to kill? All it needed to do was to hit someone in the head. Yi Yun held the heaven upheaval seal and weighed it in his hand. The size was the same as a brick and he could easily hold it in his hands. Back when Yi Yun was studying, he had fought with others before. With the brick in hand, Yi Yun seemed to recall the feelings of those yesteryears. You really want to use the heaven upheaval seal? The referee looked at Yi Yun as he carried the heaven upheaval seal up on stage. He could not understand it as he had just explained it very clearly. Yet, Yi Yun did not heed his advice. What was he doing? Right, I'll use this. Yi Yun carried the brick and walked calmly up on stage. The Hongdao Association were all laughing with their backs hunched over as they saw Yi Yun as a clown. Was he really here to compete and not here to play the fool? To face such a person with abnormal intelligence, one could not view him as a normal person. At this time, not only the Hongdao Association, even Zhou Kuei, Song Zijuan and company who were extremely confident of Yi Yun were shocked. They did not know what to say. How could Yi Yun know any array technique? He definitely could not use this heaven upheaval seal. Can we begin? The arena's referee was very cultured. Even with such a weird scene happening, he only gave Yi Yun an odd look. After that, he did not say more, and focused on the competition. Oh, right. I have something. Yi Yun sure had lots of things. I heard that the Hongdao Association had opened up a betting pool. I have previously bought 5,000 dragon scale runes that I would be able to last beyond 20 matches. I wonder if they can pay up or not. The highest payout ratio for Yi Yun completing 20 matches was at 110. But the Taiya Divine City did not encourage people to gain resources from luck such as gambling. As such, there was a 40% tax. Also, there was a 5,000 dragon scale runes bet limit. Of course, Yi Yun placed the maximum bet. If he could win, he would receive 50,000 dragon scale runes and he would have to pay 20,000 in tax. But what was most important was that the Hongdao Association needed to have the ability to pay up. In fact, 50,000 dragon scale runes was a large sum even for an association like the Hongdao Association. After all, Li Hong was just a second-year soldier. Ha 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 ha. Feng Hai nearly cried out laughing. 20 matches and above? He had always thought that Yi Yun had some ability. But now, Yi Yun played out various humorous performances and he wanted to win more than 20 matches. He sure had a lofty dream. The other Hongdao Association members convulsed with laughter. This guy must be some comedian invited by some ancient monkey spirit. He came here to give them dragon scale runes and he made them laugh out loud. They were really blissful to meet such a great person. Yes, we can begin. Yi Yun nodded his head, and the referee declared the start of the match. Everyone's eyes were on the Divine Wilderness stage. They wanted to see how this wonderful match would lead on. At this time, Feng Hai stopped laughing. Laughing was one thing, but when it came to a competition, Feng Hai would still focus. He had bet 1,000 dragon scale runes and an interspatial ring for this match. Li Hong had repeatedly ordered them not to underestimate Yi Yun, so that they wouldn't fail at an easy task. Although now it was clear that Yi Yun was likely a retard, he still wanted to abuse this retard. Feng Hai opened up his posture and he began moving at a great pace on the purple tungsten stage. People saw Feng Hai's body blurred and heard a series of footstep sounds, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Feng Hai was as fast as lightning, and at the same thing he began waving his saber. The golden saber slashed out a sharp saber chi that cut through the air, emitting an ear-piercing sound. It's the Feng family's bell-tone steps and golden wind saber. Someone in the stands said. Many of the cultivators did not have sufficient dragon scale runes to exchange for a cultivation technique, so most of them used their own family's cultivation technique. Some family clans had high-quality techniques that were passed down generation to generation. Taking the Feng family as an example, as one of the capital's large family clans, the bell-tone steps and the golden wind saber were the cornerstone skills of their family clan. Although Feng Hai could only show a tiny charm of them, it was still impressive. Being praised by many of the elites around him, Feng Hai's vanity was greatly inflated. He was just a 13-year-old, an age which needed the most recognition. Immediately, Feng Hai felt extremely pleased about being the star of the stage. He was no longer in a hurry to attack Yi Yun. Instead, he began to demonstrate his bell-tone steps and golden wind saber. Saber has no fear, royalty among weapons, bell-tones are silent, travels 1,000 miles. Feng Hai began reciting the poetry created for the bell-tone steps and golden wind saber by the previous head of the Feng household that was used before killing an enemy. He charged valiantly and spiritedly towards Yi Yun. Feng family's saber technique's first move, Golden Wind Jade Do. Feng Hai slashed downwards. This slash was accompanied by numerous golden winds, which was the reason for the move's pretty name. At that moment, the turbulent winds and countless number of saber flashes trapped Yi Yun within. Cha! 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 With the golden flashes, the surface of the purple tungsten metal momentarily became filled with marks. But at this moment, Yi Yun's figure moved. He demonstrated his large success stage of minute subtlety. It was as if he was one with the surrounding environment. The golden wind saber's flashes were avoided by him by an iota. Feng Hai's saber was extremely fast. After all, it was the Feng family's heirloom saber technique. Once it was used, the saber flashes were complex and appeared in a haphazard manner. To avoid it, one had to calculate the trajectories of all the flashes, making use of every single space. But Yi Yun still managed to step into the saber vortex. Even though the saber was sharp, it could not hurt him at all. The surrounding audience were all elites. Their eyes were sharp and could clearly see Yi Yun's movement in the flurry of saber flashes. What? He actually avoided that. Yi Yun's speed was too fast. He could meander through the thick saber flashes. This movement technique was horrifying. Suddenly, Yi Yun's figure disappeared. Ha! Feng Hai shivered as his pupils contracted. When Yi Yun avoided his first wave of saber attacks, he began to be on high alert. But now seeing Yi Yun suddenly disappear, Feng Hai immediately used his bell-tone steps to retreat without any thought. He wanted to distance himself to plan ahead. But at the same moment, as he jumped backwards, he felt a rush of killing intent behind him. Yi Yun had already moved behind Feng Hai. This scene shocked the entire audience. How could that be? The people did not have the opportunity to be alarmed. All they saw was Yi Yun raising his hand, smashing the brick, no, it should be the heaven upheaval seal, at the back of Feng Hai's head. Get lost. Pang. With a crisp sound, it sounded like a polo ball being hit by a polo club. Feng Hai wanted to turn his head, but he felt the back of his head tremble. It was like he was hit by a heavy hammer. With that, he felt the world spin around him. He turned dizzy and began to see stars. Feng Hai's body, which was originally retreating, had been stopped by Yi Yun's brick attack. Feng Hai came close to crashing on the ground. He barely supported his body with the golden saber. He felt that the back of his head was sticky, he was clearly bleeding. What? What the hell? Feng Hai had been beaten to the point where his mental processes slowed down. He could not react to many things as his body wavered. He turned his head with great difficulty to see how Yi Yun had attacked him. But his vision turned blurry. Yi Yun's figure was like a hazy patch. Oh. Pretty strong, Yi Yun hesitated and he was slightly surprised. Following that, he lifted the brick without hesitation and slammed downwards. This brick hit the forehead of Feng Hai. Pang! The sound of a ripe melon being knocked came out, crisp and clear. Feng Hai, who had not gotten the opportunity to see Yi Yun clearly, felt his vision go black. His body was like a noodle that had slipped off a pair of chopsticks, losing the support of his bones. After some twisted struggle, he went completely limp on the ground. He foamed at his mouth as his limbs twitched. Feng Hai's blood from his head splashed out, quickly forming a pool. When the people saw this, they turned silly. Yi Yun actually used the heaven upheaval seal as a brick and beat Feng Hai, who was using the bell-tone steps and golden wind saber, into the ground with 2 strikes. Those flashy moves lost to a brick. The great Feng Hai, one of the capital's 4 bully lords, had been defeated by Yi Yun. This was unbearable to watch. As for the Hongdao Association members, especially the other 3 from the 4 bully lords, their mouths were agape. Their eyes were straight as they petrified. They could not say a word. They had just been shaking with laughing, but now, they couldn't even cry. What? What the hell? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217, no matter how good your martial arts were, you would be put down with a brick. Chapter 217, no matter how good your martial arts were, you would be put down with a brick. The people from the Hongdao Association were stunned for a long time. It wasn't until Feng Hai bled a huge pool on the stage that the 3 people from the 4 bully lords reacted. Brother Hai. Second brother. The 3 of them rushed up and saw that their brother had been beaten up badly. The 3 bully lords lifted Feng Hai up, and all they saw was a huge bump on Feng Hai's forehead and another huge bump on the back of his head. The 2 bumps protruded out greatly. If one were to look at them from the side, it would look like a bear with 2 little ears. This look made people at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. Brother Hai! Brother Hai! The 4 bully lords shook Feng Hai. All of them stared with all their might. They could not believe that Feng Hai's and Yi Yun's battle could have such a result. Actually, all the elites present could not believe it. This was not going according to script. Feng Hai had clearly used an awesome move, and it was demonstrated beautifully. It was after all the secret technique of the capital's Feng family. How bad could it be? The blade beam, the aura, the movement, the force wind, was impeccable. Everyone thought Feng Hai was about to flaunt his skills. But, at this moment, how did he get taken down by Yi Yun's one brick? No matter how it was analyzed, Yi Yun's brick was nothing special. The attack was direct and there was no fancy cultivation technique. In fact, there was no technique involved, but the result was ridiculous. It was like a martial arts guru from a martial family clan demonstrated a beautiful set of Tai Chi fist in an upscale dojo. While he was planning to befriend others through martial arts and meet all the heroes of the world, a ruffian on the street rushed forward and beat up the guru with a brick. This was an eye-popping experience. Many family clan descendants could not accept it. Was Feng Hai careless? Yi Yun used the Heaven Upheaval Seal as a brick, and he didn't avoid. Hongdao Association tried to find excuses for Feng Hai because they could not accept the result. The battle had ended too quickly. It was too dramatic. They rather believed that this battle was just an outlier. Many of them had bet heavily against Yi Yun. Amongst them, the least amount that people bet on was 800 to 900 dragon scale runes. There were even more people who took out their family possessions such as elixirs, relics, interspatial rings, etc. They were really betting all their assets. Of course, they did not believe that Yi Yun was stronger than them. But, on another side, Xiongnu rubbed his chin and looked meaningfully at Yi Yun. This Yi Yun is quite strong. I underestimated him just now. Yes. Beside Xiongnu, Zhu Xiaoran nodded slightly. Although Feng Hai took Yi Yun lightly, even if he had put in his all, he would definitely not be Yi Yun's match. Yi Yun is very strong. This kid is interesting. Xiongnu's eyes flashed. He liked to spar with experts. Yi Yun was already able to arouse his interest. Divine Wilderness Stage, Yi Yun vs Feng Hai, Yi Yun wins. At this moment, the referee declared the end of the match. Yi Yun kept the brick and wobbled down the stage. As he was returning to the audience stands, Yi Yun turned around and said, "Referee, I'll be borrowing this brick." Yi Yun did this while he bade farewell. When the referee heard this, he was speechless. He coughed twice and said, "This weapon is called the Heaven Upheaval Seal." Right, it's more or less the same. I find this weapon quite handy. Thanks. Yi Yun said in a casual tone. His words made many people roll their eyes. Even the expressionless referee could not help but twitch his lips a few times upon hearing it. What the heck? How could this Heaven Upheaval Seal that was painstakingly produced be used in this manner? If the person who produced the Heaven Upheaval Seal knew that his own produced weapon was being praised in such a manner, it was a wonder what he would think. As such, Yi Yun returned to his seat. Zhou Kuei and Song Zijuan looked at Yi Yun as if he was a monster. He was basically a humanoid primordial species. It was unknown what herbs he ate growing up that allowed him to use the Heaven Upheaval Seal as a brick to knock Feng Hai unconscious. Yi Yun placed the brick with a domineering aura on the stone table in front of him. The surface of the brick even had blood. It was terrifying. This really was. No matter how good your martial arts were, you would be put down with a brick. Whatever so-called Beltone steps and golden wind saber simply did not work in front of the brick. Yi Yun began to meditate to rest his mind. The rookie ranking competition carried on in the arena. With this, the Hongdao Association people became more down-to-earth. They no longer shouted. Besides occasionally going on stage to compete, they shriveled up the rest of the time. With a brick over their heads that could fall down any time, how could they laugh? F***K, we need to avenge Brother Hai. Feng Hai had eaten some medicine for his injuries, but due to the 2 brick hits, he was still unconscious. This setback did not only cause physical harm to Feng Hai, but was largely a dent on his psyche. Feng Hai originally seemed unstoppable. Just as he was demonstrating his family's secret skills to appear outstanding, and just as he had reached the pinnacle of his life, Yi Yun's 2 blows changed everything. It was definitely not a good feeling. Be careful, this kid is a bit odd. The eldest amongst the 4 bully lords said. The next person to battle with Yi Yun was also one of the 4 bully lords. They absolutely could not repeat the same mistakes. If they did, they would totally lose face as the 4 bully lords. 4th brother, you are up next. Make sure to brighten up your eyes. Watch your back. If you were to be defeated by him, we, the 4 bully lords, will become a joke in the capital. We won't have the face to mix in the capital circles anymore. I got it big, bro. The thin monkey in the 4 bully lords patted his chest as a guarantee. Big bro, I don't dare to say about anything else, but you know me. My speed is the fastest amongst us 4. my eyes are also the sharpest. It would be good if I didn't sneakily attack others, for others to sneakily attack me? Impossible. The thin monkey was very confident. His moves were extremely dexterous. And his family had a top movement skill. Scrawny had great talent in movement skills, so having learned this movement skill for many years, he had perfected the first 3 levels. Many people who even outpaced Scrawny in cultivation level could not attack him. As a result, Fatty felt relieved that Scrawny was up next. He could see that it was not realistic that Scrawny could screw up Yun, but it was no matter. With Scrawny's movement skills, he could remain unbeaten for a long time, and that would be enough. After all, they were doing a tag team battle. By consuming Yun's strength, when he and Shorty went up on stage, they could certainly finish Yun. After Yun finished his match, he had a break for nearly an hour. During this period, Yun also watched the matches amongst the rookies, but there was nothing much to see. Before he learned the Taya Sacred technique, these people's cultivation technique would probably light up Yun's eyes. But now, with the Taya Sacred technique, these cultivation techniques looked very common and Yun was no longer impressed. The matches went one after another. The rookie rankings also constantly changed. Some rookies were outstanding in the arena. They left the stage smiling. Others lost badly in the arena. Because they did not live up to their own expectations, they were greatly set back. This was something all the Taya Divine City's cultivators had to go through. The martial arts way had its gains and losses. Sometimes, the rewards from a mystic realm might make you overjoyed for 100 years, but there were times where a disaster could break all your limbs, and might even cripple all your martial arts. One had to be able to take on great joy and sufferings when practicing martial arts. In contrast, the loss in the rookie ranking competition was just the first step. Yun originally wanted to see Chu Xiaoran and Xiaonyo's battle, but none of them ever went up. Upon further thought, Yun realized that no one dared to mess with them as they were strong. No one would give dragon scale runes to others and get beaten up at the same time. Only someone extremely wealthy like himself who was ranked 3rd and looked extremely weak would attract so much hate that they wanted to take a bite off him. Kid, did you recently break through again? At this time, Baldy Chin walked over to Yun. He slapped Yun on the back. When Baldy Chin saw Yun's previous battle, he could feel that Yun's improvement was not just by a tiny amount. Yun stood up and smiled, saying, "Instructor Chin, indeed I have grown stronger recently." After Yun learned the Taya Sacred technique, even if he didn't use his Radiant Sun Chi, his strength was no longer the same as before. This was because Yun's Yuan Chi accumulation and pureness had made great progress. Baldy Chin could only vaguely feel it, but he could not tell with absolute confidence. Although Baldy Chin had opened his Heaven's Eye, there were different grades to Heaven's Eyes. For example, the Taya Divine City's elder, Jin Gu, could clearly see through Yun with a glance. Except for the purple crystal, he could see everything. As for Baldy Chin, he clearly did not have that ability. Baldy Chin lifted up the brick on the stone table in front of Yun and flipped it around, looking at it. Good brick. Solid enough. Heavy enough. I think so too. Yun grinned. Yun had a good impression of Baldy Chin. Although Baldy Chin had not deliberately taken care of him, he had fulfilled 100% of his duty as instructor and had given him plenty of advice. At this time, the referee announced, Divine Wilderness Stage, 10,003, Yun. 10,708, Sun Yuan. Come on stage for the match. It was Yun's turn again. And his opponent was again from the capital's 4 bully lords, scrawny Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan had pointed ears and monkey cheeks, he was ugly. His weapon was special, a pair of nunchucks. Sun Yuan made a weird call and jumped on stage. Yun, quickly come up, it's time to fight. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218, Devastation of Sun Yuan. Chapter 218, Devastation of Sun Yuan. Sun Yuan aggressively shouted at Yun from the Divine Wilderness stage. Yun stood up and lifted the brick from the table. The surrounding elite's eyelids twitched when they saw this. Yun was carrying the brick up on stage again. Yun's brick blow had previously knocked Feng Hai from behind, now he was planning on knocking down Sun Yuan? Sun Yuan was now prepared against it, so how could he be knocked down? This Yun sure is arrogant. He may be strong, but he shouldn't underestimate the enemy. He may have been alright using the brick while facing Feng Hai, but now against Sun Yuan, the other party is already prepared, yet he still uses the brick. This brick may be a bit hard, but it's not a decent weapon. He should draw out his saber. Underestimating the enemy is a sure recipe for failing miserably at an easy task. Is Yi Yun following in the footsteps of Feng Hai? People began discussing, and at this moment, Yi Yun had already carried the brick up onto the Divine Wilderness stage. Sun Yuan looked at Yi Yun and saw the brick in Yi Yun's hand. He grinned, saying, "You want to use the same move on me twice? Naive." As Sun Yuan said those words, his 2 feet had begun slowly moving. Sun Yuan's pace was odd. It looked slow, but when he moved, it was hard to see his legs, as if there was a spacetime disturbance. After Sun Yuan moved a few steps, there were shadows behind his body. These shadows lingered on for a long time and they made it harder to distinguish which was the real Sun Yuan. Step after step, the number of Sun Yuan's afterimages grew. The people were awed when they saw this. It was the Sun family's after-image paces. By using special paces to move, an opponent would not be able to tell which was the true body of the person demonstrating the after-image paces. At the same time, each step was injected with Yuan Qi and each afterimage was formed from Yuan Qi. As a result, they looked extremely real. If one couldn't find the opponent's position, how was one to attack? Similarly, if one did not know the opponent's position, one would not know where the attacks would come from. It would be easy to be sneakily attacked by Sun Yuan. The after-image paces was the core of the Sun family's heritage. Sun Yuan had used his outstanding talent in the after-image paces to become one of the members of the capital's 4 bully lords. As long as the after-image paces was not seen through, Sun Yuan would be invincible. More and more after-images surrounded Yi Yun. Each afterimage could be the real body and they could attack Yi Yun any time. All the elites present were not weak. They were watching from a distance and even seeing Sun Yuan's after-image paces as a whole, a large number of them could not tell which was Sun Yuan's real body. I actually can't tell which body is the real one among all these images made from the after-image paces. As expected of the secret techniques of the Sun family. How is Yi Yun going to attack? Many people began praising it. The 4 bully lords Fatty saw that Sun Yuan was slowly gaining control of the situation and he began smiling. Sun Yuan's skill was the basis of his strength. This move perfectly countered Yi Yun. If a sword-bearing or saber-bearing warrior was unable to see Sun Yuan's position, they could just send out an outpour of blade beams, attacking indiscriminately. If so, no matter how exquisite Sun Yuan's after-image paces was, he would struggle to cope with it. It would be easy to be slashed by the blade beams, which revealed the flaws of the technique. But Yi Yun only had a brick. His 1,000 army saber was placed off stage. A brick could not send off an outpour of attacks. Who asked you to be careless? Underestimating the enemy would lead to this outcome. At this moment, in the middle of the stage, Yi Yun was still holding his brick and standing casually. Actually, Yi Yun was feeling quite speechless. This Sun Yuan sure was not done with his tricks. Yi Yun had already formed the Heaven's Eyeball. A sweep of the Heaven's Eye and Sun Yuan's real body would not escape him. Even without the formed Heaven's Eyeball, Yi Yun could just open up the purple crystal's vision to see Sun Yuan's jumping like a monkey. The target was too obvious. Yi Yun had practically 100 different ways to find Sun Yuan. To think that he said the same move could not be used on him twice. Did he think he was a saint warrior? At this moment, Sun Yuan's afterimages came within 9 meters of Yi Yun. To warriors, it was no different from being in contact. Initiating an attack was a matter that took a split moment. Good. The 4 bully lords Fatty's eyes lit up. Being surrounded by Sun Yuan's afterimages and real body at a 9-meter radius, the other party had already lost. Fatty did not expect that Sun Yuan could deal with Yi Yun. It now appeared that Sun Yuan could win. Attack! Sun Yuan made his move. He suddenly attacked while behind Yi Yun. The 9 meters distance disappeared in an instant. Sun Yuan drew out a thin soft sword hidden within his sleeve. The sword's edge was soft and could not be easily seen when immersed in the air. This sharp soft sword was like a venomous snake coming out of its hole. It struck Yi Yun's back and at the same time, with a raise of Sun Yuan's hand, he shot out a series of stealth weapons. These stealth weapons were not obvious, they were easy to miss flying needles. The Sun family's flying needles were also very famous. These flying needles, when sent out amidst blade beams, would be protected by the blade beams. A typical opponent would find it difficult to spot them, let alone avoid them. Even if the opponent was not confused by the after-image paces, reacted in a timely manner and could parry the blade beam, the opponent would not be able to avoid the flying needles. This series of moves could be said to be despicable. Taking Feng Hai's failure as a lesson, Sun Yuan had used all his best moves and had played them out to the extreme. The after-image paces approached Yi Yun, with the soft sword and concealed weapons combination. Sun Yuan did not believe he could lose. This could only be blamed on the arrogance of this kid Yi Yun. Did he think he could use a brick to win? Without any concern, Sun Yuan stabbed towards Yi Yun's heart. A row of concealed weapons also pierced through the body. Hit. Cha. The soft sword penetrated the body. But Sun Yuan's expression suddenly changed. This stab did not have the feeling of entering a body's Yuan Qi protection. There was no resistance, as if he had stabbed nothing. At this moment, Yi Yun's figure suddenly blurred. After image. Sun Yuan was greatly surprised. The Yi Yun he stabbed was also an afterimage. The afterimage paces was mystic technique that combined Yuan Qi and fluctuating paces to form afterimages. Of course, Yi Yun did not know the afterimage paces, but with absolute speed, Yi Yun could also create a very short-lived afterimage. This was because the original image would continue to appear in one's vision for a split second, which was also the reason for this afterimage phenomenon. Without opening Heaven's Eye, this afterimage left in one's eyes could not be removed. It was this short afterimage in Sun Yuan's eyes that caused him to stab into empty space. Sun Yuan immediately knew it was not going well. He urgently backed away, but at this moment, he heard wind behind his head. A strong ominous feeling rose up in his mind. Sun Yuan felt his scalp tingle while his hair stood on end on the back of his neck. He tried hard to redeem the situation, but it was too late. Dong! A clear and crisp sound rang. Yi Yun had struck Sun Yuan's head with the brick. Sun Yuan felt his body tremble and an intense pain from the back of his head. His vision turned black and he immediately felt dizzy. Fu. F***K. Sun Yuan angrily wailed in his mind. He used all his strength to open his eyes and support his body, but it was all futile, it only increased his pain. Yi Yun was surprised when he noticed that he could not finish Sun Yuan off with one brick. These four bully lords sure were resilient. They must have been out and about in the past. As such, Yi Yun patted Sun Yuan's shoulders and earnestly said, "I say, you were jumping around like a monkey just now. When in battle, what's the point with all those fancy tricks? It's best to fight steadily." While saying that, Yi Yun silently raised the brick. Sun Yuan's mouth twitched as he wanted to say something, but he had no chance. When he seemed to make the sound of a syllable with great difficulty, Yi Yun's second brick blow came smashing down, hitting him in the exact same spot as the first brick. Dong! Another crisp sound rang. The same attack had been repeated twice. Sun Yuan was like a nail that was being struck by a hammer. His body shuddered and his eyes rolled. As if his bones had been siphoned off, he landed on the ground with a thud. No one knew what Sun Yuan's last thoughts were. Yet another one was settled. With the brick in hand, Yi Yun loosened his wrists. It was as if he just killed a dog. The audience turned silent upon seeing this. Sun Yuan had used his Sun family's secret technique, the after-image paces, forming 36 split bodies. His move was so fancy and dazzling. But the result was, being destroyed by a brick. Yi Yun had come up twice, struck the brick twice to destroy two people. It should be 4 brick blows, but that doesn't matter. Is this a F***king duel between experts? No one that came to the Taya Divine City was not an elite. Their duel should be filled with blade beams and heaven-moving auras. What's the matter with you, using 2 brick blows to put down 2 people? At this moment, on the Divine Wilderness stage, Yi Yun crouched down and placed the brick to the side. He grabbed Sun Yuan's hand and took off Sun Yuan's interspatial ring. After all, this thing had been part of the bet. It was going to be his sooner or later, so why not take it earlier? Thanks. Yi Yun said with a very provocative tone, but of course, Sun Yuan could no longer hear it. Seeing this scene, the 4 bully lords fatty, outside the arena, was completely livid. The fat on his face was constantly twitching. Scrawny had also been knocked out. His interspatial ring had been taken and he had lost 1,000 dragon scale runes. Together with the previous match, the 4 bully lords had lost 2,000 dragon scale runes and 2 interspatial rings. He could already imagine the future, while on the streets of the capital, when he was introduced by others, someone would say, "Oh, you are the eldest of the 4 bully lords. I've long since heard about you. 2 of your brothers got crushed by a cloud wilderness bumpkin with a brick. And you even gave all of your assets to him. I've heard of your famous name for a long time now. To meet you today is a pleasure. Nice to meet you." Upon thinking of this, Fatty's face distorted completely. If this carried on, how were they to be called the 4 bully lords? They might as well change their name to the 4 bastards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219, Bro, you are too naive. Chapter 219, Bro, you are too naive. Big bro. The four bully lords. Shorty spoke to Fatty without any confidence. Next up, will be me. I don't have any confidence. Shorty's strength was pretty much the same as Sun Yuan. Feng Hai's defeat by Yi Yun could be due to him underestimating Yi Yun. But Sun Yuan had done his best, yet, he too had been bricked down by Yi Yun. This was due to the absolute difference in strength. No matter how reluctant Shorty was in accepting the situation, he had no choice but to admit this fact. Yi Yun was stronger than him. Fatty stayed silent. He had nothing more to say. What do we do now? All their assets had been bet. If they did not fight, were they just going to throw in the towel? After the four bully lords, there were still a lot of people from the Hongdao Association. They all had ugly expressions on their faces. Many of them had submitted their application to compete with Yi Yun. They had even handed in their bets. It could no longer be changed. For this, they were regretting it to the point where their intestines turned green. If they had known that Yi Yun was so formidable, they would have rather died than mess with him. Even if Yi Yun's strength was immense, that was alright. But his weapon was a brick. Fighting with him meant one would be knocked out with a brick. To warriors, it was alright to lose a match. As long as they did not lose their dignity, they would reluctantly accept it. But to be bricked down by a brick, that would be too embarrassing. Yi Yun carried the Heaven Upheaval seal down from the stage. He had 12 matches the first day. He had to fight a match almost every hour. In a day, he had to fight from dawn to dusk for a total of 12 hours. After his second match, Yi Yun could feel that the gaze the surrounding people gave him was one of awe. In the Taya Divine City, as long as you were strong, you would be respected even if you came from a humble background. Yi Yun meditated for some time before his third match began. His opponent was Shorty from the four bully lords. When Yi Yun went up on stage again, Shorty lost a large portion of his morale when he saw Yi Yun holding the bloody brick in hand. Before the match began, Shorty abruptly said, "Wait. I have something to say." "Oh? What is it?" Yi Yun looked at Shorty with some surprise. Shorty gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, "That. Can you change your weapon?" "Change? Why?" Yi Yun looked at Shorty with a puzzled glance. Shorty stayed silent. What he meant was that he did not want to be defeated by a brick. It would be too embarrassing, but yet he couldn't say that. After all, one wouldn't expect him to say, "I don't want to be knocked down by a brick. Please change to another weapon to knock me down with." This would simply mean that he was conceding in advance, before the fight even started. Now, if he returned to the capital, that would be equally shameful. Others would say Lofty and Scrawny of the four bully lords got knocked down by a brick. But later, Shorty did not want to be knocked down by a brick, so he pleaded for Yi Yun to change to another weapon to knock him down with. Eventually Yi Yun agreed, and as a result, Shorty was also knocked down. Upon thinking of this, Shorty felt extremely aggrieved. But Yi Yun shook his head, saying, "I'm not changing. This Heaven Upheaval seal is very handy. Even if I were to change, I would change to a hammer or something. It would be almost the same." When Yi Yun said that, Shorty felt his heart being trampled by 10,000 near-horned beasts with mud-stained hoofs. Could he not be so insulting? He was addicted to knocking people. Shorty became enraged. "I'll fight it out with you." Shorty drew out his curved blade and charged towards Yi Yun. As he rushed forward, Shorty's body blurred. With a touch of his interspatial ring and a shout. Split body technique. With this shout, Shorty split into two bodies. What? Many people were shocked by this. His single body became two in a split second? Previously, when Scrawny used his after-image paces, his body turned into many bodies, but those were all after-images. After-images could not move, and could only be left in the irises of people, confusing a person's vision. But now, Shorty's split body technique had really divided his body into two. His doppelganger also rushed at Yi Yun and attacked. Yi Yun was also slightly stunned, but soon he figured it out. Ha! Shorty and his doppelganger jumped and attacked Yi Yun from left and right. The two curved blades crossed. Split body cross slash. A gleaming blade beam shot out. But at this moment, Yi Yun's moved, appearing in front of Shorty and his doppelganger. He raised the brick. Dawn! Dawn! Using a mysterious movement technique, Yi Yun sent out two solid hits with the brick. Shorty had no way of dodging them. The two curved blades flew straight out, but Shorty and his doppelganger had been knocked down by Yi Yun's two brick blows. Boom! Shorty slammed to the ground heavily while his doppelganger lost its ability to move and twisted into a pile. Only then did people realize that this was not really a split body. In martial arts, those who reached a high cultivation level could have a doppelganger, but Shorty was far from that level. His so-called doppelganger was actually a puppet. When Shorty threw out his puppet, he had injected the puppet with his yuan qi. Together with his own afterimage and fast speed, it created this doppelganger effect. But this method was nothing to Yi Yun, who had formed Heaven's eyeball. He saw through it with a single glance. Shorty was defeated in the same way as the others, being knocked unconscious by Yi Yun. Up to this point, no one had been able to escape the curse of Yi Yun's brick. That brick, in the hands of Yi Yun, was a terrifying weapon that would cause nightmares amongst the Hongdao Association's members. A brick on your head would result in a big bump. Who wouldn't fear it? They could not imagine the feeling of watching helplessly as Yi Yun knocked them down with his brick when it came to their turn. They could predict the result of the match. They had to stick out their heads, just to be knocked down by him. What was more painful than this? At this point, all the members from the Hongdao Association who had declared war on Yi Yun felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. A youth suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "This kid must have practiced some special cultivation technique. We have all been fooled by him. He may look aloof, making others think he's weak. Actually, he is using a very domineering and powerful move. And that move's carrier is the brick." This youth's words enlightened many. Everyone looked at each other and suddenly felt that the youth's words made sense. But there were others who were in doubt. It can't be. His original weapon was a long saber. That long saber should be his weapon of choice, right? Upon facing this question, the youth from before denied it. "Bro, you are too naive. Don't be fooled by appearances. Has any of you seen Yi Yun fight with that long saber? Ever since he came to the Taya Divine City, he has been picking herbs, all the time. Picking herbs. Picking more herbs. And still picking herbs. He had never fought with us. We don't even know what cultivation technique he practices. I am 70% sure that Yi Yun has picked up a secret mystic technique, and this secret technique is related to bricks. In this world, there are sword skills, saber skills, and spear skills. Why can't there be brick skills? Don't find it ridiculous. Think about it carefully. There are all sorts of weird cultivation techniques in this world. Having one of these cultivation techniques use a brick as the main weapon would be normal. This youth began to firmly believe in his own hypothesis. People began to feel enlightened. "Bro, you're right. No wonder this guy was leisurely walking to the arena in the morning when I saw him. He knew many were waiting to challenge him, yet he was not worried at all. It was as if he was not involved in it. His calmness was abnormal. Right, when he went on stage, he was peaceful as a dove, with no stress at all. Previously, he even provoked us to increase the stakes of the battles. Looks like he was confident early on. With his secret brick technique, he was not afraid of us. This Yi Yun is too cunning." People became more and more convinced, as if they had seen through Yi Yun's secret. At the same time, the Hongdao Association's youths grew furious at Yi Yun's provocation for them to raise the stakes. Now, they finally realized they had been cheated by Yi Yun into raising the stakes. This bastard. But the problem now was, even if they knew Yi Yun practiced a mystic technique and that his weapon was a brick, how were they going to crack it? The difference in strength was too great. They would still be knocked down when they went on stage. Brothers, we have to think of a way to control the brick in his hand. Do not be tricked by the brick's appearance. It might look comical, but in Yi Yun's hand, it's the most feared weapon in the world." Someone said the concluding remark. The other youths echoed, "Right. We need to treat the brick as the sharpest saber, sword, or spear. Speaking of swordsmen, some swordsmen can have such superb swordplay that they can be one with the sword. The bodies of those swordsmen who can be one with the sword are equivalent to a sword. And that sword is also their body. This Yi Yun, he might even have reached the stage of being one with the brick. Oh. Being one with the brick. So powerful. It can't be. The difficulty of being one with the brick can't be any less than being one with the sword. This realm can only be reached by extremely gifted people with excellent perceptivity. Hearing that Yi Yun could reach the stage of being one with the brick, the youths present turned livid. This nut was too tough to crack. They too had their own weapons, but none of them could be one with their weapons. I'm not being an alarmist, but I've seen warriors who were able to be one with the sword. Their moves looked simple. It was usually just one stab and they would defeat their opponent. On the surface, there was nothing fancy at all. Now Yi Yun is the same too. With the knock of a brick, it might look simple, but yet he could defeat his opponents. It's very similar to being one with the sword. It should be being one with the brick. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, Throwing in the Towel. Chapter 220, Throwing in the Towel. The Hongdao Association's 13-year-old youths were all gathered together. They were analyzing Yi Yun's moves and weaknesses. Finally, they decided on a battle strategy. When a swordsman reaches the point of being one with the sword, he had a weakness. Once he loses the sword in his hand, his battle power would be greatly reduced. According to this reasoning, these youths believed Yi Yun was the same. As long as he lost the brick in his hand, his battle power would drop. As a result, their battle strategy was to first control the brick in Yi Yun's hand, then find an opportunity to hurt Yi Yun seriously. It was not impossible to win. As the youths began to analyze with well-reasoned logic, a cold voice shouted out, "All of you shut up." When this voice shouted out, the group of youths jumped in shock. Who was so arrogant to get them to shut up? But when they turned their heads to see who it was, they immediately turned silent. The person who shouted at them was the Hongdao Association's president, Li Hong. Li Hong had a very livid expression on his face. His eyes were fierce, as if he was a beast that was going to pounce and devour a person. In the Hongdao Association, Li Hong had extreme authority. When faced with a furious Li Hong, the other youths kept quiet out of fear. A bunch of idiots. You still ***king dare to be stupid in front of me? Li Hong ferociously said. The youths that were previously speaking were stunned. They were still oblivious to the situation. Upon seeing the youths' expressions, Li Hong's lips twitched. He wished he could throw these bunch of retards down the Taiya Divine City's cliffs. He felt that, after he formed the Hongdao Association, he had gathered a bunch of idiots and that he had always been commanding a pile of trash. These kids, when compared to Yi Yun, it was like the difference between jade and shit. But then again, most 12 to 13-year-old kids were usually immature in their thinking. They would occasionally make a naive mistake and say something childish. That was also very normal. But Yi Yun was different. His mind was not like a kid's at all. Yi Yun had been challenged by a great number of people over the past few days. Yet, he was nonchalant about it. He carried on eating and sleeping, not putting it at heart. Instead, he even taunted many people. He ridiculed and challenged others. These behaviors made him seem to have adolescent delusions, but the result was that the youths, ridiculed by Yi Yun, turned hot-headed and raised the stakes higher. This resulted in Yi Yun completely taking advantage of them. That included the 4 bully lords. Initially, Li Hong felt something amiss. Yi Yun always looked like he was in an adolescent delusion, but if that was so, how did he pick a primordial herb? It seemed far-fetched to explain it away with luck. Originally, Li Hong was cautious, but he still got tricked by Yi Yun. The main reason was that Yi Yun was too sinister. Under normal circumstances, a kid from the Cloud Wilderness should not have much worldly experiences, and would not have such great power. And, it was because of this that Li Hong allowed his men to bet with Yi Yun, resulting in the bets being pushed even higher. Now, even his Hongdao Association had opened a betting pool. And Yi Yun had brought 5,000 dragon scale runes with him to bet on himself in this betting pool, betting that he could complete more than 20 battles. Once he thought of this bet, Li Hong felt breathless. He really felt his heart, liver, and balls ache. Even his intestines seemed to twist together. 5,000 dragon scale runes, with a 110 payout, meant that the Hongdao Association would lose 45,000 dragon scale runes. This practically was sapping him of his life. To hope that those recruits who lacked both strength and brains could flip the tables, he might as well hope for pigs to fly. Li Hong was not naive enough to believe that Yi Yun had learned some brick mystic technique that made him that strong. Yi Yun still had not used his saber, which meant that the opponents he faced did not have the qualification to make him draw his saber. To Yi Yun, a brick was more than enough to take care of these imbeciles. None of the Hongdao Association's rookies were Yi Yun's match. They couldn't even exhaust him. These 45,000 dragon scale runes were definitely lost. Li Hong could feel his heart bleeding. Earning dragon scale runes and resources, and supporting such a large association was not easy. Li Hong's strength and talent were not the best. Although Li Hong had managed to obtain brilliant results in 1 year, he still failed to enter the heaven or earth rolls of honor. It was not easy for him to earn dragon scale runes. Li Hong clenched his fists. Separated by the stages, he looked at the linen-clothed Yi Yun that was nearly 100 meters away. Yi Yun had already placed the brick on the table and begun meditating. When he was watched by Li Hong, Yi Yun sensed it and opened his eyes, and his gaze clashed with Li Hong's. This clash in gazes made Li Hong feel a sense of fear. Such keen perception. People with keen perception could feel it when they were being secretly watched. But with the large distance between them, Yi-Yun still could feel it. This perception was too terrifying. Even people who formed their heaven's eyeball were not as good. This kid, you sure are good. I admit I've been set up by you. Li Hong felt like he had been hit by a heavy blow. He had matured in his thinking early, so although he was only 14, he already had the mind of an adult. Whether it was the rich kid circle in the capital or in the Taiya Divine City, Li Hong had used his excellent emotional intelligence to thrive. Or else, he would not have been able to organize such a large organization as the Hongdao Association. But today, he had been completely played by Yi-Yun, a kid who was younger than him by almost 2 years. Wan Kai, if you think you can't beat Yi-Yun, admit defeat. Li Hong said to the 4 bully lords Fatty who was standing beside him. Fatty's name was Wan Kai. He was from the Wan family in the capital, which was also a very famous family clan. Wan Kai's strength was stronger than the other 3 from the 4 bully lords, but he was at best 20 to 30% stronger. Li Hong did not think Wan Kai stood a chance at beating Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun had not even used his weapon or moves to defeat 3 of the 4 bully lords, yet he did it so easily. It could be said to be a landslide victory. Since he knew Wan Kai was going up to be knocked down by the brick, it was better not going on stage. Wan Kai's fat face flushed red. To throw in the towel without a fight was embarrassing. But if he fought, all of the 4 bully lords would have been hit by Yi-Yun with the brick, knocking all of them down. This degree of shame was not low. It would be a shameful result, whether he chose to fight or not. Wan Kai had never felt so aggrieved. At this time, Li Hong also turned to his men in the Hongdao Association and spoke without any enthusiasm, and all of you too. If you think there's no point in fighting, admit defeat. Many of his men were dumbfounded upon hearing this. Brother Hong, you want us to just admit defeat like that? Then won't everything we bet be given to him? Having gambled all of their wealth, they were unwilling to resign themselves without battling. But so what if they felt resigned? If they could get back something by taking some pain, Li Hong would have made them all go up on stage. However, the crux of the issue was, even if they all formed a bump on their heads due to the knock, it would not change the fact that they had been cheated. Brother Hong, the bad blood between the Hongdao Association and Yi-Yun is known by the entire Taiya Divine City. This bet was also first instigated by our Hongdao Association. If we were to admit defeat, how are we to live on in the Taiya Divine City? Someone said in a depressed manner. Li Hong rolled his eye at this person. You think that if the bunch of you line up and get knocked down by Yi-Yun's brick, you will still have the face to live on in the Taiya Divine City in the future? When Li Hong returned with this question, no one said a word. Indeed, it would be more humiliating if that happened. They could imagine that after this battle, when people mentioned the Hongdao Association, they would say, "Are you talking about the Hongdao Association, the one where the entire association went to bully one person, but ended up being knocked down by a brick?" Of course I know about them. What? You are from that association? Nice to meet you. By the way, did you get knocked down by Yi-Yun that time? Upon thinking of this, many of their faces turned livid. I'll admit defeat. Hi, Wan Kai shook his head. Since he was inferior, that was all he could do. There were a significant number of Hongdao Association youths that wanted to follow Wan Kai's footsteps in admitting defeat. But many of them were still indignant. They felt that Yi-Yun wasn't that strong. As such, Yi-Yun did not meet any significant resistance the rest of the day. When the referee got Wan Kai to come on stage, Wan Kai immediately admitted defeat. The surrounding audience were speechless when they saw this scene. Wan Kai's overall rank was around 10,500. He had even made a big bet with Yi-Yun. Under such circumstances, he decisively admitted defeat before even fighting. It was clear that Wan Kai had lost all hope of winning. Wan Kai left the stage in a dejected manner, allowing Yi-Yun to win without fighting. After Wan Kai, 2 Hongdao Association members who went on stage also admitted defeat. There were also others who did not believe in heresy, such as the youth who insisted that Yi-Yun had learned a brick mystic technique. He still firmly carried out his own battle strategy, hoping to take the brick away from Yi-Yun's hand and then find an opportunity to hurt Yi-Yun seriously. The result was obvious. When the fight began, just as the youth was waiting to carry out his battle strategy, Yi-Yun just disappeared from his vision. Following that, he felt a pain in his head. He was instantly put down when his vision turned black. The youths from the Hongdao Association were stunned. This gap was too great. At this moment, this new batch of rookies in the Taiya Divine City looked at Yi-Yun with fear. Yi-Yun's strength was too great. It was too far from them. How far could Yi-Yun go in the future? What would his Earth ranking be? They did not dare to imagine it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221, Lu Yuxing. Chapter 221, Lu Yuxing. The first day of the rookie ranking competition ended. Yi Yun had fought a total of 5 battles and easily won them all. The other 7 matches ended with his opponents taking the initiative to throw in the towel. Those who were waiting to see Yi Yun turn into a joke were dumbfounded. The members of the Hongdao Association no longer had any temper. What else could they say after being bullied by Yi Yun in this way? There were those who wanted to bite down on Yi Yun, thinking he was a fat lamb for the slaughter, but they had been stopped by the Hongdao Association. For this, they felt very fortunate. They were extremely grateful towards the Hongdao Association for pulling them back in time, preventing them from falling into the fire pit. If not, that one brick would have taught them how to lead a proper life. At the end of the first day's competition, according to the rules, the losers had to pay the winners their dragon scale runes. 10 Hongdao Association members including the 4 bully lords lined up to hand over their dragon scale runes to Yi Yun. Usually when they lined up, it was to collect resources or cultivation grounds or other various good stuff. Even the worst lines were for them to line up to buy fried dough or for the bathroom. But now, they were lining up to give their dragon scale runes to someone else. These dragon scale runes were obtained from pawning all of their belongings. It was obvious how they felt. Yi Yun held his identity token and looked ecstatically at the stacks of dragon scale runes flying towards him. He laughed happily saying, "Generous, you guys are so generous. Thank you everyone for your kind generosity. You know that me being a newcomer, things are not easy, and you all especially came to give me dragon scale runes to spend. I'm so grateful." Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, those Hongdao Association members, whose hearts and livers were hurting, nearly vomited blood. Yi Yun actually said that it wasn't easy for him to be a newcomer? His net worth was even higher than many second and third year cultivators in the Taya Divine City, let alone the rookies. Seeing Yi Yun's brilliant smile, they really wanted to punch him, but too bad, they could not beat him. And the interspatial ring, don't forget it. Yi Yun reminded Fatty from the 4 bully lords. He had not collected Fatty's ring. Fatty's mouth twitched twice. He looked at the green interspatial ring on his hand, and his fingers trembled as he took off his ring. This ring was a gift given to him by his family clan for his 12th birthday. In the Taya Divine Kingdom, special attention was paid to the important birthdays for a boy, which were at 12 years old, 15 years old and 20 years old. 12 years old was the time a child abandoned their childishness which the elders blessed with a gift. 15 years old was when a child could consummate with a girl. 20 years old was the official hallmark of being an adult. Fatty's feeling of giving away this gift of blessing that he received at 12 was clear. When he went back to his family clan, his elders would reprimand him if they found out. But the Taya Divine City operated this way. One had to pay the price of defeat according to the Taya Divine City's rules. Are you going to wear all 4 rings? The 4 bully lords Scrawny asked disgruntledly. Of course I can wear them. Who says I can't? I can wear 8 on one hand easily. I can wear 4 rings using 2 fingers. While saying this, Yi Yun placed the 4 rings on his left hand's middle and ring finger. Each finger wore 2 rings. Yi Yun was pleased upon seeing this. He finally had interspatial rings. It would be more convenient when he went into the divine wilderness to hunt desolate beasts. As for the number 60 Herb Mountain, he reckoned he would not be going there as often anymore. Seeing Yi Yun wear 4 rings on one hand, with the face of a nouveau riche, Scrawny swallowed his saliva and stared silently. Yi Yun went back fully loaded with riches. Many looked at Yi Yun's back with burning eyes. As for Zhou Kuei, Song Zijuan, and the other youths who followed Baldi Qin, they were at a loss for words. Yi Yun's earnings in a day was more than what they made in a year. They finally understood that their worry over Yi Yun in the past had been meaningless. Ah! If I knew earlier, I would have bet more. I only bet 50 dragon scale runes that Yi Yun would win more than 10 rounds. Zhou Kuei gave a look of regret. 50 dragon scale runes was not a small sum to him. When he made the bet, he was extremely worried because he felt 10 rounds were way too much. But now, Yi Yun had not even used his saber to win 10 rounds. It was a pity. If he knew this earlier, he would have thrown all his assets on it. At night, in a bright and spacious house amongst the upper-class residences in the Taya Divine City, a puppet beast was rolling on the floor while sweeping away the dust. This puppet was used by some families in the capital to clean the floor. Of course, the Taya Divine City did not provide such items. However, some sons from big family clans would bring such puppets to the Taya Divine City to clean their houses. Oh? You want me to challenge Yi Yun tomorrow? In this room, a effeminate youth leaned on a bed while playing with a lancet-flying dagger. Sitting beside this effeminate youth was a slight chubby youth with a grim face. This person was none other than the Honggao Association's president, Li Hong. That's right. Brother Lu was ranked 6th among the rookies. Your movement techniques are superb. In the capital city, only a few people do not know of your famous name, Lu Yuxing. Li Hong's idea was simple. Since the Taiya Divine City's rules only allowed at most 12 matches a day for the rookie rankings competition, this prevented the contestants from being overexhausted that would result in a decline in strength. But for Yi Yun, who won without battling, he could have additional matches. Hence, Li Hong wanted Lu Yuxing to come out to defeat Yi Yun. This was the way to end Yi Yun's winning streak. At least, he could save on the losses the Honggao Association had incurred from opening up the betting pool. If not, he would have to give Yi Yun 50,000 dragon scale runes. This would be equivalent to cutting off a piece of flesh from Li Hong. Brother Hong, does your Honggao Association not have anyone that can stop Yi Yun? Li Hong shook his head. Among the second-year cultivators, there are many that can beat Yi Yun. But amongst the rookies, there really are none. The Honggao Association was after all inferior to a large association like the Luohua Association, which had been established for 3 to 4 years. Its foundation was still not established, and many of the outstanding rookies did not join the Honggao Association, but joined other larger associations. Those associations could give better benefits, while Li Hong's promised benefits only came into effect 2 to 3 years later. As a result, Li Hong did not manage to recruit anyone in the top 20 of the rookie rankings. There were also lone wanderers like Zhou Niu and Xu Xiaoran, who did not join any association. Lu Yuxing was ranked 6th. Li Hong wanted him to go up against Yi Yun because they had known each other for some time and considered each other as friends. As for Zhou Niu and Xu Xiaoran, Li Hong never came into contact with them. He might not be able to pull his weight with them. And even if he could, they were ranked ahead of Yi Yun. If they challenged Yi Yun could also reject it. Brother Hong, friendship may be friendship, but we need to make things clear. That Yi Yun has not even used his weapon yet. And without a weapon, he could still defeat the bully lords with one move. This means he has skill. Although the power he has displayed up to now is of no threat to me, but who knows, he might have plenty of hidden strength. This time, I plan to rush up to the top 5,000 of the Earth ranks. Yi Yun still hasn't gone up there yet. Even if I win against him, I would just replace his 10,003 spot. Besides that, there aren't any benefits. Me being born in the Duke's residence, and Yi Yun being born from the Cloud Wilderness. He has nothing to lose. If I win over Yi Yun, people will say that is expected, and will even add to Yi Yun's reputation. Yi Yun would be said to be so strong that the Duke's residence's Lu Yuxing came to challenge him. Lu Yuxing said slowly. As a really strong expert amongst the capital's sons, he was completely different from the gangsters like the 4 bully lords. He also knew how to cherish himself. Under normal circumstances, why would he challenge a kid from the Cloud Wilderness? It was equivalent to a noble disciple competing with a country bumpkin. This meant a lowering of Lu Yuxing's status. If you win against Yi Yun, I will give you 3,000 dragon scale runes as a reward. Li Hong knew why Lu Yuxing was resisting it. He made Yi Yun sound strong only for some payment. Hearing Li Hong's words, Lu Yuxing laughed. Brother Hong sure is understanding. However, 3,000 is too little. 8,000 dragon scale runes, take it or leave it. Lu Yuxing made a ridiculous bargain, making Li Hong stare. 8,000? You are just going to fight once. And you want 8,000? Lu Yuxing was strong, but 8,000 dragon scale runes was too much. Lu Yuxing also didn't earn dragon scale runes that easily during this period as a rookie. If Yi Yun were to win another 8 more rounds, you will need to pay 50,000. I only want 8,000. It's not unreasonable. Lu Yuxing hit Li Hong's sore spot and quoted an outrageous price. Li Hong gritted his teeth and said, all right. 8,000 it is, but only if you win. Rest assured. Lu Yuxing laughed and stood up from the bed. A kid from the Cloud Wilderness only beat up a bunch of goons. How could I lose to him? The 4 bully lords and the other Honggao Association members were ranked in the hundreds. The difference in strength between them and Lu Yuxing's 6th place was indeed large. This was the reason why Lu Yuxing was so confident. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, Star Picking Hand. Chapter 222, Star Picking Hand. At night, in the arena hall, many rookies were gathered here. They were discussing the day's battles and their outcomes, while waiting for the next day's challenge tokens. Except for some people as popular as Yi Yun, who were designated more than 30 matches even before the ranking matches began, the other cultivators did not have to fight that many matches. Usually they would decide on the following day's matches after considering the first day's results and rankings. Hence, the challenge tokens were handed out again every day. As for the 12 challenge tokens for challenging Yi Yun, they were all collected and then redistributed to those who had reserved a spot to fight Yi Yun. Previously the challenge tokens for Yi Yun were easily snapped up. But today, it became a hot potato. No one wanted it. But, with the match reserved and the bet paid, one still had to collect the token, even if they did not want to. Where is Zhang Chang? Come collect your challenge token. Hurry! The person in charge of distributing the challenge token said impatiently. The challenge tokens for Yi Yun had been consecutively declined with all sorts of excuses by the people who had reserved them. It was as if they were being sent to the execution grounds. Zhang Chang's face turned bitter upon hearing his name. It was as if his parents had died. He reluctantly squeezed out from the crowd. Seeing the challenge token for Yi Yun on the administrator's desk, Zhang Chang wanted to slap his own face. Why did he have to be so cheap? Back when he had managed to grab it, he thought he had made a big sum. Now though, he knew that this token he snatched was like a piece of brick. It was like he had nothing better to do but be bricked. Just as Zhang Chang went up on stage, a youth in white walked calmly past Zhang Chang. He had a folded fan in hand and a mild smile on his face. It was as if he was a wandering tourist. Upon seeing this youth, Zhang Chang was stunned for a moment. Just as he was wondering what the other party was going to do, he saw the youth wave his hand. His palm seemed magnetic as the token on the desk flew into the white-clothed youth's hand with a whoosh. If you don't want it, I'll take it for you. The youth in white smiled. He turned around, and with a pop of his fan, he slowly fluttered it. This youth looked very handsome and was like a piece of jade. However, he looked feminine and lacked a certain air of masculinity. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. How did he fetch things through the air? With thoughts in Yuan Qi injected into a magic weapon, then controlling it to kill people through telekinesis. Wasn't this something only warriors in the Yuan Foundation realm could do? This youth didn't look any older than 14 years old. He couldn't be at the Yuan Foundation realm or he would have been a national sensation. He's Lu Yuxing. Someone recognized the youth in white and said out loud. Oh. Lu Yuxing. Many had never seen Lu Yuxing in person, but they had heard of his name. Lu Yuxing may be ranked 10,006 on the Earth rankings, but everyone knew that those who went over the 10,000 place would charge up the rankings after the rookie placings were completed. It was normal for them to rush up a few thousand spots, and very common for them to end up being around the 4000 to 5000 spots on the Earth roll. So it's the son of Duke Lu. What he demonstrated earlier was the Lu family's secret technique, star-picking hand. Telekinesis was indeed something only Yuan Foundation realm warriors were capable of. Back when Yi Yun chose the Heaven Upheaval Seal as his weapon, the referee had told Yi Yun that only a Yuan Foundation realm warrior could control the Heaven Upheaval Seal and that Yi Yun's cultivation level was lacking. Later, Yi Yun really did not control the Heaven Upheaval Seal, but used it as a brick. Of course, Lu Yuxing had not broken through into the Yuan Foundation realm. But the limitation that other Purple Blood realm warriors had was not applicable to Lu Yuxing. No one knew what a cultivation technique that star-picking hand was. But just from being able to perform telekinesis, it was something shocking. In the Taya Divine City, there were indeed many hidden dragons. Even some Purple Blood realm warriors had the means to do something only Yuan Foundation realm warriors could do. Lu Yuxing wants to challenge Yi Yun. A bald youth exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yuxing's reason for taking Yi Yun's challenge token was obvious. Lu Yuxing ranked 6th amongst the rookies due to his strength. This was completely different from Yi Yun. This was going to be interesting now that Lu Yuxing challenged Yi Yun. Challenge? When Lu Yuxing heard the bald youth's words, he found it harsh to the ear. Fighting Yi Yun with his stature was a lowering of his status, and he dared say the word challenge? Was it you who said it? Lu Yuxing said it softly, and without any apparent moves, the bald youth suddenly jerked. It was as if an invisible sword had been pointed at his eyebrows, causing him to have breathing difficulties and his heart stopped. Ah! Ah! The bald youth stretched his neck backwards. He pressed against his chest with great effort as if he was in great pain. Brother Zhang, what happened? Seeing the bald youth's odd behavior, his surrounding friends were alarmed. They rushed to check on the bald youth's situation. But at this time, the bald youth felt the pressure on his forehead relieve. That invisible killing intent subsided. The bald youth broke out into cold sweat. Till now, he still did not know what had happened. His strength was weak, and he came from a small family clan in one of the remote states. He ranked around 2000 amongst the rookies and was one of those at the bottom. However, he should not have been so weak as to nearly be killed by Lu Yuxing. He did not even know what means the other party had used. You, the bald youth looked at Lu Yuxing in horror. What just happened? You just can't say whatever is on your mind without consequences. Lu Yuxing played with the fan in his hand and said it with a feminine voice. There's just someone who can't stand a Yun and paid me to finish him off. So, do you understand? Only then did people understand the reason why Lu Yuxing had punished the bald youth. He had found the word challenge insulting. He was to finish Yi Yun, not challenge Yi Yun. In most cases, the word challenge usually referred to someone inferior battling someone superior. Lu Yuxing closed his fan and through a distance of 9 meters, pressed on the bald youth's chest. He already felt that even if he won this match against Yi Yun, it would just add to Yi Yun's reputation. He wasn't pleased about this. Hence, when this bald youth said that, it made him more upset. The bald youth felt as if Lu Yuxing's fan was pressing against his chest, retarding his heartbeats. He said with difficulty, I understand. Only then did Lu Yuxing give a satisfactory nod. He looked at Zhang Chang, who had come to collect the challenge token for Yi Yun, and said, the token is mine. As for the battle with Yi Yun, just admit defeat. Lu Yuxing said casually. Naturally, Zhang Chang had no way of disagreeing. He nodded like he was pounding garlic. Yes, please take it. Lu Yuxing chuckled and played with Yi Yun's token twice before turning to walk out of the hall. The people inside the hall immediately gave way for Lu Yuxing to walk through. Who would dare to block Lu Yuxing's path? Only after seeing Lu Yuxing's back disappear into the night did people swallow a mouthful of saliva and whispered, this guy, he is more arrogant than Yi Yun. Yi Yun had used a brick against the 4 bully lords and never used a proper weapon from the beginning to the end. To many, this was an act of arrogance. But compared to Lu Yuxing, Yi Yun would really be considered humble. He's arrogant. But he has the ability to be arrogant. To be ranked 6th amongst the rookies. If Yi Yun was excluded, Lu Yuxing is actually ranked 5th. And the Lu family's star-picking hand has a great reputation. How it works is a mystery because many of those who have seen that star-picking hand are already dead. Many family clans had secret cultivation techniques that they fiercely guarded. Even the powers and effects of these secret cultivation techniques were not known. Of course, to completely keep the powers and effects a secret was impossible. During competitions or fights, people would still see it. But this would result in those uninformed people who had little insight not understanding the moves. As such, the moves become even more mysterious and fearsome. Lu Yuxing said someone paid him to beat Yi Yun. It has to be Li Hong. After all, Yi Yun had made a huge bet in the Hongdao Association's betting pool. Li Hong would not just wait helplessly. I thought tomorrow's matches would end with Yi Yun's landslide victory again, but this would be interesting. We can see the elegant appearance of the star-picking hand. Many were looking forward to it, including the bald youth who had been abused by Lu Yuxing in public. He too wanted to know what Lu Yuxing's cultivation technique was. And how was Yi Yun to deal with Lu Yuxing? After a night without events, the Taiya Divine City's rookies surged to the arena upon daybreak. After cultivating for a night, Yi Yun still did not know what sort of opponents he would be facing today. Because Yi Yun had no challenge tokens to collect yesterday, he did not go to the hall. While on the road, Yi Yun noticed that many were looking at him and privately discussing something. As Yi Yun's strength was frightening, these people did not dare to point at Yi Yun. Their discussions were all through Yuan Qi transmissions. Yi Yun gave an odd look and touched his nose. What's going on? Yi Yun. You became famous again. From afar, Zhou Kuei walked towards Yi Yun with a silly smile. He had bet that Yi Yun would win more than 10 matches in a row yesterday. As such, he had won a large sum of dragon scale runes, so he was delighted. Earlier on, he felt that if he knew Yi Yun was so strong, he would have bet 20 consecutive victories for Yi Yun. This would result in him earning more. But today, he learned that Yi Yun had been eyed by Lu Yuxing. When Zhou Kuei was in the Xuanwu army, he had heard a general mention the new generation of heroes in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. At that time, the general had mentioned Lu Yuxing. He was a person with terrifying strength and had previously gone on the battlefield, killing others. Lu Yuxing was a proud person and even considered everyone beneath his notice. But this was built on the foundation of absolute strength. Upon hearing that Yi Yun was going to fight Lu Yuxing, Zhou Kuei was a bit delighted at his good luck. He was thankful that he did not bet on Yi Yun winning 20 matches. Whether Yi Yun was to win today's battle was still up in the air. Seeing Yi Yun's confused expression, Zhou Kuei said, Brother Yi, do you not know? Today you will be fighting with Lu Yuxing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223, Battling Lu Yuxing. Chapter 223, Battling Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing? Upon hearing Zhou Kuwei's words, Yi Yun became momentarily dazed. Clearly Zhou Kuwei's words meant that Lu Yuxing was very strong, or else he would not have rushed over just to tell him that. Among the rookies, Yi Yun knew of Chu Xiaoran and Xionyou. As for the other strong rookies, he did not know anything about them. Yi Yun had no idea about any of the rookies after 4th place. This was because Yi Yun had only been picking herbs or cultivating ever since he came here. He was not aware of almost any of the events that had happened, so he knew very little about the well-known figures. Is Lu Yuxing very strong? Of course. He is the son of Duke Lu. He has already gone on the battlefield, he has even killed before. He's ranked 6th amongst the rookies. Ranked 6th amongst the rookies? Upon hearing this ranking, what Yi Yun thought was simply okay. But seeing Zhou Kuwei's expression, as if Lu Yuxing was a heaven-defying force, Yi Yun did not want to shock him, so he silently nodded. He echoed, then it must be someone whose strength is not bad. It's not only not bad. Lu Yuxing's star-picking hand has an uncanny attacking method. You must pay attention to it. It can kill a person from 100 paces away in an intangible way. Zhou Kuwei knew some things about the star-picking hand, but his level of understanding was not very detailed. Star-picking hand? Of course, Yi Yun had never heard of this cultivation technique. To kill someone from 100 paces away in an intangible way sounded bizarre. But bizarre did not equate being powerful. He knew that the Taiya sacred technique was undoubtedly the #1 cultivation technique in the Taiya divine kingdom. Just from the extreme difficulty in obtaining the opportunity to cultivate it, or its cultivation difficulty, illustrated this point. Over the tens of millions of years, uncountable number of sages had learned the Taiya sacred technique. There were even those who had the capability to add their own understandings and enlightenment into the Taiya sacred technique. In fact, those who could add to the nomological truths in the Taiya sacred technique were the greatest sage-level experts. Figures of such levels were not someone that appeared in the Taiya divine kingdom every generation. Yi Yun arrived at the arena. There were a lot more people in the arena today compared to the previous day. Many of the 2nd and 3rd year cultivators in the Taiya divine city had come to watch today's matches. Yi Yun's outstanding performance the previous day had spread throughout the rookie circles in the Taiya divine city. Yi Yun's performance was still not something that attracted the attention of senior cultivators that had reached the Yuan Foundation realm, like Yang Qian and Yao Dao. But amongst the veterans who were ranked past 2,000 to 3,000, a person like Yi Yun was a potential threat to them. In less than a year, Yi Yun would be coming for their spot. It was always good to pay attention to a future opponent. He's Yi Yun. The moment Yi Yun appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many. It could be said that Yi Yun barely counted as a prominent person in the Taiya divine city. Lu Yuxing has appeared. That's Lu Yuxing. With a slight commotion in the crowd, a youth in white strolled into the arena. Lu Yuxing was like a delicate jade, and extremely refined. His spotless clothes and shoes were white and crisp. Lu Yuxing only took a glance at Yi Yun, no longer looking at him after that. He sat down at his seat and began focusing. It was as if he was indifferent to everything around him, giving off an air of arrogance. Yi Yun silently used his spiritual energy to interface with the heaven's eyeball and secretly observed Lu Yuxing from a distance of over 30 meters. Having formed the heaven's eyeball, Yi Yun could gain a rough understanding of the yuan qi fluctuation within a person's body, and from that, infer a person's cultivation level. He should be in the entry stages of the late purple blood realm. Yi Yun felt that Lu Yuxing's cultivation level was just slightly higher than his own, so it was reasonable that he was in the entry stages of the late purple blood realm. The second day's competition for the rookie ranking matches officially began. Yi Yun's first few opponents immediately gave up, until Divine Wilderness Stage, 10,003, Yi Yun. 10,006, Lu Yuxing. Come on stage for the match. The referee shouted loudly on the Divine Wilderness Stage. They're up. There were a lot of people who were not paying attention to the ongoing matches and just meditated or discussed privately amongst themselves. But now, they all began to pay attention, looking straight at the Divine Wilderness Stage. Many amongst them had come to the arena just to see Yi Yun's and Lu Yuxing's match. Now, it had finally begun. Lu Yuxing's clothes fluttered in the wind. Like a graceful swan, he gently landed on the stage without kicking up any dust. Just this levitation art was an amazement to many. Purple blood warriors did not have the ability to fly, but Lu Yuxing's levitation art looked no different from flying. Yi Yun walked up on stage. He stood 30 meters away from Lu Yuxing and faced him. Lu Yuxing's hands were held behind his back, with his head slightly tilted up. He glanced at Yi Yun and calmly said, "Someone paid me 8,000 dragon scale runes to get me to break your winning streak. So me standing on this stage today is not because I'm interested in challenging you." While saying this, a sword appeared in Lu Yuxing's hand. This sword appeared like magic. Lu Yuxing casually swung the sword and pointed the blade at Yi Yun, but the sword was still within its scabbard. Lu Yuxing did not unsheath his sword and said, "Let's begin. If you can make me unsheath my sword in 10 moves, and if you're able to survive 3 of my hits, then I'll let you see the Lu family's secret technique, star-picking hand." The Lu family's ancestors had instructed that the star-picking hand was not to be easily used, as they did not want people to see the effects of this cultivation technique. So if it was possible, Lu Yuxing did not want to use the star-picking hand to finish Yi Yun. What he said was clearly heard by everyone present. Lu Yuxing was really arrogant. He did not want to unsheath his sword while facing Yi Yun. Yi Yun was not a pushover. By previously defeating the 4 bully lords, he had already proven his extraordinary strength. But Lu Yuxing still said those words even after seeing his matches. That meant that the strength Yi Yun revealed did not pose a threat to him. The result of this battle depended on how much hidden strength Yi Yun had. If Yi Yun had nothing else hidden, then he was bound to lose. Lu Yuxing was indeed terrifying. Among the 2,000 or so rookies that came to the Taya Divine City, they were all said to be elites. But even amongst them, there were huge gaps. The experts amongst the rookies were not weaker than some of the senior cultivators that had been training in the Taya Divine City for more than 3 years. "Force you to unsheath your sword within 10 moves?" Yi Yun smiled. His right hand touched the interspatial ring on his left hand's ring finger. With a flip of his hand, he had taken out the heaven upheaval seal. Seeing Yi Yun's action, many stared for a while before recovering. Heavens! Are we seeing right? Even at this time, Yi Yun was still going to use the brick? Was he planning to use the brick to settle the match with Lu Yuxing? Yi Yun planned to break down Lu Yuxing, a person of great stature, like the 4 bully lords. Was he mad? With the heaven upheaval seal in hand, Yi Yun loosened up his wrist and said, "If you can make me unsheath my saber in 10 moves, and if you're able to survive 3 of my hits, then I'll let you see a cultivation technique I recently learned." Yi Yun returned Lu Yuxing's words back at him without much modification. Lu Yuxing froze. "What did you say?" Lu Yuxing's forehead popped a green vein, his face turning livid. He was eccentric enough. He knew that Yi Yun was actually very strong, but Lu Yuxing's character was as such. But he never imagined that Yi Yun was even more eccentric than him. He dared to speak to him in such a manner. Lu Yuxing did not unsheath his sword, but it did not mean he would not use his sword. Even a sword placed within its scabbard was much more powerful than a brick. "Making you unsheath your saber in 10 moves and you'll show me your cultivation technique?" Hee, Lu Yuxing laughed with anger. He was willing to demonstrate the Lu family's star-picking hand to Yi Yun, yet Yi Yun used the same words back at him. But what cultivation technique could he have that could compare with the star-picking hand? Lu Yuxing felt that he and the star-picking hand had been insulted by Yi Yun. Courting death. In his outrage, Lu Yuxing attacked. The calm divine wilderness stage in the middle of the arena was immediately stirred up by a gust of violent wind. Sword chi soared up and shot out without restraint. Lu Yuxing appeared in front of Yi Yun like a ghost. This violent wind was a result of his movement skills. It was a terrifying speed. Phew! Lu Yuxing stabbed out straight at Yi Yun's neck. A sheathed sword would be missing out on its attack power, but with Lu Yuxing's yuan qi infused within it, this stab's strength was also extremely frightening. Sha! 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 Before the blade arrived, the stirring sword chi had already sliced the purple tungsten floor like a sharp sword, causing shocking sword marks to appear on it. The purple tungsten was extremely hard, but the sword chi still left a mark. It was obvious how strong Lu Yuxing's attack was. Seeing this sword coming, Yi Yun retreated and used the heaven upheaval seal in his hand to block. Ding! A metallic clang sounded out. Yi Yun felt the heaven upheaval seal tremble. The unrestrained sword chi had impacted the heaven upheaval seal, hitting it directly. It was blocked. Many were greatly surprised. Yi Yun had used the heaven upheaval seal to block Lu Yuxing's sword chi. The first move was over. Ha! A hideous look flashed within Lu Yuxing's eyes. A short and small weapon like the heaven upheaval seal could barely be used to hit people, but to use it as a shield was almost impossible. But Yi Yun actually managed to use it to block his attack. Locking on mountains. Lu Yuxing's move changed and a rain of blade beams poured down on Yi Yun. The dazzling blade beams were immersed within the wind. only the beams could be seen, not the sword itself. It was hard for people to imagine that an unsheathed sword would be able to send out so many blade beams. These blade beams had covered a radius of 9 meters. Within these 9 meters, almost everything was under Lu Yuxing's absolute authority. Yi Yun was surrounded inside this absolute territory. Being inside this region, he could be attacked by endless sword attacks, and in a blink of an eye, 100 stabs could be sent out. Competing in speed? Yi Yun smiled. He had never truly been afraid when it came to speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224, Extreme Speed. Chapter 224, Extreme Speed. Lu Yuxing's sword was too fast. It was so fast that even the strong cultivators present had trouble seeing the trajectories of Lu Yuxing's sword. Even if one could see the moves of the other party, it did not mean that one could dodge the attacks. Now that the moves could not be seen, how was one to dodge them? Even though Lu Yuxing's sword chi was situated far away, many felt an infinite sense of killing intent. It was as if the intent reached as far as their own eyebrows. Zhou Kuei, Song Zijuan, and company all broke into cold sweat for Yi Yun. Sha! 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 In that split moment, dozens of blade beams pierced through Yi Yun's body. Before people could react in alarm, they saw Yi Yun's figure slowly dissipate before completely vanishing. What was stabbed was an afterimage. As Lu Yuxing's sword carried on moving downwards, Yi Yun's body had also disappeared along with his afterimage. He had merged within the wind and could no longer be seen. Although he had disappeared, people could see Yi Yun's afterimage flash every now and then, before being destroyed by a blade beam. Lu Yuxing's sword was everywhere. Without any blind spots available, it was stabbing at Yi Yun. This sword speed was so fast that gave the people an impression that Yi Yun would be stabbed by the sword wind at the very next moment. However, what Lu Yuxing struck was always an afterimage. In a field that was completely filled with swords, dodging was no doubt much more difficult than attacking. Terrifying. This Yi Yun dodges Lu Yuxing's sword by an extremely small amount every time. How can this be possible? There's no dodging space amongst such a dense amount of blade beams. Someone could not help but ask. In this net of sword beams, within the huge mesh, how was one to avoid them all without shrinking one's body? Someone shook his head and said, "You're wrong. Lu Yuxing's blade beams might seem like a web, but it's just an illusion from its speed. He is still slashing each sword one by one. There is a first and there is a second, so Yi Yun can completely dodge it. A sword was almost always faster than a human. For a person to dodge that many slashes, one had to reduce one's range of motion. And Yi Yun was no doubt doing just that. From this, many became even more alarmed. As Yi Yun slowly unfolded his movement techniques in front of them, many finally understood Yi Yun's state. This is the large success stage of minute subtlety. This kid has reached the large success stage of minute subtlety. People looked at each other. Large success stage of minute subtlety. This not only needed a strong foundation and a powerful body, it also needed extraordinary perceptivity to accomplish. Chu Xiaoran gently squeezed her own hand. Her fingers hitting the back of her hand constantly. Back during the battles with the 4 bully lords, Yi Yun had shown his outstanding talent in movement, but it was not this dramatic. It's hard to believe that he came from the cloud wilderness. This world is so big, with so many elites. Chu Xiaoran muttered. Beside her, Xionyou also sighed, we really can't look down on the heroes under the sky. In the ring, Lu Yuxing was attacking and Yi Yun was dodging. The battle had reached its climax. Yi Yun felt as if he had returned to the frost metal blood balls array back in the divine capital. He had previously used the frost metal blood balls to hone his movement skills. But the frost metal blood balls were inanimate, so in terms of their adaptability in attacking, they were inferior to Lu Yuxing. But Lu Yuxing's attack speed was not up to Yi Yun's satisfaction. It's not fast enough. Your name is Lu Yuxing, right? How many attacks have you used? Just as Yi Yun flew past Lu Yuxing, a faint voice entered Lu Yuxing's ears, nearly making him vomit blood. Lu Yuxing had previously said that he wanted to see if Yi Yun could force him to unsheath his sword in 10 moves. Locking on mountains could send out 10 stabs in a flash, which could be considered one move. But even so, Lu Yuxing had long exceeded 10 moves. Yi Yun and Lu Yuxing had already been fighting for nearly a minute. How many slashes did Lu Yuxing make? It was simply uncountable. After missing for so long and being ridiculed by Yi Yun, Lu Yuxing was greatly angered. You're courting death. Clang. With a clear sound, the scabbard flew out from the sword in Lu Yuxing's hand. The shiny blade slashed at Yi Yun. Lu Yuxing had finally unsheathed his sword. His previous arrogant words had now completely turned into an insult against him. After Lu Yuxing unsheathed his sword, his attack speed greatly improved. However, Yi Yun was still dodging. Even though Lu Yuxing had unsheathed his sword, Yi Yun had still not drawn out his saber. Yi Yun, you. Lu Yuxing's eyes were almost burning. He had always felt that as the son of Duke, it was an insult to his stature to fight Yi Yun, a bumpkin from the Cloud Wilderness. Hence, he did not want to unsheath his sword or use star-picking hand to prove that he and Yi Yun were of different levels. But unexpectedly, the situation was reversed. Lu Yuxing had unsheathed his sword, but Yi Yun was still holding onto a brick. This was going too far. Lu Yuxing was really mad. His attack speed was getting faster and faster, but he still couldn't even touch the sleeves of Yi Yun. Upon seeing this, the audience stood agape. It was unexpected that the battle would reach such a state. Lu Yuxing has already unsheathed his sword, yet he still can't hit Yi Yun. Many were in disbelief. Many had thought that Lu Yuxing had a greater chance of winning, but now, he was completely suppressed by Yi Yun. Your sword is also not very fast. Yi Yun's voice came from behind. When Lu Yuxing heard this, he was incensed, but he could do nothing to Yi Yun. At this point, Lu Yuxing suddenly felt a wind behind his head. A murderous intent came attacking. With the brick in hand, Yi Yun had aimed at Lu Yuxing's head, fiercely slamming it down. Yi Yun, you. Lu Yuxing's handsome face was already completely distorted. Dang! With a twist of his blade, Lu Yuxing managed to block Yi Yun's brick in the nick of time. But after Yi Yun absorbed the primordial herb's energy and had mastered the first level of the Taya sacred technique, his physical strength had reached an extremely ridiculous level. No matter what weapon Yi Yun was holding, it could still manifest unparalleled strength. Lu Yuxing only felt a surge of energy transmitted over. The shock caused his arm to go numb and pain in his palm. With nowhere for this force to dissipate, it made Lu Yuxing almost lose his balance. As a result, his fast-moving body was sent flying by Yi Yun's brick strike. Dang! 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 Lu Yuxing landed and took 3 steps backwards. His blood was in turmoil. His movement technique had been broken by Yi Yun. Lu Yuxing's face turned red. He had never been so ashamed in his entire life. A kid from the Cloud Wilderness actually knocked him with a brick. And not only did he knock him, he had knocked him to the point where his blood was in turmoil and he had to retreat 3 steps. Lu Yuxing felt that, as the son of a duke and as a prominent figure amongst the imperial capital's younger generation, it was an insult to be hit by a brick. Not only that, he did not even manage to parry it. The surrounding warriors were at a loss for words. In their minds, Yi Yun had sprung up to a mystic realm. Just a brick was uncrackable by others. Even Lu Yuxing had failed to make Yi Yun use his saber. Terrifying. Yi Yun, you have really annoyed me. Lu Yuxing's eyes turned red. He swiped his interspatial ring and he circulated the Yuan Qi within his body. It was as if his whole person had transformed. The feminine air that originally lingered on Lu Yuxing's body had greatly vanished. What replaced it felt deep and sharp. It was as if a desolate beast hid within Lu Yuxing's body. Seeing Lu Yuxing in his current state, many were briefly stunned. But the next moment, they suddenly understood what Lu Yuxing was going to do. It's the star-picking hand. Lu Yuxing was finally going to use star-picking hand. At this point, if Lu Yuxing did not use all of his abilities, he was destined to be defeated by Yi Yun. Many of them had previously heard of the famous star-picking hand, but they did not know the effects of the star-picking hand. Seeing Lu Yuxing about to finally use the secret technique from the Duke Lu family, they couldn't help but become excited. Would the star-picking hand be able to reverse the situation? Yi Yun looked at Lu Yuxing with the heaven upheaval seal in hand. He too wanted to know how this rumored to be famous cultivation technique would compare with the Taya sacred technique. Picking star death blow. With a growl, Lu Yuxing attacked. With some tiny Yuan Qi fluctuations, Lu Yuxing's sword quickly whistled through the air towards Yi Yun. At the same time, more than 10 small swords flew out from Lu Yuxing's interspatial ring. Each sword was about half a foot long. These small swords were not thrown out by Lu Yuxing, but were flying towards Yi Yun by themselves. At that moment, it was as if these small swords were alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225, with one brick in hand, to rule the world. Chapter 225, with one brick in hand, to rule the world. Flying swords. When Yi Yun saw all the small swords flying at him from all direction, he was stunned. He originally thought that the star-picking hand was some sort of finger technique, but it was unexpectedly a sword technique. A sword technique, but it's called star-picking hand? One main sword and 12 small swords, a total of 13 swords shot into the sky. A large number of them did not fly towards Yi Yun, but flew to the empty spaces around Yi Yun. When the small swords flew somewhere close to Yi Yun's side, they abruptly changed directions in mid-air. The sword tips began pointing towards Yi Yun from all directions. The flying swords can change directions. Upon seeing this scene, the warriors present were alarmed. To control a weapon to change directions mid-air with Yuan Qi was a technique used by Yuan Foundation realm warriors. But on further thought, Lu Yuxing had previously used one move to send Yi Yun's token flying towards him at the arena hall. It was apparently one of Lu Yuxing's special abilities. The 13 swords came at Yi Yun from all directions. This was an attack with no room to dodge. Even with minute subtlety, it would be extremely difficult to dodge them. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yi Yun and the 13 swords. They were afraid they would miss this wonderful scene that was filled with suspense. As people's attention was being attracted by the flying swords, Lu Yuxing secretly did a finger seal. He had circulated his Yuan Qi to its maximum. All the energy was focused on his right hand's index and middle finger. Both his fingers turned emerald green in an instant. Seeing the 13 swords surrounding Yi Yun, who looked like he was struggling to handle them, Lu Yuxing flashed a savage look and thought, "Die. It's impossible for you to figure out that the flying swords are just fake moves. This is the real star-picking hand. Picking star, death blow." Lu Yuxing held out his fingers and an invisible Yuan Qi force merged with the empty air before shooting towards Yi Yun. This Qi force was too well hidden. It could not be seen. It was nearly indistinguishable from a regular, subtle fluctuation in the air. Like a ripple in space with incredible speed, it shot towards Yi Yun. At the same time, the 13 swords stabbed at Yi Yun from all directions. The picking star deathblow's whistling was hidden within the sonic booms of the flying swords. Its killing intent was also masked by the blade beams. As such, Lu Yuxing's real killing blow was perfectly immersed within the 13 flying swords. People believed the flying swords were the killing blow, but in reality, it was Lu Yuxing's secret force attack. Ding! 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 Yi Yun waved the heaven upheaval seal, fending off the flying swords in the air. The razor-sharp flying swords posed no threat under Yi Yun's counters. With a swipe of the heaven upheaval seal, they were all shot down. They seemed impressive but lacked any substance. Even the main sword was smashed down by the heaven upheaval seal. What? Seeing Yi Yun knock away the main sword, the audience stared with wide-open eyes. The killing move, the star-picking hand that everyone was looking forward to, which took Lu Yuxing so long to prepare for before shooting out, was blocked just like that. As the audience was in shock, a grin formed on Lu Yuxing's face. All his Yuan Qi had been infused into that sure-kill attack, so the Yuan Qi within the flying swords was of course weak, but Yi Yun was already preoccupied with them. That death blow had flown straight towards Yi Yun's heart and was no doubt on target. Even if he had to experience jail time for killing Yi Yun, Lu Yuxing would not regret it. Hit! As Lu Yuxing shouted out in his heart, just as the strike was hitting Yi Yun's heart, Yi Yun grinned. He held his hands together, and due to the extreme speed, his arms formed a series of afterimages. The Yuan Qi within his body exploded. The heaven upheaval seal was placed across his chest. Boom! With a loud ring, Lu Yuxing's attack hit the brick surface of the heaven upheaval seal. A huge aftershock from the powerful impact caused a turbulent airflow. As such, Yi Yun's body was lifted high up in the air. The impact was so great that even for Yi Yun, he felt his arms go numb. Such a great force. The Lu family's secret technique, the star-picking hand, sure isn't bad. This thought flashed in Yi Yun's mind as he stabilized his body within the air. Everyone who saw the scene was completely shocked. What happened? All the flying swords had been fended off by Yi Yun, but where did that huge Yuan Qi explosion come from at the end? And the person who was most shocked was Lu Yuxing. When he saw the final scene, he turned dumbfounded. How did the victory that was almost in hand end in such a result? How was this possible? How could he be so fast as to block all 13 swords and also block his picking star deathblow? The picking star deathblow hit at almost the same time as the other 13 swords. He was actually fast enough to ward off all of them. Not only that, he actually discovered the force attack hidden within the blade beams. Lu Yuxing could not accept this. All his energy had been in that one strike, yet it had been parried away by Yi Yun. He had not even forced Yi Yun to draw out his saber. To him, this was an extreme insult and setback. And at this moment, he suddenly found that the Yi Yun he was looking at had disappeared. Lu Yuxing felt like he had been struck by lightning. His limbs turned cold and slow to react. A strong sense of unease surged to his mind. "No!" Lu Yuxing cried out in his heart. At the last moment, he struggled to leap forward. But having used the star-picking hand, he had expended too much of his yuan qi. The instantaneous burst of speed had already slowed down. It was too late. Yi Yun appeared behind Lu Yuxing like a ghost. His eyes were focused and his foot tip touched the ground. His body was still in the air when he stretched out his hand. And in his hand was the shiny brick. With his hands raised, the brick came crushing down. Dong! A crisp sound rang. Yi Yun's solid brick and smacked Lu Yuxing in the back of his head. Lu Yuxing's body trembled. All he felt was an intense pain behind his head while his eyes saw stars. His whole body turned stiff. He was like someone suffering from Alzheimer's. With great difficulty, he turned his head slowly towards Yi Yun. At this moment, Lu Yuxing's pupils had lost their focus. However, he still struggled to see Yi Yun clearly. He struggled to prevent his body from falling. He could not fall, at least, not due to a brick. This was the only thought that was supporting Lu Yuxing's ability to stand. He finally managed to focus his eyes with great difficulty. All he saw was Yi Yun's blurry figure. At this time, Yi Yun had already raised his hands again. That shiny brick flashed before Lu Yuxing's eyes. F***ku. Lu Yuxing's mouth moved, as he tried to curse. But just as he let out half a syllable, he saw an overwhelming gold beam slam down. Dong! Lu Yuxing's vision suddenly turned dark. He could no longer see anything. His heart was filled with great anger and humiliation. But ultimately, he still could not take on that simple but brutal move. With that, he sprawled on the ground with his limbs spread out. Pang! The sound of a dead dog that crashed to the ground was the only sound that could be heard in the entire arena. Except for that, there was complete silence. Everyone in the audience was stunned. They felt like their hearts had been trampled by 10,000 near-horned beasts with mud-stained hoofs. It was as if that vibration had caused them to be in a daze. Heavens! This must be a joke. Even Lu Yuxing had been taken down by Yi Yun with a brick. Brick! Brick! A brick can be this ridiculous. This was really, with one brick in hand, to rule the world. It was really, if God was in the way, I'll slaughter him. If Buddha stops me, I'll slaughter him too. Everyone looked at Lu Yuxing, whose head had a huge blue-black bump, in the ring. Their eyes were full of pity. A son of a duke had been taken down with a brick by a bumpkin from the cloud wilderness. One could imagine the effect if this piece of news was spread back to the capital. Lu Yuxing was a well-known figure amongst the capital circles. He was not only strong, but he was handsome and dignified. He gave people a feeling of a pretty boy. Many girls from the capital were so infatuated with Lu Yuxing that they were willing to die for him. If Lu Yuxing gave them a glance, it was to die for. In the hearts of many girls, Lu Yuxing was like a male god who came down from the heavens. But now, this so-called male god had been smashed into such a state by Yi Yun with a brick. Seeing his messy hair, and the spectacular bruise on his head, where was the slightest hint that he was a male god? Many of the capital's young masters, who were jealous of Lu Yuxing, secretly used a disc array to take a picture of Lu Yuxing's current state. They planned to send these disc arrays back to the capital, to let the girls see how glorious Lu Yuxing was in the Taya Divine City. Just imagining the scene of these girls seeing the image in the disc array made these youths chuckle sinisterly. It had to be said that men, as masculine animals, had an innate nature of being jealous of those richer, stronger, more handsome and popular than them. When these images were sent back to the capital, it would be a wonder how Lu Yuxing would ever be able to hang his face amongst the capital's circle again. Once they thought of this, these people experienced gleeful joy. At this time, Yi Yun had returned to his own seat. Zhou Kuei looked as if he was looking at an ancient emperor when facing Yi Yun. He swallowed his saliva, and was tempted to say the words, "You are too domineering." In the end, Zhou Kuei finally muttered these undignified words, but Yi Yun just casually answered, "It was all right. It took me some effort to smash him unconscious. It wasn't that easy." To use the brick against Lu Yuxing, and without using the radiant sun qi, Yi Yun found that his victory was indeed quite difficult. But when these words fell into the spectators' ears, they nearly collapsed. You used a brick to smash a duke's son unconscious, and you even say it was not that easy. Are you only satisfied if you could easily smash Lu Yuxing as if he was a dog? Zhou Kuei decided to simply shut his mouth. He felt that speaking another word with Yi Yun would incur another shock. By the way, brother Yi Yun, What was the explosion at the end? Song Zijuan finally interjected. He was curious from earlier on. He had looked carefully at Lu Yuxing's final star-picking hand. But still, he did not understand much. All he knew was that Lu Yuxing had a technique that seemed to be able to control flying swords. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226, Su Qingyun. Chapter 226, Su Qingyun. Song Zijuan could not tell what the real killing move of the star-picking hand was. Many of the youths present couldn't tell either. This made Song Zijuan feel like a failure. There was a saying that a bystander sees through everything, but him being a bystander could not understand what happened. If Lu Yuxing had used the star-picking hand against him, the outcome was obvious. He wouldn't even know how he died. Yi Yun said, the star-picking hand is a finger technique that is hidden within the sword technique. The sword technique was just a farce to cover it up. The essence of the star-picking hand was to condense Yuan Qi. This Yuan Qi would then be able to move objects, and could also be used to kill an enemy. The two words star-picking described the result of cultivating the star-picking hand to an extreme. One could use this Yuan Qi to pick the stars from the sky. Of course, this was just an exaggeration. Under unexpected conditions, the star-picking hand indeed did wonders. But if the other opponent was prepared against it, its effectiveness would be greatly reduced. That was why the Lu family tried so hard to hide the effects of the star-picking hand attack. This made many inexperienced young warriors unclear on how the star-picking hand worked. Lu Yuxing's sneak attack on Yi Yun was well done in all aspects. Unfortunately, Yi Yun had not only formed the Heaven's Eyeball, he also had the purple crystal within his body. He was extremely sensitive to energy. Lu Yuxing's intangible force attack was invisible to the naked eye, but in Yi Yun's vision, this intangible force attack was practically like a flame in the night sky. How could such an obvious attack catch Yi Yun by surprise? This was why Lu Yuxing was doomed to fail. So that's the reason, after hearing Yi Yun's words and thinking back to the scenes when Yi Yun fought against the star-picking hand, Song Zijuan finally understood the principles behind the star-picking hand. In fact, cultivation techniques that employed sneak attacks were not the best. When it reached the levels of sages, with their heaven's eye fully opened, their senses would be so sensitive that it would not be easy to attack them in a sneaky fashion. Yi Yun sat in his own seat. In the following matches, no one dared to challenge Yi Yun. Even Lu Yuxing was beaten to a pulp by Yi Yun with his one brick. What was there for them to fight? Going on stage with Yi Yun was just asking to be beaten. Having spent a large sum of dragon scale runes to make themselves unhappy, those who had previously challenged Yi Yun were too deep in tears. Yi Yun sat in his seat, and every time it came to his turn, he did not need to stand up because the other party would immediately throw in the towel. Having beaten Lu Yuxing, Yi Yun won 15 matches in a row. Following that, it was 18 matches, 19 matches, 20 matches. Without any doubt, Yi Yun won 20 consecutive matches, winning him the bet with the Hongdao Association. Li Hong's face had already frozen up. What else could he say at this point? Among the rookies, Yi Yun had already reached the top. The only people who could compete with Yi Yun was probably Chu Xiaoran or Qianyo. Li Hong could only admit his failure. Brother Hong, we sure lost miserably this time. A Hongdao Association member said to Lu Yuxing with a gloomy expression. He had lost 1,200 dragon scale runes. These dragon scale runes were obtained from pawning his items and borrowing from his friends. Now that the match results were set, those friends came to press for payment. After all, the Taiyao Divine City did not protect any loans between cultivators. Thinking of that sum of dragon scale runes, the Hongdao Association member felt bitter. How was he to return it? Li Hong stayed silent. He estimated that in the next few matches, Yi Yun's wealth would accumulate to more than 100,000 dragon scale runes. A rookie managed to earn 100,000 dragon scale runes in the Taiyao Divine City within a few months. It was a heaven-defying feat. Li Hong was correct in his estimations. After the third day's matches ended, the dragon scale runes Yi Yun accumulated had officially exceeded 100,000. Adding the dragon scale runes he had previously spent, Yi Yun's total of dragon scale runes reached 120,000. This amount of dragon scale runes allowed him to enter the Man Roll of Honor. The Man Roll of Honor's method of calculating was to add up a person's present dragon scale runes amount and all the expenditures they'd previously made in the 10,000 pagoda and the various cultivation grounds in the Taiyao Divine City. With the total amount, one was ranked on the Man Roll of Honor. Glory points were not included in the Man Roll of Honor. This was because the Man Roll of Honor assessed the cultivator's ability to earn wealth in the future. As for glory points, most of it was awarded to cultivators after they completed an achievement. It did not embody the ability to earn wealth, so it was not included. Since the man roll of honor calculated the total accumulation of wealth, it was more advantageous the longer someone stayed in the Taya Divine City. Typically, a cultivator who had lasted in the Taya Divine City for 2 to 3 years with reasonable strength would earn about 100 to 200 dragon scale runes a day. This added up to about 40,000 to 50,000 dragon scale runes a year. Ian's 120,000 dragon scale runes was no doubt number one amongst the rookies. Even among the second and third year cultivators, Ian exceeded a vast majority of them. Now, Ian's ranking on the man roll of honor was around 6,000, somewhere in the middle. It was a first to reach a ranking of 6,000 in 3 months for the past few centuries in the Taya Divine City. In time, Ian's reputation in the Taya Divine City became even more prominent. Many of the powerful senior cultivators began to pay attention to Yun. Initially, they thought Yun had only good luck, but now, by using his Heaven Upheaval Seal to put down Liu Yuxing, it proved his terrifying potential. Such a person was bound to skyrocket in the future. Are you Yun? On the third night, after the arena's competition finished, Yun, Zhou Kuei, Song Zijuan and company went to have dinner. A youth with curly hair appeared before Yun. Oh? Yun glanced at the youth. He saw a faint smile on the other party's face. He looked extremely friendly. It's me. Yun said. Ha! Nice to meet you. The curled hair youth cupped his hands at Yun. My name is Lan Bai. I'm from the Chu royal residence. I had previously reported Brother Yi's news to my family. Our elder is very interested in Brother Yi. In a few more months, there will be a short vacation for the rookies. I wonder if Brother Yi would have the interest to come to our Chu royal residence for a visit. While saying that, the curled hair youth handed Yun a jade scroll. Yun was stunned for a moment. He interfaced his spiritual energy within the jade scroll and scanned through the jade scroll's contents. He immediately understood the curled hair youth's purpose. He was representing the Chu royal residence to pull him in. The letter promised many benefits to Yun. A mid-sized city fiefdom under the jurisdiction of the Chu royal residence, a large tract of arable land, a luxurious mansion and nearly 1,000 servants. Every year, the Chu royal residence would provide Yun with a considerable amount of elixirs, relics, a variety of armor, weapons and magical items. As for the last line, the Chu royal residence even promised to give 7 stunning beauties to Yun after his 15th birthday as his concubines. And the condition was for Yun to be a guest of the Chu royal residence. Yun was stunned. He had been roped in. This was really the first time he had encountered such a thing. Although Zhou Kuei and Song Zijuan, who were standing beside Yun, did not know the contents of Yun's jade scroll, they could easily guess that the other party was roping Yun in. Their hearts were filled with envy. This was the difference between a top genius and an average genius. Yun was being snatched up after being in the Taya Divine City for 3 months. How is it? Are you satisfied? The curled hair youth rubbed his hands, awaiting Yun's reply. However, at this moment, a pleasant male voice rang out. It gave the feeling of a fresh spring breeze. Lan Bai, it's been a while since I've seen you. Why haven't you improved at all? Here you are cheating rookies again. Yun turned around in shock. All he saw was a green-shirted youth walking over. This youth looked 18 years old. His eyebrows looked sharp, his teeth were white and he had a heroic aura. Seeing the green-shirted youth, Lan Bai's face immediately turned ugly. He opened his mouth and said with a dry tone. Su Qing Yun. Oh. Su Qing Yun. Upon hearing this name, Yun was shocked. Fourth on the heaven roll of honor, Su Qing Yun was him. Yun had a strong impression on Su Qingyu. He was ranked top 5 in both the heaven and earth rankings. Su Qingyun was already in the Taya Divine City for 5 years, and this year was his last year. He was a senior cultivator to the very core. Song Zijuan and Zhou Kuei were stunned. To rookies like them, Su Qingyun's stature was too high. They had no chance of interacting with him. The recent rookie ranking competition, which was filled with shocking events, had many events that made the headlines, attracted many to the arena to take a look no matter who was competing. But to those who ranked in the top 100 of the heaven and earth rolls of honor, such a competition was nothing. There was no reason for them to pay heed. This was because the difference between their strength and the rookies were too great. The curled hair youth laughed without any humor and smiled, saying, Brother Su must be joking. I'm not cheating any rookies. Ah. Su Qingyun swept the jade scroll in Yun's hands. In a blink of an eye, he finished reading the contents within. He shook his head with disgust and said, "This again. Giving such small benefits to cheat rookies into signing a soul contract with your Chu royal residence. You guys sure calculated it well." "Oh? Soul contract?" Yi Yun quickly thought. Just from the name, he could roughly guess what it was. It appeared that the benefits offered by the curled-hair youth was on condition of signing a soul contract. This curled-hair youth may not have explained the soul contract clearly, but Yi Yun was better. He was mature in his thinking, and he had ambitious goals, so he was not easily fooled. Other rookies, who were just 13 or 14 years old, would have poor discernment. Together with supreme beauty as *X cultivation slaves and all sorts of possible temptations, it was not impossible to be conned. In the Taya Divine City, besides fighting, other things can also be sinister. Yi Yun shook his head in his mind. When the curled-hair youth came forward with a friendly smile, Yi Yun could not completely tell what the other party was up to. "You better leave this place immediately, or else," before Su Qingyun finished his words, the curled-hair youth laughed without any humor and said, Brother Su, my bad. I'll disappear right now." After saying this, the curled-hair youth bowed and retreated. Yi Yun glanced at Su Qingyun with surprise. This Su Qingyun didn't seem to have the airs of an expert. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 227, Li Xiao Association. Chapter 227, Li Xiao Association. "Thank you, Brother Su." Yi Yun cupped his hands at Su Qingyun. Su Qingyun shook his head and said, "It's a small matter. I just cannot stand seeing the Chu royal residents doing such despicable acts." Su Qingyun's carefree attitude gave Yi Yun a pleasant impression. "What is a soul contract?" Yi Yun asked. It was best to be wary of others, so knowing an additional tidbit of information would always be better. Su Qingyun explained, in some ancient family clans, they have many types of contracts. Once the contract is signed, it will be a soul-binding one. There is no way of removing it. Some of the high-handed contracts can even make you a slave. You would completely lose your own will. Lan Bai, the person from before, wanted you to sign a contract that wasn't that terrible. If it was, the Taya Divine City would not sit idly by, but, once the contract had been signed, you would have to become a servant in the Chu royal residence for several years. There were many unfair terms included within it. The Chu royal residence has eyed your potential. The benefits they offered to you may look good now, but once your strength reaches an extraordinary level, the Chu royal residence could trap you for centuries with this contract. They would make you do a lot of things for them. Thanks to Brother Su's tip, I have broadened my horizons. Besides Yi Yun, Zhou Kuei and Song Zijuan also felt that they had benefited greatly too. They had to be extremely careful when signing any contract in the future, otherwise, they would suffer the consequences. "Little brother Yi, I am also from the Jin Long Wei and I can be considered your senior. In the future, if you have any problems, just come look for me. Also, this old brother wants to give you a heads up. Your future is limitless. Do not sell yourself cheaply for some immediate benefits. Do not frivolously sign contracts, especially those from the large family clans." Amongst the rookies, Yi Yun was at the top. This implied that in the next 5 years in the Taya Divine City, Yi Yun would likely reach the Heaven Roll's top 5. Typical cultivators in the Taya Divine City, who attained a position in the Heaven Roll's top 5, had a great possibility of being one of the best human lords if they did not falter in the future. Upon reaching this stage, they would receive attention from all of the various large factions in the Taya Divine Kingdom. Wealth and noble titles would be at their fingertips. Of course, such talents were impossible to rope in with mere wealth and titles of nobility. To rope them in, the factions would have to use cultivation techniques or other treasures. Su Qingyun said, "If you wish to join a faction, you can consider joining an association. There is much more freedom in this. This older brother is from the Linxiao Association. If you are interested, I can introduce you." Su Qingyun casually said this. But by the side, Zhou Kuei and Song Zijuan were secretly alarmed. The Linxiao Association, it was the true #1 association in the Taya Divine City. Its influential power was even larger than the Luohua Association's power. The Luohua Association had many people, but its quality and talent was lacking. It was allegedly set up by Luo Huar on a whim. Due to Luo Huar's extreme popularity, many young elites rushed to join the association because of her name. Later on, Luo Huar gave up control over the association and she began researching the Desolate Heaven technique by herself. The Luohua Association was run by key personnel after that. As for the true elites, most of them chose to go to the Linxiao Association. This included Li Xiao and the Taya twin heroes Xiao brothers. The Linxiao Association had few people, because they only accepted the best elites. Zhou Kuei felt that it would be difficult for Yi Yun to join the Linshao Association in his present position. He still lacked the qualifications. Therefore, he was surprised to find Su Qingyun appreciating Yi Yun that much. Thank you for Brother Su's appreciation. Yi Yun cupped his hands. In fact, joining an association wasn't too bad. There were no obligations. Also, with people backing him, it would prevent other associations from bullying him. It was the 5th day of the rookie ranking competitions. By this day, all the rookie battles had been completed. The rookies had a certain understanding of their own strength and their corresponding ranking. Many rookies were now ranked beyond 10,000. They knew where they stood, so they were not dissatisfied with it. Having just recently arrived in the Taiyao Divine City, the people they were competing against were elites. The rookies had a much shorter cultivation time than the others, and they were younger than the others. What did the rookies have that would make them overcome this difference? They could only take it step by step in a slow fashion. However, there were some monstrous figures amongst the rookies who had outstanding talent. These people would not stick to their own spot. To them, the 5th day of the rookie competition was when the real fight began. On this day, they could challenge the senior cultivators that were ranked higher than them. Those who had been in the Taiyao Divine City for 2 to 3 years were their targets. To the rookies, these matches were much more exciting than the rookie battles. They wanted to see what strength the senior cultivators possessed. As such, the challenge battles against the senior cultivators began. The grade of the matches were completely different from the ones in the past few days. Those rookies who ranked in the top 100 to the top 20 came forward to challenge senior cultivators who were in the top 8,000, and even in the top 6,000. The battles were in full swing. However, although the experts amongst the rookies fought beautifully, there were many who lost. As the saying goes, ginger is hottest when it's old. The senior cultivators, especially those ranked in the top 6,000, almost never lost when they were challenged. Rookie after rookie was defeated. This bunch of rookies, they think that they are marvelous. They have just arrived in the Taiyao Divine City, they have only been here for a few months and they think they can rise above us? So naive. A senior cultivator said disdainfully. The recruits that gathered in Taiyao Divine City every year would have their egos inflated after doing well in the rookie ranking competitions. They wanted to rise up high by battling the veterans. But most of the time, these people would fail. Very few veterans in the Taiyao Divine City were weaklings. There are some pretty good ones in this batch of rookies, such as that brat named Yi Yun. He has some talent, but he's still too young. If he dares challenge me, I'll teach him a good lesson. A cultivator, who had spent 2 years and 3 months in the Taiyao Divine City, wiped his long sword and proudly smiled. His position on the Earth Roll of Honor hovered around 4,000. Amongst the cultivators who had spent more than 2 years in the Taiyao Divine City, he was considered one of the better ones. It was obvious that he was better than the rookies. But at this moment, the referee shouted loudly, "Divine Wilderness Stage, 3780, Fang Jihai, come on stage." With this shout from the referee, the cultivator wiping his sword was surprised. What? 3,780. Isn't that someone ranked around 3,700 in the Earth Roll? Fang Jihai. The name flashed within the sword-wiping cultivator's mind. He knew Fang Jihai. They had arrived in the same batch and have spent more than 2 years in the Taiyao Divine City. However, Fang Jihai's strength was higher than his. Amongst the 3rd years, Fang Jihai was considered one of the stronger ones. This name was quite a famous one. Someone actually dared to challenge Fang Jihai? Someone is courting death? The youth, who was wiping his sword, looked over to see who was so naive as to court death. At this moment, he saw a girl in a yellow swan dress appear on the Divine Wilderness stage like a gust of wind. Challenger, 10,001, Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran. Isn't she one of the 2 strongest people amongst the rookies? Hearing Chu Xiaoran's name, the sword-wiping youth froze. So it was Chu Xiaoran who had challenged Fang Jihai. But so what if it was Chu Xiaoran? Did she think that the senior cultivators, who had spent 2 to 3 years in the Taiyao Divine City, were here just to enjoy the meals? Did she think that they, as veterans, could be so easily stepped on? Chu Xiaoran's popularity was high amongst the rookies. The moment she appeared on stage, the arena heated up. Many rookies cheered for Chu Xiaoran. There were few females in the Taiyao Divine City, so females were relatively more welcomed. For a person of Chu Xiaoran's stature, and with her great strength, it was pretty much obvious why she was popular. Chu Xiaoran is sure to win. Wave after waves of shouts made many excited in this high-level competition. And right in the middle of the stage, a youth in blue was unmoved hearing these cheers. So you are Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran's opponent was Fang Jihai. He looked 15 to 16 and he held a spear in hand. He stood upright and had an imposing aura. Amongst the rookies, you are indeed not bad. In 5 years' time, you will definitely have the opportunity to enter the top 3 of the heaven and earth roles. You might even be number 1. But now, it's still too early. I will go all out to defeat you. Fang Jihai said this before pulling out his spear. Whoo! A heat wave exploded like a tsunami. A flame began burning on the spear. It made it difficult for one to approach it. Flame control? People were surprised seeing this. Even Yiyun stared attentively. In this world, there were all sorts of cultivation techniques. It was not surprising for a cultivation technique to be able to generate a flame. For example, in the Taiya sacred technique, the Yuan Qi that was condensed was named Radiant Sun Qi. It was also a form of Qi, but its elemental property was not fire, it was pure Yang. In terms of energy grade, pure Yang was greater than fire. This Fang Jihai is quite strong. With his purple blood realm level, he can condense a flame with his Yuan Qi. That's pretty amazing. Who do you think will win? Just this display of Fang Jihai's powers was an eye-opening experience for many rookies. Indeed, none of the senior cultivators were weaklings. Of course it's Miss Chu. But, to win against Fang Jihai, she will probably need to put in some effort. Rookies were biased towards Chu Xiaoran, however with Fang Jihai's strength displayed, this battle was probably not going to be easy. Junior Chu, the battlefield is heartless. Watch out now. Fang Jihai raised his spear and charged forward. He raised the long spear above his head and slashed downwards. Phew! The flame flared up, sending waves of flames that indiscriminately swept the area. Reckless fire. Facing Chu Xiaoran, Fang Jihai did not go easy. He used one of his signature moves from the start, so that he could beat Chu Xiaoran as quickly as possible. If he were to take a long time to battle a rookie, and actually end up failing miserably at such an easy task, it would be extremely embarrassing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, Hardsoft. Chapter 228, Hardsoft. The entire Divine Wilderness stage, that was 30 meters in radius, was engulfed by a thick fiery serpent. The fire serpent whipped around the stage with a tumultuous burning sound and it surrounded Chu Xiaoran. Fang Jihai thrust his spear towards Chu Xiaoran's shoulder. Fang Jihai's spear was 9 foot long and it was made of black iron. On the other hand, Chu Xiaoran was using a sword. Using a sword, which is considered a light weapon, against a spear strike, it is inevitably inferior in strength. At that moment, many broke out into a cold sweat for Chu Xiaoran. However, Chu Xiaoran remained nonchalant within the fiery storm. As Fang Jihai thrust his spear downwards, the thrust threatened to swallow Chu Xiaoran within the flames. Only then did she make her move. The 4-foot-long sword had a long yet soft blade. Like a tumbling leaf, it clashed with Fang Jihai's spear. Oh! Using a soft sword to parry a heavy black iron spear. People were shocked. How could this happen? Wouldn't the strike from the spear deform Chu Xiaoran's sword, which in turn would break her arm? Before they could even gasp, they saw a sword beam rise up into the heavens. Cha! The engulfing flames were sliced apart by Chu Xiaoran's sword. Furthermore, Chu Xiaoran had broken Fang Jihai's fire Yuan Qi with her sword. The sword tip came into contact with the black iron spear's shaft. Suddenly, space seemed to freeze. Fang Jihai's spear was apparently stuck in a mud pool. It was restrained by a sword that was as soft as water. The heavy black iron spear could only bend the sword's blade slightly and it could not go any further. Chu Xiaoran suddenly pulled out the sword, separating from the spear with ease. Boom! Fang Jihai's spear slammed into the purple tungsten ground, causing a huge dent. But at this moment, Chu Xiaoran struck with her sword again. Her sword reached an extreme speed as it stabbed towards Fang Jihai's heart. What happened? Fang Jihai was struck dumb with astonishment. When he crossed weapons with Chu Xiaoran earlier, he felt a very odd feeling. It was as if all his strength had been restrained by Chu Xiaoran. And he couldn't figure out what method Chu Xiaoran had used. Now, Fang Jihai had no time to ponder over it. Chu Xiaoran's blade beam was right in front of him. Fiery shield. Fang Jihai swept with his spear and a fiery vortex formed in front of him. In that split second, a thick crimson fiery shield was formed. Phew! Chu Xiaoran's sword sent out a ear-piercing screeching sound and it struck the flame shield. Pang! Even after the energy impact, Chu Xiaoran's blade beam carried on flying forward. It had broken through the flame shield completely. The fiery explosion caused a rain of fire to spread out indiscriminately. In it, there was a girl wearing a yellow swan dress. This made the scene look extremely beautiful. Fang Jihai retreated again and again. He was amazed that his reckless fire attack had been blocked by Chu Xiaoran, and then his fiery shield had been completely broken by Chu Xiaoran. How could this girl be this strong? Chu Xiaoran began sending a flurry of sword attacks. Fang Jihai rapidly retreated as he tried to use his spear to break through Chu Xiaoran's blade beams. However, Chu Xiaoran's sword seemed to possess an incredible resilience within it. No matter how strong Fang Jihai's spear beams were, Chu Xiaoran's sword was pervasive. A thin sword chi pierced through Fang Jihai's yuan chi protection, making his whole body feel numb as if he was electrocuted. How is this possible? Fang Jihai clearly felt that Chu Xiaoran's yuan chi was not better than his, yet he was restrained again and again. He felt that he could not use all of his strength at all. In the audience, when everyone saw this scene, a person suddenly realized, it's a nomological truth. Didn't you hear? Chu Xiaoran has already gained insight on the hard soft truth. The hard soft truth was a combination of hardness and softness. Chu Xiaoran's weapon may look like a soft sword, but after Chu Xiaoran gained insight on the hard soft truth, this soft sword gained incredible strength. Swish! With the blade beams rising up, Chu Xiaoran forced Fang Jihai into a corner of the ring. Then, an attack came from above, flying directly towards Fang Jihai's head. Fang Jihai raised his spear to block it. Pwa! Fang Jihai's fiery yuan chi was split apart. This sword slashed down on Fang Jihai's spear shaft. The blade carried on with its momentum and it bent the shaft as it carried on towards Fang Jihai like a whip. Oh! Fang Jihai constricted his pupils. He had no way of dodging because it was too close. The sharp blade beam had broken through Fang Jihai's protective yuan chi and it opened a wound across Fang Jihai's chest. This wound allowed Chu Xiaoran's chi to rush into Fang Jihai's meridians. With the sword chi entering his body, Fang Jihai's body trembled as a stream of blood gushed out of his mouth. Before he could counter, Chu Xiaoran had struck again. Pang! Chu Xiaoran's attack completely split Fang Jihai's protective yuan chi apart. He flew back before slamming heavily onto the ground. Chu Xiaoran wins this battle. When the referee announced the result, Fang Jihai was dazed. He lost? He lost to a rookie girl, who was 2 to 3 years younger than him. He had been training in the Taya Divine City for 2 years, yet he could not compete with someone who just arrived in the Taya Divine City. Many rookies in the audience looked at each other. They were all supporters of Chu Xiaoran and they believed she could win. But they never expected Chu Xiaoran to win so cleanly. And it seemed like she did not use all of her energy. She had defeated a senior cultivator ranked 3780 without using all of her energy. Terrifying. Amazing, the strength Chu Xiaoran that showed was on a different level compared to those on the rookie rankings. Previously, someone ranked 7th on the rookie rankings challenged a senior cultivator ranked in the 5000s and they still lost, but Chu Xiaoran beat someone in the 3700s easily. This gap is too great. And it's said that Xionyou is on par with Chu Xiaoran. Could Xionyou also have similar strength? Many rookies were shocked. They had already heard that while they were doing their miscellaneous jobs, Xionyou and Chu Xiaoran had already entered the divine wilderness to hunt desolate beasts. The danger involved was obvious. Back then, they were just impressed, but they did not know to what extent these two's strength was. But now, it seems that there was a big difference in strength between those ranked 3rd, 4th, or 5th on the rookie rankings, even though there is only a very small difference in their rankings. The other rookies ranked in the top 10 like Lu Yuxing can be ignored. Only Yi Yun had an impressive battle. But he did not have the stunning result like how Chu Xiaoran easily defeated Fang Jihai. Within the hearts of many, Lu Yuxing could not compare to a senior cultivator like Fang Jihai. And the rule set by the Divine City for the rookie rankings was that fights had to carry on till a winner amongst the rookies was decided. The Divine City had prepared rich rewards to the number 1 rookie. Now Chu Xiaoran might seem the strongest, and the only person that could compete with Chu Xiaoran was Xionyou and possibly Yi Yun. Chu Xiaoran has understood the hard soft truths. This is the foundation of the Defender Duke's family. From a young age, Chu Xiaoran was under the tutelage of good teachers in the Defender Duke's residence. The resources she received were also extraordinary. Compared to us, she's on a completely different level. Someone sighed with emotion. After all, no one could compare with a descendant from a family with great accumulative heritage. We might not be able to, but Yi Yun might be able to barely compete. I am really looking forward to Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran's battle. Yi Yun has even weaker roots than us. Although his chances of winning are slim, he can still fight an exhilarating battle. If he can force Chu Xiaoran to use all her strength, then it would be something to be proud of. Although many were jealous of Yi Yun, some cultivators were impressed with Yi Yun's origins. Those who came from small family clans knew the difficulty of climbing up. How is it? Any thoughts? Baldy Chin asked while stroking his chin as he stood beside Yi Yun. He had always been hypercritical, but he could not help but praise Chu Xiaoran's performance. Yi Yun smiled and nodded. She is indeed strong. In the Taiya Divine Kingdom, there were all sorts of hidden monsters. If this was 3 months ago, when he just arrived in the Taiya Divine City, Yi Yun would feel like he could do nothing against a person like Chu Xiaoran. They were of a completely different level. Chu Xiaoran had great swordplay, cultivation techniques, and had gained insight on a nomological truth. As for states like the tempered body, dragon pulse, even a pea-sized brain could figure out that Chu Xiaoran had reached them earlier on. Back then, Yi Yun with only his large success stage of minute subtlety would have no advantage against Chu Xiaoran. They were from completely different realms. But now, everything was different. With the Taiya sacred technique, it had filled the gap in Yi Yun's many shortcomings. Now, Yi Yun deeply understood the importance of cultivation techniques in nomology. It could increase a person's strength to an entirely new level. Without a good cultivation technique and without understanding any nomologies, any amount of energy that his body absorbed would be useless. It was like a group of strong soldiers without a general commanding them. The battle prowess would be greatly reduced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229, Inborn Divine Strength. Chapter 229, Inborn Divine Strength. Today's ranking matches were destined to reach greater heights. After Chu Xiaoran, 3 expert rookies, who were ranked in the top 10, went on stage. They challenged senior cultivators that were ranked around 5,000. The battleground became extremely intense. Although these rookies could not compare with Chu Xiaoran, who had gained insight on a hint of nomological truths, they obtained cheers from the crowd just from their Yuan Shi clashes. Unfortunately, the 3 expert rookies failed to beat the veteran cultivators, who had been training for 2 to 3 years. Just as other rookies were feeling regretful for these 3 people, a black horse appeared on stage. A rookie named Gumu, who was ranked 20, challenged a senior cultivator who was ranked in the 4,900s. Everyone originally thought that Gumu was going to lose, but the results surprised everyone. Gumu actually defeated his opponent, squeezing into the top 5,000. Gumu was an obscure name. As a rookie who was in 20th place amongst the rookies, he did not arouse much attention. But the rookie rankings were estimated based on their performance in the past 3 months in the Taiya Divine City. It could not accurately determine a person's real strength. Gumu was a nobody who managed to quietly rise up to the top 5,000. This astonished many people. What made most people surprised was that Gumu did not come from any famous family clans. In terms of familial background, he was better than Yi Yun, but not by much. His paternal grandfather was a kingdom knight, but when it reached his father's generation, it deteriorated. Such a family clan could not be considered a family clan, but it still produced a freak like Gumu. Gumu must have had some fortuitous events to reach such a level. When people thought about this, they sighed. The world was so large with an unknown number of people within it. There were so many elites. It was not surprising to them that some of these elites encountered fortuitous events. In this batch of rookies, first it was Yi Yun, then it was Gumu. There was all sorts of hidden talent. It became more intense as the battles went on during the 5th day of the competition. The last match pushed the excitement to a climax. Divine Wilderness Stage, 3960, by Mingwu. Challenger, 10,002, Chunyo. Following the announcement by the referee, all the rookies were excited. Chunyo was up. There was no one who doubted Chu Xiaoran's strength anymore. As for Chunyo, he was always placed on par with Chu Xiaoran. Due to Chu Xiaoran's outstanding performance earlier, many suspected if Chunyo was at the same level as Chu Xiaoran. Now, they could see it for themselves. Finally it's my turn. Beside Chu Xiaoran, a 1.9m tall man stood up suddenly. It was hard to believe that he was 13 years old. Chunyo looked at his opponent. His opponent was also a tall and well-built person. He was 15 years old and 1.8m tall. He was well matched with Chunyo. Against this kid, my white metal armor should be enough. Chunyo said to himself. Beside him, Chu Xiaoran laughed. Be careful not to fail such an easy task. Fail? Chunyo wiped the tip of his nose with his thumb. Don't worry. Before fighting you, I won't lose. Chunyo had not fought Chu Xiaoran in a long time. After seeing Chu Xiaoran beat Fang Jihai, Chunyo also felt the pressure. After not seeing her for so many years, despite being familiar in the past, he could no longer fathom her strength. Bai Mingwu came on stage. He pulled out his weapon, which was a polearm. As for Qianyou's weapon, it shocked many people when they saw it. Most of his body was covered in thick pale gold armor that included his legs, torso, and arms. On his right hand, he had a huge glove that was as long as half a person and it was as thick as an adult's waist. This glove was like the barrel of a cannon. It was also pale gold in color. Behind the glove, there were 3 sharp blades. Each blade was 1.5 m long and they were half a palm's width wide. With the 3 blades side by side, it was like a giant claw. On Qianyou's left hand, there was a pale gold shield that was a meter in diameter. Seeing Qianyou in such an attire, many people were stunned. This was too ridiculous. The armor and weapon made Qianyou look like a moving castle. Boom! Qianyou jumped onto the stage. With a metallic thud, the purple tungsten tiles trembled under Qianyou's feet. Heavens! How heavy is that? People were shocked. The purple tungsten tiles were 3 meters wide and a foot thick each and they were extremely heavy. With them lined up side by side, they were extremely solid. But Qianyou could cause them to tremble just by jumping on them. This armor, Bai Mingwu glanced at Qianyou and raised his polearm. How are you going to keep up with my speed in such an attire? Qianyou grinned and said, I'm not good at anything. I just have a bit more strength. Only by wearing this can I accentuate my advantage. Ha! Bai Mingwu smiled coldly, then let's try it. As soon as the match started, Bai Mingwu attacked. He used his movement skills to form a series of shadows. He wanted to defeat Qianyou using his speed. In that attire, Qianyou may have great physical strength, but he was slow. Bai Mingwu moved like the wind, while Qianyou stood motionless. Bai Mingwu did not belittle Qianyou. With Chu Shaoran defeating Fang Jihai, he had the perfect example. He did not want to follow in Fang Jihai's footsteps by being defeated by a rookie. It would be too embarrassing. Phew! A polearm beam flew into the sky and it began moving around like a whip. Bai Mingwu's polearm had been infused with a lot of yuan qi, which turned it emerald in color. It's the Bai family's mystic Jade Heart Sutra. Someone shouted. In the Taiya Divine Kingdom, many family clans had their own secret techniques. None of these secret techniques should be underestimated. A family had its own heritage, which allowed them to train up their future generations. Through intermarriage and obtaining good bloodlines, a family clan would slowly flourish. A good set of cultivation techniques was the cornerstone of a family clan. A warrior with a weak cultivation technique compared to someone with a strong cultivation technique would be crushed if everything else was equal. The mystic Jade Heart Sutra was also a cultivation technique with a great reputation. It was not weaker than the Lu family's star-picking hand. And Lu Yuxing, who had used the star-picking hand, was just a rookie. How could he be as well-versed in a cultivation technique compared to a senior cultivator like Bai Mingwu? Swish! Bai Mingwu instantaneously appeared in front of Qianyou. With the polearm raised, he slashed at Qianyou's neck. The polearm's beam went from top to bottom. It looked like an emerald green lightning blast was flying towards Qianyou. Everyone stared wide. This attack was extremely powerful. Facing Bai Mingwu's death blow, Qianyou shouted out loudly. That tumultuous sound wave spread throughout the stage like thunder spreading across the sky. With all his body's strength circulating, he lifted his left arm. Dang! A deafening rumble sounded out. Qianyou's shield had blocked Bai Mingwu's attack. With a deafening bang, the emerald green beam exploded. The purple tungsten tiles under Qianyou's feet trembled. The huge impact had caused 2 craters to form in the purple tungsten around Qianyou's feet. But Qianyou did not retreat even one step. This strength. Seeing Qianyou use the shield on his left hand to block Bai Mingwu's strike, everyone was shocked and their jaws almost fell apart. Bai Mingwu had used both hands to move the polearm and together with the mystic Jade Heart Sutra, the power of the blow was imaginable. Yet, Qianyou managed to block it with his single left hand and he did not retreat once. What sort of strange strength was this? If it was an average person, just using an arm shield to block a polearm infused with the mystic Jade Heart Sutra would have broken the bones in his arm. Bai Mingwu contracted his pupils. The impact had caused his palm to feel numb from the tremor. A polearm was a heavy weapon and it was very hard. He could not endure this for long. This kid, I don't believe his arm is totally fine. Just as he was thinking this, Bai Mingwu suddenly realized that Qianyou had grabbed his polearm. After blocking the polearm with his left hand, Qianyou had used his right hand to grab the polearm. He had lodged himself in position with the polearm's shaft. This weapon is now mine, Qianyou grinned. If I grab any weapon, you can't take them out of my hands. What? Hearing Chionyo's words, a vein popped out on Bai Mingwu's forehead. You are too arrogant. Bai Mingwu shouted, and then he began circulating the mystic Jade Heart Sutra, which caused his Yuan Qi to burst out. With his hands on the polearm, he pulled back with force. Pang! The mystic Jade Heart Sutra, his Yuan Qi burst out, but the polearm was still in Chionyo's hand. It was like the polearm was stuck in Chionyo's hand. Bai Mingwu stared with widened eyes. Chionyo's strength was too terrifying. He did not believe in heresy. As he madly powered up his mystic Jade Heart Sutra, his Yuan Qi roared out like a tsunami, but Chionyo's hands were like a black iron casted vice. It refused to release its grapple on the polearm. No matter how much the polearm resisted, it was like a snake that was stuck in a hole, it was unable to move. What happened? Beads of sweat began forming on Bai Mingwu's forehead. It was the first time he could not pull his weapon back after it had been grabbed. It was also the first time he faced an opponent who had used such a technique. Using his enormous strength, he grabbed the weapons of others. How was one to fight that? At this point, Bai Mingwu suddenly felt a surge of strength flow through the polearm. The polearm was raised up high. Bai Mingwu, who held onto the polearm, suddenly felt his legs lift up. His entire body had been lifted by Chionyo. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. They were speechless. They never expected that this match would end up this way. From afar, all one could see was Chionyo wearing heavy armor, with his body as immovable as a mountain. He had inclined his arm upwards, lifting Bai Mingwu and the polearm up. It was like he was holding a lollipop. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230, The One Gathering of the Elites. Chapter 230, The One Gathering of the Elites. Bai Mingwu's face turned red. After all these years, taking part in numerous battles, big and small, he had never encountered such a situation. It was absolutely shameful. This Chionyo's methods were unpredictable. Bai Mingwu grit his teeth. With an abrupt slip of his hands, he moved down the polearm's shaft towards Chionyo. By circulating the mystic Jade Heart Sutra, all of his Yuan Qi was now concentrated within his feet. He aimed for Quinio's head as he kicked out with his feet. Bai Mingwu had pretty good leg techniques. However, all Chionyo did was sneer before raising his shield. Dang! Bai Mingwu's feet landed heavily on the shield. The Yuan Qi from the mystic Jade Heart Sutra burst out, causing Bai Mingwu's feet to turn numb. However, it did not affect Chionyo at all. The thick and heavy shield was like a solid metal wall, warding off all sorts of attacks. Bai Mingwu felt helpless. He had used his polearm to attack Chionyo, but it was blocked by Chionyo's shield. The same happened when he used his feet. After blocking Bai Mingwu's strike, Chionyo smiled. With his right hand pulling on the polearm, and his left hand holding his shield, his body suddenly jerked forward. Shield bash. Pang. With a loud clang, Bai Mingwu's entire body was sent flying by Chionyo's shield bash. His body tumbled a few times in the air before he landed. The great impact had caused him to take more than 10 steps backwards before he managed to steady his body again. The blood flowing within his body was now in chaos. He pressed his hand against his chest and looked over at Chionyo. Chionyo was still standing in his original spot. In fact, throughout the whole battle, Chionyo had not moved more than just a few steps. As Bai Mingwu was sent flying backwards, his polearm was still in Chionyo's hand. His weapon had been taken away. There was no way of describing what thoughts were going through Bai Mingwu's mind. He had only used one move during this battle. After his weapon was grabbed by his opponent, he could not take it back, and now he was in this embarrassing situation. It was too aggravating. There were still a lot of moves he did not get the chance to use. However, all of these moves required the polearm. Without his weapon, his battle prowess would drop greatly, leaving him with just his leg techniques. He still had a low-quality polearm in his interspatial ring. But, not only was that polearm unable to bring out his greatest potential, the crux of the matter was that Chionyo might take that polearm as well. He did not have any methods of preventing Chionyo from taking away his weapon. If he lost another one, it would be too embarrassing. Standing before Chionyo, Bai Mingwu was now in a dilemma. Chionyo was wearing a heavy armor and he had a huge shield. It was impossible for Bai Mingwu to break those apart with just his fists and feet. Your polearm. I'm returning it to you. As Chionyo said that, he casually weighed the polearm in his hand. Following that, he grabbed the polearm and slightly leaned back, his right foot on the ground, while lifting his left foot. Ha! Xiaoniao shouted out, and as his left foot landed, his right arm sent the polearm flying. So, the heavy polearm let out an ear-piercing screech that sounded like an explosion. The polearm flew through the air, flying straight at Bai Mingwu. With Xiaoniao's strength, the polearm's speed was now completely terrifying. Bai Mingwu constricted his pupils. Facing his weapon, which was now flying straight at him, he did not dare to try and grab it. At the moment the polearm was about to strike Bai Mingwu, he gritted his teeth and used his movement technique to dodge it. Dang! With a loud metallic clang, the polearm embedded itself into a purple tungsten protective wall beside the Divine Wilderness stage. The 3-foot-thick purple tungsten wall tremored from this huge impact. Even the tiles on the ground trembled. The polearm was also vibrating non-stop. Upon seeing this, many were at loss for words. Xiaoniao's strength was too terrifying. Bai Mingwu stood on the stage with a pale face. He really did not know what to do. Did he really need to run down the stage to pick up his polearm? Not only was it embarrassing, but even after retrieving the polearm, he was not confident in his ability of beating Xiaoniao. Also, what if Xiaoniao attacked him as he retrieved the polearm? After his deliberating, Bai Mingwu had to admit that he had lost the moment Xiaoniao grabbed his polearm. He was inferior. Gritting his teeth, Bai Mingwu shook his head and said, "I admit defeat." He was not a sore loser. There was no point in resisting on stage when it had already reached such a situation. Thank you. Xiaoniao cupped his hands. Xiaoniao won this battle. People's moods were indescribable seeing Bai Mingwu sadly walking down the stage and him using all his strength to pull out his polearm. This battle was quite ridiculous. Xiaoniao's battle strategy was quite different from others, but it was extremely effective. Bai Mingwu had been defeated by Xiaoniao to the point that he conceded the battle on his own accord. Bai Mingwu admitted defeat. A person ranked in the 3,900s on the Earth roll was defeated by Xiaoniao, just like that. There's no other way. The difference in strength was too great. After his weapon was taken away, Bai Mingwu lost his confidence. If that did not happen, Bai Mingwu could have fought another few more rounds. In fact, upon reaching the Yuan Foundation realm, a warrior's connection with his weapon would greatly increase. It wouldn't reach the point of easily having the weapon stolen. Once a warrior reached the Yuan Foundation, or a realm beyond the Yuan Foundation, they could use their Yuan Qi to grow their weapons. They could even keep their weapon inside of their Dantian, slowly nourishing it. As such, it would not be easy to take away another person's weapon. But it was not impossible either. If someone was strong enough, they could erase the opponent's soul mark on a weapon and steal it. This Xiaoniao sure is difficult to handle. Once he grabs your weapon, it's over. Seeing Xiaoniao's attire, many felt powerless. Xiaoniao's glove was also armored. He could easily grab other weapons as well, such as sabers or swords. If it was a low-quality weapon, he could probably even snap it. Not only that, Xiaoniao's defense was extremely perverse. With his body covered in armor, together with that heavy shield, it was like he had a thick tortoise shell. A weak attack would only be equivalent to scratching an itch for Xiaoniao. As for Xiaoniao's attack power, it was irrefutable. When Xiaoniao threw the polearm at the end, Bai Mingwu did not even dare to grab it, even though he was its owner. How could Xiaoniao's attack power be weak? How could one handle him, when his defense and attacking power were that strong and he could grab their weapons easily? He was too difficult to handle. Many of the veteran cultivators, who had spent 2 to 3 years in the Taya Divine City, placed themselves in Bai Mingwu's shoes. If they had fought Xiaoniao, they had to admit that they would also lose. This batch of rookies sure is crazy. Now, it seems there's an extremely high chance Xiaoniao and that Chu Xiaoran can enter the top 1,000 within a year. A veteran cultivator said with mixed emotions. But another veteran cultivator shook his head. You are exaggerating by saying there is an extremely high chance. The top 1,000 isn't easy to reach. It is basically the world of Yuan Foundation realm cultivators amongst the top 1,000. Without being at the Yuan Foundation realm, it will be impossible to hold one's ground. And if a rookie were to rise up there, many veterans would pay close attention to him. Who would wish to be lorded over by a rookie? At that point, there would be numerous challengers wishing to pull you down. To establish yourself in the top 1,000? It is difficult. Although this veteran cultivator was unwilling to admit that Xiaoniao and Chu Xiaoran could establish themselves in the top 1,000 within a year, he was very well aware of the fact that Xiaoniao and Chu Xiaoran were absolute monsters amongst monsters. Their potentials were no weaker than Qin Haotian's. It was extremely rare for two such figures to appear in a single batch of rookies. The 5th day of the rookie rankings ended. Xiaoniao and Chu Xiaoran performed outstandingly. Soon, the news of it spread throughout the Taya Divine City. Their names became famous, not only with the rookies, even amongst the veteran cultivators' circles. All of the major factions began to pay close attention to Qianyo and Chu Xiaoran. However, it was impossible to draw them in. The two of them had their own family clans and they were destined to serve their own families. The cultivators in the Taya Divine City debated about who amongst the two was the strongest one. Both of them had their own supporters and they expressed their views based on inferences and conjectures. Their debates became very heated. As such, some associations even opened up a betting pool, deciding who amongst the two would win first place amongst the rookies. The odds between the two were very close. However, Chu Xiaoran had slightly more supporters. How could a beautiful girl be less popular than a stout man? With the betting pools opened, many had also included Yi Yun into them. Yi Yun was compared to Gu Mu, who had shocked everyone on the fifth day of the competition. Yi Yun and Gu Mu were of similar backgrounds. They were both strong and were dark horses before appearing on stage. Many were interested to know who was the strongest one amongst the two. Ha, they are opening another betting pool. Brothery, I bought the bet that you would win. Zhou Kuei said excitedly. During dinner time, he found Yi Yun at the cookhouse. He had complete confidence in Yi Yun and he felt that Yi Yun was sure to beat Gu Mu. Yi Yun smiled without saying anything. He had watched all the matches in the past 5 days. Gu Mu was indeed a noteworthy opponent, but he was much worse than both Qianyo and Chu Xiaoran. Yi Yun paid special attention only to Qianyo and Chu Xiaoran. Both of them had their own specialties. Chu Xiaoran had techniques, while Qianyo had absolute strength. Both of them had powers that were on a completely different level than the other rookies. How is it? Brother Yi, did you bet on yourself? Zhou Kuei asked excitedly. Yi Yun shook his head. He had previously heard about these betting pools. Ever since the Hongdao Association suffered a great loss due to Yi Yun, many of the associations learned their lesson. The bet limit was only up to 500 dragon scale runes. The odds against him beating Gu Mu was not very high. Together with the high tax on gambling by the Taya Divine City, there was nothing much to be earned. Yi Yun could not be bothered to bet. Only poor rookies like Zhou Kuei would find interest in making a small gamble. Brother Yi, keep it up. Although the Taya Divine City is only giving away glory points and other cultivation privileges to the person in first place, you will still be well rewarded at third place. Brother Yi, I look up to you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231, Sword Scar Palace. Chapter 231, Sword Scar Palace. A cold breeze blew through the Taya Divine City deep into the night. The Taya Divine City was covered in snow once again. It had snowed twice during the past few days of the rookie ranking competition. In a city like the Taya Divine City, it had layers upon layers of arrays. Once the arrays were initiated, they would allow the whole city to experience the warmth of spring throughout the entire year. However, this was a great waste of energy and there was no reason to do so. The yuan qi gathered within the Taya Divine City arrays were instead supplied to the warriors for cultivation. Yi Yun walked along the streets. Every time he stepped onto the snow, the compacted snow would tremble and make a crunching sound. There were rows of houses with unsophisticated ambiances on both sides of the street. Yi Yun kept on recalling the battles that happened in the day. There was no doubt that both Chu Xiaoran and Qianyo possessed outstanding capabilities. Most importantly, they each had their own characteristics and strengths. Chu Xiaoran had gained insight into a law, while Qianyo had his strong body. Between the two of them, in their own respective aspects, they were so strong that they made others feel helpless to the point of losing confidence. Of course, Yi Yun was not lacking in confidence. Chu Xiaoran and Qianyo may be strong, but Yi Yun still had the Taya Sacred Technique. But the problem was, the Taya Sacred Technique could not be considered a strength of Yi Yun. The Taya Sacred Technique was strong and the warriors who mastered the Taya Sacred Technique could easily beat warriors with average cultivation techniques. They could even battle people who were a few levels above them and it would still be as easy as eating and drinking. But, the Taya Sacred Technique could not be considered to be a specialty. The Taya Sacred Technique could suppress others through its absolute power. But if they were to face someone who also cultivated the Taya Sacred Technique, or someone whose Taya Sacred Technique level was higher than their own, such as Qin Haotian, then they would lose all the advantages that the Taya Sacred Technique gave them. What mattered then would be a competition amongst their other aspects. The other aspects included competing in terms of strength, laws, speed or battle experience. What was his competitive advantage? What did he have that allowed him to beat Qin Haotian? He would most likely lose even at the same level. Yi Yun suddenly realized that his battle power was far too weak. Besides the Taya sacred technique and the large success stage of minute subtlety, he had no other competitive advantages. Yi Yun had great ambition. If a typical warrior were to master the legendary Taya sacred technique in a short period of time, they would be so excited that they would lose themselves, but Yi Yun felt that it was still insufficient. He needed to strengthen every aspect of himself. He wanted to be an all-round person without any weaknesses. Such as saber techniques. Yi Yun's saber techniques had always been weak. In fact, he had no saber techniques at all. The saber moves that were derived from the 9 mysterious swords of heaven technique were nothing in front of an expert. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun started walking towards a new direction. He stopped in front of a palace after walking down the street for 15 minutes. He looked up and saw the 3 meters wide plaque that was hanging on top of the palace entrance, and on that plaque were 3 large words, Sword Scar Palace. These 3 words were sharply written and they contained an aura. With just a glance, it was obvious that it was written by a master. Yi Yun had long since heard about the Sword Scar Palace. He always wanted to pay a visit to it. This was the best place for the cultivators of the Taya Divine City to increase their compatibility with their weapons. It cost 1,000 dragon scale runes, just like the Wilderness Divine Hall, to enter the Sword Scar Palace for 2 hours. To the present Yi Yun, 1,000 dragon scale runes was nothing. After paying, Yi Yun entered the palace. The palace was not large. There were large rectangular stones in it. These large stones were immutable ancient rocks, and they were produced in the divine wilderness. Whatever was carved on such rocks could not be erased, even if they were to be exposed to the elements of nature for millions of years. On the walls around the immutable ancient rocks, there were all sort of scar marks. These scars were left behind by the Taya Divine Kingdom sages. There were sword scars, saber scars, claw marks, and even fist prints. No matter what the weapon was, you could find the corresponding mark within the Sword Scar Palace. The assault abstraction asterisk of the attackers were left behind within these scars. One came to the Sword Scar Palace to gain insight into these concepts. As Yi Yun was beginning to gain some insights, he caught sight of someone through the corner of his eye. It was a thin, little old man. His hair and beard were messy, but the most amazing thing about him was the blood-red gem embedded in between his eyebrows. It sparkled under the everlasting lamps in the hall. The old man was wearing a large gray robe. He was comfortably reclining on a lounge chair and his eyes were half squinted, as if he was almost falling asleep due to the comfort. There was a plate containing crystal-like grapes on a table beside him. The little old man would occasionally reach out to pick up a grape lazily and put it in his mouth. He looked like he was enjoying himself a lot. "Senior, you are also here?" Yi Yun was surprised. He had seen this old man before. The blood-red gem in the middle of the old man's eyebrows had left a deep impression on Yi Yun. Back when Yi Yun went to the Wilderness Divine Hall to absorb the primordial species energy, he had met this old man when he came out of the Divine Hall. He had attacked Yi Yun without any warning, and had defeated him with one move. He had even reprimanded Yi Yun, telling him how terrible his saber skills were. Back then, this little old man had recommended Yi Yun to go to the Sword Scar Palace. And when Yi Yun really came here, he did not expect to run into him. The old man opened his eyes and glanced at Yi Yun. He laughed and said, "Kid, you finally thought of my place?" "Paying my respects to the senior." Yi Yun cupped his hands and bowed. "I'm here to gain insights from the sage Saber Scars." "Saber Scars?" He. The old man plucked another grape and threw it into his mouth. He shook his head and said, "Gaining insight from Saber Scars. Do you know where the deepest Saber Scar abstractions are in the Sword Scar Palace?" Yi Yun shook his head after being questioned by the old man. "I do not." The old man chuckled, as if he had predicted Yi Yun's answer. He said, "Let me take you to a good place. I guarantee you that it will be extremely beneficial to you." Hearing the old man's words, Yi Yun was overjoyed. It could not get any better with someone giving him pointers. "Thank you, senior." It's no big deal." The old man waved his hand, before suddenly remembering something. "Right." The old man stretched his right hand before Yi Yun and pinched his thumb and index finger. He gave a wretched-looking smile. "Did you bring enough dragon scale runes? The place I am taking you to will charge an additional fee." Yi Yun hesitated for a while before smiling. "I have brought enough." "Charging more dragon scale runes?" That was nothing. Yi Yun had over 100,000 dragon scale runes. There were not many places that he could not enter in the Taya Divine City. All Yi Yun cared about was the best cultivation resources. He paid no heed to the price. "Oh. That's good." The old man looked relieved and said, "The place I'm taking you to will need an additional 10,000 dragon scale runes, and at the same time, you will need to pay a glory point." You should still have a glory point left, right? By handing over the primordial herb, you must have received plenty of rewards? The old man grinned as he asked Yi Yun. When Yi Yun heard this, he froze up. What? 10,000 dragon scale runes, and an additional glory point. He could not have heard wrongly. Although he paid no heed to price and only wanted the best, this fee was unreasonable. This was robbery. Looking at the old man with his wretched smile, Yi Yun felt a chill. This old bastard looked like an old swindler. Was he cheating him? Senior, did you make a mistake? Yi Yun asked tactfully. This junior only needed 2 glory points to buy the Taya sacred technique. The old man shook his head like a rattle. How could I make a mistake? This price is because a kid like you knows me, and it is on account of our friendship. If it were anyone else, they might not even enter with that price. That place is not an ordinary place. After entering it, you will definitely have great gains. As for buying the Taya sacred technique with 2 glory points, that was just the first 3 volumes. The 4th and 5th volume combined will need 5 glory points. The prices of the last few volumes even increase at an astonishing rate. Do you think that the entire Taya sacred technique is cheap? So what about it? Are you going in? You can enter that place and stay there for a whole day. You will regret it if you don't go. The little old man began to tempt Yi Yun. Yi Yun was in a dilemma. This old man looked like an old swindler. But as an administrator of the Taya Divine City, even if he did not have any moral integrity, he still wouldn't cheat a rookie, right? Was it really worth the price? 10,000 dragon scale runes was not much, but a glory point. This was a precious resource that the top-ranked experts in the Taya Divine City particularly cherished. By needing to pay a glory point to enter, that meant that 99% of the cultivators in the Taya Divine City had absolutely no chance of entering it once in their 6 years here. Even the cultivators who earned a glory point might not be willing to part with the glory point to gain entrance. Yi Yun only had 3 glory points left. After breaking the herb-picking record, he received 2 glory points, and 1 glory point left from the primordial herb. To be able to enter this training ground for a day, that's considered quite long. As for the rookie ranking competition, there are still 7+ days left. In the next 2 days, no one would challenge me. I won't miss much if I don't watch those matches. Yi Yun was tempted. He really wanted to take a look at such a place. Even if he could not grasp anything, it was not like he could not afford the loss of this glory point. So, Yi Yun nodded saying, Senior, please lead the way. He, swift and decisive. The old man laughed as he patted Yi Yun's shoulders and gave a thumbs up. Young man, you are really promising. Seeing the old man look as if he had fallen into money, Yi Yun became increasingly skeptical. Did the old man get a cut from promoting this mysterious training ground? There was no way the Taya Divine City would have such immoral rules, right? As the old man was about to leave, with a thought, he took the bunch of grapes from the plate and put it in his pocket. As he plucked it to eat, he said to Yi Yun, follow this old me, I guarantee you that you will not regret it. Occult abstraction refers to the concepts behind the original creator's attack and how he moved when performing it. This is learned by watching and contemplating on the marks left behind. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232, The Way of the Saber. Chapter 232, The Way of the Saber. Author's note, in the previous chapter, the glory points should be 3. It has been corrected. While writing, I kept looking at the clock on the computer's bottom right-hand corner. Since time was too tight and my brain was filled with plot points, I had a slight short circuit and wrote it incorrectly. This is considered the second chapter for January 27th. Yi Yun followed the old man. After turning the corner around a staircase, he entered a dark walkway. This walkway led underground. There were everlasting lamps hung on both sides of the walkway, but the light from these lamps was not warm. On the contrary, gust after gust of cold wind blew through the depths of the walkway. The old man did not walk slowly, but the walkway was extremely long. After walking for almost 30 minutes, they had covered a distance of almost 4 kilometers. Finally, the old man stopped and said, Here we are. The wind was even more chilling here. With a blow of the cold wind, the everlasting lamps flickered, dimming and brightening. The old man slowly rotated his body. At the end of the passage, there were 2 large bronze doors. On the surface of the 2 doors, there were carvings of an unknown primordial behemoth. The behemoth carvings contained an inexplicable abstraction within them that made one feel distraught when they looked at them. It's in here, the old man said as he rolled up his sleeves. He pushed the left bronze door with all his strength. Ja ja ja. With the sound of contraptions being activated, the bronze door slowly opened. The door was extremely heavy and thick. As the metal shaft rotated, due to the sudden change in weight, the entire walkway began to tremor. For some unknown reason, Ian felt that the old man was not pushing a door, but a thick tombstone. After the old man pushed the door open, he held the door open with one hand and said, "So heavy. I finally opened it. You can go in now." The old man pointed to the interior. Ian hesitated, and just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly felt a chill rush towards him, which caused his hair to stand up on end as he felt unease. Killing intent. Oh. Ian was alarmed. It was as if there was a terrifying existence beyond this door. What kind of door did this old man open? "Kid, what are you standing around for? You do not dare enter?" the old man asked casually. Ian was surprised. "Senior, what is this place?" "What place is this?" "Hee hee," the old man laughed sinisterly. "This is an ancient tomb." "Tomb?" Ian was flabbergasted. "A grave. Could this be the resting place of some forefather of the Taya divine kingdom?" "You have so many questions." The old man impatiently waved his hand. But with some deliberation, he said, "Actually, there is no harm in telling you this. Do you know why the Taya divine city was built here?" The old man answered Ian's question with another question. Ian began thinking. He originally believed that the reason behind building the Taya divine city at this location was by randomly choosing a spot in the divine wilderness that had a spiritual pulse thick in heaven-earth yuan qi, which would allow the elites from the Taya divine kingdom to train here. But now, from the old man's words, it seemed like that was not the case. Ian shook his head. "I do not know." The old man patted the bronze door that was already open and said, "The Taya divine city was built here because of this ancient tomb. The owner of this tomb is not a forefather of the Taya divine kingdom, but someone else. In fact, this ancient tomb existed at least a few million years before the Taya divine kingdom was established." The old man's answer took Ian aback. This ancient tomb predated the Taya divine kingdom by so many years. The old man carried on, "As for who the owner of the tomb is, there's no way of verifying who it is. When the first city lord of the Taya divine city found this ancient tomb, it had already been opened. The funerary items, inheritance, and the corpse had long disappeared. But the ancient tomb's array field still existed. There were many ancient array inscriptions in the ancient tomb. The founding city lord of the Taya divine city used the ancient tomb's array field as a foundation to build up the Taya divine city's large array. All these years, the Taya divine city has been gathering heaven-earth yuan qi. A portion of it is used to nourish the ancient tomb's array field. If this array field is stabilized, the Taya divine city would be indestructible." After hearing the old man's words, Ian finally understood. Having stood in the divine wilderness for tens of millions of years, the Taya divine city would inevitably suffer attacks from beast hordes. A typical beast horde would be courting death if they attacked the Taya divine city. But if a large number of primordial species attacked, then the Taya divine city would face tremendous pressure. With the ancient tomb's array field present, it allowed the Taya divine city to stand firmly. "Go in. Kid, you sure lucked out." The old man pushed Ian towards the tomb. Ian had a strange feeling. According to the old man, this ancient tomb was an important spot in the Taya divine city, yet the old man could bring him here. It seemed like this old man's status was not ordinary. "Senior, since the tomb has been cleared by others, then what is there for this junior to do inside?" Even before Ian could finish, the old man had pushed him into the tomb. "Kid, in the ancient tomb, there are 2 chambers. The left chamber is related to sabers. Do well at gaining the insights, it's a great opportunity. There are many treasures in the Taya divine city. It all depends if you have the ability to obtain it." After the old man finished his sentence, he pressed on the bronze door. With a zha 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 sound, he closed the tomb's door. Ian was now in a completely sealed space. Seeing the door close, Ian's heart thumped. Was this old man not afraid that the mechanisms would turn faulty? The door's weight was terrifying. There was absolutely no way that Ian could push it open. The tomb chamber was now completely isolated from the outside world. Ian sized up the tomb chamber. The tomb chamber was not large and it was about 10 meters wide. There were everlasting lamps on all 4 walls, allowing him to see clearly. In the middle of the chamber, there was a sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was already opened, and the lid had already disappeared. It was obvious the sarcophagus was empty. Ian took a look inside and gasped slightly. The sarcophagus was not as empty as Ian expected. There was a thick metal plate with a long indentation through the middle. The indentation was about 5 foot long. It was as if something was embedded within it originally. After Ian sized it up, he was shocked. It looked like the shape of a saber. A saber was originally placed within the indentation. Maybe this sarcophagus was not used to bury a person but a saber. But now, the saber was gone, leaving behind a saber sarcophagus. A pity. Yun sighed. If the saber was left behind, it was clearly a great treasure. If it was possible, he wanted to see how awesome the saber was. I really do not know what sort of person the tomb owner is. Back when the founding city lord built the Taya Divine City, he had to use the tomb's array field to reinforce the Divine City. This meant that the founding city lord of the Taya Divine City could not set up such an array field. With this hypothesis, then the owner of the tomb was even more capable than the Taya Divine City's first city lord. Yun had mixed feelings upon reaching this conclusion. There were too many peerless experts in this world. There was no limit in the universe. What did the old man bring me here for? This sarcophagus is empty. As Ian knitted his eyebrows, he suddenly noticed something. With the light from the everlasting lamp, he found a few marks on the walls of the chamber. Each mark were extremely sharp. It seemed like each mark was made by a saber. It was a saber scar. There were 4 saber scars. And below each saber scar, there were words written on the wall. Seeing these words, Yun was momentarily overjoyed. Could this be some peerless saber technique's mantra formula? Ian rushed to see if there were anything else on the wall, but after searching, he was slightly disappointed. There were not enough words for it to be a mantra formula. With a glance, the words underneath first saber scar said, "The saber truth, pressing forward with indomitable will." The words underneath the second saber scar said, "The emperor amongst weapons, reigning supreme." The words underneath the third saber scar said, "The son of heaven's aura, killing at its core." And the words underneath the fourth saber scar said, "With an invincible mind, invincible in all other aspects." The 4 sentences were short, but there was an indescribable quality in each of them. Ian felt his blood rush after reading them. The saber truth? Yun had obtained the 1,000 army saber early on. He had always been using this saber, but he only used it as a handy weapon. He had never considered what the way of the saber was. The 1,000 army saber actually looked like a sword. Its blade was long and nearly straight. But it had an essential difference from a sword. A sword was nimble, elegant, and mutable. Lin Shinton's swordplay was biased towards nimbleness and elegance. When she stabbed with her sword, it was like a fairy was born. As for Chu Xiaoran, she was biased towards the mutability of sword moves. Her sword was soft like water and her swordplay was unpredictable. However, a saber was different. Nimbleness and mutability were not qualities of a saber. The way of the saber was to be an absolute authority under the heavens with its sharpness. The saber was the emperor among the weapons. With a slash of the saber, there was no end in sight, reigning supreme across the world. The core of the saber was in killing. Being decisive in killing, while killing all. With such a stance, one's mind was invincible, causing one to be unmatchable in the whole world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233, Straight to the Primeval Source. Chapter 233, Straight to the Primeval Source. Ian sat down cross-legged in front of the wall with the 4 sentences written on it. He figured that the old man must have brought him here to take a look at the 4 lines of words. This ancient tomb was already empty. Before, there were battle sabers, treasures and inheritance buried here, but they were all gone now, and the only thing left behind was the tomb owner's words. These words were full of a relentless dominance that was shocking to behold. Oh. These words. After Ian stared at the 4 lines for a while, he realized that they contained an inexplicable concept. Each word, each stroke, was shiny, like a saber beam that seemed to break out from the wall. It was as if these words were a display of saber techniques. Upon discovering this, Ian began focusing his spirit and stared unblinkingly at the 4 lines. Each word had a different concept from the other. But when they were combined together, it gave one a consistent and natural feeling. I get it. Ian's eyes lit up. The person who inscribed these words demonstrated his insight on the saber truths, which he obtained over his entire life. These words may not be a saber technique formula. They are even better than that. There was a concept within these words, but Yun could not comprehend it. He could only roughly feel it and try to fathom it. But he was weak when compared to the person who left behind these inscriptions. Although Yun had extraordinary perceptivity, he was unable to gain enlightenment. It's so deep. Yun knitted his eyebrows. These 4 lines were like 4 sets of saber techniques. Each saber technique had its own saber truths. In Yun's current state, it was just wishful thinking to hope that he could understand everything. In fact, the old man who brought Yun here did not expect Yun to gain much insight. But if Yun could gain even a tiny amount of insight into the truth, it would be extremely beneficial for him. The road of martial arts was a long path. This truth was the laws of the way. If at the beginning, one could point straight to the primeval source along the long path, then even if traversing the path was filled with difficulties, as long as one could endure it and fully understood it, one could skyrocket, achieving great things. Of course, those who had no talent would not dare to take this arduous path. This path was fraught with difficulties and there would be delayed achievements and breakthroughs. At one point in time, one would grow frail with age and they would lose their potential. One could die of old age without reaching the realm of a human lord. Then what was the point in cultivating martial arts? I guess this old man has high regards for me, Ian muttered to himself. It cost 1 glory point to stay in the ancient tomb for 1 day. It was possible for a person to not gain any insight. So an ordinary person would not risk it. It was most likely that in every batch of rookies, only figures like Qin Haodian and Luo Huar would have the opportunity to enter the tomb. I don't think I'm the only person who has entered this ancient tomb. I wonder what people like Qin Haodian learned. Yun did not believe that the old man had decided he was a future sage with a glance. It was most likely that he chose people, who were outstanding, to test them in the ancient tomb. Those who could learn anything could stay behind. Those who could not learn anything had no choice but to give up. With this thought in mind, Yun suddenly had an idea. He let his spiritual energy interface with the heaven's eyeball and the purple crystal, and then, he opened up his energy vision. By now, Yun's energy vision was almost perfect. Everything in the world was formed of energy, so in his vision, all the superficial appearances were ignored, leaving behind only the ultimate source. When Yun used his energy vision to look at the words, Yun was surprised. Oh. This is... Yun's breathing stagnated. Typically when one engraved words on stone, words were words. There was nothing special with marks on stone. But these 4 lines were completely different. In his energy vision, these words were no longer static words, but flowing energy lights. This astonished Yun. This great person had left behind words that embodied within them laws, and yet, the energy had not dissipated after tens of millions of years. Yun realized that this energy was totally different from the energy of the primordial species or herbs. He could control the energy from the primordial species and herbs with the purple crystal, and he could absorb them to raise his level. But the energy within these 4 lines seemed to be an independent system. The energy that these words contained was not strong, but it felt primeval. Primeval energy. Yun felt that he had been exposed to a lot of things in the short period of the past 2 hours. It was like a mysterious door had suddenly opened before him, and it was sending a wave of all sorts of primeval truths. Each truth was extremely mysterious, and it was coming straight from the primeval source. It was a pity that he could not completely understand these truths at his current level. It made Yun feel like he had many things to learn, but he was dazzled by it all. Take it slow. The road ahead of me is still long. There's no rush. With this thought, he calmed his mind. He took whatever he could get. He had to start somewhere on that long journey. As such, Yun began maintaining his energy vision, and he began pondering over the saber truths in the 4 lines. From the perspective of the naked eye, these words seemed stationary. Although they gave off an illusion of jumping out of the wall, it was still an illusion. But in the energy vision, it was completely different. The words were all moving. As they had condensed primeval energy within themselves, they were slowly flowing. The bright energy light contained an inexplicable philosophy within them. It was as if each flow contained a fundamental law. Yun soon immersed himself in this view. He fell into a trance and forgot the time of day. From midnight to daybreak, till noon. The next day's rookie ranking competition had begun, and Yun was absent. Oh? Yun didn't come? Yun was now a prominent figure. He was noticed everywhere he went. As an important cultivator, he had a special spot in the arena. As such, many people noticed that Yun was absent from the rookie ranking competition. Today, Chu Xiaoran and Xiaonyo will both be having their own battles. They are already planning to charge into the top 3,000. Yet, Yun doesn't want to watch their battles? As Chu Xiaoran and Xiaonyo were challenging veteran cultivators who were ranked in the top 3,000, the atmosphere at today's rookie competition was more intense. Many of the 4th and 5th year cultivators in the Taya Divine City had come to watch. The arena, which was usually empty due to its large area, was now packed, giving off a crowded feeling. Yi Yun might not be planning to compete against Chu Xiaoran and Xiaonyo. These two are monsters, but even if Yi Yun doesn't plan on fighting them, he should still show up and watch. Many could not comprehend the situation. What was more important than watching Chu Xiaoran and Xiaonyo challenge cultivators in the top 3,000? It could even be said that in a few days' time, it would become a battle between Chu Xiaoran and Xiaonyo. When that happened, even the entire Taiya Divine City would scramble to watch it. It was impressive that a battle between two rookies could reach such a level. The battles are starting soon. For a rookie to enter the Earth Rankings top 3,000 in 3 months, and for there to be two of them, this is probably something that hasn't been seen in the Taiya Divine City for the past few decades. People were buzzing with activity. They were all looking forward to today's competition. At this moment, in a spacious room above the 90th floor of the Central Divine Tower, two old men were sitting on chairs. They were looking at a disc array which was depicting the battles happening in the arena. One of the two old men was Elder Jiangu, and the other was the thin old man who brought Yi Yun into the ancient tomb. You took Yi Yun to the Saber Tomb? Elder Jiangu asked suddenly. The old man nodded and said, yes. I find this kid a little interesting, he might gain some insights. Might? Elder Jiangu knit his eyebrows. Just because of the word might, you took him there? Elder Jiangu was obviously displeased with the old man's actions. So what? The ancient tomb may be a forbidden ground, but there are certain privileges that still allows one to access it. Besides, even if the kid doesn't gain any insight, he has nothing to lose. Nothing to lose? Elder Jiangu shook his head helplessly. San Yan, you always do as you please and do not think it over. It's not like you do not know that the primeval truths inscribed in the Saber Tomb are too difficult to comprehend. Once it is understood, it would be an excellent achievement. But if one cannot gain any insight, it will be a waste of time. The way of the Saber Truth is too deep. It can easily cause obsession within a person. What I am afraid of is that this kid might be too stubborn. Even after failing, he does not know when to stop. At that point, he would be wasting his time and energy. Time was too precious for young talents. As for these talents, they were mostly arrogant and determined. This was generally a good thing, but there were times where it could be a bad thing. A determined young genius might be mesmerized by the truth of the primeval source. Even if one stopped him, he would always think about those words as if he was possessed. At that point, one could not stop him, but neither would stopping him be right. Based on a person's perceptivity, it would be a waste of precious time if one ended up not figuring out anything. There were many cases like this in the Taiya Divine City. There were even some geniuses who spent their whole lives trying to figure it out, but they only ended up feeling more and more bitter about it. Eventually, their lives were wasted away. Hence, the Taiya Divine City took the ancient tomb very seriously. It was not easily opened so they could prevent accidental access. But this San Yan was erratic. Whoever he found interesting, he would take him to the ancient tomb. He was practically harming them. Old freak, all sorts of geniuses come to the Taiya Divine City for training. It's normal to die, yet you are always so careful. How would you nurture a real expert, like a sage? You may object to my actions, but just a few years ago, I brought that little rascal, Qin Haotian, in there, and he gained something. Qin Haotian was a swordsman. The left of the two chambers in the Taiya ancient tomb was the chamber of Saber Truth, while the right chamber was the chamber of Sword Truth. Of course, Qin Haotian went into the Sword Truth chamber. It was a mystery who left behind the words in both chambers. Elder Jiangu shook his head. Qin Haotian was an exception. He was born for the sword. He is almost one with the sword. Qin Haotian almost cannot leave his sword and he can only use a sword. You cannot expect everyone to be like him. As for Yi Yun, he might not be a person who has to use a saber. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234, The Rookie Competition's Last 2 Days. Chapter 234, The Rookie Competition's Last 2 Days. The rookie ranking competition carried on over the next few days. This rookie ranking competition was the most grand one seen in the past 20 years of the Taiya Divine City's history. It could be said that it was filled with experts. Xiaonyo and Chu Xiaoran entered the top 3,000 on the second day of the ranking matches. This was indeed a result to be proud of. In addition, the man from a humble background, Gu Mu, managed to gather attention after suddenly surprising everyone in his first match, which ended with him entering the top 4,500. Although it was worse than Xiaonyo and Chu Xiaoran's result, it was still a result that left many rookies in the dust. Because of this new ranking, Gu Mu was ranked third amongst the rookies. As for the Yi Yun, who was more famous than Gu Mu, he had not appeared until today. The rookie ranking competition lasted for 10 days. The first 4 days were for the rookies to challenge one another. It was mostly for the average rookies to rank themselves amongst each other, mainly for those ranked over 10,000. From the 5th day onwards, elites like Xiaoniao and Chu Xiaoran began climbing up the Earth rankings. According to the competition rules, a person could take part in up to 12 matches a day. But these 12 battles only referred to the limit of the number of challenges one could receive a day. If one wanted to challenge others, one could only issue 2 challenges a day. Typically, when rookies climbed up the Earth rankings, the common practice was to gradually move up, rising up the rankings bit by bit. After all, this was the first time the rookies were climbing up the Earth rankings. They had to slowly battle it out and compare their own strength to the veteran cultivators' strength as they slowly made their way up. Typically, rookies who aimed to enter the top 6,000 would begin in the top 8,000. By doing so, they got used to the battle styles of the veteran cultivators while gaining experience at the same time. In 6 days, one could challenge others 12 times. It was sufficient for deciding their overall ranking. As for the final result for the rookie rankings, it was calculated through this method. Every rookie would be ranked according to the Earth ranking they would get in their battle history. The higher one ranked, the higher they would be ranked amongst the rookies. If the rookies fought between themselves, then the victor would be ranked ahead. The rules sounded complicated, but they were actually very simple. If Xiaoniao was ranked 2900 on the Earth rankings and Chu Xiaoran was ranked 2800. Even if Chu Xiaoran was to be defeated by someone else on the last day, Chu Xiaoran would still be ranked first amongst the rookies. But if Xiaoniao felt he was stronger than Chu Xiaoran, he could challenge Chu Xiaoran on the last day. If he won, then first place would go to Xiaoniao. These rules were extremely fair. They would also reflect the rookies' ranking in an impartial manner. If the rookies were to take turns to fight their ranking matches, it would take a lot of time to rank 2,000 people. But with the Divine City's ranking rules, a person only needed to partake in slightly more than 10 matches. It was the 9th day of the rookie rankings. There were only 2 days left before the end. The rookie rankings were basically set at this point. There were 3 rookies who entered the top 5,000 of the Earth rankings. There were more than 100 who entered the top 8,000. As for Yi Yun, he was absent. His ranking was still at 10,003. Many could not comprehend why he was not present. What was Yi Yun doing? What's wrong with Yi Yun? We haven't seen him for days. Could he be set aback by Xiaoniao and Chu Xiaoran? Xiaoniao and Chu Xiaoran were monsters. After Yi Yun saw their match, he had been absent from the 2nd day onwards. As such, many people made this assumption. How could he be this weak? Also, there's no need for Yi Yun to compete with Xiaoniao or Chu Xiaoran. He can easily enter the top 5,000 of the Earth rankings to vie for 3rd place with Gumu. If he were to obtain 3rd place, then the rookie awards he would receive would still make many envious. People's tongues wagged. It was now the 2nd to last day, yet Yi Yun had not participated in any challenge battles. He had only 4 challenge chances left. No one knew what he was thinking. But at this moment, not many were concerned with Yi Yun. Everyone's attention was focused on Xiaoniao and Chu Xiaoran. They were all thinking that it would not be surprising if Xiaoniao and Chu Xiaoran were to battle on the last day. This battle would decide who was first amongst this batch's rookies. Just thinking of this battle made many feel excited. At this moment, in the central Divine Tower, Elder Jiangu and the thin old man, who took Yi Yun to the Saber Tomb to gain insight on the primeval source Sabertooth, were playing chess. Both of them were old friends. To people at that level, having a confidant was not easy. Due to their long lifespan, many of their friends and relatives had slowly died of age throughout their long lives. People who could go along with them were few and far between. Song Yan, how's that kid Yi Yun? Elder Jiangu casually asked as he placed his chess piece. He had been secretly paying attention to the rookie competition over the past few days. Oh, he hasn't come out yet, the thin old man answered without much thought. Elder Jiangu frowned. He still hasn't come out? How many days has he been in there? For a Purple Blood Realm Junior to stay in the Saber Tomb for so long, is he planning to discover something? He's been in there for the past 4 to 5 days, the thin old man played with his chess piece and chuckled. I have been paying attention to him for the past few days. He has been sitting quietly in front of the words bearing the saber truths. Seeing him in that state, I did not call out to him. Speaking of this, I told the kid that he had to pay 1 glory point per day in the Saber Tomb. Now that he has stayed in there for that long, I still haven't gotten the remaining glory points from him. He sure lucked out. You, Elder Jiangu, was speechless. To think that you are still in a mood for joking. This Yi Yun has been sitting in the Saber Tomb for so long. It's most likely that he has gone astray trying to gain insight. Back then, not even Qin Haotian stayed in the sword tomb for that long. The words of the saber-tooth were too profound. For a Purple Blood Realm warrior to try to understand them, it would not be a surprise if he gained an incorrect understanding of them. If someone went too far on this incorrect path, it would adversely affect their future development. San Yan, quickly bring the kid out. If he has gone astray, correct him. Do not allow him to go astray any further. Elder Jiango had always been concerned about the younger generation. Many elders in the Taiya Divine City were oblivious to the younger generation that came to the Divine City to train. After all, a genius like Qin Haotian only had a 1% chance of becoming a sage. In the long lives of these elders, they had gotten accustomed to seeing geniuses. Slowly, they did not pay much attention to them. Only those that became a sage gained their attention. Hi, you really are long-winded, but the rookie ranking competition is about to come to an end. This kid really should come out, if not he will miss it. With this thought in mind, the thin old man let go of the chess piece and walked towards the saber tomb. At this point, Yi Yun was fully immersed in a trance-like state in the saber tomb. In Yi Yun's energy vision, line after line of energy light beams circulated. These flowing light beams were like saber beams moving. In Yi Yun's vision, these words did not look like words, they looked like the slashing and dicing of a saber. Each saber move's trajectory path was deeply branded in Yi Yun's iris. In his soul, Yi Yun constantly demonstrated it and imitated it. By using the word strokes as saber moves, the energy flow within the words were, faintly, in conjunction with the energy flow within Yi Yun's meridians. Every word stroke has an energy direction. And it's in the same direction as the energy flow in my meridians. It's really magical. Yi Yun spoke to himself. The person who engraved these words could even inscribe the sutras that controlled the energy within the meridians, within the words. This method was completely unheard of. This person had clearly perfected his control over energy and laws. It was no wonder that the first city lord of the Taiya Divine City used this person's tomb as an array field for the foundation of the Taiya Divine City. As Yi Yun was having these thoughts, he suddenly heard a zha-zha-zha mechanism sound. He turned his head and saw the large bronze door open. San Yan was standing by the doorway. This old man stroked his chin. He was looking at Yi Yun as if Yi Yun was an animal in a cage. Kid, do you know how many days you have been in here? San Yan asked. Yi Yun shook his head, it can't be that short. Over the past few days, Yi Yun had been focused on cultivation. Whenever he was hungry, he ate a bone relic that he had. There was no way of telling the time of day in this ancient tomb, hence, Yi Yun did not know how much time had passed. Oh, it's been about 4 days, not more than 5, so? You owe me 3 glory points. When it comes to it, you will need to pay me back. San Yan chuckled. Yi Yun was shocked because it had been so long. He really did not think he had been in here for so long. But over the past few days, Yi Yun had gained a lot. Even if he had to pay the 3 glory points, it was worth it. As for the rookie ranking competition, he had been absent for so long. There were only 2 more days left, which meant he had to rush back. Yi Yun deeply craved the rewards for the rookie ranking competition. Thank you for the senior's reminder. Yi Yun cupped his hands. The old man was stunned. This kid actually thanked him. Was he going to renege you on those glory points? Kid, let me tell you. The ancient tomb's saber-truth words lead straight to the primeval source. If you gained any insight, it will let you skyrocket. Your first steps on the martial arts path will be in front of others. You will not take many detours and will have a great future. But, if your level is too low, it will not be easy to gain any insight. In all of these years, this old man has brought many young geniuses into the saber and sword tombs to learn the essence of the saber or sword. But only Qin Haotian was able to gain a tiny understanding of sword intent. Qin Haotian is a natural swordsman. He has extremely high perceptivity with the way of the sword. Kid, you must decide where you stand in your abilities. The things you can understand, do your best in understanding it. If you cannot understand something, do not force it. The road ahead of you is still long. In the future, when you are at a higher level, it will be much easier to study it when you come again. It was rare for the old man to say such words with such well-meant intent. After Yi Yun heard this, all he said was, "Thank you for the senior's guidance." This kid. San Yan stroked his chin. He felt that Yi Yun had a hint of confidence within his eyes. He was not set aback by the saber-truth words, but he gained confidence from them. For a person with a low level to understand a high-level law and even managing to obtain confidence from it, it was not a good sign. Because most of the time, they should find it very difficult to understand, so how could they have confidence? Those who had confidence had most likely gone astray, so they thought it was simple. Could this kid gone on the wrong path? If he really took the wrong path, then the confidence he has will have the opposite effect later. For things that depended on perceptivity, it could only be understood and not explained. Son Yen was powerless to render assistance. Yi Yun had to rely on himself. I can't have caused problems by taking this kid to the saber tomb, right? Seeing Yi Yun look so confident, the old man really turned worried. Such people usually were wrong without knowing it. But Yi Yun had already bidden farewell and walked out of the tomb. He was rushing to join the rookie ranking competition. It was now noon of the 9th day of the ranking competition. If Yi Yun wanted to register a challenge battle, he had only 4 chances left. 4 chances. It's enough. With this thought, Yi Yun walked towards the arena. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235, The First Match's Opponent. Chapter 235, The First Match's Opponent. With the sun high up in the sky, there was finally a trace of warmth flowing through the snow-covered Taya Divine City. It was midday on the 9th day of the rookie ranking competition. There was a short lunch break at midday during the competition, but many spectators did not leave the venue. After all, as long as a warrior had a sufficient amount of yuan qi stored within his body, he would be fine without eating for a few days. However, the most important reason why most of the spectators stayed was because there were 2 important matches in the afternoon. The first match was Jionyo challenging a veteran cultivator ranked at 2800 on the Earth ranking. The next match was even more ridiculous. Chu Xiaoran was challenging someone ranked at 2600 on the Earth ranking. Both of them had just entered the top 3000, and many of those veterans who were around this ranking had spent 4 years training in the Taya Divine City. These people were basically peak purple blood experts and were outstanding compared to other warriors at the same level. Going beyond 3000, it was not easy to proceed forward. The competition they faced became increasingly intense. Of course, people wanted to see such a battle. Compared to Chunyo and Chu Xiaoran, the other rookies were only there to accentuate their prominence. Actually, in the last 2 days, there were not many rookie battles. Now, if one did not challenge someone ranked in the top 7,000, one would feel embarrassed to go up on stage. People were fighting against the top 3,000, yet you are fighting someone ranked over 10,000. Would you have the face going up? I think Shonyo can still win challenging the 2,800 ranking. As for Chu Xiaoran, she is really bold to challenge the 2,600 ranking. The chances of losing are high, someone expressed his view. Many had been discussing for a long time about the results of the 2 matches Chunyo and Chu Xiaoran were taking part in. Everyone had their own view, which created a fiery atmosphere. At this time, someone suddenly said, "Isn't that Yi Yun over there?" Everyone was shocked and they looked towards the direction of the voice. All they saw, nearby in the participant benches, was a youth in linen clothes walk to his seat before sitting down. This youth was indeed Yi Yun. It's really Yi Yun. He finally came. The rookie ranking competition was almost over. It was already the second to last day, yet Yi Yun was still ranked at 10,003. People were speechless when they saw Yi Yun. He had no sense of urgency and he was sitting at his seat in a carefree manner. It was alright if he did not have the capability, but he clearly had the chance at entering the top 3. Yi Yun still has 4 matches. It can actually be in time. If I were him, my first match will be to battle someone in the top 8,000. By securing the lowest ranking, he can next challenge the top 6,000 and win it. The first battle on the last day can be used to directly challenge Gumu. If he were to win, then everything will be settled. If not, he still has one more match to secure his 4th place. Someone said. Many people found this reasonable. They were all weaker people. They had to go through more than 10 matches to find their ranking. But Yi Yun was strong, so he could be more willful. He could use Gumu as his measuring stick. He could secure his ranking in 3 matches. At this time, people saw Yi Yun take out his 1,000 army saber from his interspatial ring. He unsheathed it and began polishing the shiny blade. Seeing this made people speechless. It sure was an unordinarily calm scene. Yi Yun slowly polished his saber. Actually, only the blades of mortals had to be polished with a tarp to maintain its sharpness. But a treasure saber like the 1,000 army saber did not need polishing. But Yi Yun still polished it bit by bit in a careful manner. This was not a useless act. Yi Yun was actually reaffirming the knowledge gained from the saber tomb as he tidied up the thoughts in his mind. Through polishing the saber, he could feel more compatible with the saber. At the same time, he could empty his mind in optimizing his understandings. Yi Yun silently polished his saber for an hour. The afternoon competition was about to begin. Yi Yun stood up and picked up a form. After filling it, he raised his head. "Referee!" Yi Yun shouted out. Immediately, the surrounding people's gaze was focused on Yi Yun. They knew Yi Yun had most likely chosen his opponent. In the first few days of the rookie ranking competition, Yi Yun was so popular that many people challenged him. So his matches had to be arranged in advance by handing out challenge tokens, so as to ensure that everyone did not fight more than 12 matches a day. But in the last few days of the rookie ranking competition, this system was not needed. Those that wanted to fight were mostly done fighting. As such, the timing for battles were freely chosen. It was not a problem to decide on fighting an opponent right at that moment. Once the opponent was up on stage, the battle could immediately begin. Guess who Yi Yun will be challenging in his first match? Someone asked. The first person should be a veteran cultivator ranked in the top 700 to 800. This would be the more certain choice. I think it is impossible. Yi Yun actually dared to use a brick to handle Lu Yuxing. This shows that he's extremely confident. There's no way his opponent's ranking is at 700 to 800. He might be able to challenge the top 5,000 straight away. He might even challenge Gumu. Challenge Gumu? To set it in stone? This is impossible. Yi Yun has disappeared for the past few days. His first battle after appearing should logically be someone who he's confident in beating. By securing his first match, he can build up his morale. After holding back for so long, if he were to lose his first match, it will be extremely embarrassing. Many felt that it was most appropriate to fight someone that guaranteed them victory in the first match. But the previous speaker remained obstinate. He said, "Wait and see. Think about the glorious history of Yi Yun taking down Lu Yuxing with a brick. It is not impossible for Yi Yun to challenge Gumu in his first match." The referee looked at Yi Yun and asked, "You want to challenge someone?" "Yes," Yi Yun said as he handed the challenge form he had just completed. The referee took it and with a sweeping glance, he gave an odd look. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Yi Yun nodded and returned to his seat. The referee did not say anything else. It was the freedom of the participants to challenge whomever they wanted. He could not interfere in it. The referee began to arrange the order of the battles. Many were curious who Yi Yun's first opponent would be. Very soon, the referee gave the answer because the first battle in the afternoon was Yi Yun's. Having been absent from the rookie ranking competition for so many days, Yi Yun was first on stage the moment he came back. It seemed that even the referee wanted to see Yi Yun's performance. People raised their spirits. Besides Chionyo and Chu Xiaoran's match, they anticipated Yi Yun's first battle after his reappearance. But when the referee announced Yi Yun's opponent, everyone was shocked. Divine Wilderness Stage, 10,003, Yi Yun. Challenging 2980, Chionyo. What? Challenging Chionyo. People were shocked. His first match was neither to secure a ranking nor to challenge Gumu, but to challenge the second-placed rookie, Chionyo. Challenging Gumu was already quite an exaggeration, but he actually challenged Chionyo. What was he thinking? People were not able to react in time. Gumu, who was ranked third amongst the rookies, frowned. In this rookie ranking competition, he had always treated Yi Yun as his greatest rival. When Yi Yun appeared, he had been mentally prepared to fight a bloody battle with Yi Yun. In the past few days, he had accumulated a lot of combat experience in his battles. He was confident he could beat Yi Yun. But he did not expect Yi Yun to ignore him. Yi Yun had directly skipped over him to challenge Chionyo. This made Gumu peeved. He had been disregarded. This Yi Yun actually dares to disregard me. Does he think I am not qualified to be his opponent? Gumu clenched his fists. Yi Yun was too disdainful. Having made all the preparations to compete with Yi Yun, yet Yi Yun completely did not put him in his sights. He sure has guts. I'll wait till you lose to Chionyo. I'll then battle you to show you the consequences of disregarding me. With this thought in mind, Gumu looked at Yi Yun with strong fighting spirit. Challenging me. Chionyo was also surprised. He glanced at Yi Yun and immediately smiled. Interesting. It's true the young are rash. I thought you would battle me only after you beat Gumu. Chionyo stood up. He was always very interested in Yi Yun. But he never expected that Yi Yun had the guts to challenge him in his first match. Since you are so confident, I'll use the white metal armor to take you on. It is me giving you sufficient respect. Saying this, Chionyo took out a giant glove from his ring and wore it on his right hand. Ka-cha! 3 steel claws shot out from the claw with a cold shimmer. At the same time, Chionyo's left hand was equipped with a large shield. Following that, with a thought, two circular metal pieces on Chionyo's chest and back began to shine. A set of white metal battle armor appeared, covering Chionyo's body. In a few seconds, Chionyo was covered in his white metal armor and he was fully armed. Ha! With a shout, Chionyo leaped onto the stage. He was wearing tens of thousands of pounds of white metal armor. He had leaped from more than 30 meters away from the stage and he was like a pouncing tiger. Boom! Chionyo's two legs squatted to cushion his landing as he put a hand on the ground. He was like a meteorite that landed on the stage. The loud bang caused the entire arena to quiver. It made people exclaim. Under Chionyo's feet, the thick purple tungsten tiles had clearly sunken in. It was obvious how strong Chionyo's leap was. Ignoring Chionyo's attacks, just this leap was enough to break a person into pieces. Terrifying. He's basically a humanoid primordial desolate beast. Someone sighed. Seeing Chionyo's stance, one would lose 30% of their willpower. A typical person would not dare fight him. Even the dark horse amongst the rookies, Gumu, did not have the guts to challenge Chionyo. This was because Gumu knew that the gap between them was large. He was no match for Chionyo at all. Chionyo stood up. After his 1.9 meter tall and burly figure was covered in heavy armor, all his muscles bulged out with worm-like veins. It was as if he was about to explode. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236, Fighting Chionyo. Chapter 236, Fighting Chionyo. Although Chionyo was lower in the rankings than Chu Xiaoran, if someone was forced to make a decision on who to fight between the two, they would still face Chu Xiaoran rather than Chionyo. This was because Chionyo gave people a sense of immense pressure. Many people were unable to muster up their courage while standing in front of Chionyo. On the other side of the stage, Ian held his 1,000 army saber and walked onto the stage. He stood 30 meters away from Chionyo and faced him directly. Ian was finally going to use his weapon for a battle. This was reasonable, after all, his opponent was Chionyo. This Ian is finally going to use his saber. I wonder if his saber technique is any good. People discussed. Previously, Ian only used a brick to stomp his opponents. This was indeed very formidable, but this did not mean that by not using the brick and switching to the 1,000 army saber, his strength would become even more perverse. Of course, the 1,000 army saber was stronger than the brick, but no matter how much stronger it was, it all depended on Ian's saber technique. Ian's saber is too long. Against any typical opponent, a long weapon is advantageous. But against Chionyo, once he grabs it, Ian will not be able to use it anymore. Even if it is not caught, just trying to slash Chionyo's body might not be enough to break through his defense. Chionyo had an ability, which was that once a weapon was caught, there was no way of getting it back. This was the reason why many people did not have the confidence when facing Chionyo. It would be too embarrassing to lose their weapon to him. And Chionyo was very fast. Trying to keep the weapon away from Chionyo's clutches? It would be very difficult. Everyone acknowledged that a light weapon was useless against Chionyo. Ian's saber was long and light. It could stir up a whirlwind by slicing and dicing and it looked cool, but against Chionyo's heavy armor, it was absolutely useless. Can we begin? Chionyo looked at Ian with a grin. It was as if he could not wait any longer. Sure, Ian also laughed. He casually placed the 1,000 army saber vertically beside his body. The extremely long 1,000 army saber seemed to stand vertically on the ground without falling. It was a strange scene. Many cultivators were stumped. According to normal circumstances, a saber had no chance of standing vertical on the ground, as it would lose its balance, but Ian's saber seemed to have a spirit within it. Chionyo was shocked too, but instantaneously, he licked his lips. Interesting. I'll see if you can keep your saber away from me. Saying this, Chionyo leaped up towards him. Boom! Like a pounce from a primordial beast, every jump caused the stage to tremor. Even while wearing his heavy armor, Chionyo's speed was not any slower. Ka-cha! Chionyo landed heavily on the ground with a foot, while Ian disappeared. Phew! Ian had unsheathed the 1,000 army saber. The scabbard still remained standing vertically on the ground while the sharp blade began to send out beautiful blade beams. Ian had finally started to use his saber. Like a dragon traversing the ocean, the 1,000 army saber made a screeching sound. In that moment, the blade beams formed a web as they enclosed Chionyo. Ian's attack speed was so fast that it dazzled everyone. Chionyo's eyes lit up. Nice one! He shouted and contracted his body. He charged forwards with his shield leading the charge. Crackle! Numerous blade beams exploded on Chunyo's shield. The thick shield was like an impregnable fortress wall. Every blade beam that came in contact with it was destroyed from his charge. Pa! Yi-Yun and Chunyo passed each other. After Chunyo stopped, he turned to face Yi-Yun. Your saber technique is not bad. Too bad, it cannot break through my defenses. As he said that, Chunyo cracked his neck. His joints issued a crackling sound. People were left in wonder. Just from this defense alone, it allowed Chunyo to stand unbeatable. Your armor is also not bad. Yi-Yun gave his review. Chunyo laughed. You are still in the mood to review my armor? As he said this, Chunyo began walking towards Yi-Yun. He was walking slowly and he was compressing the space Yi-Yun could use to dodge bit by bit. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! As Chunyo walked, the metal armor clanked around. The sound that approached people gave them an immense pressure. Shield bash! Suddenly, Chunyo charged forward at Yi-Yun with his huge shield. Yi-Yun dodged and avoided Chunyo's shield bash. With Yi-Yun's speed, it was very difficult for Chunyo to hit Yi-Yun with his shield attack. Chunyo took a step forward and swiped with his claw, but Yi-Yun's body was like a willow that was blown up by the wind, easily dodging the attack once again. At this moment, Chunyo sneered. With a slight turn of his body, the huge glove on his right hand followed. Sha! 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 The three sharp claws suddenly protruded and shot towards Yi-Yun. The metal claws contained within them an array method. When Chunyo injected them with Yuan Qi, he could cause the claws to shoot out. This attack would catch people off guard at a close distance. Oh! Yi-Yun's eye focused on the three flying claws and he twisted his body in the air to avoid them. At the same time, Yi-Yun's Thousand Army saber reversed and slashed at Chunyo's throat. Without taking another glance, Chunyo stretched his hand towards the Thousand Army saber to grab it. He wanted to grab Yi-Yun's saber. This scene made every warrior hold their breath. In the previous battles during the competition, no matter who it was, whenever Chunyo attempted to grab their weapon, they would all pull it back. If Chunyo grabbed their weapon, there was no point fighting on. Yi-Yun's saber was narrow and long, so it was obvious what would happen once it was grabbed. Everyone thought that Yi-Yun would pull his saber back. But he did not. With an expressionless face, the saber continued slashing downwards. The way of the saber has no end in sight. The Saber-Truth's first line had already explained the saber's nature. How could Yi-Yun pull his saber back just because he was afraid his opponent would steal his weapon? Oh? Not retreating? Chunyo was surprised and with a grin, he grabbed the saber. Clang! A metallic clang ensued. Chunyo had grabbed onto the Thousand Army saber without any concern. This scene quaked the hearts of everyone. The saber has been grabbed. This. No one knew what to say. With Yi-Yun's speed, they felt that he could use his speed to embroil Chunyo in a long battle. If he did not face him head-on, this fight would drag out, without him losing his saber and with it, his reputation. But no one expected Yi-Yun to carry on slashing down with his saber, which allowed Chunyo to grab his blade easily. What was there left to fight? Was he just going to lose just like that? Hee, Chunyo laughed, your saber is mine. You should get another weapon. Saying this, Chunyo tightly grabbed the saber with his right hand as he planned to pull it away from Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun remained expressionless. With a slight rotation of his wrist, his body's Yuan Qi circulated and the Thousand Army saber seemed to be covered in flames. Oh! Chunyo was stunned. The saber in his hand suddenly became hot. It was scalding. What, is this Yuan Qi? Before Chunyo could react, Yi-Yun's eyes flashed. The Emperor amongst weapons, reigning supreme. Sha! The Thousand Army saber whistled through the air like a long dragon cry. A sharp blade beam rushed up to the heavens. Blood appeared. The Thousand Army saber easily returned into Yi-Yun's hands, while Chunyo's hand was left frozen in midair as it trembled. Pa-da! Pa-da! More and more blood began dripping, like pearls dropping from a cut necklace. The entire arena fell silent. Only the clear sound of dripping blood could be heard. This. Everyone was stunned. Chunyo was injured. His hand, which was encased in metal armor, had grabbed Yi-Yun's Thousand Army saber, but Yi-Yun still managed to reclaim his saber and at the same time, sliced Chunyo's palm open. After so many battles, this was the first time Chunyo was injured. How could that happen? Did Chunyo's glove armor rip open? You actually. Chunyo looked at his palm in disbelief. The armor on his hand had cracked open and not only that, the armor even had traces of having melted. Melted? Thinking back to the burning sensation, could it be fire? Are you a fire elemental warrior? Xiongnu was shocked. Even a fire elemental warrior was not supposed to be this strong. His armor was made out of white metal, obtained from the deep sea. It was extremely hard and it was almost impossible to break through. It would be almost impossible to melt it with the capabilities of the purple blood realm. Yi Yun shook his head. Fire? The yuan qi in his body did resemble fire, but there was an essential difference. After learning the Taiya sacred technique, Yi Yun's yuan qi had transformed. If one had to describe its elemental property, then it should be pure yang. If this is the limit of your power, then this battle is over. Saying this, Yi Yun slashed his 1,000-army saber downwards again. Phew! The splendid blade beam slashed towards Xiongnu. Xiongnu contracted his pupils. He felt that this blade beam was much stronger than the ones before. This was because Yi Yun had injected pure yang into it. Xiongnu retreated and placed his large shield before his chest. However, Yi Yun's blade beam was everywhere. The pure yang saber qi completely melted through Xiongnu's protective yuan qi. Deep marks were left on Xiongnu's white armor. The saber qi had also entered his body, now raging through him. This saber qi had a terrifying burning power in it. It burned Xiongnu, causing his blood to go turbulent. Yi Yun's saber attack was too strong. A weapon's strength was determined not by its weight, but by how much yuan qi could be injected into it. The blade beam sent out by Yi Yun was matchless in terms of sharpness. Sha! Another beam flashed. Xiongnu's body tremored as another bloody line appeared on his chest. Dang! 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 Xiongnu retreated several steps with a look of shock. At this time, even his face had a saber scar. Blood was dripping from all of his wounds. The surrounding audience's mouths were agape. This scene had gone beyond their comprehension. They could not understand how this had happened. Xiongnu's armor was imbued with his yuan qi, and his defense was extremely strong. People thought that Xiongnu was invincible. But his defense had been broken by Yi Yun? Yi Yun's attack did not look special in any way. Xiongnu wiped the blood off his mouth and said, "Powerful." Saying that, he took the shield off his left hand. It looks like I cannot defeat you while wearing this armor. It seems like I have to take my armor off to do battle with a person like you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237, Divine Strength Ox King Skill. Chapter 237, Divine Strength Ox King Skill. Taking off his armor to battle? Hearing Xiongnu's words, the audience were stunned. Most people thought that one's battle power would be stronger when covered in full body armor. If he took his armor off, wouldn't Xiongnu's defense strength drop down a notch? Xiongnu could not withstand Yi Yun's saber even while he was wearing armor. This is so terrifying. How is Yi Yun's saber so sharp? Xiongnu has never been hurt while fighting. No one could understand it. Previously, when Xiongnu entered the top 3,000, he had fought a veteran cultivator who used a long battle axe. That battle axe was extremely heavy, but when it struck Xiongnu's armor, Xiongnu was still able to withstand it using his armor that was protected by his yuan qi. Yi Yun's saber did not look as powerful as the long battle axe, so how did he break through Xiongnu's defenses? People looked with wonder and awe at Yi Yun's saber. That sharp long saber was still dripping blood. Pa-da! Pa-da! Drop after drop of blood bloomed upon landing onto the purple tungsten ground, like plum blossoms. This saber was too terrifying. By now, Xiongnu had taken off his helmet and removed his chest plate and back plate. Every part of this armor set resounded loudly when it was thrown onto the stage. It was hard to imagine how heavy it was when every part was added up. The armor is used to provide defense. This set of white metal armor has outstanding defense capabilities. But, as Xiongnu said this, he threw the large glove from his right hand. The white metal armor is too heavy. I wear it not for protection, but to limit myself and to train my strength. I am constantly using my family's secret technique, Divine Strength Ox King Skill, to counteract the white metal armor's weight. As such, I am constantly cultivating. And only by taking off the white metal armor can I push my power to an extreme. While saying this, Xiongnu had completely removed all of his armor. He was wearing black, tight-fitting clothes. His muscles stretching out the fabric of his clothes. Xiongnu roared. Ha! A surge of yuan qi exploded from Xiongnu's body as his muscles began expanding. Vein after vein bulged and twisted. Even Xiongnu's height grew taller as a result. He was originally 1.9 meters tall. Now, he was more than 2 meters tall. His arms were as thick as an adult's thigh. The long hair, on his nearly bald head, also grew longer under his power, all the way to his back. After revealing his Divine Strength Ox King skill, Xiaonyo's aura was completely different. He took out a large polearm from his interspatial ring. This polearm was as long as Xiaonyo's height. The polearm's shaft was as thick as a child's wrist. And the polearm's head was about 3 feet wide. This peerless weapon gave people chills when they saw it. Ha 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 ha. This feels great. It really feels great. Xiaonyo laughed heartily. It's been a while since I completely removed all of my armor to use the Divine Strength Ox King skill. Xiaonyo stretched his body comfortable as his joints crackled. The wounds that were previously opened by Yi Yun's 1,000 army saber had also stopped bleeding from the expansion of Xiaonyo's muscles. Let me warn you. My body is an impenetrable body. This is a form of blood lineage. Although I have taken off my white metal armor, it has also released my Divine Strength Ox King skill. With the support of the Divine Strength Ox King skill Protective Yuan Qi, my defense ability only strengthens and doesn't weaken. Hearing Xiaonyo's words, the surrounding audience were secretly horrified. Xiaonyo was too terrifying. An impenetrable body of a blood lineage. This was a rare physical state. It was no wonder Xiaonyo had such odd strength. By taking off his armor, Xiaonyo's defense actually strengthened. With increased defense, with his enormous strength, just being hit by that polearm was an obvious result. Xiaonyo seemed to not possess any weakness at this point. Are you ready? Just after saying this, with his large polearm, his figure moved like a gust of wind. His figure also formed many afterimages. He was too fast. People thought that Xiaonyo was not proficient in his speed. In fact, in the previous battles, Xiaonyo's speed was indeed slow. He even seldom took more than a few steps. Most of the time, he stood in the middle of the arena like a fortress. But Xiaonyo, who had now taken off his armor, was completely different. Only now did people realize that Xiaonyo's speed was as terrifying as his strength. Xiaonyo's power that exuded from his body was extremely overwhelming. Although he was heavy, but with his terrifying strength, the weight from his body was nothing. Although Xiaonyo's movements lacked style, just from the burst of speed he could muster, he was definitely amongst the best compared to warriors of the same level. His defense was strong, his attack power was strong and his speed was also fast. How was one to win against such an opponent? People began to worry for Yi Yun. Xiaonyo, whose position could not be determined by the audience, suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yun. In an instant, the chaotic afterimages formed as one. With the large polearm in hand, all of Xiaonyo's strength exploded. Quaking heaven strike. Huge amounts of energy was imbued into the large polearm. Xiaonyo's polearm strike could easily flatten a mountain. Boom! The Yuan Qi within the large polearm exploded. A crater appeared in the purple tungsten arena. With a leap, Yi Yun floated away like a swan. He dodged it. Xiaonyo sneered and swiped the polearm at Yi Yun. Yi Yun's body was in midair as it twisted in an incredulous manner. He dodged it again as if he was blown away. Sha! 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 The large polearm moved in a dazzling manner. But Yi Yun's body seemed to be weightless. Every swipe of Xiaonyo's large polearm was avoided. It was as if he was blown away by the Yuan Qi. Even the overwhelming Yuan Qi blast was easily avoided by Yi Yun. Xiaonyo was fast, but Yi Yun was faster. By reaching the large success stage of minute subtlety, and with the pure Yang power's impetus, Yi Yun's speed had reached an incredible level. People's eyes were fully occupied by the scenes on stage. One violent explosion after another appeared while Xiaonyo and Yi Yun's afterimages weaved together. It was hard to imagine that this was a battle between two 13-year-old kids. What's happening on stage? The weaker warriors could not see what was going on. They only knew that the battle was extremely intense. As for who had the upper hand, they did not know. Xiaonyo has been continuously attacking while Yi Yun has been dodging them all. A better-ranked rookie explained, now it seems like Xiaonyo has the upper hand. Yi Yun has not exchanged blows with Xiaonyo at all. Of course he doesn't dare to exchange blows. Who would dare to parry that large polearm's force? Yi Yun's saber is so thin. If their weapons were to clash, Yi Yun's arms might go numb and his saber might even break. But Xiaonyo might not have the upper hand. Indeed, Yi Yun might not have the ability to clash with Xiaonyo, but Xiaonyo can't hit Yi Yun. If this drags on, Xiaonyo's stamina will rapidly deplete. No matter how strong he is, his stamina will gradually run out. Once that happens, Yi Yun can turn the tables and win. Someone held an opposing view. With the large success stage of minute subtlety, Yi-Yun indeed held the upper hand. By using his movements to deplete Xionyou's stamina and finally counterattack when Xionyou was exhausted, that would be the smartest approach and was Yi-Yun's only chance of winning. Yet again everyone became stumped, not knowing what the outcome of this match would be. People held their breaths and opened their eyes wide. They were afraid to miss even a single exhilarating move. But at this moment, Xionyou's speed began to slow down till he eventually stopped. He held his polearm in one hand and looked at Yi-Yun with a burning fighting spirit. Oh? Yi-Yun looked all around. Ah! You noticed it? Xionyou again twisted his thick neck out of habit. My previous attacks had all been dodged by you, but I actually set up a Yuan Qi cage. This is also a move of the Divine Strength Ox King skill, named Trapped Ox Lock. It can create a blockade in empty air from the Yuan Qi released in each attack. It is especially used to deal with fast opponents like you. With my powers, I can only maintain the Yuan Qi blockade for less than a minute, and I can only use it once. After that I will be too tired to use it a second time. Xionyou did not mind exposing the weakness of his attack, but this is already sufficient. As long as I can obtain a chance to strike with the Trapped Ox Lock, that would be enough. Xionyou confidently said. He was extremely confident. He was planning to win the battle with one strike. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, Clinching Victory. Chapter 238, Clinching Victory. Trapped Ox Lock? What's that? Hearing Xionyou's words, everyone focused their gazes on him. They could not see anything happening on the stage, but when they concentrated, they could feel the odd Yuan Qi fluctuations in the middle of the Divine Wilderness stage. The Yuan Qi was converging together without dissipating. Trapped Ox Lock? He is using compacted Yuan Qi to trap Yi-Yun? A few veteran cultivators had a keen perception of Yuan Qi. They could also understand Xionyou's plan. Yi-Yun's movement techniques were too good, so Xionyou had to use his Trapped Ox Lock to hold Yi-Yun in one place. Even if the lock only lasted for a few seconds, it was still enough for Xionyou. As Xionyou's frontal assault was too terrifying, no one would be able to take it head-on. As long as Xionyou managed to force Yi-Yun to take his blow head-on, then Xionyou would win the match. This battle strategy is very effective. As expected, Xionyou does not plan on letting Yi-Yun deplete his stamina. Yi-Yun is in trouble now. People held their breath. Xionyou's attack could easily kill someone. Below the stage, there were some doctors on standby. Many of these doctors were past cultivator graduates of the Taiya Divine City. They could be considered the seniors of the rookies present here. Their jobs were to treat the seriously injured participants and they were responsible for their lives. However, as weapons were hard to control, there would be a few accidental deaths in the arena every year. They had to pay special attention to dangerous characters like Xionyou. There was a high probability of his opponents dying. Xionyou slowly circulated his Yuan Qi. He was like a hungry tiger that was stalking its prey. He was staring at Yi-Yun ferociously. My Trapped Ox Lock isn't strong. You just need a short amount of time to break it, but I will not allow that to happen. I will do my best by using my strongest attack to defeat you. This attack is one of the last 3 moves of the Divine Strength Ox King skill. I can barely use it as its strength is too great. Even I cannot control it well. Just using it might kill. There is still time for you to admit defeat. As Xionyou said this, he lowered his body into a squat, before half kneeling on the ground. In this weird pose, both his hands held the large battle polearm shaft. His body's Yuan Qi was like a simmering volcano. Yi-Yun was silent as he faced Xionyou. He gently flipped the 1,000 army saber and he pointed the tip of his blade at Xionyou. This was Yi-Yun's answer. Xionyou laughed, as expected. You will not admit defeat. Yes. If you admitted defeat, you would not be a respectful opponent that I can look in the eye. Now, try to handle this attack. Boom! Xionyou's Yuan Qi exploded. The surge of Yuan Qi was condensing behind Xionyou as it slowly formed a single-horned Skyox's phantom image. Xionyou's body seemed to slowly rise up, which made it look like he was holding up the sky. Skyox Tyrannus Blood. Xionyou roared as his aura reached an extreme point. He charged forward with this indomitable aura leaking out of him. Each step Xionyou took left a crater on the purple tungsten stage. With the Skyox's phantom image boosting his surging strength, Xionyou swiped his large battle polearm downwards at Yi-Yun. There was no doubt that this strike would be able to slash open the stage. Facing this strike, that resembled a ravaging storm, Yi-Yun was amazingly calm. He held his saber with both hands, the 1,000 army saber's tip forming an angle with the ground. At this moment, Yi-Yun's mind was exceedingly tranquil, because his mind was completely at one with the 1,000 army saber. The various insights he had gained from the saber tomb now rushed into Yi-Yun's mind. Yi-Yun had spent many days in the saber tomb, trying to understand its teachings. Yi-Yun had imprinted the energy trajectories of those words deeply in his mind. The energy and the word strokes all contained a saber truth within them. Now, it was time to validate his understandings. As Chionyo's attack moved downwards with an unshakable pressure, Yi-Yun's eyes lit up. The 1,000 army saber slashed directly upwards with a green flash that flew straight into the sky. At that instant, it was as if heaven and earth had turned silent. Time had stopped, leaving behind that blade slash. With an indomitable presence, it had sliced through everything. The saber truth's 32 words, reigning supreme. Cha! The blade beam and the polearm's beam collided. Yi-Yun was like a god and he moved past Chionyo with his 1,000 army saber. As he held onto the saber, he charged into the roaring Skyox phantom image. This Skyox image was formed from Yuan Qi using Chionyo's Skyox tyrannous blood. But Yi-Yun's saber slashed upwards with unstoppable onslaught. The Skyox phantom image was split in half by the 1,000 army saber. Boom! With the Yuan Qi exploding and the trapped Ox-lock Yuan Qi wall shattering, a chaotic force erupted, causing the weapons surrounding the Divine Wilderness stage to rattle. Even the purple tungsten protective wall experienced severe tremors. However, Yi-Yun's 1,000 army saber had pierced the force field. His body opened up a distance of 30 meters from Chionyo before he landed steadily on the ground. With the 1,000 army saber's tip placed on the ground, Yi-Yun turned around. On stage, Chionyo's back was facing Yi-Yun. His body had completely frozen. With his hand holding onto the battle polearm, he stood there, petrified in this position, without dropping the polearm. His gaze had stagnated and his face muscles twitched. He lowered his head with great difficulty to look at his chest with disbelief in his eyes. A bloody line had appeared, which went from the middle of Chionyo's eyebrows, following down the bridge of his nose to his chin, all the way to his chest. Under Chionyo's muscular pressure, it took a few seconds before blood started spilling out from this wound, issuing a CC sound. Yi-Yun's saber had sliced Chionyo from the middle of his eyebrows to his left rib. The wound was about 2 feet long and even his ribs were broken. This saber had not only sliced through the Skyox phantom image, it had also broken through Chionyo's protective Yuan Qi and at the same time, cut Chionyo's iron-like muscles open and broke the ribs on the left side of his chest. Blood flowed out more rapidly, covering Chionyo's face, neck and chest. It made Chionyo look extremely savage. He could clearly feel that Yi-Yun's saber had sliced open his ribs and cut the muscles around his heart. If Yi-Yun had gone an inch further, his heart would have been cut open and he would have died. But Yi-Yun's control of his energy in that slash was excellent. There was not a millimeter of inaccuracy. That slash was too terrifying. Chionyo felt his palms begin sweating. He did not expect such an opponent amongst the Taiya Divine City's rookies. Just one slash was enough to completely defeat him. And Yi-Yun had taken his Skyox tyrannous blood head-on. This was Chionyo's strongest attack, one that he could not completely control. To be defeated while using this move, he admitted defeat from the bottom of his heart. In the battle of Yi-Yun versus Chionyo, Yi-Yun wins. The referee gave Yi-Yun a deep glance and announced the results of the match. Chionyo had broken 9 ribs, and his chest had been split open by the 1,000 army saber. His left lung and heart were no longer protected by his Yuan Qi. It was difficult for him to even breathe, so it was natural that he had lost his ability to fight. At this moment, 4 doctors who were on standby below the stage rushed onto the stage. They took out some medicine that they had prepared to treat Chionyo's wounds. The doctors included 3 females and 1 male. They thought that they were going to treat Yi-Yun at the end of this and that he might even be mortally wounded. But unexpectedly, it was the complete opposite. The person who was injured was actually Chionyo. And Chionyo's wound was shocking. This slash was extremely precise, it was similar to a surgeon using a surgery knife. It was a terrifying slash. A few doctors looked at Yi-Yun and they felt that this junior of theirs was unfathomable. In the future, he was likely to skyrocket. Thank you. Yi-Yun held his 1,000 army saber and cupped his fists before turning to get down the Divine Wilderness stage. He knew that Chionyo would be alright. He had deliberately avoided Chionyo's vital organs in this final slash. He had learned this slash in the saber tomb. Yi-Yun had only managed to understand 2 slash moves throughout his time spent in the saber tomb. This reigning supreme was the first saber move. In fact, this move did not completely display the essence of the saber truth's 32 words. If one had to say how much it contained, it was just 1,000th of the essence of the saber truth's 32 words, and it only had a 10,000th of the charm. Even so, by combining it with Yi Yun's pure Yang Yuan Qi, it was still extremely powerful. At this moment, everyone in the audience looked at Yi Yun with a completely different look. Thinking back to the last slash, they felt like they were in a dream and they had not woken up from it yet. Xionyou's Skyok's tyrannous blood attack was earth-shattering, but Yi Yun actually used his long and thin Thousand Army saber to block it, and then he sliced through Xionyou's protective Yuan Qi to secure victory. It was a shocking reversal. Everyone thought that Yi Yun had no way of taking Xionyou's attack head-on. But Yi Yun not only took it head-on, he even defeated Xionyou. Think about it. A primordial ox charges at a person with a domineering aura, while that person stood still, but the primordial ox was defeated with one punch. It was simply insane. Even when Yi Yun returned to his seat, many people still had their mouths open from the shock. Amazing. Amazing. Is Yi Yun planning to get first place amongst the rookies? Yi Yun's amazing defeat of Xionyou was beyond all forms of imagination. Who could still compete with him? Previously, Yi Yun had used one brick to smack his opponents unconscious one after another. It was quite impressive to do that, but not many people feared it. Yi Yun had never used his saber, so no one knew how good his saber techniques were. But now, they had seen it. It was chilling to the bone. The gap between us is too great. I really can't believe it. In the crowd, Gumu, whose fame was not inferior to Yi Yun's, turned pale after seeing this battle. He had no way of comprehending Yi Yun's strength. He had been wanting to battle Yi Yun, but now that notion was a complete joke. At this moment, in the elder seat of honor on the side of the stage, a law enforcer revealed an odd look after seeing the match under his black hood. This saber technique. Did I see it incorrectly? At such a young age and having only been in the Taiyao Divine City for only 3 months, it's impossible, he frowned. And then he asked an arena administrator, "Do you have a video recording disc array of this battle?" Of course, the administrator replied respectfully. They would use a disc array to record all the important matches and then archive them for future reference. "Give me a copy," the law enforcer exclaimed. He was not sure, and so he planned on passing on the disc array footage to a Divine City elder to confirm his guess. He felt that it was impossible, but still, he needed an elder to confirm it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239, Disc Array Video. Chapter 239, Disc Array Video. Yi Yun walked back to his seat with everyone in the arena looking at him. At this moment, a weak voice came from the stage, Yi Yun. Yi Yun paused and turned around. It was Xionyou. He could no longer speak loudly as Yi Yun's saber had cut open his chest, causing him to have trouble breathing. "That move, where did you learn it?" Xionyou said every word with difficulty. Even though the doctors advised Xionyou not to speak, it fell on deaf ears. "A few days ago, an elderly person took me somewhere to learn it." Yi Yun did not hide the fact. However, he did not mention the ancient tomb, as it was a secret that there was an ancient tomb under the Taiyao Divine City and many people did not know this secret. A few days, Xionyou suddenly recalled Yi Yun's disappearance for the past few days and gave a wry smile. "I see, you disappeared for a few days, to gain understandings about the saber." It only took him a few days to learn such a horrifying saber technique? It was unimaginable. "What is the saber move's name?" Xionyou asked again. When Yi Yun had used the move, he did not shout out the move's name like Xionyou. Yi Yun faltered slightly before replying, "Reigning Supreme." This was Yi Yun's naming of the saber move. This was because this move was created from understanding the saber truth's 32 words, "Reigning Supreme." Be it Xionyou or the many cultivators in the Divine City audience, no one recognized the move. All they knew was Yi Yun's saber move was terrifying. "Reigning Supreme, good move." Xionyou did not say anything else as he was carried out of the arena by the doctors on a stretcher. Xionyou's defeat and his serious injury meant he could no longer battle the veteran cultivator who was ranked 2800. As for Xionyou's ranking, it had dropped to 10,003 due to his defeat against Yi Yun. But this did not affect Xionyou's rookie ranking, as the rookie ranking competition ranked every rookie according to the highest ranking they achieved throughout all their matches. So, Xionyou would end up being ranked 3rd, and now, Yi Yun was ranked 2nd amongst the rookies. And he still had 3 more challenges remaining. Who was he going to challenge next? Would he be challenging a high-ranking veteran cultivator or Chu Xiaoran? After thinking about this, many people's hearts started to race. No matter who Yi Yun challenged, it would no doubt be an interesting match. At this moment, in the central Divine Tower, Song Yan and Elder Jiangu were playing chess once again. These two old men had brewed a pot of tea. They played chess and at the same time, they enjoyed the tea. It was not easy for the two of them to progress any further, so they began leading an idle life. The two of them would end up playing chess for many days at a time. As for the rookie ranking competition, they would only occasionally pay attention to it while they played chess. The rookie ranking competition was not a big deal to people of their level. Jiangu and Song Yan were considered the Divine City's elders who were the most concerned about the rookies. As for people like the Taya Divine City's city lord, they would usually enter reclusive training for decades. If someone were to ask them who Qin Haobian was, they would say that they had never heard of the name before. I say, old man Jian, you recently went to the southern island and got 2 pounds of Jing Luo Chun, right? Why aren't you brewing it? It is such a waste of a heavenly treasure to not drink it. Song Yan was taking a sip of the tea. He was currently drinking a top-grade tea which could nourish the meridians and the dantian. A pot of this tea was priceless. But, he still yearned for Elder Jian Ji's Jing Luo Chun. Jiangu rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to answer him. He said, didn't you take Yi Yun out of the saber tomb today? How is he? Song Yan stroked his chin when he heard Jiangu ask this. It seemed like he did not know what to say. It is hard to say. When I asked the kid to come out, he looked very confident, it was as if he had actually learned something. But thinking about it, he only went in for a short amount of time, so it is quite unlikely that he had actually learned anything. So I am thinking of letting him go into the saber tomb again, so that he can try to gain more insights over a few days. Then, I'll prepare an opponent of passable caliber to fight with him to see the results of his training. Elder Jiangu was speechless when he heard this. He smacked the chess piece in his hand on the table and snapped, you want to take him in there again? Do you think the saber tomb is the Taya Divine City's cookhouse? For a cultivator of the purple blood realm to enter the saber tomb for the first time, and after a few days, gain some confidence from it like he has learned something, what he learned is most likely wrong. Don't tell me you didn't realize this would happen. Are you planning to take Xiaoniao and Chu Xiaoran to the sword and saber tombs in the next few days to see if they can gain some insight? Upon being questioned by Elder Jiangu, Song Yan did not say a word. He also thought that Yi Yun must have gone astray in his learning. He said softly, forget Xiaoniao, but I think Chu Xiaoran has potential, so it is worth a try. She managed to gain some insights on truths at a young age and she has great perceptivity. Besides, she also uses a sword. Hearing Song Yan's words, Jiangu hesitated. Song Yan had a point about Chu Xiaoran, it was indeed worth a try. Elder Jiangu said, Old man Kang, we need to be careful. Although these geniuses have a very low probability of becoming sages, we should not ruin their futures. In the past year, there have been a series of phenomena in the Taya Divine Kingdom, such as the Purple Cloud's birth in the Cloud Wilderness and the Beast Horde migration in the Divine Wilderness last year. Who knows if something big has happened, to be able to nurture the younger generation, it is always good. As Jiangu said this, he heard a Yuan Qi transmission from outside the door, subordinate Gui Bai seeks an audience with Elder Jiangu. Gui Bai? Jiangu thought for a while. Gui Bai, as a law enforcer, was in charge of this year's rookie ranking competition. He should still be at the arena now. Come in. What's the matter? Jiangu said lightly. Gui Bai, who wore a black cloak, pushed the door open and entered the room. He unveiled his cowl and cupped his hands in a salute. This subordinate was presiding over this year's rookie ranking competition and something special happened in one of the battles. This subordinate could not be sure of what it was and I brought a video disc array for the two elders to confirm it. Saying that, Gui Bai handed over the disc array. Jiangu looked at Gui Bai with some uncertainty. What sort of rookie battle needed him and Song Yan to confirm? At this moment, Gui Bai had placed the disc array on the table and by circulating his body's Yuan Qi into the disc array, a light flashed from the disc array and video began emerging from it. This was Xiaoniao and Yi Yun's battle. Oh? This little rascal immediately challenged Xiaoniao? He sure is confident. After all, Yi Yun was of a normal background. To reach the point of challenging a reclusive family's genius, Xiaoniao, in 3 months after coming to the Taya Divine City, it was not easy. Gui Bai did not say anything and stood nearby with his hands by his side. Just the disc array's video was enough to show Jiangu and Song Yan what was special about this battle without him saying another word. Xiaoniao and Yi Yun's fierce battle appeared in the disc array's footage. Seeing Yi Yun break through Xiaoniao's armor defenses, Jiangu nodded his head. Following that, Xiaoniao took off his armor to battle Yi Yun again. Jiangu gave a rare appreciative smile. This little rascal is not bad. I know. He is not bad. Look at his battle with Xiaoniao, he was never in a disadvantageous position in the first place. I had reason to take him into the saber tomb. Maybe with a few more days, he might really learn something. Son Yen began boasting, but at this moment, Yi Yun was trapped by Chunyo's trapped oxlock. Son Yan's happy expression froze. How could this kid be so unworthy of praise? I just praised him and now, he got trapped by his opponent. Yi Yun could only face the battle head-on and he was bound to suffer as a result. At this moment, Chunyo launched his killing blow and Yi Yun took it head-on with his saber. It seemed as if time came to a stop. When they saw Yi Yun's blade beam slice through the Skyok's phantom image and then slash through Chunyo's strong body, both Son Yen and Jingu expressions froze. Just now. How could that be? The two elders looked at each other and saw an incredulous look within the other's eyes. Replay. Son Yen said in a hurry. Guibai did not say a word and injected some more Yuan Qi into the disc array to show Yi Yun's slash again. This slash had hit Chunyo's body and it was reflected in their eyes. That blade beam lingered in their irises for a long time. The realm of the Saber-Truth's 32 words. Elder Jiangu said in a deep voice. This kid. Son Yen was completely at a loss for words. At this moment, according to his temperament, he would have jumped up to boast and say how good his foresight was. But Yi Yun was a freak. For Yi Yun to manage to gain insight from the Saber-Truth's 32 words in just a few days, even he could not say anything. He had originally taken Yi Yun to the Saber Tomb on a whim. He wanted to test Yi Yun. He felt that he could take Yi Yun to the tomb a few times for him to gain a tiny insight and it would benefit him for life. Under normal circumstances, if Yi Yun could gain some insight in a few months, it would be an extraordinary feat, but now, in just 4 to 5 days, he had gained such insight? This was too great of an exaggeration. Even Qin Haoqian, who was a natural swordsman, could not be compared to Yi Yun in terms of his understanding of the sword. Impressive. Could this kid be a natural saber user? Some people were naturally compatible with a certain type of weapon. It was as if they were born for the weapon. When they used the weapon, their powers would greatly increase and they could not use any other weapon at all. These people could easily reach the pinnacle in one aspect. It was also easier for them to gain insights on the weapon of their choice. Jenga shook his head and said, no, he isn't, he also has a bow. His bow skills are not bad either. I heard that he managed to capture the primordial herb using that bow from the herb-picking administrator. To not be a natural saber user, but to have such perceptivity that exceeds a natural saber user, it's incredible. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240, The Weak Overcoming the Strong. Chapter 240, The Weak Overcoming the Strong. After Yi Yun beat Chunyo, he quickly submitted the name of the person he wanted to challenge next. Some people began to peek at the challenge form when the referee received it. There were a few people standing near the referee's table and they began to probe into the name that Yi Yun wrote, and the person he chose was Chu Xiaoran. Yi Yun versus Chu Xiaoran. No one was surprised that this was going to happen. The rookie ranking competition needed someone to stand on top. Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran were destined to have a final showdown. In fact, it was an experience a person like Yi Yun needed to have by battling against the experts amongst the rookies. He had to accumulate combat experience to train his martial arts. Yi Yun wants to battle Chu Xiaoran. Someone spread the news. He wants to battle Chu Xiaoran? Chu Xiaoran is going to feel the pressure now. In the past, Chu Xiaoran's performance had always subtly exceeded Chunyo's, but not by much. Everyone knew that Chu Xiaoran had held back a trick or two. But even so, it didn't seem like she could do much when she faced Yi Yun. Yi Yun is a freak. Even when Chunyo gave it his all at the end, he could also break it in one shot. With his extraordinary movement techniques, his attack and speed leaves others in the dust. Can Chu Xiaoran defeat him? It is going to be difficult. It may seem like that now, but who knows how much hidden strength Chu Xiaoran has not used. When Chunyo and Yi Yun fought, he too had his trump card. So wouldn't Chu Xiaoran have won either? Don't forget that Chu Xiaoran is a person who had gained insight into nomological truths. People debated on this topic, but in the end, most people believed Yi Yun had a higher chance of winning. At this moment, the referee announced, Divine Wilderness Stage, 2600, Long Leash Challenger, Chu Xiaoran. Before battling Yi Yun, Chu Xiaoran had already set up a match. She was challenging the 2600th person on the Earth Roll of Honor. This was Chu Xiaoran's third to last battle. Tomorrow, she still had 2 opportunities to challenge someone. No one knew how high Chu Xiaoran could rise up. Chu Xiaoran held a sword that was soft as water and she walked up onto the Divine Wilderness Stage. No matter who she faced in this battle or if Yi Yun was going to face her in her next battle, they were all strong rivals. But even so, Chu Xiaoran was still very calm. Many people admired her for having such bearing. She's indeed worthy to be an expert by not panicking. She did not react at all, even when she saw Chunyo being defeated. People were secretly horrified. They did not know the limit to Chu Xiaoran's strength. Chu Xiaoran's opponent Long Li held a spear in his hand. With the spear in his hand, he gave an impressive pose. He took his opponent very seriously and he did not dare to treat her lightly. Chu Xiaoran, on the participant benches, Yi Yun, who was meditating, opened his eyes. He too wanted to see the impressive style of the current number 1 rookie. The battle had begun. Many people focused their eyes on the stage. They were waiting to see Chu Xiaoran's hidden strength. Chunyo had plenty of hidden strength, so Chu Xiaoran definitely had hidden strength too. Everyone imagined that in this battle, Long Li would slowly suppress Chu Xiaoran until she had to use her hidden strength to turn the tables. But this battle was different from what they imagined. Long Li was indeed very fierce in his opening attacks. His spear shot out spear beams. The spear was known as the best weapon among soldiers. Long Li was more than 1.8 meters tall, hence, he had an impressive aggressiveness while attacking with the spear. But Chu Xiaoran was using a soft sword. When a sword exchanged blows with a spear, it was usually at a disadvantage. Chu Xiaoran was quickly suppressed by Long Li. Long Li's spear was fast and he also injected his surging Yuan Qi into it. Long Li attacked with one move after another like billowing waves that would not stop. As for Chu Xiaoran, she was like a small boat in the ocean. She was moving around like she was being rocked around by the waves and wind. It seemed like Chu Xiaoran was in a dangerous situation, but, no matter how forceful Long Li's attacks were, Chu Xiaoran remained undefeated. After being unable to take her down for a long while, Long Li began feeling anxious. It seemed like he was just a tiny step away from defeating Chu Xiaoran. If Long Li was a rock, then Chu Xiaoran was like a blade of grass. No matter how hard the rock pressed on it, the blade of grass would just bend and it would not snap. This made many rookies frown. They wished for Chu Xiaoran to win her matches beautifully, but in reality, Chu Xiaoran was being suppressed. The rookies did not feel good about this. Did Chu Xiaoran not have any hidden strength? If she was being suppressed by Long Li like this, how was she going to fight Yi Yun? People knew that Long Li was very strong. Being ranked at 2,600 in the Earth rankings and even amongst the third years, he was considered one of the top experts. In past years, whichever rookie could battle a cultivator ranked 2,600 to such state would be a freak. It was practically guaranteed for them to get first place in the rookie competition. But this year, it was different. There was the incredibly powerful Yi Yun here. By fighting like that, she was not enough to pose a threat to Yi Yun. Although the audience was anxious, Chu Xiaoran was not anxious at all. Chu Xiaoran carried on following a prescribed order and she parried every attack from Long Li. It looked dangerous, but she was doing it with such ease. In the arena, Long Li's heart sank. He knew that if this carried on, his energy would be depleted faster than Chu Xiaoran's. In the end, he would end up losing. He had to accumulate his strength to win in one hit. He could only use his trump card now. Long Li had just recently learned this move and he was not skillful using it. But now, he only had this move to clinch victory. As Long Li attacked Chu Xiaoran, he began preparing his best move. After he finished preparing it, he forced Chu Xiaoran to retreat and with his whole body's Yuan Qi exploding, a surge of energy appeared in front of him. Just as Long Li was prepared to use his trump card, something unexpected occurred. Chu Xiaoran, who was sent retreating by him, suddenly seemed to borrow the energy from his attack and flew back at him, sending out an attack. This attack looked unexciting and it did not seem like it was going to threaten Long Li's energy wave. But this attack shot out a sword beam, which destroyed a portion of Long Li's energy wave. This was because it had hit a weak spot in Long Li's attack. Pang! Long Li's Yuan Qi was broken, so, even though Long Li was able to react at that moment and try to protect his body while he retreated, it was too late. Chu Xiaoran was too fast and her sword was too precise. Her body charged into Long Li's spear beams like a ghost and she broke through Long Li's protective barrier with her sword. This attack was like a venomous snake coming out of a cave and it seemed to twist around Long Li's neck. The cold blade beam sank Long Li's heart and all his Yuan Qi stopped circulating. What? Long Li was dumbfounded. He stood motionless as if he had been petrified. You have lost. Chu Xiaoran withdrew her soft sword and quietly took a step back. Long Li dazed as he saw Chu Xiaoran retreat. He could not believe what had just happened. From the beginning, he constantly had the upper hand. It was because he could not take her down after prolonged attacks that he had to use the killing blow he had just learned. But before he could use it, Chu Xiaoran suddenly turned the tables and beat him. An ordinary-looking move was able to break his defenses to secure victory in one move. This huge reversal from defeat to victory happened almost in an instant. Long Li felt that he was stronger than Chu Xiaoran, but in the end, he still lost. This feeling was like in chess. When one was suppressing their opponent by removing a large portion of their opponent's pieces, they had victory in hand. But suddenly, the opponent made a move that ended up checkmating their king. The whole match was lost. Long Li felt aggrieved at his loss. He could not imagine how Chu Xiaoran managed to break through his move. The audience was also confused at this battle outcome. It seemed like Chu Xiaoran had won easily and not easily at the same time. Some people even thought that Chu Xiaoran had won by a fluke. How did this happen? They were waiting for Chu Xiaoran to reveal her hidden strength, but from the beginning to the end, all Chu Xiaoran did was that one move. And just the strength of that one move allowed her to defeat Long Li in an unknown way. Does Chu Xiaoran not have any hidden strength? Is that all she has? Then, how is she going to fight Yi Yun? Isn't she sure to lose? People inevitably had such thoughts. By struggling to beat Long Li, it was difficult for her to beat Yi Yun. At this moment, someone said, on the contrary, I think Chu Xiaoran's performance in this battle is terrifying. The strength she used was weaker than Long Li's, but the final result was unexpected. By defeating Long Li with a weaker strength, that is skill. How would you know that the strength Chu Xiaoran used was her limit? When this person returned with a question, it stunned the audience. If she can win with 60% strength, why didn't she use 100%? Instead, by beating a 70% opponent with 60% strength, that shows skill. Maybe Chu Xiaoran was training and honing her skills. The person who said this was a veteran cultivator. Now, many veteran cultivators had to admit that Chu Xiaoran was terrifying, even though it was embarrassing to admit that a rookie was stronger than them. Upon hearing this, no one said anything. To hone oneself using the rookie ranking competition? Recalling this battle, Chu Xiaoran was very calm from beginning to end. She never panicked, it was as if everything was under her control. If she really could not beat Long Li, it was unlikely she could be that calm. And in the final attack, it looked simple, but was it really that simple? A simple attack had broken through Long Li's forceful killing blow? Upon realizing this, people found Chu Xiaoran unfathomable. In this rookie ranking competition, Qianyu was always ranked behind Chu Xiaoran. When one thought about it, it was probably Qianyu's intention to challenge Chu Xiaoran on the final day. Although it was likely that, deep down, Qianyu did not believe that he would lose to Chu Xiaoran, but this indicated that Qianyu was previously weaker than Chu Xiaoran. If not, he would not have positioned himself as a challenger. Unfortunately, now it was no longer Qianyu challenging Chu Xiaoran, but Yi Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241, Coming Together. Chapter 241, Coming Together. At this point in the rookie ranking competition, the entire arena seemed to belong to Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran. Everyone else was playing second fiddle. When people looked at other battles, they only had one thought in their mind, and that was, hurry up and finish your battle. Let Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran go on stage. All the rookies that could still go on stage were the best amongst the rookies. All of them grew up with a halo around their heads, but now they were just supporting characters on the stage. This made them feel helpless, but they had to admit that Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran were on a completely different level from them. The referee intentionally scheduled Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran's battle at the end of the day. This was to ensure that Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran would be able to recover to their optimal states, so their battle could be a showdown at the highest levels. The sun slowly set in the west and dusk set in. People were all waiting for the beginning of this big battle. All the other rookies had finished their battles, so all they were waiting for was for Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran to go on stage. Suddenly, near the arena's main entrance, a commotion in the crowd happened. The tightly packed crowd suddenly began to disperse. The people who dispersed had faces of confusion or shock. Oh? What's wrong? People began to look over and all they saw was a number of men in black cloaks at the entrance. And in between these black-cloaked men, there were two elderly men who strolled in leisurely. They are. Everyone was shocked, especially the rookies. They had never seen these two old men before, so it was natural they did not recognize them. But the rookies vaguely knew about these black-cloaked men. The only people who wore black cloaks in the Taiya Divine Kingdom were law enforcers. Law enforcers? Why are there so many law enforcers here? The rookies were dumbfounded, and at this moment, some of the stronger veteran cultivators recognized the two old men after a momentary pause. Elder Jian Gu. Elder Song Yan. Why did they come to the arena? All of the rookies were dumbstruck when they heard this. Elder, these two old men are elders. To all the cultivators present, the Divine City's elders were legendary figures. In the entire Taya Divine Kingdom, there might not even be one in 500 years. What were they doing here in the arena? The rookie ranking competition was not something worth the attention of the elders. Ignoring the rookie ranking competition, even Qin Haotian, who was ranked number 1 in the arena, would not receive such treatment by the elders when he was challenged by those ranked 2nd or 3rd. At most, the elders would just watch a video disc array. There were firsts every year in the Divine City. Every year, the person ranked first on the Earth Roll of Honor would be challenged numerous times in a short period of time. The elders were not so free to watch it every time. Typically, the elders never appeared in the arena. Instead, it should be said that cultivators typically did not have the chance to meet the elders. Rookie cultivators might have a chance of meeting Elder Song Yan when he did his occasional guest appearance as the doormanning old man, however, they did not know he was an elder. Seeing Song Yan and Jiangu sit in the seats of honor, everyone was still in a daze. Could they be here to watch Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran's match? Upon thinking of this possibility, people were in disbelief. But thinking further, Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran's match was indeed a notable event. Amazing! This rookie ranking competition is getting the attention of the elders? People looked at each other with puzzled faces. No matter how impressive Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran were, they were not at Qin Haotian's level. They managed to get 2 elders to watch them as rookies? This was really unbelievable. At this moment, Song Yan and Jiangu calmly sat in the seats. It was indeed something that had never happened before, for some elders to come in person to the arena. They came here to see Yi Yun's understanding of the Saber Truth's 32 words in person. Although the Taya Divine City's video disc array could be used to record video, it was not enough to record laws that cultivators had insights into. The unclear video images were unable to reflect the charm of the Saber Truths. Yi Yun. Chu Xiaoran. Divine Wilderness Stage. The referee announced. With the 2 elders here, the referee also felt pressure. With his 1,000 army saber in his hand, Yi Yun walked up onto the Divine Wilderness Stage. And his opponent, Chu Xiaoran, held a soft sword in her hand. She had a quiet demeanor and she seemed to lack the sharpness of an expert. As she walked, Chu Xiaoran glanced at the 2 elderly men in the seats of honor. They are the Divine City's elders, the real pillars of support for the Taya Divine Kingdom. They are stronger than my grandfather, my father and master. Chu Xiaoran came from the Chu family, which was a family clan with a deep heritage, but there was never a human sage in the family. Even the current head of the Chu family was only a peak human lord. Chu Xiaoran had her own ambitions. She was determined to be the first sage in the Chu family. She wanted to start a new glorious chapter in the Chu family's history. However, this ambition had always been buried deep in Chu Xiaoran's heart. She had never mentioned this to anyone. Now, having seen 2 sages at once, it struck a nerve. In the future, she also wanted to reach that level. A sage appeared once in 500 years. She wanted to be the strongest expert in the past 500 years. She could not fail here. Chu Xiaoran drew out her sword. She was silent and her breaths were well-tempered, however, her beautiful eyes could not hide her fighting spirit. Yi Yun slowly drew out his 1,000 army saber. Chu Xiaoran, I know you are hiding your strength, and from the strength you have shown up to now, it is not enough to defeat me. If you do not use your trump card early on, you might not have the opportunity to use it. Thank you for your advice. Make your move. Chu Xiaoran was very calm. She was never more serious for this battle than before. It might be because of the appearance of the 2 sages that had ignited the fighting spirit in Chu Xiaoran. She wanted to win. At this moment, Yi Yun started to move. His body moved like a gust of wind and the terrifying saber beam, which condensed into one that could shatter all kinds of blade beams, slashed down at Chu Xiaoran. This move flooded the vision of everyone. Even at a distance, people felt that a long saber was hanging by their neck with a murderous intent. A terrifying saber. Chu Xiaoran contracted her pupils and she flew backwards to dodge the beam. Then, she stabbed her soft sword towards the beam. All her body's yuan qi also surged into the sword. This yuan qi was accompanied with an indescribable softness in it to meet the saber beam. However, Yi Yun's saber was much sharper than Chu Xiaoran's sword. With a chi sound, the beam sliced through Chu Xiaoran's sword qi. All people could see was that the beam was traveling towards her face. People could not help but exclaim. Chu Xiaoran was a beautiful, young girl. If Xiaonyo was slashed by the saber, it was alright. But no one could bear seeing Chu Xiaoran being slashed. In a split second, just as Chu Xiaoran was about to be slashed by the saber, Yi Yun's saber beam mysteriously shifted to the side. Cha! This slash eventually went parallel to Chu Xiaoran's face, and it hit the purple tungsten ground heavily. The solid purple tungsten stage quaked and a deep 4 feet long saber mark appeared on it. Chu Xiaoran's body fluttered 30 meters in the air before she landed softly on the ground, but there were a few strands of hair that dropped down onto her cheeks. What happened just now? The audience stared with their eyes wide open. They were completely focused on the beam and they were afraid that they would miss an exciting moment. But even so, they could not clearly see what had happened during Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran's clash. It was too fast and in a split second, the two were separated apart. Following that, the stage was slashed open by the saber beam. It made people breathless. I clearly saw Yi Yun's saber beam in front of Chu Xiaoran. Why did he not fully slash downwards? Did Yi Yun feel tenderness towards women at the last moment and held back? Someone asked. Don't be silly, a veteran cultivator shook his head. You think she is a frail maiden? This is the hard-soft concept. Chu Xiaoran used the hard-soft concept at the last moment to dissipate Yi Yun's force, but she did not manage to dissipate all of it. Some of the veteran cultivators, who were ranked around 2000 on the Earth ranking, could clearly see Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran's battle. The hard-soft concept could dissipate many attacks, but if the difference in strength was too great, it still could not reverse the tide. Many people noticed that a few strands of Chu Xiaoran's hair had fallen off. It was Yi Yun who held the upper hand in their first engagement. Yi Yun looked at his own saber and thought about the power from before. He was amazed that his saber could change directions against his will. Yi Yun said, Hardsoft, it's indeed amazing to use a weaker force to overcome a stronger force. But it is not enough to obtain victory with that. My first slash was just a probe. Following up, I will use all my strength. Probe. Hearing this, people turned speechless. Such a strong saber attack was just Yi Yun's probe. Many amongst them knew that they could not even resist this saber attack, nor did they know how to do so. Previously, they knew Yi Yun was very strong. But they did not know how big the difference was. Now, they had an intuitive feel of the difference. Now, it was no surprise that Qianyo was defeated. They were not Qianyo and did not know the pressure Qianyo experienced when fighting Yi Yun. They would probably know the feeling if they were the one standing on stage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242, Aspect Totem. Chapter 242, Aspect Totem. On stage, Yi Yun's Yuan Qi was circulating. His aura continued to rise, while his 1,000-army saber began to emit a light sound as his saber truth screamed out. Yi Yun's strength was constantly condensing like a surging tidal wave. Seeing Yi Yun in such a state, Chu Xiaoran wiped away the hair that was cut by the saber qi and took a light breath. Your saber is very strong, but I will defeat you. Chu Xiaoran said seriously. She held her soft sword in both of her hands and she stretched it out. A bluish-white glow circulated on the sword's edges. Her Yuan Qi condensed and very soon, a layer of frost formed on her sword. The layer of frost became thicker, covering Chu Xiaoran's sword, her hand, eventually spreading throughout her entire body. A chill that penetrated into one's bones had spread in all directions. Even the audience, who were far away, could feel this bone-chilling coldness. Is this frost qi? She has ice elemental Yuan Qi. Many people in the audience hesitated for a moment. A warrior's Yuan Qi could have many types of elemental properties. It was not odd for some of them to have ice elemental Yuan Qi. This was not enough to be Chu Xiaoran's hidden strength, as Yuan Qi with elemental properties were not that much stronger. Ice elemental Yuan Qi was no sensation. Fang Jihai, who Chu Xiaoran had previously defeated, was a fire elemental warrior. Yuan Qi with an elemental property was easier to convert into an attack than non-elemental Yuan Qi, but it was not that much stronger. Just as the audience was in a confused state, Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi slowly began to condense behind Chu Xiaoran, forming a phantom image. It was the phantom image of a white wolf. It was large in size, about 4 meters in height and 7 meters long. It stood majestically behind Chu Xiaoran and it gave a strong visual impact. Glacier Snow Wolf. An ice elemental desolate beast. This is manifestation of Yuan Qi? Manifestation of Yuan Qi was the phenomenon of coalescing the Yuan Qi emitted by one's body into a physical form. This was something almost any purple blood warrior in the Taiya Divine City could do. Xiongnu's final attack, Skyok's Tyrannous Blood, also used the manifestation of Yuan Qi. It had unleashed the phantom image of an ox, but it was still slashed through by Yi Yun. It was not rare to have a manifestation of Yuan Qi in the Taiya Divine City. But, some rookies realized that the white wolf behind Chu Xiaoran was different. It had an inexplicable spirit to it. It appeared to have a telepathic connection with Chu Xiaoran. It was as if it was formed from Chu Xiaoran's soul, containing a part of Chu Xiaoran's life force. Besides, this huge white wolf contained a surging power of desolates within it. This was the strength only desolate beasts could have, but it was present in the Yuan Qi phantom image behind Chu Xiaoran. What was even more surprising was that the white wolf did not seem to be formed from Chu Xiaoran's Yuan Qi, but seemed as if it was a real desolate beast. Could it be? The rookies were uncertain, but the veteran cultivators had long since identified it. It was not the manifestation of Yuan Qi, it was something of a higher level. It was something that only Yuan Foundation realm warriors could do, aspect totem. Is it really aspect totem? How is this possible? People were astonished. In the divine wilderness, humans and desolate beasts were enemies. Desolate beasts would often eat humans and there would be beasts horde from time to time. A large city of 1 million households could be destroyed in a beast horde, which would lead to utter misery. Even so, there were times when human warriors could not separate themselves from desolate beasts, as they could borrow the powers of the desolate beasts. This could be explained, starting with aspect totem. Aspect totem was the symbol of a Yuan Foundation realm warrior. When a warrior was at the peak of the purple blood realm, they would condense all of their blood essence into their dantian, forging their qi and their blood foundation. This was the beginning of the Yuan Foundation. To build a lofty tower, one had to build a stable foundation. The Yuan Foundation was the foundation of the path of martial arts and it was an extremely important step. After condensing one's Yuan Foundation, a warrior could absorb the energies of Heaven Earth Yuan Qi and rank up. It was something that no purple blood warrior could match. Just from this ability to gather energy, a warrior could gather the souls and power of desolates that escaped from a dead desolate beast that they had hunted in the wilderness. In the Yuan Foundation, they would be able to gather and condense a summon entity that belonged only to them. When in a battle with others, they could then summon it, which would create a huge phantom image to strengthen their powers. This summon entity was known as the aspect totem. Once the aspect totem was formed, it would always accompany the warrior. As a trademark, it was an important part of a warrior's fighting ability. Everyone's aspect totem had a difference. They could grow continually, evolve and even morph. Warriors above the Yuan Foundation realm would often have to resort to using the aspect totem, when in a deathmatch with a difficult opponent, to increase their strength. This was the mark of a Yuan Foundation realm warrior going all out in battle. In the Taya Divine City, there was a heaven roll of honor. It was more important than the earth roll of honor. The way that the heaven roll was ranked depended on the number of desolate beasts one kills. The heaven roll's rewards were also the highest amongst the 3 rolls. The warriors who charged up the heaven roll would spend large amounts of time in the divine wilderness killing desolate beasts. One of the reasons was to gain glory points, the second reason was to condense and strengthen their aspect totem. The aspect totem could only be done by absorbing a desolate beast that one killed with their own hands. And it had to be done in a short time span after the death of the desolate beast, because the desolate beast's power of desolates and blood qi would dissipate if they were not absorbed. Before the aspect totem reached a bottleneck, one could form and strengthen their aspect totem by killing more desolate beasts. Hence, the cultivation method of the veteran cultivators of the Taya Divine City was to continuously hunt desolate beasts. It could increase their strength and also, it would earn them resources. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for Chu Xiaoran, having arrived in the Taya Divine City 3 months ago, she never took part in the rookie jobs due to her outstanding strength. She only went into the divine wilderness to hunt desolate beasts. This meant that she had a head start on all the other rookies. People originally thought Chu Xiaoran would, at most, earn more dragon scale runes. No one expected that she would condense a aspect totem. She can't be a Yuan Foundation realm warrior, right? Impossible. Even many of the cultivators who have been in the Taya Divine City for 3 to 4 years have yet to break through to the Yuan Foundation realm. Chu Xiaoran may be extremely gifted, but it cannot be to the point where she can break through so early. Besides, if you reach the Yuan Foundation realm too early, you might not be able to accumulate enough energy. And this is actually not beneficial. Many people discussed this. In the seats of honor, Elder Jiangu stroked his beard and looked at Chu Xiaoran with surprise. This is aspect before Yuan. The Taya Divine City has not had a junior like this in a long time. Aspect totem was something that warriors in the Yuan Foundation realm could perform. But in this world, there were always some exceptions. Some people had a close affinity with Heaven Earth Yuan Qi or power of desolates. With excellent perceptivity, they could coalesce an aspect totem that belonged to them in the purple blood realm. This sort of aspect totem was known as aspect before Yuan. By being able to demonstrate a small portion of the strength of a Yuan Foundation realm warrior, without being a Yuan Foundation realm warrior, it was obvious how strong their battle power would be. There were all sorts of specializations. Many geniuses had their own forte, but it was not easy to be good at everything. For example, Qin Haodian was an extraordinary swordsman, but even he could not form aspect before Yuan. This meant that Chu Xiaoran had an extraordinary talent in using aspect totem. The aspect totem was an important part of a divine wilderness warrior's battle power. It was really important for those of the Yuan Foundation realm or above. Obviously, the aspect totem had different strengths. The same aspect totem formed from the same type of desolate beast might have different powers, depending on the different warrior's absorption of the power of desolates. This was related to a person's talent and intelligence. And there was no doubt that Chu Xiaoran was one of the best. In the future, when she reached a higher realm, she would hold the upper hand against warriors of the same level. It was equivalent to her using a higher level aspect totem against others. Song Yan said, to be precise, it is not a complete aspect before Yuan. It is just embryonic aspect, but that is still pretty impressive. I think there is a need to take this little maiden to the sword tomb. Song Yan's eyes glowed with excitement. His expression looked like a grave robber who had just seen a rare treasure. Elder Jian Gu simply gave a deep sigh. Surprisingly, he did not oppose it. That was because none of the people who were able to create an aspect before Yuan lacked perceptivity. Indeed, she should enter the sword tomb once. Jian Gu said, this little maiden is also very sensitive to frost laws. Her aspect totem is also an ice elemental. She must have gained some insight into a portion of the ice elemental nomological truths. If not, it would not be that easy to form the embryonic form of aspect totem in the purple blood realm. The aspect totem could increase the strength of warriors, but it wasn't just a mere increase in a warrior's energy intensity. Another very important point was that it allowed warriors to gain further insight into laws related to energy. For example, Chu Xiaoran had a deep understanding of the hard, soft, and frost ice laws. The aspect totem she chose was an ice elemental in nature. She had been continuously hunting ice elemental desolate beasts. The power of desolates that escaped from these ice elemental desolate beasts was also ice elemental in nature. After Chu Xiaoran absorbed all of these ice elemental power of desolates, she merged them together into her aspect totem. Hence, her aspect totem was also an ice elemental. As a result, when Chu Xiaoran enters a battle, just from the help from the aspect totem, she would gain bonus effects when she used ice elemental Yuan Qi. It could be imagined as if Chu Xiaoran had brought a real ice elemental desolate beast, which had a telepathic connection with her, into battle against Yi Yun. It was equivalent to fighting 2 against 1. Is this aspect totem? This is my first time seeing this. So that's what it looks like. Yi Yun had no systematic study of martial arts. Even before leaving the Lian tribal clan, Yi Yun did not know what the realm above the purple blood realm was. Although he later learned about the Yuan Foundation, he did not know the hallmark of the Yuan Foundation realm warriors, nor what special abilities they possessed. Yi Yun did not even know how to go from the purple blood realm to the Yuan Foundation realm. Yi Yun had not seen many Yuan Foundation realm warriors before coming to the Taiya Divine City. Besides Lin Xintong, Yi Yun had never seen them fight. And when he sparred with Lin Xintong, due to the great difference in ability, Lin Xintong naturally did not need to use her aspect totem. Author's note, many people asked Cocoon what martial art realms are there in a true martial world. About these setups, Cocoon has given them a great deal of thought. Different realms will not just have different names. There will be an essential difference. These setups will be written slowly as the plot unfolds. It will present an interesting and complete power system to everyone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243, Emperor Saber, Sovereign Sword. Chapter 243, Emperor Saber, Sovereign Sword. After Chu Xiaoran summoned her aspect totem, her aura was completely different. A pure chill now covered her entire body. Seeing Chu Xiaoran in this state, the audience became secretly horrified. It was as if the person on stage was a snow lotus, growing on an icy divine mountain. The glacier snow wolf behind her boosted this strong visual impact. Chu Xiaoran's blade faced the ground. What was once a soft like water sword was now suddenly turning hard and sharp. This cold blade then stabbed into the purple tungsten stage. Phew! A cold wind blew out from the stage. Frost chi began to emanate, with Chu Xiaoran's sword as its center. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! Column after column of ice pillars formed on the stage's platform. The entire divine wilderness stage had now turned into a forest of ice, with Chu Xiaoran at the center. Ian stood inside the ice forest, facing Chu Xiaoran's sword, experiencing the bone-chilling coldness around him. Seeing this scene, the audience became shocked. These ice pillars were formed from Chu Xiaoran's Yuan Qi. A purple blood realm warrior could actually form an ice forest using her body's Yuan Qi? How much Yuan Qi was that? A purple blood warrior's body had limited amount of yuan qi. If typical warriors were to do the same as Chu Xiaoran, they would be drained of all their body's yuan qi, making them unable to battle anymore. Oh. This ice forest. Yi Yun looked around and frowned slightly. He could feel that each ice column had a spiritual connection with Chu Xiaoran. Interfacing with his purple crystal, he opened his energy vision. Now, Yi Yun could see that each ice column contained extremely pure energy. And this energy had thousands of connections with Chu Xiaoran. The ice column's energies came from Chu Xiaoran's body, but at the same time, these ice columns also gathered yuan qi from the surroundings to supply Chu Xiaoran. This is an array technique. Yi Yun suddenly realized. The ice forest may seem to consume a great portion of Chu Xiaoran's energy, but once it was set up, Chu Xiaoran would be supplied with energy from this array technique, while fighting within the ice forest's boundary. As a result, she would have an absolute advantage in it. Is this how the ice laws are used? Yi Yun knew that by controlling ice elemental energy, one could only use frost qi to attack enemies. It could definitely not be used to create such an exquisite array setup with magical effects. Laws are the fundamental principles behind energy. By grasping the understanding of laws, one would be able to wield their methods for using energy. The higher the realm of laws, then the application of energy would be closer to perfection. At this moment, Chu Xiaoran attacked. When she stabbed out, it was as if all the frost qi on the stage was drawn out. The energy within the ice column array was driven by Chu Xiaoran's attack, now sweeping towards Yi Yun. Peak Frost Lotus. Chu Xiaoran twisted her blade and the surge of frost qi formed a huge ice lotus in the air which shot towards Yi Yun. This unrestrained sword qi did not break through the ice columns when it entered the ice column inside the array, instead it moved through it unimpeded. Just from this move alone, one could see the level Chu Xiaoran had attained in her ice laws. Facing this attack, Yi Yun charged forward with pure yang yuan qi injected into the Thousand Army Saber. With a slash of his blade, the saber qi laws appeared once again. Sha! The saber beam shot into the sky, and Yi Yun's saber qi had a fierce collision with Chu Xiaoran's sword qi. The two aimed to better the other. Boom! When the aftershock of the immense explosion approached, both Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran were pushed back. When Yi Yun was retreating, his eyes suddenly focused and he abruptly lifted his head. Just above him, the huge glacier snow wolf was attacking him. Its white killer fangs flashed. Although it was a phantom image formed from the power of desolates, it could still fight like a real beast. The glacier snow wolf attacked downwards with both claws. Its 7 meters long body possessed claws that were like a row of sharp swords. These swords slashed at him, right at Yi Yun's throat. At this moment, Yi Yun had just finished his move, and having used up his energy, he could not muster any more at this time. Facing the glacier snow wolf's attack, Yi Yun forcefully twisted his body in midair. Minute subtlety. Although Yi Yun could not fly, he could use his minute subtlety movement technique to be in one with his surroundings. He did not need to touch anything to control his movements. His body moved to the side and at the same time, he slashed out with his saber. Dang! The Thousand Army Saber clashed with the wolf's claws. Yi Yun felt his chest go numb. Having received this strong blow, he retreated backwards. With his feet on the ground, he used the Thousand Army Saber to cut through the ground. Due to the strong impact, Yi Yun had slid backwards a distance of 7 meters. The Thousand Army Saber had caused a series of sparks on the purple tungsten metal. Before Yi Yun could recover his breath, he suddenly had a change in expression. He realized that he had landed in the middle of 6 ice columns. And in his energy vision, he could clearly see that these 6 ice columns were brighter than other ice columns. They had gathered a lot of energy and seemed like a volcano about to erupt. That's bad. Without any further thought, Yi Yun leaped upwards. And just before he leaped up, the 6 ice columns exploded simultaneously. The flying ice fragments, which were like tiny ice swords, charged towards Yi Yun. Sha! 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 Yi Yun waved his Thousand Army Saber and covered his entire body with saber beams. Each icicle was destroyed by the Thousand Army Saber, but there were still some tiny icicles that pierced Yi Yun's protective chi, cutting open Yi Yun's flesh. Suddenly, blood started to fly everywhere. Yi Yun had been injured. The audience were shocked. This was the first time Yi Yun was injured in the competition. Chu Xiaoran's attack was too terrifying. Her continuous attacks were dazzling. Previously, Chu Xiaoran did not reveal her real strength. Against Long Li, she had achieved victory with her weakest abilities. This was not because Chu Xiaoran wanted to appear weak on purpose. The reason was that if she was to use her ice laws and aspect totem, her attacks would be like a storm. A person like Long Li would have no way of handling it. At this moment, before people could react, they saw Chu Xiaoran flying through the air like a snow spirit. Chu Xiaoran was now making her second move. Without stopping, she sent out attack after attack. Even the audience, who were watching the battle from the sidelines, had no chance to take a break, and even less so as he was on stage. Chu Xiaoran slashed her sword, making sword beams appear like a torrential ocean. At this moment, the color of Chu Xiaoran's eyes turned icy blue. It was as if her pupils contained endless glaciers within them. Chu Xiaoran slashed with her sword. Behind her, another 6 ice columns simultaneously exploded. The fragmented ice crystals were then guided by Chu Xiaoran's sword, flying towards Yiyun. At the same time, the glacier snow wolf behind Chu Xiaoran howled. It then entered the sword and became the sword's soul. This, together with the fragmented ice crystals, was Chu Xiaoran's strongest attack. This was the extreme power of her attack. Azure blue frost sea, ephemeral beauty. Chu Xiaoran softly said those words, as if they were a poem with a picturesque sword beam. If Chu Xiaoran was said to be a snow lotus, then the beauty she had been accumulating for a millennium was now being released in an instant. This attack seemed to stop time. Everyone's expression seemed to have frozen. Chu Xiaoran's strength was too terrifying, and it was deeply profound. It was heaven-shaking once it was revealed. How could one block such an attack? Seeing this torrential tide of blue sword beams shooting towards him, Yiyun constricted his pupils. His irises reflected the approaching sword beams. The cold frost chi and killing intent was going to destroy everything. At this moment, Yiyun's mind was as still as water. With his right hand gripping the 1,000 army saber's hilt, he injected all of his spirit energy into the saber's blade. Saber Truth's 32 words, killing at its core. In a split second, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood seemed to appear behind Yiyun. Sure a hell. The color of blood started to spread as cold killing intent sealed their surroundings. Back when the Saber Tomb's owner gained his insight into the Saber Truths, he had gone through numerous battles and killed countless amounts of people. The real Saber Truths were not something one could write in any book, it was something that had to be forged in the sure hell sea of blood. The way of the saber was to press forward with indomitable will to kill everything. This attack was the strongest saber move Yiyun learned in the Saber Tomb. When he slashed his saber, it was as if everything in the world disappeared, leaving only a blood-red blade beam. It looked as if it would slice through the arena. What? This is. At the moment Yiyun slashed out, Song Yan and Jiangu became deeply shocked. Song Yan even stood up from his seat. This kid. Song Yan's eyes lit up. Previously, when Chu Xiaoran condensed the aspect before Yuan phenomenon and displayed her ice laws, Song Yan and Jiangu were only appreciative. They were not as shocked as they were now. Yiyun's saber and Chu Xiaoran's sword collided once again. The saber was like an emperor. The sword was like a sovereign. Boom! The ice crystals shattered, the white wolf howled and the sea of blood swelled. There was a terrifying explosion, which caused a shockwave to materialize and spread throughout the arena. Sha! 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 Pieces of ice crystals pierced Yiyun's protective Yuan Qi. The power of desolates, which formed the glacier snow wolf, also surged through Yiyun's body in meridians in a rampant manner. Yiyun even felt his blood momentarily freeze. Although he quickly circulated his pure yang qi to melt the frost qi, it still left Yiyun pale, and his blood flow chaotic. He was once again injured. He could deeply feel the scariness of Chu Xiaoran. She was strong, not only in her strength, but also in her battle tactics, techniques, and in her understanding of the laws. When Yiyun gained insight into the killer moves of the Saber Truth's 32 words, he was in no way weaker than Chu Xiaoran in terms of attack power. But with her techniques, she managed to overwhelm him with her attacks. Chu Xiaoran had even estimated where he would land after blocking the glacier snow wolf's attack. She had gathered the energy within the 6 ice columns ahead of time to explode the moment Yiyun landed on the ground. From the first attack in the glacier snow wolf's attack combo, followed up by the ice column's explosion, these 3 attacks were the foundation of Chu Xiaoran's final attack. This attack was Chu Xiaoran's real death blow. These type of calculations for this one attack was unbelievable, and Chu Xiaoran was just a 13-year-old girl. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244, Victory and Defeat. Chapter 244, Victory and Defeat. Those who watched the match between Yiyun and Chu Xiaoran were at a loss for words on how to describe it. The arena, that could hold thousands of people, had become so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Although they were also elites, when they compared themselves with Yiyun and Chu Xiaoran, they felt that there was a huge gap between them and this duo. In front of this duo, they did not dare to refer to themselves as elites. They felt more like they were ordinary people. Chu Xiaoran is frightening. It is a surprise that she hid so much of her power. Not only does she have extraordinary perceptivity, she has even formed aspect before Yuan. Even her battle tactics were well planned. She almost managed to corner Yi-Yun. That Yi-Yun is also ridiculously strong. After receiving such a combo attack, he was still able to handle Chu Xiaoran's final attack, though he did receive injuries. Yi-Yun was now in the middle of the stage, his body covered with plenty of bloody wounds. One could see that Yi-Yun's blood was in chaos. It was most likely due to Chu Xiaoran's frost chi entering his body. In contrast, besides some messy hair and a bit of damage to her clothes, Chu Xiaoran was not injured at all. Yi-Yun's final attack, killing at its core, had been suppressed by Chu Xiaoran's azure blue frost chi, ephemeral beauty. Chu Xiaoran held the absolute upper hand in the final blow. The Saber-Truth's 32 words were profound, allowing Yi-Yun to touch the genius of the Saber-Truths, but Yi-Yun did not have enough time to gain further insights into the Saber-Truths. No matter how heaven-defying the Saber-Truth's 32 words were, Yi-Yun had gained far too little insight in them until now. His saber attack was not as powerful as Chu Xiaoran's final sword attack. Will Yi-Yun lose to Chu Xiaoran? Seeing this situation, Chu Xiaoran clearly had the advantage. Yi-Yun was already injured and he was still standing inside Chu Xiaoran's ice array. People looked forward to seeing either Chu Xiaoran's unstoppable stance, where she would use her advantage to defeat Yi-Yun, or Yi-Yun reversing the situation and obtaining victory with a counterattack. As for what people were hoping for, no one expected what was to happen next. Chu Xiaoran suddenly turned to the referee and sighed, "I admit defeat." What? When Chu Xiaoran said this, the entire audience became stupefied. Chu Xiaoran admitted defeat. She clearly had the upper hand. She had completely overwhelmed Yi-Yun with her final blow. Why did she admit defeat? Chu Xiaoran did not bother to explain and merely began walking off the stage. Just as she was about to step off the stage, she turned around and looked at Yi-Yun. "My loss to you today was due to my unrefined skills. In the future, when I have consolidated my aspect totem, and when I am able to fully control the ice forest array, I will battle you once more." After having said that, Chu Xiaoran walked straight to the arena's exit. She was leaving just like that. People were shocked. What was going on? In what aspect did Chu Xiaoran lose? Why did she admit defeat? Was there something in the last move that they did not understand? For example, did Yi-Yun have the opportunity to take Chu Xiaoran's life, but because of the no-killing rule, or because he had tender feelings for women, he deliberately stayed his blade? People began speculating. Yi-Yun and Chu Xiaoran's strengths were stronger than a vast majority of them. It was normal for them not to understand certain aspects of the battle. But amongst these speculations, someone disagreed. The person who disagreed was a veteran cultivator, who was ranked in the top 1,000 of the Earth Roll. "It is none of those," the person shook his head, "it's stamina." Chu Xiaoran had injected all of her Yuan Qi into her final attack. It was her killing blow and her only attack. By not defeating her opponent, she lost. The attack's power may have been very strong, and it had great understanding of the laws contained within it, but, as a Purple Blood Realm warrior, she had used the aspect totem that Yuan Foundation Realm warriors use. This had already caused a great strain on her Yuan Qi consumption. Not only that, she also formed the Ice Forest Array, which further increased her strength, but it also used more of her Yuan Qi. After using those techniques, it was already a miracle that Chu Xiaoran could attack twice. But that was her limit. Chu Xiaoran must have learned this move recently, so there would be many limitations to using it. Hearing the person's explanation, people were dumbfounded. Stamina. So that was it. It made sense. That type of terrifying attack was definitely not one that someone could use again and again. But Yi-Yun should also have been greatly drained. Chu Xiaoran spent so much of her stamina, so there's no reason why Yi-Yun should have that much more left. Actually, there is a reason. The person looked at Yi-Yun and, after some thought, he explained, from the beginning of the match, Yi-Yun had been dodging most of the time. Thus, his energy consumption was far less than Chu Xiaoran's. Furthermore, Yi-Yun did not use any moves that greatly increased his battle power, so he would have more Yuan Qi than Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran must have seen through this and felt that she could no longer win if it dragged on, so she admitted defeat. Hearing this person's explanation, everyone felt enlightened. It was stamina that allowed Yi-Yun to win. He may have lost the final clash, but he had won in terms of stamina. After all, stamina was a part of one's strength. But compared to the understanding of laws and concepts, as well as the cultivation techniques one learned, stamina was secondary. This was because, as a warrior's cultivation level became higher, their Yuan Qi would grow thicker, which would naturally increase their stamina. As for cultivation levels, those were just a matter of time for the elites present. But the understanding of laws and concepts, as well as the cultivation techniques one learned, they were all different. This was a person's foundation. They determined a person's martial arts attainment in the future. The degree of a person's talent was comprehensively determined by these factors. The talent Chu Xiaoran had with laws and totems was the reason why many found her terrifying. Chu Xiaoran, having just learned this move, was at a disadvantage for not having it well honed. In the future, when Chu Xiaoran ranks up, solidifying her foundations and improving her understanding of the laws, the result will be completely different when she then battles Yi Yun again, someone said. It is possible. But Yi Yun is also not bad himself. Although he does not have much in the understandings of laws, and cannot form an aspect before Yuan, his saber is still really terrifying. Just with that saber, he could slash through anything. In this rookie ranking competition, Yi Yun had only slashed his saber a few times. But each slash he produced shocked the hearts of many. When the saber beam flared, even at tens of meters away, they would feel as if the beam was close by. Everyone agreed to what was said. But someone still shook his head. Saber truths are just killing moves. It may be strong, and it could kill someone mercilessly, but just killing moves aren't much compared to a person's cultivation techniques and concepts. It is not the foundation of a warrior. If Yi Yun is not impressive in other aspects, many cultivators will slowly catch up with him. Just his saber moves alone will not allow him to last long in the Taiya Divine City. Amongst the veteran cultivators, Qin Haotian, who is excellent in the way of the sword, doesn't fully rely on his sword alone. The person who said this was a veteran cultivator. In the Taiya Divine Kingdom, people had always weighed cultivation techniques over attack moves. This was because a person's cultivation technique could allow one to go far. Attack moves, however, just allowed one to shine amongst people of the same level. If one could not raise one's level in the future and then not become a sage, then no matter how strong their attack moves were, their lifespan would be shorter than others. So what was the point to it then? This was something that most people present understood. Yi Yun's saber moves were strong, while Chu Xiaoran was good at laws and aspects. But, relatively speaking, people were more optimistic about Chu Xiaoran's future. Perhaps, in 4 years' time, the number one person on the heaven and earth rolls would be Chu Xiaoran. Even in her last battle against Yi Yun, many people felt that Chu Xiaoran did not deserve to lose. After all, in the final attack, Chu Xiaoran held the absolute advantage. Also, Chu Xiaoran's combo attack and the Ice Forest array were stunning. She had only lost due to her lack of stamina. The second last day of the rookie ranking competition had ended. Many people were prepared to leave, but seeing the two elders present, they felt that it would be more polite to let the elders leave first. But on the seats of honor, Jiange and Song Yan had no intentions of leaving. Jiange had his head slightly bowed as if deep in thought, while Song Yan was stroking his beard. His eyes were moving around, with no way of guessing what he was thinking about. Although the last move Yi Yun made had been suppressed by Chu Xiaoran's sword, it still shocked them greatly. The rookies and veteran cultivators in the arena did not know the significance of this attack. Even some of the law enforcers only had a vague understanding. But the two old men, Jiange and Song Yan, knew it well. In no exaggerating terms, that one move had opened up the path of Yi Yun's martial arts. The law enforcers beside Song Yan and Jiange did not move and stood still as they saw that the elders had no intentions of leaving. Many cultivators glanced at the seats of honor. They did not know why the two elders were still sitting there. Would they review the battle? But even after waiting for a long while, the two elders still did nothing. They could only decide whether they should leave or not. It is unexpected that the rookie ranking competition would end prematurely. This year's rookie ranking competition sure was exciting. It may have ended, but there is still tomorrow. Do you plan on watching? I don't think so. Chu Xiaoran and Yi Yun have already fought, and there is no more suspense left in the rankings. But Chu Xiaoran and Yi Yun might carry on challenging the higher-ranking veteran cultivators? According to the rules of the rookie ranking competition, once the rookies competed against one another, as long as one beat the other, the winner would be ranked ahead of the loser. Even if Chu Xiaoran were to exceed Yi Yun's ranking on the Earth roll tomorrow, Yi Yun would still be ranked first amongst the rookies. There was no more suspense. Challenging veteran cultivators? It should also be an exciting match, but I can probably guess. As Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran have similar strengths, they should both rank somewhere around the top 2,000. 2,000? Probably. They might even enter 1900. I plan on watching tomorrow's matches. I want to see if they can enter the top 2,000. People began discussing, they were secretly horrified. It was terrifying to think that people could enter the top 2,000 from the rookie ranking competition alone. After all, the people ranked there were already trying to form their Yuan Foundation. People began to stand up as they planned to leave the arena. Yi Yun had sheathed his 1,000-army saber and he was also prepared to leave. He had a lot to digest after today's battle. Chu Xiaoran may have lost to him, but she had still given him a lesson. Chu Xiaoran taught Yi Yun that a battle could be fought in such a way. The path of martial arts could be trained in this manner. As Yi Yun was preparing to leave, he suddenly heard a familiar, but wretched, Yuan Qi voice transmission. Rotten rascal, aren't you going to say hello before you leave? Don't you know courtesy, or how to show your elders respect? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 245, Rushing Up the Earth Roll. Chapter 245, Rushing Up the Earth Roll. Hearing this voice, Yi Yun turned his head. He saw Song Yan waving at him from the seats of honor. At this moment, the old man was smiling happily, revealing a row of bright white teeth. This old man. Yi Yun groaned in his mind. However, he was still very grateful towards Song Yan. Although Song Yan did not have any real intentions of grooming him and it was all the result of an unintentional fluke, it was still a significant event for Yi Yun. It could be said that Song Yan had pointed out a new path on the road of martial arts for Yi Yun. The path of martial arts was extensive and profound, abstruse and complicated. There were too many things a martial artist could choose between. If one had the skill, one could choose everything. But without skill, focusing on a single aspect and doing well in it would be the best choice. Yi Yun's contact with martial arts had so far been very short. There were many things he did not know. Things like the saber truths, 32 words, aspect totems and nomological truths, were all realms that Yi Yun had no previous contact with. He was like a dried-up sponge that had been thrown into an ocean of martial arts. Now, he was greedily absorbing all of it. Yi Yun walked towards Song Yan and Jiangu. At this moment, the vast majority of the audience had yet to stand up to show respect for the elders, so when they saw Yi Yun walking towards the elders, they were shocked. The elder called Yi Yun over. Everyone saw Song Yan waving his hand. Many turned envious when they saw that an elder of the Taiya Divine City was calling over a newcomer with such a friendly expression. Yi Yun greets Elder Jiangu and greets Senior. Yi Yun still did not know Song Yan's name. What you just used was a saber technique learned from the Saber Truth's 32 words, correct? Elder Jiangu asked as he looked at Yi Yun. Yes. Yi Yun nodded. Just as he said this, he felt his heart go cold. Once again, Yi Yun felt that his body was being seen through. He felt that Elder Jianji's eyes were seeing through every inch of his flesh and blood, all the way into his bones. Even the heaven's eyeball he had formed was now being carefully examined by Elder Jiangu. Of course. Jiangu did not find anything in particular. The purple crystal in Yi Yun's chest carried on pulsating within Yi Yun's heart. It did not deliberately hide itself, as if it completely ignored Jianji's action. It was as if it was a god that treated mortal beings with indifference. Old man Jian, what are you checking? Could it be that you think this junior has had a fortuitous chance that has caught your interest? Song Yan noticed Jianji's actions and teased him with a Yuan Qi voice transmission. Jiangu slightly frowned and replied with a Yuan Qi transmission, don't frivolously joke around. How can I covet what belongs to a junior? I am merely curious. But it seems that he does not possess some amazing chance. His constitution is average. Maybe he ate some treasure, opening up his meridians, allowing him to complete the beginning steps of martial arts. As for his perceptivity, it should be inborn. Yi Yun's constitution was average. As a sage, that much was obvious at a glance. Besides, Yi Yun's cultivation level was not too ridiculous. It had not even reached the late stages of purple blood yet. Relative to other aspects of him, this purple blood cultivation level was not much. Did you read any top saber manuals before you entered the saber tomb? Jiangu asked again. If Yi Yun had some fortuitous event by being able to read some saber truth mystic techniques, then Jiangu could comprehend this situation better. Of course, this was very unlikely. However, Yi Yun shook his head. Elder Jiangu nodded slightly, I understand. In the future, if you want to enter the saber tomb again, you can just go through me or Song Yan. We will not require you to pay anything. As for other resources, if you want to use those, you will still have to pay the usual price. That is the rules of the Taiya Divine City. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. Naturally, the survival of the fittest rules that the Taiya Divine City enforced on the cultivators had to be followed. The saber tomb was not used by anyone, so there was no point in leaving it idle. There was no problem in letting Yi Yun freely use it. But other resources were not the same. Many of them were vied for by other cultivators, risking their lives for them. If the elders practiced favoritism and directly gave them to Yi Yun, it would be hard to placate the masses. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun was overjoyed. He really wanted to enter the saber tomb again. But 1 glory point a day was far too expensive. He could not afford to enter it even if he was rich. Kid, you lucked out. Sun Yen chuckled. Practice well. It is unknown which amazing person passed down the saber truth's 32 words. Even sages who entered the tomb were unable to gain a lot of insight from those words. What? Even sages were unable to understand it. Hearing Sun Yan's words shocked Yi Yun. Sages were omnipotent figures to Yi Yun, but now Sun Yan said that even sages were helpless against the saber truth's 32 words. There is little common ground for understanding between people of differing principles. The saber and sword tomb have been sleeping underneath the Taya divine city for tens of millions of years. Sages can enter them freely, but not every sage is proficient with saber or sword truths. Even those accomplished in the way of the sword or saber may not be able to adapt to the laws hidden within the saber and sword tomb. Sun Yan said and glanced at Jian Gu. Old man Jian uses a sword. He has the most authority on this. Elder Jian Gu was famous for his sword. His sword was always held behind his back. He never kept it within an interspatial ring. This was to allow him to subtly transform, to slowly become one with the sword. The Taya Divine City's cultivators had never seen Elder Jian Ji's swordplay. But just from his title, the sage famous for his sword, that was more than sufficient to explain Jian Ji's achievement in the way of the sword. Hearing Sun Yan mention his experience in learning from the sword tomb, Jian Gu filled with mixed emotions. He said, "When I was young, I indeed entered the sword tomb. After trying to gain insights for several months, I finally got some results. But after I learned a few of the sword moves, I slowly reached a bottleneck. I was stumped by some of the sword truths. I could not understand them, or grasp them. Later on, I continued to constantly make new attempts. These attempts took me 1,000 years. Within this period, I tried many different methods which I thought was the correct path to take, but I was still unable to go any further. 1,000 years. Yi Yun was alarmed. In this alternate world, it seemed like 1,000 years was nothing. Being a person who had lived for about 2 decades in his previous life, he clearly knew the concept of 1,000 years. A mortal dynasty would last for just about 300 years. Jian Gu said, "It might be that the understandings of the sword truths I gained at the very beginning may have already been leading me astray, without my knowledge. Although I might have gone astray, the things I gained from the tomb were still useful. The sword tomb's way of the sword is a large path. Its realm is extremely high, so high that I cannot fathom it. It is like a gigantic maze. By being in it, I did not know which path would be the correct one. I could only walk through it haphazardly. Maybe when I eventually reach the exit, will I finally know that I was walking on the correct path, but that is too far away for me." Large path? Yi Yun was slightly stunned. A large path that even made a sage feel despair, and even to the point of going astray. Furthermore, he could not even verify if he had done so. Yes, it is a large path. In the Taya Divine Kingdom, people have always weighed cultivation techniques over attack moves. This is understandable. After all, a cultivation technique can allow a person to break through to different realms, while attack moves cannot. But in fact, attack moves and paths are two different things. Saber moves are saber moves, while the saber truths are the way of the saber. They are fundamentally different. If you can understand the essence of the way of the saber, then it will be the same as understanding nomological truths. It can assist you in becoming a peak sage, and maybe even reach a higher realm, but that is too difficult. Elder Jian Gu sighed. He had only said this casually. Although he appreciated Yi Yun, he had never thought of the possibility that Yi Yun would one day be able to reach such a point. Peak Sage was a realm reached by the founding emperor of the Taya Divine Kingdom and the first city lord of the Taya Divine City. As for exceeding a sage, this was not worth mentioning. In the entire history, ever since the Taya Divine Kingdom was founded, there had never been a person who exceeded a sage. Due to the arduous path of martial arts, the words casually spoken by Elder Jian Ji's might have been due to some regrets he felt, but this greatly benefited Yi Yun. Saber moves. Saber truths. Since the words in the saber tomb were something Jian Gu described as a large path, then it was certain that it would allow him to go far in the future. Yi Yun had the purple crystal origins. The vision the purple crystal origins gave Yi Yun allowed him to see the origins of energy. With this qualification, and him being able to freely enter the saber tomb, he had everything aligned in his favor. If he still could not gain something out of it, Yi Yun's inability to comprehend it could no longer be justified. Let's understand it. Let's see how far I can walk on this path. Jiangu and Song Yan left, leaving behind Yun, who was still ruminating over the words spoken to him by the two elders. As for the others there, they were looking enviously at Yun. As the two elders had isolated their voices by generating an invisible Yuan Qi force field, all the other cultivators present did not know the contents of the conversation between Yun and the two elders. But from the pleasant expression the elder had, it was obvious that they appreciated Yun. If they could be called over by an elder to receive guidance, it was something worth losing a decade of their lives over. As people were admiring Yun, they saw Yun walking down from the seats of honor, towards the referee. "Oh? What's the matter?" The referee made the initiative to ask as he saw Yun walking over. Previously, this referee had seen Yun talking to the two elders. For a junior to be paid attention to by elders, it was insufficient from being the number one rookie. The referee also thought highly of Yun because of the elders' appreciation. "Oh. It's this. I want to declare the opponent I want to challenge tomorrow." After Yun against Chu Xiaoran, he had clinched the title of being number one amongst the rookies. It created a premature end to the rookie ranking competition. But he could still battle to rush up the earth roll tomorrow. "Oh? Tomorrow's opponents? You can tell me tomorrow. There's no hurry." The referee looked at Yun in an amiable manner. It was good that Yun wanted to carry on rushing upwards. "I think it's best to say it now, so that the person has some time to prepare." Yun grinned with a bright smile. For some unknown reason, the referee hesitated for a moment when he saw Yun smile. It felt like there was something malevolence hidden within that smile. "Prepare?" The referee was curious. It was just a match, not a training excursion outside. What was there to prepare? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 246, Let the Boss Prepare. Chapter 246, Let the Boss Prepare. As Yun spoke to the referee, many of the cultivators present were looking at them. Yun was at the center of attention, so it was even more eye-catching when he spoke to the referee. The spectators suddenly realized that Yun was submitting his challenge for tomorrow. Yun is climbing up the earth roll. Someone said excitedly. Yun's next match was definitely going to be exciting. That's for sure. It is not only Yun, but even Chu Xiaoran should carry on climbing up. With their strength already revealed, they can at least enter the top 2,000. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. The audience was buzzing with activity. Some were looking forward to it, while others were sullen. Especially the veteran cultivators who were ranked around the top 2,000. They did not look forward to it. Their positions had suddenly become very delicate. If they were unlucky, and got challenged by Yun or Chu Xiaoran, it might become a tragedy for them. Just from today's battle, they knew that Yun and Chu Xiaoran's level of strength was very similar. Neither one of them would be an easy opponent. It was definitely not easy for them to win. The veterans were older and they had a higher cultivation level. They had been around and about for a longer period of time. It was not admirable for them to beat their opponent by a small margin. That was just being optimistic. But if one was being pessimistic, they could even lose accidentally, and that would be shameful. There was no benefit in winning, and losing meant that you would lose a lot of face. No one wanted to be picked for a battle like that. I wonder who the kid will challenge. Many people began to focus their ears on Yun's words. The arena was very quiet. With the hearing abilities of a warrior, unless there was a soundproof Yuan Qi force field like the one Elder Jiangu used, they would clearly be able to hear what someone was saying. At this moment, Yun was still smiling. He did not say anything out loud, but he transmitted his voice, using Yuan Qi, to the referee. There is still a need to prepare. This is so he does not get surprised. The referee found Yun's explanation odd. What did it mean by not being surprised? This was not a battle between two armies. There was no need to set up an array or anything. Unless a warrior was injured, they could enter the arena at any time. But as if Yun wanted to be considerate towards his opponent, the referee could only nod his head. Since you insist, all right. I will inform the person you challenge in advance. Who do you plan on challenging? The referee thought that since Yun was being this considerate, the opponent was unlikely to be that strong. Yun was most likely challenging someone who was ranked around 2,100 to 2,200 on the earth roll. Other cultivators were having similar thoughts as well. After all, Yun still had 2 matches left tomorrow. After fighting someone in the 2,100 to 2,200 ranking, he could secure his rank and then, he could attempt to enter the top 2,000 in his second match. Yi Yun handed over the challenge form that he had already filled to the referee. The referee received it and glanced at it. Immediately his eyelid twitched. What? You are challenging Li Hong? The one ranked 1028 on the Earth roll, Li Hong. Li Hong. The surrounding cultivators were dumbstruck when they learned who Yi Yun's next opponent was. The Hongdao Association's president, Li Hong? Yi Yun actually wanted to challenge him? Originally, they thought that it would be impressive if Yi Yun challenged someone in the top 2,000. But he actually challenged Li Hong, who was ranked at 1028. What was he thinking? Li Hong previously had misgivings with Yi Yun. 2 months ago, Li Hong wanted Yi Yun's glory points and he tried to cheat them off Yi Yun. But Yi Yun did not buy his scheme, and became an enemy of his. This was something everyone knew. But misgivings were just misgivings. This was the Earth roll competition that was determined by a person's strength. Was this challenge just a show of emotions? Li Hong was no pushover. Out of all the second-year cultivators, he was the strongest. Li Hong had already climbed into the top 1,000 in the Heaven roll ranking. And as for the Earth roll ranking, he had reached 1028 last month. It was especially difficult to rank up as you get closer to the top 1,000, as most of the people were nearly approaching the Yuan Foundation realm. It could be said that their strength was at the extreme peak of the Purple Blood realm. This included Li Hong himself. It could be said, without any exaggeration, that the strongest Purple Blood realm warriors in the Taiya Divine Kingdom were converged around this ranking. There was intense competition for the places around this position. There were even some Yuan Foundation realm warriors, who had comparatively poorer cultivation techniques or attack moves, that were ranked below Li Hong. For Yuan Foundation realm warriors to rank below Li Hong, it showed that Li Hong's strength was great. The number 1 rookie is challenging the second-year cultivator's number 1, incredible. Someone said. Both of them were the best in their respective years, and to challenge someone who was a year above you in such a circumstance was extremely rare in the Taiya Divine City. Li Hong is only around half a month from breaking through to the Yuan Foundation. Once he breaks through into the Yuan Foundation, there is no doubt that he will enter the top 1,000. He might even enter the top 700. Li Hong did not manage to enter the top 1,000 within a year. But he still managed to earn a Heaven ranking of 1030 in 13 months and an Earth ranking of 1100. That was quite terrifying. It was not every year you had perversely strong people like Chu Xiaoran and Yi Yun. Yi Yun challenging Li Hong, why do I feel Yi Yun can't beat him at all? Many people were having such thoughts. Yi Yun and Chu Xiaoran's battle was interesting, but they were a distance away from someone ranked just beyond the 1,000th place on the Earth roll. People could understand that Yi Yun had challenged Li Hong out of emotion, but if he were to be beaten up by Li Hong, he might get seriously injured. If that happened, would it not be depressing? What is Yi Yun thinking? He probably doesn't know what it means to be around the top 1,000 on the Earth roll, or does he have some more hidden strength? More hidden strength? He's only in the middle stages of Purple Blood, what more is there to hide? Could he have managed to produce the aspect before Yuan? That's impossible. The moment he came to the Taiya Divine City, he has been working. He never went out to hunt desolate beasts. People found it incomprehensible. They felt that Yi Yun was asking to be tortured by challenging Li Hong. Previously Li Hong had oppressed Yi Yun, but he ended up losing a lot of money to Yi Yun. Li Hong was just thinking of causing trouble for Yi Yun. But Yi Yun came knocking on his door. There were a few Hongdao Association members sitting at the corner of the arena. When they heard that Yi Yun was challenging their president, they were instantly furious. Who does this kid think he is? He should piss on a mirror to look at himself. He thinks he is invincible just because he is the best amongst the rookies. He's courting death. Seeing that Yi Yun was so arrogant to the point of challenging their boss in public, a few of them became outraged immediately. But upon further thinking, this was not necessarily a bad thing. Since Yi Yun was dumb enough to come knocking on their boss' door, they should take this opportunity to beat Yi Yun up seriously and also make him suffer a great monetary loss. Yes, make him suffer a great monetary loss. Previously, they had suffered greatly due to Yi Yun. A bunch of brats had lined up just to be knocked down by Yi Yun's brick. Not only did they get bricked, they even gave Yi Yun a large sum of dragon scale runes. Just thinking about the dragon scale runes made their hearts bleed. Let's report this to the boss immediately. A few of Li Hong's henchmen suddenly thought it through. Li Hong was not present. He had been absent for the past few days. He was not interested in seeing other people steal the show. Especially this afternoon, when Yi Yun appeared and shocked everyone. Even if Li Hong was present, he would leave prematurely. He would feel terrible if he saw Yi Yun being that outstanding. Brothers, we should take this opportunity to make sure Yi-Yun suffers greatly. We must let the boss prepare in advance, said a 13-year-old youth who lost a great sum of dragon scales to Yi-Yun. Those who had lost monetarily would usually hope to win it back through gambling. This was the mentality of a gambler. It was not desirable, but very few people could rein themselves in before it was too late. That's right. Even the boss is tight on money. He still needs to prepare for tomorrow. We will make sure that Yi-Yun vomits out the dragon scale runes when the boss beats him. The Hongdao Association had lost a great deal of runes in the betting pool, so Li Hong was currently penniless. This henchman thought that if Li Hong were to bet against Yi-Yun, he could win it all back in one go. And the so-called preparation was to gather sufficient funds for the bet. This was the reason why Yi-Yun announced his opponent in advance. If he were to suddenly announce that he wanted to challenge Li Hong tomorrow, due to the lack of time and that Li Hong was poor, what sort of decent bet could he offer? But if it was mentioned today, Li Hong would have the time to prepare. With his connections, he should still be able to gather a tidy sum of dragon scale runes. Yi-Yun had been keeping his trump card from the beginning. This trump card was specifically prepared to cheat Li Hong. A few henchmen stood up. With either an outraged look or a smile, they glanced at Yi-Yun. This expression seemed to say, "Kid, just you wait." They quietly left the arena and rushed straight to Li Hong to inform him so he could prepare for the battle tomorrow. Unfortunately, when Yi-Yun said to the referee give the person some time to prepare, he had used Yuan Qi to transmit his voice. Those henchmen did not hear it. If they did, these youths would probably have figured out something was amiss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 247, The Son of King Chu. Chapter 247, The Son of King Chu. Li Hong had been feeling upset for the past few days. After being tricked by Yi-Yun, who was a first-year rookie, his reputation in the Taiya Divine City was ruined. How could he feel happy? He was a big brother figure in the Taiya Divine City, and in the capital, he was the famous young Master Hong. The most important thing to him was his face. Now, his face had been tainted by others. How could Li Hong feel any comfort? Once a warrior's mind was at an unease, their body's Yuan Qi would also turn chaotic like their mind. So, it was easy to become stuck in their cultivation. Li Hong was at the critical moment of breaking through to the Yuan Foundation realm, but when this happened, he felt as gross as eating sh*t. Li Hong kept thinking of ways to save the situation. However, Yi-Yun's strength was rising rapidly. Although Li Hong was conceited, he still had to admit that in about half a year's time, he would not be able to beat Yi-Yun anymore. Once that happened, it would be even harder to save the situation. He needed an opportunity to deal with Yi-Yun, but where could he find this opportunity? As Li Hong was thinking, a disturbance erupted outside. Brother Hong. Brother Hong. Something big has happened. That kid Yi-Yun has challenged you. He wants to fight you in the arena tomorrow. A few henchmen were charging into Li Hong's courtyard, like a pack of hungry dogs, as they cried out. When Li Hong heard this, he was stunned. Yi-Yun is challenging me? Li Hong was slow to react. He was just thinking of getting his revenge on Yi-Yun to save his face, but now Yi-Yun had taken the initiative to knock on his door? However, this made him feel odd. Is this kid mad? Or was there another reason? Li Hong's face turned sullen. He had some misgivings about the way that Yi-Yun challenged him. Was it a trap? Boss, why are you? A few of Li Hong's henchmen expected him to be fuming mad, laughing heartily when he received the news, cursing at Yi-Yun's stupidness and his desire to be beaten up. They did not expect Li Hong to react in such a manner. It was neither anger nor happiness. Did you make a video disc array of Yi-Yun's match? Li Hong suddenly asked. Although he did not want to be present to watch Yi-Yun's match, it was a must to watch the video disc array or he would not be able to understand Yi-Yun's strength. The henchmen smacked themselves in the forehead. They had forgotten about it and they were single-mindedly rushing here to inform Li Hong. We'll go back and get it. A few henchmen rushed back. In the Taiya Divine City, there were many backups of the recordings of the arena's matches. The more intense the battle, the more backups there were. They could be kept for many years, and so as long as one could pay a small amount of dragon scale runes, they could be rented for viewing. Soon, these brats obtained a disc array and they rushed back to Li Hong's courtyard breathlessly. When they returned, they did not expect to see so many people in Li Hong's courtyard. A large number of the people who were present were part of the backbone of the Hongdao Association. A few of them were also veteran cultivators in the Taiya Divine City. When the brats saw these people, they were shocked. They vaguely knew that Li Hong had a wide circle of friends and he had many powerful friends amongst the veteran cultivators. They were all the people near the top of the Heaven and Earth Roll of Honors. There was even a person ranked in the top 50 and he was nicknamed Hu Tu. Oh. It's him, right? The brat saw this tall and thin teenager who looked 17 to 19 years old. This person had a necklace full of large beads on his neck, and his arm had a fierce divine tiger tattooed on it. Hu Tu was a veteran cultivator who had been in the Taiya Divine City for about 4 years. He had long broken through to the Yuan Foundation realm. He still had a year and 9 months left before he graduated. By ranking in the top 50 on the Earth Roll, he was definitely one of the best amongst his class of cultivators. Let's watch it and analyze it. Li Hong was naturally suspicious. He erred on the side of caution by calling people over. Hu Tu, who had great foresight, might even be able to tell if Yi Yun had any hidden strength. A few henchmen took the disc arrays of Yi Yun's match and left it on a table for a group of people to gather around it to study it. Li Hong mainly wanted to obtain the opinions of veteran cultivators like Hu Tu. After analyzing it in all sorts of manner for a long time, they could not figure anything out. They could only make some general speculations from Yi Yun's battle. But no matter how hard they looked at it, Yi Yun seemed to have went all out during his battle with Chu Xiaoran. Li Hong, I think that the possibility of Yi Yun having any more hidden strength is low. If he can still have hidden strength under such circumstances, then his acting is just too good. He might even have targeted you from the beginning. But he's just a little kid. How can he think of all this when the rookie ranking competition began? Don't forget, he had been at odds with the entire Hongdao Association. A huge group of people from the Hongdao Association had challenged Yi Yun, including Lu Yuxing, who was considered one of the best amongst the rookies. Together with the best rookies, Chu Xiaoran and Xionyou, Yi Yun had to face such opponents. Adding the high-stakes bets, he would already be worried over all these things. Do you expect him to have planned such a trap, while handling all those, just to let you, Li Hong, jump into it? Hu Tu was the first person to express his opinion. What he said was reasonable. Yi Yun was, after all, only 13 years old. A typical child would be confused when they faced all sorts of complicated problems. If he could even plan a trap at this point of time, and lure Li Hong into it, then he was not normal at all. Li Hong frowned and said, probably. If this battle had to be fought, then a bet had to be prepared. Even if he did not want to bet, he still had to do so. By being forced into such a situation, if he did not bet anything, then he would lose all his standing amongst the Hongdao Association's members. The other cultivators in the Taiya Divine City would even ridicule him. But Li Hong had still not thought of the item to bet on. The crux of the issue was he did not have many resources he could use. As Li Hong was thinking about it, a sudden laughter ranged. Ha ha ha. Li Hong, you actually opened a huge conference to discuss if you would lose, just because a rookie is challenging you. Do you have no shame? This sudden voice made Li Hong's face livid. What the other person said was true. To be frightened before the battle after being challenged by a rookie, and holding such a huge analysis conference, he would lose all face if people found this out. Li Hong turned angry from embarrassment. Just as he was about to flare up, he saw the person who spoke out and immediately shut up. The person who walked in was dressed in a qilin robe, with a 9-python belt and moccasins. He had a natural air of nobility from top to bottom. Yang Dingkuan. The 15-year-old young man who came was the son of King Chu. King Chu was a noble who had a long history in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. His bloodline could be traced all the way back to the first King Chu, who was the younger brother of the Taiya Divine Kingdom's founding emperor, so his family was also part of the royal family. Later on, he was in theft with the Chu state, so he became the vassal of the Chu state all the way to the present day. Now, the Chu state's Yang family had already bloomed into a super family clan. Of course, their blood relations with the emperor had grown distant, but they were still part of the royal family. Yang Dingkuan, who was ranked in the tens on both the heaven and earth rolls in the Taiya Divine City, was considered a prominent figure. The Li family that Li Hong was part of was also related to the Chu royal residence, but through marriage. In some sense, Yang Dingkuan was a distant cousin of Li Hong. Today, Yang Dingkuan suddenly appeared and immediately ridiculed him, making Li Hong feel upset. Cousin, what are you doing here? Li Hong asked. Ha, I'm here to be your strategist, cousin. I know you are tight on resources recently. If you want to borrow dragon scale runes, I can lend it to you, but I have one condition. Yang Dingkuan pulled his words. What condition? That is, the first 3 volumes of the Taiya sacred technique. I want you to win it for me. When Yang Dingkuan said those words, his eyes lit up. Yang Dingkuan knew that there were rules in the Taiya Divine City. The top cultivation techniques, like the Taiya sacred technique, could be used as stakes, but this was seldom done in the past. The Taya Sacred Technique Cultivation Technique Jade Scroll was very precious and there were a limited number of copies. If a cultivator wanted to exchange dragon scale runes and glory points for the cultivation technique, they were actually renting it for 10 months. In this 10 months, the cultivator who rented the Taya Sacred Technique was free to cultivate the Taya Sacred Technique, but they could not lend the Taya Sacred Technique to other cultivators, unless it was lost in a gambling match. To prevent people from deliberately handing over the Taya Sacred Technique by gambling, the Taya Sacred Technique had strict rules. Once the Taya Sacred Technique was used as a bet, not losing it was alright, but once it was lost in a bet, the remaining rental period was reduced by 30%. This is why very few people would use the Taya Sacred Technique as a stake. Once 30% of the time was lost, many cultivators could not afford it. It might not be possible for them to learn it in 10 months, what's more having 30% deducted. The Taya Sacred Technique. You are eyeing Yi Yun's Taya Sacred Technique. Realizing Yang Dingquan's outrageous greed, Li Hong jumped. He quickly calculated what his losses would be if he were to agree to Yang Dingquan's condition. There was no doubt that if Yang Dingquan wanted the Taya Sacred Technique, then he had to put up something that was equivalent to the Taya Sacred Technique as a stake. If that happened, this would be a great gamble. Yang Dingquan was crazy enough. But Li Hong was also confident that he could beat Yi Yun. Have you not had the chance to cultivate the Taya Sacred Technique? Li Hong asked. Although Yang Dingquan was from the Chu royal residence, he was not privileged enough to cultivate the Taya Sacred Technique. There were too many children in the Chu royal residence. Even if Yang Dingquan was the heir apparent to the Chu royal residence, he would still not have that privilege. The Taya Sacred Technique Jade Scrolls were too precious. The Divine Kingdom's royal household only had 3 or 4 copies and the rest were stored in the Taya Divine City. Those who had the ability could compete for a chance to cultivate it, but those who lacked the ability could only stand by the side. Yang Dingquan angrily said, "TSK. The Divine City's rules are too rigid. Although I have earned enough glory points and dragon scale runes to exchange for the Taya Sacred Technique, the price is too high. Once I exchange it, I would be absolutely impoverished." But this kid Yi Yun had great luck in picking herbs. He obtained a large sum of dragon scale runes and glory points because of it. He exchanged for the Taya Sacred Technique just like that. It's completely unfair. Who gave him the right to do so? He wants to cultivate the Taya Sacred Technique? He is a bumpkin from the Cloud Wilderness. Humph. As a descendant of the royal household, I still haven't even managed to cultivate this royal secret technique. How is this fair? Once this Taya Sacred Technique is in my hands, I will make its glory bloom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248, Truth of the Laws. Chapter 248, Truth of the Laws. You want Yi Yun to bet his copy of the Taya Sacred Technique? Yang Dingquan, you sure have a big appetite. Hearing Yang Dingquan's plans, Hu Tu also felt tempted. He too had no chance to cultivate the Taya Sacred Technique. The Taya Sacred Technique was too difficult to cultivate. Only 1 in 5 people cultivating the Taya Sacred Technique could master it. And people like Hu Tu might have the wealth to exchange for the Taya Sacred Technique, but even after exchanging the precious resources for it, the chances of them failing to learn it was high. To pay so many glory points and dragon scale runes for such an improbable possibility, Hu Tu could not make the resolute decision as the cost was too high. Of course, treasures belong to those who are capable of keeping them. The Taya Sacred Technique in Yi Yun's hands is a deliberate waste of a heavenly treasure. I have the royal bloodline, and since the Taya Sacred Technique was originally the cultivation technique of my royal household, it will be easy for me to cultivate it. Although it has to be returned within 6 months after you win me the Taya Sacred Technique, it will be enough. I am confident that I can master the Taya Sacred Technique in less than 6 months. Yang Dingquan had considerable confidence in himself. Hu Tu's mouth twitched when he heard this. This rascal sure could brag. He wants to master it in less than 6 months? Was he not afraid that the bragging words he said might choke him? No one has mastered the Taya Sacred Technique within 6 months in the past decade. But even if Yang Dingquan could not master the Taya Sacred Technique in 6 months, it would allow Yang Dingquan to determine whether he was suitable to learn the Taya Sacred Technique or not. If he was not suitable, he could give up on it. As such, it wouldn't waste his glory points. So no matter what happened, Yang Dingquan would still benefit from it. You want to get the Taya Sacred Technique from Yi Yun, then what do you plan on using as a stake? Li Hong asked. Yang Dingquan gave a confident smile and said, naturally, I have something that will entice the kid. Besides that, I can lend you 30,000 dragon scale runes, as an additional bet against Yi Yun. This is just a loan, you need to repay it in the future. 30,000 dragon scale runes were for Li Hong to recoup his losses. If he could win this amount, Li Hong would be able to catch a breather. Li Hong contemplated it before slowly nodding his head. Yi Yun would not feel the pinch if he were to lose 30,000 dragon scale runes, but if he were to lose the Taya sacred technique, Yi Yun would definitely feel the pinch to the point of dying. Li Hong wanted to let Yi Yun know the feeling of suffering such a great loss. He stretched out 5 fingers and said, 50,000. Lend me 50,000 dragon scale runes. Since the Taya sacred technique was already bet, Li Hong did not dare to use glory points as a stake. It would be too ridiculous. Li Hong's limit was 50,000 dragon scale runes. Yi Yun might still have hidden strength, hoping to cheat him. But how could Li Hong not have any hidden strength? It was time to use all the trump cards. Yi Yun must think that I have fallen for his trap, but no one knows that I had a great breakthrough in the past month. Neither one of us knows the other's hidden card. What makes you think I will lose to you? With this thought in mind, Li Hong became more resolute. After Yi Yun defeated Chu Xiaoran, obtaining first place amongst the rookies, Yi Yun's fame in the Taya Divine City was said to be unrivaled. Many large family clans' lobbyists began arriving, hoping to rope in Yi Yun as a guest in their faction. Many of these factions had given various favorable terms for Yi Yun. Some even did not need Yi Yun to sign a contract. All they wanted was a verbal commitment from Yi Yun. But Yi Yun rejected all of them. Back when Yi Yun was in the Cloud Wilderness, he wanted to join a faction in order to obtain resources. But now, in the Taya Divine City, Yi Yun could earn them using his own efforts. His strength was skyrocketing every day, so there was no reason to join a faction and allow himself to be controlled by others. As Yi Yun was having his dinner, before he went to the Saber Tomb again, he noticed a few pretty and slim girls walk past. They were talking and joking as they held their meal trays. In the middle of these girls was Zhao Qingcheng. Zhao Qingcheng noticed Yi Yun and she gave him a surprised smile. Little brother Yi Yun. You are here too. Oh, just as Zhao Qingcheng uttered the last word, she suddenly realized something and stopped herself before saying, I can't call you that anymore. You are already the #1 rookie. Thinking of her first meeting with Yi Yun 3 months back, Zhao Qingcheng had mixed emotions. Who would have expected that the naive-looking little brother could develop into such an outstanding figure? The girls' eyes lit up when they heard that Zhao Qingcheng knew Yi Yun. Soon, they surrounded Yi Yun, trying to get Zhao Qingcheng to introduce Yi Yun to them. These girls did not wait for Yi Yun's reply and they simply sat beside Yi Yun or opposite him with their trays. Immediately, the table was full with an aromatic crowd of young girls. The girls simply ignored eating and only spoke to Yi Yun. They asked Yi Yun various questions in an excited manner. This feeling was the same feeling that the girls who chased idols around back in Yi Yun's previous life gave off. In the vast wilderness, warriors carried more weight than idols. But only the peerless geniuses were the real idols of teenagers. They had countless numbers of admirers and suitors. Young Master Yi, are you engaged? Do you have someone you like? A bold girl went straight to the point, which dumbfounded Yi Yun. She was too direct. In this world, mortals began considering marriage at 15 years of age. But amongst warriors, there were some who did not get married till they were hundreds of years old due to their sole pursuit for martial arts. But there were others who would decide on a partner when they were in their teens. Martial arts partners could complement each other in their yin and yang through intercourse. If the two were soulmates, their progress was faster compared to a person who cultivated alone in their pursuit of martial arts. Upon hearing this question, a vague image appeared in Yi Yun's mind. Yi Yun was reminded of Zhang Xiaro. Yi Yun could not explain it himself. He could not define the feelings he had for Zhang Xiaro, but there was no doubt that Zhang Xiaro was the most important person in his life. They shared weal and woe, which was an eternal promise. And after Zhang Xiaro, Yi Yun thought of another white-dressed figure that rode the wind, Lin Xintong. In Yi Yun's mind, Lin Xintong was the girl, other than Zhang Xiaro, that left the deepest impression. Yi Yun still remembered the scene of the night in the desolate human valley when Lin Xintong mentioned her naturally terminated meridians under the moonlight. At that moment, Yi Yun could see the sadness on Lin Xintong's face. When he heard Lin Xintong's gentle sigh, he had felt an inexplicable sadness come over him. Lin Xintong said there was an important family matter she had to attend to. I have no idea what it is or if it was smoothly handled. Her family clan is probably not in the Taya Divine Kingdom. Thinking of this, Yi Yun's mind wandered. He did not pay much attention to the girls who continued asking him questions. At this moment, a very harsh and aggressive voice rang, pulling Yi Yun back to reality. F***K, this kid Yi Yun is going to fight our boss tomorrow, and he is still in the mood to flirt with girls. When this voice called out, a few girls immediately stared angrily at the person who said it. There were 4 youths, who clearly looked like henchmen, that were standing before Yi Yun's dining table. They were clearly jealous when they saw Yi Yun surrounded by beauties. These people had maid servants, who served them back in their family clans, that they could easily fool around with, but those maid servants could not be compared to the girls who entered the Taya Divine City. Yi Yun, prepare to die tomorrow. Our president has accepted your challenge. But there must be some bonuses in the match. Our president has told us to tell you that you have to bet your Taya sacred technique in tomorrow's battle. And another 50,000 dragon scale runes on top of that. Although they were afraid of Yi Yun, these henchmen did not appear weak because of their connections with the Hongdao Association. They shouted loudly, causing the entire cookhouse to hear it. Betting the Taya sacred technique. And another 50,000 dragon scale runes. This bet was too ridiculous. Especially the Taya sacred technique. Many people knew that Yi Yun had obtained the first 3 volumes of the Taya sacred technique due to a stroke of luck in picking the primordial herb. Now, before it could even become warm in the hands of Yi Yun, Li Hong was targeting it. How could one agree to such a bet? People stopped eating and stared at Yi Yun. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, quickly beg for mercy. Our president can't even be bothered with your trashy strength. The few guys began to taunt Yi Yun in fear of his reluctance. Yi Yun could not be bothered with such an immature taunt. The Taya sacred technique, Yi Yun stroked his chin. He did not expect Li Hong to make the stakes so high. Although Yi Yun was confident that he could beat Li Hong, there was no guarantee in a match between experts. Although Yi Yun had his own trump card, he did not know how great Li Hong's strength was. This was originally a challenge for Yi Yun. Only a challenge had the motivating factor. The path of martial arts was a winding road fraught with difficulties. Li Hong wants me to bet the Taya sacred technique, then what is his bet? It can't be dragon scale runes. Humph. Of course not. The person who wants to bet for your Taya sacred technique is actually the young prince of the Chu royal residence, Yang Dingkuan. The stake he will be placing is the Chu royal residence's secret mystic technique, Truth of the Laws. Oh? Truth of the Laws? Yi Yun thought about it. At this moment, Zhao Qingcheng, who was beside Yi Yun, covered her mouth without thought. The Truth of the Laws was a valuable compendium. It was not a cultivation technique, but it explained the nomological truths generally. For example, warriors like Chu Xiaoran who had extraordinary perceptivity, managed to gain insights on 2 laws, hard soft and frost ice, in the purple blood realm. Although gaining insight on the laws mainly relied on oneself, it was not something that one had to arduously figure out by oneself. To gain insight on laws, there was a slow initial process. And this compendium that described the laws was extremely important. The Chu royal residence's Truth of the Laws was one of the top nomological compendiums in the Taya Divine Kingdom. And this compendium was obtained by the 10th King Chu in a huge fortuitous opportunity. It was a manual that the Taya Divine City did not have. This reflected the true value of the Truth of the Laws. Yi Yun was indeed tempted by this. He still had a lot of shortcomings in the understanding of the laws. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249, Saber and Sword. Chapter 249, Saber and Sword. The Chu royal residence's young prince, Yang Dingkuan. This Chu royal residence should be the faction that was first in trying to draw me in. Yi Yun recalled Su Qingyun of the Linshao Association. He first met Su Qingyun when a lobbyist of the Chu royal residence tried to draw him into their faction by promising him many benefits. But amongst the conditions given to him by the Chu royal residence, there was a hidden soul contract. Once it was signed, he would have to serve the Chu royal residences for many years. It was then Su Qingyun who stopped the lobbyist. Although Yi Yun would most likely not have signed that unfair contract, even without Su Qingyun's interference, it was still something that was nauseating. Yi Yun did not have a good impression of the Chu royal residence. Yang Dingkuan, who tried to take advantage of the situation to profit by cheating him, was someone that Yi Yun would not mind swindling. The Truth of the Laws then, alright, I'll agree to it. Yi Yun said in a slow manner. He had initially set up a trap for Li Hong to jump into, hoping to get more of Li Hong's dragon scale runes. He did not expect that there would be another person who would walk up to the trap voluntarily and insist on jumping into it. Hence, the stakes became bigger this time to the point that it exceeded Yi Yun's estimations. Young Master Yi, they are ganging up to cheat you out of the Taya sacred technique. Seeing Yi Yun agree, Zhao Qingqing became worried. The girls that surrounded him were also worried for Yi Yun. Yi Yun may be strong, but Li Hong was a prominent figure amongst the second-year cultivators of the Taya Divine City. Li Hong was ruthless and he had a dark personality. His strength was also horrifying. It would be hard for Yi Yun to beat him. Ha ha. That's what you said. We have already recorded it with a video disc array. We will now go to the arena administration to file it. Don't regret it now. The henchmen were overjoyed. Once it was filed, there would be no two ways about it. But Yi Yun could not be bothered with them. He picked up a piece of meat and carried on eating. Kid, I'll let you be arrogant for a little while longer. Tomorrow, you'll be crying. Let's go. After a henchman said those tough words, he turned and left. Seeing Yi Yun ignore them and carry on eating his desolate beast meat as before, Zhao Qingcheng and company were rendered speechless. In less than 2 hours, the news that Yi Yun was betting the Taiya sacred technique for the truth of the laws with Li Hong had spread throughout the Taiya divine city. Even the veteran cultivators, who had spent 4 years in the Taiya divine city, paid close attention to this matter. The main reason was because the stakes involved the Taiya sacred technique. He even dares to bet the Taiya sacred technique. Many veteran cultivators turned green with envy when they heard this. They had been in the Taiya divine city for a few years, yet they had never had the chance to even touch the jade scrolls of the Taiya sacred technique, let alone learn it. This Yi Yun is mad enough. He has not even had the Taiya sacred technique for 2 months, and already he does not want it anymore? He sure is a loser. That might not be it. Maybe Yi Yun has already attempted to learn the Taiya sacred technique after he exchanged for it, but he was unable to master it. Since it is useless in his hands, he might as well use it as a bet. Some people analyzed it this way. Yi Yun gave a strange overall impression. His saber was overpowering, but his insight into the laws was weak. His talent was also said to only be average. It would not be easy for Yi Yun to learn the Taiya sacred technique under such circumstances. For example, Chionyo was considered to be similar to Yi Yun. Yi Yun's saber technique was powerful, while Chionyo's strength was powerful. Chionyo's strength left many rookies in the dust, but not many people believed that Chionyo would be able to master the Taiya sacred technique. Learning something did not depend on a person's fighting prowess, it depended on one's perceptivity and talent. As for people like Chu Xiaoran, many of them believed that she was the one most likely to master the Taiya sacred technique. He got it from the glory points he earned from picking herbs, so maybe he doesn't know how to appreciate it? In the future, he will find out how hard is it to earn glory points. Some people said angrily. They all wished the glory points that were used to exchange for the Taiya sacred technique were theirs. Naturally, Yi Yun was not bothered by the reactions the veteran cultivators had. He already went looking for Song Yan, because he was planning on entering the saber tomb. He wanted to spend the night honing his saber technique. Li Hong was a strong opponent and Yi Yun did not know Li Hong's full strength. Although he was confident about tomorrow's battle, he could not guarantee his victory. He had to go all out. Yi Yun would not waste the time he had at night. This was a big bet. If he won it, he would obtain the truth of the laws. This was something Yi Yun was in absolute desperate need of to help him understand the laws. When Song Yan opened the door to the saber tomb for Yi Yun suddenly had a thought and looked thoughtfully at the other chamber. That was the sword tomb. If he entered the sword tomb, what would happen? Yi Yun knew he was not a natural saber user. When he chose the saber in the Jin Longwei Divine Capital Armory, he did not have the feeling of that legendary physical affinity. The reason why he could gain insight on the saber truth's 32 words had nothing to do with his accomplishments in the way of the saber, it was completely due to his energy vision. He could see the energy flows inside the saber truth's 32 words at a glance. These energy flows were in fact equivalent to the laws of the saber truths. If he entered the sword tomb, would he gain an additional bonus? The laws in the saber and sword tombs were incomprehensible profound truths for many sages. Even with the profound truths laid out there, very few of those who entered the tombs gained anything from them, because they could not comprehend anything. Since he had the facilities to do so, why would he not try to gain further insights to broaden his horizons? Kid, what are you standing around for? Why aren't you entering? Song Yan's voice suddenly interrupted Yi Yun's thoughts. Noticing Yi Yun's gaze, Song Yan knit his eyebrows. Kid, you cannot be interested in the sword tomb. Yi Yun hesitated because he did not know what to say. He knew that the truths in the sword and saber tombs were something sages of various generations had trouble understanding a tinge of it, let alone learning both at the same time. Song Yan gave Yi Yun an odd glance. Rotten rascal, I'm warning you. Don't go crazy on me. It was rare for me to see you have such talent on the way of the saber, don't waste it. By being able to gain insight into the saber truth's 32-word saber truth, it proves you have an extraordinary keen sense in the saber truths. But the more keen you are on the saber truths, the lesser your senses will be for the sword truths. Song Yan exhorted Yi Yun. If an average person had talent in one type of weapon and they managed to go far using it, it would be impressive. Song Yan had never heard of a person reaching the far extremes in the use of two different weapons. Can't the way of the saber and sword be taken to the extreme together? Then the sword and saber tomb. Ian suddenly realized that there was a possibility the sword and saber tombs were the works of a single person. If that was true, to what extent did that person reach in his martial arts attainment? Of course, Ian did not say his thoughts, or Song Yan might have an outburst. He obediently entered the saber tomb, but the thought of entering the sword tomb when he had the chance rooted itself deeply in Ian's mind. At the same time as Ian entered the saber tomb, Li Hong was meditating in an expensive cultivation room. Swirls of yuan qi condensed into a visible flow before they entered Li Hong's body. With the inflow of yuan qi, Li Hong's muscles began to swell up like waves. Li Hong clenched his fists. He wanted to use the cultivation from that night to push his condition to its highest point. At the same time, he also tried to consolidate his soon-to-be Yuan Foundation cultivation level. Li Hong had several speculations about Yi Yun's hidden strength. There was no way Yi Yun could hide his cultivation level. He was definitely at the peak of the middle stages of purple blood. A person who had their heaven's eye opened had looked into it for him. It was also impossible for Yi Yun to have an aspect totem, as he never went into the wilderness to hunt desolate beasts. Yi Yun might have hidden his cultivation techniques or laws, but with the insight of a purple blood realm warrior, it was definitely not going to be a heaven-defying thing. Li Hong had even envisioned that even if Chu Xiaoran's understanding of the laws had been implanted in Yi Yun's body, Yi Yun was still not his match. Taking a step back, he considered the possibility of Yi Yun having secretly learned a powerful cultivation technique. But even if Yi Yun were to learn something like the star-picking hand or secret techniques that belonged to a Duke-class family, Li Hong still believed that he could beat Yi Yun. Furthermore, with Yi Yun's background, where could he obtain a cultivation technique that was at the Duke-class level? No matter how much he calculated or envisioned it, this battle was a sure win. Li Hong's eyes flashed as he clenched his fingernails deep into his flesh. He had an extreme desire to win the battle tomorrow. An uneventful night passed. Both Yi Yun and Li Hong worked hard. The upcoming battle was too important to them. Next morning, when the sun rose, the cultivators in the Taiyao Divine City woke up and began to arrive in the arena in streams. The number of spectators who came today was even higher than the day Yi Yun fought Chu Xiaoran. People were looking forward to know the results of Yi Yun and Li Hong's huge bet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250, Battling Li Hong. Chapter 250, Battling Li Hong. The arena was buzzing with activity. There were only a few matches happening in the arena today. Everyone who went on stage was strong. Besides Yi Yun and Li Hong's battle, there was also a battle between Chu Xiaoran and a veteran cultivator ranked within the top 2,000. Oh? Yi Yun and Li Hong have not arrived yet? When the spectators arrived, they looked for traces of Yi Yun and Li Hong, but no matter how much they searched, they could not see them. Their battle is going to start just before noon, so there is no need for it to be the opening match. I guess they are still cultivating or meditating right now. The spectators were secretly alarmed when they heard this. Every minute counted. Even Li Hong, who was ranked in the top 1,000, took this battle with a rookie so seriously. When the matches began, it started with a few rookies ranked around 50-100 to 60-100 challenging each other. Even Gumu, who was ranked 4th amongst the rookies, went on stage. However, there was a lack of interest in all these battles. It was only when Chu Xiaoran went on stage that the audience roused themselves up. Chu Xiaoran's opponent was a veteran cultivator who had spent 4 years in the Taiyao Divine City. Chu Xiaoran did not hold anything back. She immediately summoned her aspect totem at the beginning of the battle and she used her frost ice concepts. The battle was very intense, there were ice particles flying everywhere. Finally, Chu Xiaoran managed to use the move Azure Blue Frost Sea, Ephemeral Beauty, to defeat her opponent. But after Chu Xiaoran defeated her opponent, she was extremely drained of her strength. It could be said that it was a tough victory. Chu Xiaoran entered the top 2,000 of the Earth roll. People could see that it would be tough for Chu Xiaoran to win her next match. She still had another match she could fight, but she would at best reach the 1900 mark. It was impossible for her to go any further. Chu Xiaoran, who was considered to be similar to Yi Yun, had found her bottleneck at 1900, but Yi Yun had challenged Li Hong, who was ranked around 1000. He was mad enough. Oh? Yi Yun! Yi Yun is here! Someone in the crowd shouted. People glanced over and they saw a teenager dressed in linen clothes entering the arena. He strolled directly to his seat and sat down. Then, he closed his eyes and started to regulate his breathing. Many people were impressed that Yi Yun was still as calm and at complete leisure even when he had a big battle with a large stake coming up. Yi Yun. Seeing Yi Yun's calm appearance, Zhu Xiaoran's brows moved slightly. Could it be that he was still holding back during his battle against me? Zhu Xiaoran also paid a lot of attention on this match. She wanted to see what sort of strength Yi Yun, the number 1 rookie, had. Time began to pass and Li Hong still did not appear. Only at noon, as the time for the match to begin approached, did Li Hong finally appear at the entrance of the arena with a long staff behind his back. He strode into the arena with precise strides. His aura grew larger as he walked towards the stage. After seeing Li Hong, many felt that Li Hong was different in some way. Although many in the audience had not opened their heaven's eye, they could feel Li Hong's aura. He was like a towering mountain. Not only was it pressuring, it was also oppressive. Li Hong walked straight up onto the Divine Wilderness stage without a word. He did not even wait for the referee to call out his name. Yi Yun! Get up here! Li Hong shouted loudly. His voice echoed like thunder throughout the entire arena. The cultivators in the arena held their breaths. His aura was too strong. Just to face someone like this needed a lot of courage. People could guess that because Li Hong appeared so late, he must have had some kind of breakthrough. Many people started to worry for Yi Yun. Li Hong was originally very strong, but if he had taken Yi Yun lightly, Yi Yun might still have a small chance for victory. But Li Hong had been cultivating through the night and he was apparently going to go all out. If he really had another breakthrough, then everything would be different. This battle involved extremely high stakes. If they were in Yi Yun's position, they would be absolutely nervous. Everyone's gaze landed on Yi Yun. At this moment, there was no need for the referee to announce it. Yi Yun and Li Hong's match was about to begin. Yi Yun walked up onto the Divine Wilderness stage. He unsheathed his 1,000-army saber and then, he pointed the saber tip at the ground. There were 30 meters between the two of them. Li Hong pulled out his long staff and held it parallel to the ground. The staff was 6 feet long and there were golden loops on the ends of the staff that were made of metal forged from Taixang essence. And on the golden loops, there were half-inch long spikes. Do not assume that a metal staff's attack power was weaker than any other weapon. It depended on who was using the metal staff. In Li Hong's hands, he could cause serious injuries with a casual swing of the staff. If he were to forcefully smash it down, he could cause all the bones in a person to fracture. Yi Yun, I know you are very strong, and you even have hidden strength. But today, no matter what hidden cards you have, it will be useless against me. As Li Hong said this, his fighting spirit flared up. A golden sheen covered Li Hong's body. I have experienced endless slaughters in the Divine Wilderness desolate lands for an entire year. I have killed countless numbers of desolate beasts. A herb-picking kid like you has only picked a few herbs and you have never gone through big battles. You still think you can be my match? Today, I will let you know why I am ranked around the top 1,000 of the Earth roll. With a shout, the golden sheen around Li Hong's body formed patches of small scales, which covered his entire body. Heaven opening technique, someone in the audience cried out. In the Taya Divine City, besides the Taya Sacred Technique, which was no doubt the best cultivation technique, there were other top-grade cultivation techniques. Even though they were not quite as good as the Taya Sacred Technique, they were still very powerful. This Heaven Opening Technique was one of the top 3 cultivation techniques in the Taya Divine City. By cultivating the Heaven Opening Technique, one would gain the Heaven Opening Real Qi. Many geniuses could not afford the Taya Sacred Technique, and they tried to cultivate the Heaven Opening Technique instead, but they could not condense the Heaven Opening Real Qi. This cultivation technique was also very difficult to cultivate. By using the Heaven Opening Real Qi to protect his body, Li Hong's Heaven Opening Technique has already reached the second stage. The small scales on Li Hong's body surface were formed from the Heaven Opening Real Qi. This was similar to Chunyo's armor defense, but it had no weight and it allowed Li Hong to move freely. With the long staff in hand, Li Hong suddenly constricted his pupils and burst forward. Phew! Li Hong moved like a gust of wind and appeared in front of Yi Yun nearly instantly. He swung the staff downwards heavily. Due to his extreme speed, Li Hong's staff had turned into a line. It was as if it was a whip that swung at Yi Yun. Minute subtlety. Yi Yun retreated backwards and with a blur of his figure, a dozen afterimages appeared. Li Hong smashed his staff towards Yi Yun's chest. Dang! One of Yi Yun's afterimages was torn apart and the staff landed heavily on the stage. The purple tungsten tiles sunk in deeply from Li Hong's attack. At this moment, Yi Yun appeared behind Li Hong and sent the 1,000-army saber slashing down. With a change of expression, Li Hong did not dodge. The yellow scales on his back suddenly expanded and they formed a giant shield. Cha! Yi Yun's saber collided with Li Hong's shield. The blade quickly found itself unable to move an inch further when it struck the shield. Oh. This is. Yi Yun was alarmed. There was nothing behind Li Hong, but in a hundredth of a blink of an eye, a huge shield had condensed out of thin air, blocking his attack. Not only that, the shield was extremely dense and it had a strong squeezing force. It had even trapped the 1,000 army saber. It made Yi Yun feel like he could not pull it out. It was similar to the feeling back when Xionyou grabbed his saber. Die! Li Hong suddenly turned around and smashed his staff towards Yi Yun's waist. At this moment, the 1,000 army saber was still lodged in the shield. This staff attack was so powerful that a typical purple blood warrior would have been split in two. Saber Truth, pressing forward with indomitable will. Yi Yun's eyes flashed as he injected Yuan Qi into the 1,000 army saber. With a whistling sound, the 1,000 army saber dislodged itself from the shield as Yi Yun retreated hastily. At the same time, he bent his body backwards and formed a bridge with his arced body. Li Hong's staff swung past Yi Yun's nose tip. Yi Yun could still feel the pain of the staff breaking through his protective Yuan Qi. So, with a leap, Yi Yun's body flew upwards and retreated 30 meters, pulling away from Li Hong. Li Hong's back shield also slowly closed in on itself, turning into a small scale once again, covering Li Hong's body. Li Hong grinned at Yi Yun, "You dodged pretty quickly." This cultivation technique, Yi Yun was very startled. There was actually Yuan Qi that could be used so freely. It could form a shield above any part of one's body to block an enemy's attack. This is the heaven-opening real Qi? Of course, as a cultivation technique that ranked among the top in the Taiya Divine City, it would not be weak. The heaven-opening technique also had other miraculous uses. The top cultivation techniques in the Taiya Divine City were much stronger than family secret techniques like the star-picking hand. Yi Yun, the attack just now could not even break through a fifth of my defense. Your saber may have pierced Xionyou's armor, but my defense is on a completely different level from Xionyou's. If you think you can break my defenses, that would be absurd thinking. I know you have even more powerful saber moves. Use it, or you will not have the chance. Li Hong had an oppressive momentum. The earth-yellow real Qi on his body became more turbulent. This defense sure is ridiculous. In the audience stands, the rookies held their breaths. Xionyou's battle strategy was already very impressive to them. But compared to Li Hong, he was still far from him. Xionyou relied on his armor for defense, while Li Hong relied on a top cultivation technique. This defense method revealed the disparity in the levels. Not only that, Li Hong was just shy of breaking through to the Yuan Foundation realm. His Yuan Qi quantity was something Xionyou could not compete with. Without any question, Xionyou would lose to Li Hong in an instant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251, Heaven Opening Mountain. Chapter 251, Heaven Opening Mountain. On the stage, Li Hong held his long staff and began approaching Yi Yun. As he approached, his aura grew stronger. What's wrong? Isn't your saber very fast? Use any of the hidden saber moves you have. When I blocked all of your saber moves, then it will be the end. Li Hong was extremely confident in his defense capabilities. Yi Yun's eyes flashed with a cold beam. He slowly rotated his blade. What Li Hong had said was in fact correct. What Yi Yun was lacking the most in his martial arts was combat experience. Li Hong had slaughtered numerous desolate beasts in the divine wilderness. This benefited both his staff techniques and combat experience greatly. Although other weaker children of family clans might not kill desolate beasts as rookies, they would still often spar with their peers while growing up. Actual combat was the best way to hone one's fighting techniques. But for Yi Yun, the number of big battles he had experienced could be counted with his fingers. Besides the sparring with Lin Xintong and the slaughtering of fierce beasts in the desolate human valley, there was only the Jin Longwei selection and the current rookie ranking competition. Yi Yun was very serious in every battle, especially in battles with people of similar strength as himself. This was a test he had to undergo, and also the best way for him to hone his saber techniques. Since you want to see my saber moves, I'll grant you your wish. Yi Yun took a few steps forward and the Yuan Qi in his body started surging. His energy followed the Saber Truth's 32 words flows and circulated within his meridians. Reigning supreme. With the 1,000 army saber in hand, Yi Yun slashed downwards. A green flash gushed out like a bright crescent light, and gushed towards Li Hong with domineering momentum. Li Hong roared and his earth-yellow qi surged, making the scales on his body expand. Yi Yun's saber slashed heavily onto Li Hong's body. Boom! With a violent explosion, Li Hong's scales ruptured. Due to the intense blade beam, Li Hong was sent flying. Li Hong's body slammed heavily into the Divine Wilderness stage's wall. The intense vibrations caused the weapons hanging on the walls to drop to the floor. Seeing this scene, people unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yi Yun's saber was extremely powerful. He. Good move. Li Hong was half-sitting by the corner of the wall. The scale armor on his body now had a 2-foot-long gash, going from his chest all the way to the waist. The scales around the gash had been completely broken by Yi Yun's attack. But after breaking through the scale armor, the saber move had expended most of its energy. It did not manage to break through Li Hong's protective Yuan Qi and only gave him slight injuries. Li Hong rubbed the blood off his lips and stood up. The scale armor on his body was rapidly repairing itself with a surge of his earth-yellow Yuan Qi. Your saber moves are not bad, but unfortunately you do not have enough Yuan Qi. Just a little bit more and you would have been able to hurt me. I was just testing the defense of my heaven opening technique. That was the only chance you had of hurting me. You sure are full of nonsense. Yi Yun frowned. Li Hong's defense was indeed strong. Li Hong had taken the move Yi Yun learned from the Saber-Truth's 32 words head-on, without even dodging. It's not too late for you to become complacent after you take on my second attack. Yi Yun swiped with his 1,000 army saber and a horrifying burst of killing intent surged out. The saber was a weapon that was used to kill. In mortal countries, sabers were banned unlike swords. Swords were ceremonial weapons. Emperors, gentlemen and scholars would choose a sword. But a saber was different. People who used a saber were people who really wanted to kill. The owner of the saber tomb had inscribed the killing way of the saber into the Saber-Truth's 32 words. Suddenly it seemed like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared behind Yi Yun. And where Yi Yun stood, the area had now turned into a blood pool hell. Killing at its core. The 1,000 army saber slashed forward and the blood waves gushed. The entire Divine Wilderness stage seemed to turn into a world of blood. Seeing the saber slash forward, Li Hong's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Come forth, heaven-opening mountain. Li Hong hit his staff onto the stage and earth-yellow Yuan Qi surged into the Divine Wilderness stage. Boom! The ground trembled and a mountain sprang up from beneath Li Hong's feet. This mountain was majestic. This was a mountain formed from heaven-earth Yuan Qi by Li Hong, but it was no different than a real mountain. Oh! This is? Yi Yun was shocked. Seeing a mountain suddenly appear before him, how could he not be shocked? Although Yi Yun was shocked, the 1,000 army sabers still cleaved downwards without hesitation. Kill! The saber slashed downwards, sending out a blood beam that spread tens of meters wide. However, this blood beam was completely blocked by the mountain. Li Hong had formed a mountain to take on Yi Yun's killer move. Cha! A ear-piercing sound rang. The 1,000 army sabers' blade beam slashed into the mountain, making a hole about 7 meters deep. Although it caused a deep hole, it could no longer go any further. Even after the blade beam's Yuan Qi was completely expended, this mountain still floated above Li Hong's head. The mountain was more than 20 meters tall, and its base was tens of meters in radius. It did not sound large, but it looked very shocking in person. This mountain had a terrifying weight. If it was not by using the powers of the laws, Li Hong would definitely not be able to lift it. This was really the strength of lifting a mountain. The audience became dumbfounded. This was too great an exaggeration. To use a small mountain to block Yi Yun's attack? This is the law of the lands. Right, Li Hong's Yuan Qi was earth-yellow in color. And earth-yellow Yuan Qi of the lands is most suitable for the heaven-opening technique that focuses on defense. By injecting the Yuan Qi of the lands into the heaven-opening real Qi to form the scale armor, he can increase his defense by another level. Blending the law of the lands into the heaven-opening technique, Li Hong is a real genius. Many people cannot even learn the heaven-opening technique, let alone combine the laws they know into the heaven-opening technique. Li Hong, who was ranked number 1 amongst the second-year cultivators, was not an average person. Also, he was about to break through into the Yuan Foundation realm. The Yuan Foundation he had formed within his Dantian was already in its embryonic form. This Yuan Foundation embryonic form gave Li Hong plenty of energy. This was also the foundation that allowed him to use the Yuan Qi of the lands to form this small mountain. If it was Chu Xiaoran, although she was accomplished in the frost ice laws, she could only form tens of ice columns by consuming a large portion of her Yuan Qi. Previously, after exchanging 2 blows with Yi Yun, she had completely depleted her Yuan Qi. This was the benefit of being at the peak of Purple Blood Realm, or the Quasi-Yuan Foundation Realm. The difference in cultivation level was something difficult to overcome when both parties were geniuses. Seeing the 7-meter deep gash on the mountain, Li Hong laughed. How can a saber slash apart a mountain? Your attack is not bad, but unfortunately, I have formed this mountain. You will never be able to split it apart. Li Hong picked up his staff. He had consumed a great deal of Yuan Qi by forming the mountain. Heaven Opening Mountain was a manifestation of Li Hong's law of the lands. Once it was formed, it pushed Li Hong's combat power to its extremes. I see, law of the lands. Yi Yun squinted and looked at the mountain in the sky. After all, Xu Xiaoran had managed to control the power of the laws, while Li Hong had spent a year in the Taiya Divine City. He had experienced slaughters in the Divine Wilderness, so how could Li Hong be unable to learn any laws? As the best second-year cultivator, he definitely had something worth presenting. The power of laws is something that I am in urgent need of. Yi Yun thought. That is as far as you go. By having to use the Heaven Opening Mountain to defeat you, it is something you can be proud of. Li Hong smashed with the staff. Boom! The mountain trembled and the entire mountain crashed towards Yi Yun. He was using an entire mountain as a weapon to attack? This was a real eye-opener for the audience. Such a mountain formed from Yuan Qi was not something the Thousand Army Saber would be able to block. Indeed, Yi Yun did not try to resist it. He used his minute subtlety movement techniques to retreat. Boom! The mountain crashed into the Divine Wilderness stage. People felt the entire arena tremble like a minor earthquake. To be crushed by that mountain, it will probably cause death. People broke into cold sweat. In the Taiya Divine City, killing someone in a battle was subject to at least imprisonment. But at this moment, Li Hong's eyes were red with murderous intent. How could he be bothered with imprisonment? In the crowd, Yang Dingquan grinned. Li Hong had not disappointed him. By conjuring the Heaven Opening Mountain, Li Hong had gained complete control over the situation. He was looking forward to seeing Li Hong smash Yi Yun into smithereens. If that happened, not only would he win the Taiya Sacred Technique, he could also have one less talented competitor that made him jealous in the future. Actually, if he had his way, Yang Dingquan wished that all of the geniuses in the Taiya Divine City, like Qin Haodian, Li Xiao, and the Qiao brothers would all die in their training excursions. The Heaven Opening Mountain smashed downwards again and again, but Yi Yun managed to dodge it each time. Although it looked like each attack imperiled Yi Yun, he managed to escape unscathed every time. Facing different opponents who used different battle techniques had broadened Yi Yun's horizons. A person like Li Hong gave Yi Yun an impression of a greedy and sinister person. It was unexpected that he could use such methods in the arena. Yi Yun was cognizant of the fact that he had just embarked onto the path of martial arts. He would face a variety of opponents in the future. Some of them might not even be part of the human race. They had all sorts of strange moves. If he did not take the opportunity to hone himself and broaden his horizons now, he might suffer greatly in the future. The battle became more and more intense. Everyone stared wide-eyed, afraid to miss out on any of the exciting scenes. The audience gradually realized that Yi Yun's movement was extremely fast. While Li Hong's mountain was huge and fast because it was powered by the laws, it was still difficult for it to crush Yi Yun. And it seemed that Yi Yun had such a strategy in mind as he dodged again and again using minute subtlety. Yuan Qi had to be consumed to power a mountain. It was not something that could be sustained. At this moment, Li Hong grinned. Trying to expend my stamina? Do you think my Heaven Opening Mountain is that simple? By willing it and pointing with his staff, split. Boom! A thunderous rumble sounded, and the Heaven Opening Mountain exploded in the air, splitting into rocks of various sizes. Like stars in the sky, they enveloped the Divine Wilderness stage. The larger rocks were the size of a face basin, while the smaller ones were the size of a fist. The rocks were densely packed and surrounded Yi Yun. Do you think your minute subtlety is that great? How are you to dodge my attack now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.